Anyone who studies plants knows that a willow tree could never possess a sentient mind. Yet here you are, in the presence of a national-level botanical expert, using a twig to write a prophecy of the world's end. As a torrential thunderstorm rages, the top-tier expert and the brigadier general surround you, their faces filled with disbelief. In your past life, you were the willow deity who protected the human race. Now, you are nothing more than a half-meter-tall sapling. Faced with their skepticism, you no longer hide your true nature. Willow control skill activated. With a single thought, that slender willow twig darted forth like a serpent emerging from its lair. It swept up a broken branch from the ground and, with fluid strokes in the mud, carved 8 bold characters: "When the 3 months are up, Central State shall perish." In that moment, lightning illuminated your path, and everyone's worldview crumbled. The way they looked at you was as if they were gazing upon a living deity. Chapter 1: Returning to the eve of global catastrophe. The autumn wind howled, and fallen leaves swirled through the air. Central State, Jiangnan City, Central Park. The ground was covered in withered, yellow leaves, yet in a corner of the park, a splash of green stood out, a young willow sapling over half a meter tall. This sapling was peculiar. On its tender, slender green branches, not only was it growing against the season, but it was also defying the natural growth patterns of willows by sprouting a strange, slender twig. "Wow! Mom, look!" A little girl named Ruan came bounding over, pointing at the lush young willow sapling with delight. "What kind of tree is this? It's the only one that hasn't gone bare." "Ruan, you're right." Her mother looked at the willow sapling with equal astonishment. In this season, when leaves return to the earth, could there really be a willow growing against the seasons? Just then, the young willow sapling swayed gently in the breeze. Shortly after, Bai Liang slowly awoke from his slumber. As soon as he opened his eyes, he instinctively looked around. The next moment, the scene before him left Bai Liang completely dumbfounded. The sky was still azure, devoid of heavy black clouds and endless thunder. The city skyscrapers were still ablaze with lights, not the endless, silent ruins strewn across the landscape. There were no eerie roars of ancient beasts all around, only the quiet autumn breeze and swirling, withered yellow leaves. This wasn't the mana awakening era. Bai Liang fell silent. After a long while, tears welled up inside him. He had originally been living in a peaceful era, only to suddenly, overnight, find himself thrust into the mana awakening era, where the entire human race had collectively mutated into animals and plants. A global mutation, with colossal mana pouring down from the stars. It had completely shattered the world's survival pyramid. Overnight, every single human were forcibly mutated by mana into all manner of animals and plants. At the same time, beneath the Earth's crust, the blue star's indigenous ancient beasts surged forth like a tidal wave, giant in size, bloodthirsty and savage, spreading across the globe to become the rulers of the blue star. Humanity was plunged into dire straits, struggling desperately. All just to see the sun rise the next day. And Bai Liang, too, had mutated into a willow tree. Constantly devouring to grow stronger, constantly tempering his being. Finally, after enduring countless hardships, Bai Liang rose to power. Standing tall within the borders of Central State, he sheltered the remaining hundreds of thousands of Central State people. With his willow form, he repelled the ancient beasts from all directions, turning Central State into a forbidden zone for them. The few million humans remaining on Earth all yearned to be by Bai Liang's side. At the very peak of his power, he even dared to challenge the heavens, seeking the secret behind the arrival of the mana awakening era. During this time, he uncovered a shocking, earth-shattering secret. This secret was powerful enough to alter the fate of all humanity. It turned out that by evolving to the absolute limit, one could regain human form. It was a realm beyond three-dimensional life, an untouchable forbidden zone, a form of existence capable of striking fear into the hearts of all ancient beasts across the globe. That was a god. A god. Becoming a god. Evolving into a god. Bai Liang went mad. He evolved frantically, determined to become a god through the willow tree. Finally, one day, thunder roared and the landscape transformed. The willow deity was born, and the moment it emerged, it swept across the entire Central State. From the snow-capped plateaus to the vast yellow sands, from the fertile plains to the desolate northern frontiers, from the Yellow River to the Yangtze, everywhere was littered with ancient beasts slain by the willow deity. At that moment, all of humanity worshipped Bai Liang as a god. Willow deity, willow deity. But, becoming a god did not bring about a change in humanity's fate. Instead, on that very day, the heavens were torn apart by countless hideous, colossal hands. Countless crimson beast eyes, each larger than a skyscraper, peered through the torn clouds, all fixated on Bai Liang, the newly ascended willow deity. On that day, to protect humanity, Bai Liang fought to the death against 99 ancient beast kings. As he shouted "Long life humanity," his blood stained the sky, and willow branches bathed in blood fought across the heavens. In the very end, all was still. Across the lands of Central State lay the corpses of beast kings, each larger than a mountain range. Their blood pooled into a new river, flowing through the snowfields, across the Jiangnan region, and into the East Sea, turning the ocean crimson. And Bai Liang, the willow deity who fought for humanity, lay with half his trunk shattered into pieces, scattered across the Jiangnan lands. Though utterly silent and dead, he still stood tall upon the soil of Central State. Countless humans prostrated themselves beside the willow deity's corpse, weeping uncontrollably. Countless ancient beasts were shaken by the carnage here, treating the area within 1,000 li of the willow deity's corpse as an absolute no-go zone for ancient beasts. I never expected that I would be reborn. And reborn 3 months before the arrival of the Mana Awakening era. But how did I mutate into a willow sapling so early? Bai Liang glanced at the time displayed on a billboard nearby, then looked at his own tender, verdant branches, momentarily bewildered. Although mutation was inevitable, why had it occurred so early in this rebirth? Still, having been reborn and mutated ahead of schedule, I must prepare for the arrival of the Mana Awakening era sooner. Bai Liang took a deep breath, and the harrowing scenes of humanity's desperate struggle in his previous life flashed through his mind. It was truly a catastrophe of both natural and man-made disasters. The land had fallen, and the ancient beasts reigned supreme. Humans had mutated, yet they still preyed on one another. In just one short year, the population of the Central State had plummeted from 1.4 billion to a mere few 100,000. A survival rate of less than 1%. Ancient beasts, and those beast kings lurking in Blue Star's atmosphere. Bai Liang's eyes blazed with the fire of vengeance. In this life, I will not give you the slightest chance to annihilate humanity. I will drive every last one of you back beneath the earth's crust to tremble in fear. At that moment, Ruan was still staring at Bai Liang with curiosity. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, a long-legged mosquito that had narrowly escaped last night's storm landed stealthily on Ruan's neck, as white and delicate as jade, like a Japanese invader sneaking into a village. Suck! A dozen seconds later, the long-legged mosquito had sated its thirst. With a swollen belly, it flew away slowly, satisfied. Ah, it itches. Mommy, a mosquito bit me again. Wah, I hate it, I always get bitten by mosquitoes. Ruan clutched her neck, tears welling up in her eyes, looking both adorable and wronged. It's okay, Ruan, don't cry. Mommy saw the mosquito that bit you. I'll get revenge for you right now, don't cry, don't cry. Slap, slap, slap. The long-legged mosquito leisurely dodged the attacks. As it flew away, it glanced back at Ruan's mother. It seemed to be saying, "You're so slow, you'll never catch me, hee hee." Ruan's mother, utterly helpless, could only turn away to comfort her daughter. Though held in her mother's arms, Ruan still stared intently at the long-legged mosquito, her round little eyes brimming with childish resentment. All creatures have a spirit except mosquitoes. I, Ruan, really want to swat you to death. The long-legged mosquito couldn't care less what humans thought. All it cared about was getting its fill of blood. Now that it was sated, it just wanted to find a spot to rest. As luck would have it, after flying leisurely for ages, it finally settled on a young willow sapling in the corner, one with just a single branch. Hey, a fresh sapling like this is just what this big shot needs to rest. The long-legged mosquito looked like a king returning from victory. It hummed a triumphant military march. As it flew toward the young willow sapling, it was still debating which human would be best for its next blood meal. A little girl's blood is tender, but it's low in concentration, not very satisfying. Next time, I'll go for that big girl with the twin ponytails wearing black stockings. Chapter 2: Big Brother Willow Can Swat Mosquitoes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Bai Liang was pondering his situation. Suddenly, the sound of mosquitoes which he detested rang out all around him. A quick glance was enough to lock onto the long-legged mosquito, returning victorious after a hearty meal. Ugh, so annoying. Don't come bother me while I'm thinking. Bai Liang activated his mental powers on pure reflex. He executed the move with the skill of someone who'd done it tens of thousands of times. In fact, in his previous life, he performed this maneuver billions of times. In that very instant, that strange, slender willow branch lashed out at the long-legged mosquito like a whip, faster than lightning, so fast it even produced a distinct whistling sound as it cut through the air. The long-legged mosquito didn't even have time to react. Bai Liang's lash reduced it to a bloody mist, leaving not a trace behind. Bai Liang stared intently at the mosquito's blood mist, his heart suddenly pounding with shock. I've actually unleashed an ability exclusive to the Mana Awakening Era Enhanced Whip Strike. Ruana's eyes lit up instantly, and she shouted excitedly, Mommy! Mommy! This willow tree can swat mosquitoes all by itself. As the mosquito turned into a mist of blood, a warm current flowed through Bai Liang's willow body. Bai Liang sensed it faintly. The force of his willow branches seemed to have increased just a tiny bit. If the strike had been 10 Jin earlier, it was now probably 10 Jin and 1 Liang. This is evolution. Bai Liang was overjoyed. Not only had he mutated into a willow tree 3 months ahead of schedule, but his evolution had also unlocked 3 months early. Could it be that, even before the Mana Awakening Era officially arrived, all living creatures had already begun to possess mana? As long as he killed a creature with mana, that creature's mana would flow into his body. In short, Bai Liang could start grinding monsters and leveling up 3 months early. With that thought, Bai Liang scanned his surroundings. This was a park, and everyone knew parks were teeming with mosquitoes. Right now, at least a dozen mosquitoes were buzzing around him. Ruan, don't be silly. Willow trees are plants, and plants don't move. How could they swat mosquitoes? It really is swatting mosquitoes. Ruan lifted her little head, refusing to back down. Look, Mom. Look, that willow tree is about to swat a mosquito again. Bai Liang had already set his sights on a mosquito. The willow branch began to sway gently. In less than a second, it would shoot out. Ruana's mother turned around, saw the swaying willow branch, and couldn't help but smile as she ruffled Ruana's hair. No, that's just the wind blowing. But the next moment, defying the autumn breeze, the willow branch streaked through the air with lightning-fast speed, leaving a trail of afterimages as it shot out. Smack! Another mosquito was whipped into a mist of blood. Another faint wave of warmth surged into Bai Liang's willow body. Just as I thought. Bai Liang rejoiced. I can now enter evolution 3 months early. On the other side, Ruana's mother's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she covered her delicate red lips with her hand. What had she just seen? A young willow sapling was swatting mosquitoes. It was really swatting mosquitoes. In that moment, Ruana's mother felt as though her worldview had been struck by a raging storm. Where in the world was there a young willow sapling that could swat mosquitoes? Ha ha ha. Since I can accumulate energy 3 months early, then during the Mana Awakening Era 3 months from now, I'll make sure those ancient beasts treat the area within 100 li of me as a forbidden zone. Bai Liang smiled inwardly, looking at the other little mosquitoes around him as if they were a pile of experience points just waiting to be picked up. He swung the willow branch again. Ruana's mother was stunned once more, her eyes filled with terror. The next moment, the willow branch lashed out like the hand of a demon. Its trajectory was wild and unrestrained, cutting through the air with a series of sharp whistles as it recklessly harvested the experience points of the surrounding mosquitoes. The willow branch had transformed into a mosquito reaper. 3 minutes later, every single mosquito lay dead, not a single one survived. Bai Liang withdrew the willow branch with satisfaction. As he lashed out at the very last mosquito, he could feel the force of the strike had surged to 11 Jin. Ruana's mother swallowed hard, clutching Ruan as she slowly backed away. What on earth was that monster? A willow sapling that actively hunted mosquitoes? No, it was a monster of extreme lethality. The look in her eyes as she stared at the willow sapling was not just shock, but intense fear. Who had ever seen a willow sapling with a wildly flailing branch, lashing out at mosquitoes with such speed, precision, and ferocity? Had she been seen? Bai Liang cast a casual glance at Ruan's mother. In that instant, Ruan's mother felt as though she were being stared at by the abyss itself, profound, dark, and indescribable. It was the gaze of a monster. As the sun set, the evening light bathed the downtown park in a crimson glow. Bye, Willow brother. Ruan's going to have dinner now. Wearing a little red windbreaker, Ruan waved excitedly at Bai Liang. Ruan will come see you again tonight. I'll bring something yummy. Ruan, stop fooling around. Hurry up and go. Ruan's mother scooped Ruan into her arms and walked away without looking back. She glanced back at the willow tree bathed in the setting sun and felt nothing but fear. Ruan. You're not allowed to sneak out to see the willow tree tonight. Why not? Just because. As Ruan's mother spoke, she suddenly let out a groan, clutched her knees, and began retching, coughing incessantly. Her entire demeanor had grown listless. Ruan's mother felt an itch on her arm. While Ruan wasn't looking, she secretly rolled up her sleeve. The next moment, her beautiful eyes grew grave, and she let the sleeve fall back down. Vaguely, it was a pale gray scale. Mom, what's wrong? Nothing. Let us go. There have been far too many strange things happening lately. Bai Liang sat quietly in a corner of the park. Glancing at Ruan's mother's retreating figure, he murmured to himself calmly, as expected, small amounts of mana have already begun invading the human body. This was the most significant sign preceding the arrival of the mana awakening era. Yet, even with all the researchers from her previous life collaborating, they had failed to unlock the secret of human mutation before the mana awakening era truly arrived. As a result, everyone could only watch helplessly as they mutated. That night, the world collapsed, and humanity was reduced to ants at the very bottom of the food chain. Ruan's mother led her reluctant daughter all the way back home. As soon as they entered the residential complex, they saw two military armored vehicles parked at the front gate. A group of fully armed soldiers stood in front of the vehicles, escorting an elderly man with white temples, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, as he stepped out of the vehicle. Elder son! Ruan shouted excitedly. The old man turned and beamed at Ruan. Oh! My dear granddaughter! Did you miss Elder son? Ruan threw herself into the old man's arms. I did. Ruan's mother tugged at her sleeve and asked with a smile, Dad, is the National Academy closed today? Didn't you say on the phone a few days ago that the botany department at the National Academy was about to launch a national-level botanical research project? With you the nation's foremost botanist gone, I'm afraid the botany department at the National Academy will be in a panic. The old man sighed and turned to wave at an officer wearing the rank of major. All right, Major I'm home now. Thank you for escorting me all this way. Please convey my thanks to General Chen at the Central Military Command. Chapter 3, Global Anomalies Loom. The major snapped to attention. Elder son, you flatter me. You are a citizen of Central State, and Major General Chen dispatched us to escort you in accordance with Central State law. Then the armored vehicle drove off, and the helicopter in the sky vanished. They had successfully completed their mission to escort Elder son home. Elder son exchanged pleasantries with his daughter-in-law and granddaughter upon returning home. Lately, Elder son sighed, that research project has stalled. He continued, over the past period, we've discovered that plants and animals across the country have undergone varying degrees of change. We set out to investigate the cause, but unfortunately, despite mobilizing the nation's top botanists, experts, professors, and researchers and spending 6 months on it, we've had to announce today that the research is being suspended. Why did you have to stop? We've already determined that a certain substance is altering the plant's tissue structure, but no matter how hard we tried, we couldn't analyze that substance. We finally concluded that it might not be native to Blue Star, so we can't study it right now. That's why the research has been suspended. Dad, wasn't he telling me all this violate research confidentiality protocols? I'll tell you what I can, and this old man won't he say what I can't. For example, do you know the specific physical properties of that substance I just mentioned, whether it's gaseous, solid, or liquid, or its size, color, or smell? Don't worry, I'm only telling you what I'm allowed to. Ruan listened from the side, still a bit confused. Ruana's mother was cooking dinner nearby and casually asked, "Dad, has there been any progress with the animal research?" "None at all. They announced today that it's been suspended." "Have the animals changed in any way?" "Some have grown larger like the jaguars, some have developed sharp, aggressive teeth like the goats, and some." "Hey, why are you asking all this?" No. Ruana's mother's voice carried a hint of panic. "All right, elder son." Ruan tugged at elder son's sleeve and led him toward his little room. Come on. I want to tell elder son about the funniest thing that happened today." Okay, elder son chuckled. Suddenly, Ruana's mother poked her head out of the kitchen and scolded Ruan with a touch of panic in her voice. "Ruan, you're not allowed to sneak out to see that willow tree anymore. Do you understand?" Elder son and Ruan froze in their tracks. "What is going on?" Elder son asked in surprise. Ruan, feeling a bit wronged after her mother's outburst, said, "There's a willow tree in the park that swats mosquitoes, but Mom won't let me go see it." Ruana's mother rushed out of the kitchen. "Dad, aren't you Central State's top botany professor? You tell Ruan just how scary strange plants can be." Though puzzled, elder son smiled and said, "Ruan, do you know about carnivorous plants? They grow in the volcanic jungles of southern Central State. They look beautiful, but they actually eat meat. That's what a strange plant is." Ruan retorted, "But Willow brother helped me swat the mosquito. He is a good plant, not a strange one." Elder son stroked his beard and chuckled. "Ruan, a willow tree swatting mosquitoes? That's nothing unusual. Back in the ancient Song dynasty, there was a weeping willow that could swat mosquitoes. Actually, it's just that certain special cells within the plant are so repulsed by mosquitoes that they trigger a natural reflex, much like a sensitive plant." Ruana's mother, looking annoyed, dragged Ruan back to his room. Just before leaving, Ruan called out, looking very aggrieved, "It's true. Willow brother really can swat mosquitoes on his own. He has a very special willow tree." After taking Ruan back to her room, Ruana's mother gave elder son an apologetic smile. "Dad, don't read too much into it. Maybe it really is just a conditioned reflex of plant cells, like you said." Elder son shook his head and smiled, not giving it much thought. That evening, Ruan quietly opened her bedroom door. She was clutching 2 milk buns in her arms. She glanced back at her sleeping mother, then quickly ran toward elder son's room. Inside, elder son was reviewing reports on recent global plant mutations. His brow was furrowed as he pored over a thick stack of top-secret documents. The sycamore tree in northern Central State, ID 121, has mutated again recently. It's actually attacking other living beings on its own. What on earth is causing this? The substance causing these plant mutations doesn't exist on Blue Star. Where on earth is it coming from? I have a feeling something major is about to happen. Should I pay a visit to the national leaders of the National Core Council in Central State's new Tiandu? Just as elder son was deep in thought, Ruan gently pushed open the door. Elder son immediately, as if nothing were amiss, stuffed the top-secret documents in front of him into his briefcase and asked with a smile, "Ruan, aren't you going to sleep yet?" Ruan grabbed elder son by the arm. "Shoo! Keep your voice down. Elder son, come with me to the park, don't let Mom find out. Brother Willow avenged me today, so I want to treat him to some bread. Mom won't let me go see him alone, so elder son, you have to come with me." Pressured by Ruan's persistence, elder son replied helplessly yet affectionately, "All right, elder son will go with you." Night fell, and the stars shone brightly. Under the park streetlights, Bai Liang was busily growing. The streetlights at night attracted swarms of mosquitoes and insects. Bai Liang didn't even need to aim to hunt them down accurately. The willow branch transformed into a deadly whip, lashing out to harvest the insects one by one. As the insects died, a warm current grew stronger within the willow branch. Finally, with a crisp snap, another green bud sprouted from Bai Liang's slender trunk. Is the second willow branch starting to grow? Bai Liang murmured to himself. At this rate, while he could accelerate his development slightly, the park was home only to mosquitoes, insects, and birds, so there was always a bottleneck in acquiring mana. It would likely take at least 5 days to break through to Tier 1. For a willow tree, Tier 1 meant possessing 5 branches. And each branch would possess a striking force of 30 gene. Although this was faster than his previous life's struggle during the Mana Awakening era, it was still too slow. The higher the tier, the more he would need to hunt large animals and plants. The larger the creatures, the more physical strength and mana they possessed. How can I speed up my development? Bai Liang pondered this while harvesting mana from mosquitoes. If I could get help from the outside world, that would likely be the fastest way to develop. And the strongest external force is none other than the power of the state. The moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars. The night was silent. But just then, Juan's cheerful voice rang out. The silence of the night was shattered by a child's voice. Brother Willow, Ruan's here to see you, and I brought you some milk bread. Bai Liang looked in the direction of the voice. On the path through the park's woods, Ruan was skipping along, holding Elder Sun's hand, with 2 homemade milk breads tucked under her arm. The moment Elder Sun saw Bai Liang, his brows furrowed. His previously casual and peaceful gaze now carried a hint of scrutiny. It was late autumn after all. Willow trees usually begin to shed their leaves at this time of year, their trunks turning black and yellow as they prepare for winter. How could this young willow still have such tender, green leaves? Bai Liang also noticed Elder Sun's gaze. Those eyes were filled with suspicion. Who was this old man? Chapter 4, An Indescribable Miracle. Willow brother. Ruan held up a soft, sweet milk bun in front of Bai Liang. I brought you a milk bun. Thank you for helping me swat the mosquitoes. Mom wouldn't let me see you, so I dragged Elder Sun here to see you. Eat up, eat up. At that moment, Elder Sun pulled out his notebook and a marker. Holding the marker, he wrote a number on Bai Liang's trunk. Number 252. Then, muttering to himself, Elder Sun began jotting down notes in his notebook. Number 252, a juvenile weeping willow exhibiting counter-seasonal growth. Characterized by tender green foliage in late autumn, with exactly 2 branches. Possesses slight research value. Location, Central Park, Jiangnan City. Bai Liang furrowed his brow slightly. Who exactly was this old man? Ruan treated Bai Liang just as he would treat a person, grinning as he explained, don't mind him, Willow brother. My elder son specializes in plant research. He's really good at it. Mom says there aren't many people in all of Central State who study plants better than Elder Sunday. I think Elder Sun is even a national scholar of the Central State Academy. Clearly, Ruan was proud of his elder son. But Bai Liang's heart skipped a beat as he stared intently at Elder Sun. The Central State Academy? That was the very pinnacle of research institutions in Central State. Everyone admitted to the National Academy was an unparalleled national scholar. Every single one wields immense influence in Central State, so much so that they can meet with the very pinnacle of power, the Central State Core Council, without even needing to make an appointment. Bai Liang watched Elder Sun as he meticulously recorded his observations. Then he glanced at the cream-filled bun Ruan was holding. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. The next moment, Bai Liang controlled 2 willow branches to slowly extend outward. Under Ruan's astonished gaze, they wrapped around a milk bun. At the same time, the tender leaves on Bai Liang's trunk began secreting digestive fluid. This digestive fluid is only present in those who have embarked on the path of evolution. Every plant possesses it. The higher the rank, the more potent the digestive fluid. On the day he became a god in his previous life, the digestive fluid he secreted could erode mountains and rivers, block great rivers, and strike fear into the hearts of beast kings far and wide. I recommend that the National Academy's Plant Division dispatch a specialist to investigate this willow tree. Elder Sun was still bent over his notes. Just then, Juan couldn't help but shout joyfully, "Elder son! Look! Willow brother is eating bread." Elder son instinctively looked up. What he saw shook him to the core. The milk bread was being torn to shreds by two willow branches. The bread crumbs scattered onto the willow's tender leaves, like snow meeting water. Digested into liquid, they were slowly absorbed by the tender leaves. This. Elder son's pen fell to the ground. He stared blankly at the scene before him. Since the late Ming dynasty, weeping willows deciduous trees have grown on the lands of Central State for centuries. Generation after generation, they have been born and passed away, yet never has such a weeping willow come into being. Elder son shakily approached Bai Liang. A pair of slightly clouded eyes, which had once seen through every plant in this world, could now not fathom what was happening with this willow tree before him. He drew closer to Bai Liang, scrutinizing the scene before him. Bai Liang made no attempt to hide himself. On the contrary, he devoured the milk and bread with even greater abandon. After all, such food contained no mana. He could simply absorb it and excrete it later as fat and carbohydrates. The main thing was. Bai Liang looked at the scholar before him, who appeared as if struck by lightning. A faint smile involuntarily touched his lips. For scholars who have dedicated their entire lives to their specialized fields, his appearance was bound to stimulate their most intense curiosity. They would forsake sleep and food, even risking life and limb, to study him. The vein patterns on the leaves, the roughness of the trunk, the green glow emanating from the willow branches. This is clearly just an ordinary young weeping willow, but why? Elder son picked up the fallen pen in a daze and continued writing in his notebook. Revised the research value of specimen 252, estimated upgrade to National Class 1 plant. I witnessed with my own eyes that specimen 252 absorbed a buttered roll composed of energy from fats, carbohydrates, and proteins. This is a plant that surpasses specimen 121, the Polonia tree. But just then, the sky suddenly turned stormy. Gales howled, and the stars faded from view. Thunder and lightning replaced the moon and stars. The fierce wind forced Ruan to hide beneath Bai Liang, watching helplessly as elder son, notebook in hand, bent over and continued writing amidst the storm. Crack! A bolt of lightning tore through the night sky. Bursting from the thick black clouds, it struck the trunk of a towering tree in the park, snapping the branch clean off. Bai Liang acted with lightning speed. Amid the thunder and lightning, he swung his willow branch to sweep up the fallen limb, and in the hazy night sky amidst the clap of thunder, he began to trace patterns on the ground like a demon. A torrential downpour suddenly poured down. It drenched elder son's eyes. He looked up to wipe the corners of his eyes, but in doing so, he witnessed a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life, a scene straight out of Central State's mythical era. Amid the thunder and rain, the willow branch of a young weeping willow danced wildly. Like a demon, like a descending deity. The downpour gradually subsided, and the willow branches slowly drooped. Elder son shakily stepped forward and saw the characters on the ground. They were written by the young willow with its branches, each character carved into the earth, churning up the soil 3 inches deep. Elder son's pupils contracted sharply. One shock followed another until he could no longer contain himself. He staggered backward, grabbed his phone, dialed a special encrypted line, and cried out in a daze, "Central State Core Council, this is Sun Haomin of the Central State Academy. I request that the military accompany the Central State Academy to Jiangnan. There is an indescribable miracle here." Carved into the damp earth were 4 large characters. Central State is doomed. Central State New Tiandu, National Core Council. This was a majestic, imposing ancient red palace, filled with fluttering red Central State flags. In every corner, the most elite soldiers stood guard in full combat gear, their eyes as sharp as eagles, their stances as fierce as tigers and leopards. This is Central State's highest echelon of power. At that moment, a Hongqi sedan bearing a red national license plate sped out of the new Tiandu Imperial Palace, escorted on both sides by military armored vehicles. "Major General Chen, are you really going to Jiangnan?" the driver asked. From the back seat, a resolute man in military uniform, his shoulders adorned with a General's star, replied without hesitation, "Elder son is the statesman I respect most. It was he who helped me solve the problem of military weapons barrels being corroded by plant extract, saving countless soldiers. Now that he needs troops to go to Jiangnan, I will not hesitate to step forward. Originally, Major General Chen had come to the new Tiandu State Palace on behalf of the top generals of the Central Military Region to pay a visit to the chairman of the National Corps Council, that is, the supreme leader of Central State. However, Elder Sun's phone call delivered in a tone laced with urgency prompted Major General Chen to leave New Tiandu immediately. He waved his hand and order the 38th Army Reconnaissance Regiment of the Central Military Command to prepare for departure at once and follow me to Jiangnan. As you command. West of New Tiandu. A Ming Dynasty garden, with groves of locust trees. A group of white-haired elders clad in the red and white robes of the state scholars hurried out through the garden gates. Military vehicles were already waiting at the entrance, and the soldiers on duty immediately saluted. By order of Major General Chen of the Central Military District, we are here to await the state scholars. The military attack helicopters are ready. Please follow me, state scholars. The plaque above the garden gate bore 5 large black and white characters. Central State Academy of Scholars. And on the chests of this group of white-haired elders hung identical identification badges. Central State Academy of Scholars, Botany Department. They were colleagues from Elder Sun's department. Every single one of them was among the most outstanding botanists in the world today. Every single one of them could be called a peerless national scholar. Chapter 5, The 3-month term ends, Central State falls. What on earth did Old Sun discover this time? Yeah, he sounded so urgent when he called us, and he mentioned some indescribable miracle. It's so strange Old Sun is usually so level-headed. The military vehicle raced toward the airport. Along the way, the distinguished botanists were abuzz with discussion. Just then, another elderly man with a neatly slicked-back hairstyle frowned and said, Sun Haoming just sent the department a new plant catalog entry. He claims to have discovered a willow tree in Jiangnan designated as number 252 whose research value surpasses that of the number 121 sycamore tree. Whoa! The number 121 sycamore tree was identified by many of us together. Now it's actively attacking other life forms, and there's actually a plant with even greater research value than that? A willow? Number 252? An indescribable miracle? We'll find out once we get there. Upon arriving at the airport, they found the spacious military airfield already filled with over a dozen armed military helicopters. At the door of one of them, Major General Chen was waiting with bated breath. Get ready, we're leaving right now. The nation's leading botanists boarded the helicopter one after another. They discovered that a large contingent of elite soldiers was boarding alongside them. The military is actually accompanying us on this mission. What kind of willow tree did Elder Sun see that would make the military follow us all the way to Jiangnan? Could it be the divine tree of immortals described in ancient texts? Ha ha! Filled with intense curiosity, the experts embarked on their flight to Jiangnan, maintaining constant communication with Elder Sun throughout the journey. Along the way, all airspace restrictions were temporarily lifted. The aviation authorities issued delay notices to all civilian and commercial aircraft whose flight paths overlapped with the armed helicopters' route. The journey was completely unimpeded. 2 hours later, more than a dozen armed helicopters entered Jiangnan City, heading directly and purposefully toward the city center park, where thunderstorms were still raging. Prepare to land. Stay safe. Thunderstorm conditions. The attack helicopter systems have been adjusted. Clear for landing. In the city center park, amidst the pitch-black night of thunder and rain, Elder Sun stood transfixed, gazing at the characters etched into the earth as if witnessing a miracle. To protect those 4 large characters, he held his clothes up to shield them from the storm, leaving himself soaked to the bone. Suddenly, the blinding lights of the attack helicopters swept across the ground. Instantly, the park's plants and flowers began to dance wildly. The commotion caused by the landing of over a dozen attack helicopters rivaled that of a demolition crew at work. The fierce wind from the rotors left Elder Sun on edge. While clutching the 4 characters' Central State will fall with all his might, he shouted, Easy! Easy! Damn it, if you blow those 4 characters away, I'll make you old fools pay. In truth, even from high in the sky, everyone had spotted Bai Liang. Amid the thunder and lightning tearing through the night sky, the tender green willow tree so out of place in its surroundings captured everyone's attention. Old son, is this the willow tree you mentioned, number 252? Just now, in the flash of lightning, I saw that this willow is indeed extraordinary. Yes, it's still a fresh green in late autumn. A group of eminent botanists leaped from their attack helicopters and rushed over. Before they even drew near, everyone froze in their tracks. Even as torrential rain drenched them, the shock in their eyes remained unmistakable. Their gazes all converged on the four somewhat blurred characters beneath Elder Sun. Central State will fall. What on earth are those characters? How audacious. Who wrote this? Wipe it off. Wipe it off quickly. You didn't write that, did you, old son? The group of botanists stood there, both shocked and bewildered. In the distance, Major General Chen ordered his elite soldiers to fan out and secure all the forest paths in the vicinity. He himself strode forward and also saw the four large characters, Central State will perish. Elder Sun? Major General Chen furrowed his brow. As a general and a soldier, he was naturally particularly sensitive to certain phrases, so he looked at Elder Sun in confusion. Facing everyone's bewilderment, Elder Sun suppressed his inner shock and said as calmly as possible, "Those four characters were written by Willow number 252. I saw it with my own eyes." The moment those words were spoken, it was as if mountains and rivers had plunged into the ocean. The single statement left everyone, including Major General Chen, staring blankly. Major General Chen stared at Bai Liang in disbelief. He knew Elder Sun's character. He would never deliberately deceive or mislead anyone, but he still couldn't bring himself to believe such an earth-shattering claim. Old son, is what you're saying true? How could that be possible? Plants simply cannot possess self-awareness. Exactly. Besides, those four characters are written in perfectly standard Central State script. The Paulownia tree, designated number 121, has only exhibited biological reactions to attack other lifeforms. Could the willow tree, designated number 252, have already developed independent consciousness and mastered the writing of Central State script? Impossible. That is absolutely impossible. Outrageous. Utterly outrageous. These botanical experts were the industry's leading researchers, having encountered countless bizarre plants, yet had they ever heard of a plant possessing independent consciousness? To possess independent consciousness is to possess thought. To be able to write Central State script is to possess a soul. On the entire blue star, only humans possess souls. Even dolphins, with their highest IQ, possess only a tiny fraction of a soul. But animals have brains. Where would plants get a brain? No brain means no thought means no soul, and without a soul, it is impossible to write Central State script. Almost no one dared to believe Elder Sun's words. Watching everyone's reactions, Elder Sun deeply regretted not having captured the astonishing scene of the willow branches dancing wildly, twisting around the tree trunk to write characters on the ground. Meanwhile, Bai Liang, who had fallen silent once more, quietly manipulating the willow branch, it once again coiled around the twig. Have more national heroes arrived? It seems even the military has come. It's almost time. We're about to reach the highest echelons of Central State. Elder Sun was still struggling to explain, but without evidence, his words fell flat. No matter how he described the terrifying spectacle he just witnessed, Major General Chen and the other national heroes still refused to believe him. To be precise, it was simply impossible to believe. In today's materialistic world, who would believe that a willow tree possessed a sentient mind, capable of curling its branches to carve Central State will perish into the earth? Unless that person had lost their mind. But just then, a bolt of lightning once again lit up the sky. This bolt of lightning was immense, tearing through the night sky and bringing light from the stars down to the mortal realm, like a Z-shaped pillar of light illuminating the heavens and earth. Everyone was startled. And just then, someone's pupils suddenly contracted. Pointing in Bai Liang's direction, they exclaimed in disbelief, "Quick, quick, quick look!" Everyone instinctively turned to look at Bai Liang. The next second, they were all stunned. In the night sky, still glowing with the afterglow of the lightning, a tender, emerald green willow branch swayed in the air, its tip wrapped around a charred twig. Another massive bolt of lightning struck the earth. Amid the thunder that illuminated the world, under the horrified gaze of the national heroes and the brigadier general, Bai Liang manipulated the willow branch to repeat his feat once again. The willow branches flew through the air, dancing across the earth like a demon, a spirit, or a divine being. This time, 8 large characters. When the 3 months are up, Central State will perish. Chapter 6. The whole nation is in shock. The army enters Jiangnan. Lightning flashed, and the heavens and earth were shrouded in confusion and awe. Amidst the wind and rain, every corner felt like a realm of darkness. In the midst of the thunderstorm, the 8 large characters were illuminated by the lightning, like the sharpest blade, piercing the hearts of everyone present, leaving them in shock. This, it's true. Amid the roaring thunder and torrential rain, an elderly statesman cried out in disbelief, "Old son, what you said was actually true. This willow tree really can write the characters of Central State. A miracle of the world. No, this is a divine miracle. No wonder of the world compares to today's divine miracle." The elderly scholar was overcome with emotion. After so many years, he had rediscovered the reckless enthusiasm of his youth. Witnessing the willow tree write Central State script felt like a dream come true. All the scholars were stunned. Amidst the thunder and lightning, those 8 large characters burned into everyone's retinas. Even those who had just moments ago fiercely doubted elder son could not convince themselves that what they were seeing was an illusion. Major General Chen's expression immediately turned grave. He looked around at the scholars and asked solemnly, "You are all the finest professors of botany. Based on your expertise, can you offer a reasonable explanation? I am a soldier, and these characters carry grave significance for me." Elder son, equally shaken, replied, "I know. The first time I saw the willow tree writing with a brush, I realized something was terribly wrong. That's why I asked the military to accompany the National Academy here." All the botanists crowded around Bai Liang. With looks of both tension and excitement, they gestured and ordered, "Low-speed centrifuge, sap flow meter, scalpel." "No! Don't use a scalpel. This willow tree must not be subjected to any destructive research." Realizing the situation was too bizarre and serious, Major General Chen pulled out his phone. "Hello, is this the Jiangnan City Public Security Bureau? This is Major General Chen Zhu of the Central Military Command, Unit Number 11225. I am requesting that you deploy police forces immediately to cordon off Jiangnan City Central Park as a restricted zone. In a few days, I anticipate the military will take over this area. Until then, I ask that you maintain security here." Major General that's high-ranking military leadership. When a major general visits a local city, all departments treat him as a distinguished guest. Consequently, in response to Major General Chen Zhu's request, the Jiangnan City Public Security Bureau immediately dispatched hundreds of officers overnight to the city's South Central Park. Meanwhile, the national scholars were still intently studying Bai Liang. Ultimately, they arrived at an astonishing conclusion. This willow tree contains a massive amount of non-blue star substance number 001. Substance number 001 is the substance that alters the physical form of humans and all living beings on Earth. Simply put, it is what Bai Liang referred to as mana. However, this world is unable to analyze mana data. There is at least 70 grams of 001, the one we've never been able to decipher, inside this willow tree. The Paulownia tree designated 121 only has 3 grams. This willow tree surpasses the Paulownia tree designated 121 by more than 20 times. But we still can't figure out why this willow tree is writing Central State script. The national security officials looked down at the ground, their eyes filled with confusion, especially if those words hold such special significance. Major General Chen's expression grew extremely grave. He realized this had already surpassed their control, so he stepped aside and dialed a number again. And this call was to the highest level of the Central State Military Headquarters. "Hello, is this White Owl? This is Chen Zhu. A major incident has occurred in Jiangnan. It may be necessary for the commanders of all military districts nationwide, as well as the National Core Council, to come to Jiangnan. I will send you the details in a formal document. That night, the national heroes kept watch in the park. Outside the park, police tape blocked every entrance and exit. Armed police units manned the cordon, barring anyone from entering or leaving. Major General Chen had not slept a wink all night. Sitting not far from Bai Liang, he gazed up at the sky. The events of this night had shaken him no less than when he had once fought the enemy bayonet to bayonet on the front lines. At dawn, the park is a popular spot for morning exercises. Many middle-aged and elderly people in their morning workout attire gathered at the entrances, but no matter how they pleaded, the armed police would not allow them to cross the cordon by even a single step. What is going on today? Yeah, why would they close off the park? My old man comes here every morning. Everything was fine last night, so why won't they let us in this morning? Do you think maybe there was a murder in the park last night? The park entrances were bustling with activity, middle-aged women buying groceries, elderly men out for a stroll, housewives with children, and young people cycling to school. Everyone passing by couldn't help but glance at the scene. Suddenly, a vast expanse of dark clouds appeared in the sky, casting a shadow over the crowd and instantly drawing everyone's gaze upward. Are those clouds? Where did clouds come from this early in the morning? An elderly woman squinted, then suddenly widened her eyes in shock and cried out, "Those aren't clouds. There's so many planes." In an instant, the entire crowd was stunned. Inside the park, Major General Chen Ju put down his binoculars and exhaled deeply. They're here. What a massive force. Looks like it's definitely not just White Owl. Beside him, Bai Liang cast a casual glance at the sky. Their efficiency is quite impressive, isn't it? Central State has always been highly efficient. In the early morning sky, as the sun rose in the east, bathed in the gentle, beautiful glow of dawn, armed helicopters draped in the soft light of the morning sun, emblazoned with the Central State military flag, and bearing Central State military tags displaying staggering numbers rushed in dense formation toward the city center park. At the same moment, in the outskirts of Jiangnan City, the earth trembled, and bugles blared. Early risers witnessed a dense, tidal wave of Central State troops appearing on the mountain horizon, steel helmets and red flags fluttering across the wilderness, stretching endlessly. The administrative offices of Jiangnan City received a series of notifications from the military headquarters. By joint order of the Central State Core Council and the Central State Military Headquarters, the 38th Division Guard Company of the Southern Military District is to deploy to Jiangnan. The 3rd Air Force Elite Squadron of the Southern Military District is to deploy to Jiangnan. The 8th Special Operations Brigade of the Southern Military District is to deploy to Jiangnan. Southern Military Command. At the bottom of each message was the joint signature of the State Council and the military headquarters. This marked the first time in nearly 50 years that Central State had issued a joint order during peacetime, excluding wartime military operations. Everyone in the Jiangnan city government was completely dumbfounded. Standing at the windows of their office buildings, they watched in utter astonishment as column after column of troops, flying the Central State military flag, advanced rapidly through the outskirts of Jiangnan. What on earth was going on today? A total of 18 elite units, more than 3,200 personnel, every single one a highly skilled soldier. With a deployment of this scale and at this high level, could the state and the military headquarters be planning to conduct military exercises in Jiangnan? Unfortunately, the officials of Jiangnan City's administrative department were all wrong. The very first thing the troops did upon entering Jiangnan City was to set up security perimeters around the city's inner and outer edges, just as they had done in the Central Park, intending to seal off the entire city. Chapter 7: Central State's top leadership descends upon Jiangnan. The city is under military siege. How many years has it been since Jiangnan last witnessed a military siege? The people in the city stared in bewilderment at the security cordons along the city's edges and the rows of fully armed patrol soldiers. What had happened to Jiangnan? Throughout history, even as Central State had witnessed the rise and fall of many dynasties, it had remained the nation's economic hub since its founding. Major corporations and conglomerates across the country had established their headquarters here. Yet now, the military had actually surrounded the entire city of Jiangnan? The general public doesn't know that today's military siege isn't to protect Jiangnan, but to protect the National Core Council, the highest echelon of power in Central State. At this very moment, in the city center park, armed helicopters are slowly landing one after another. Simultaneously, fully armed Special Forces soldiers are emerging from all corners of the park. Each wears a stern expression. Some are setting up satellite jammers, some are manning vantage points, and others are lurking in the shadows. Such gravity! A tall man in a white military uniform, his gaze as sharp as a cold blade and a warlike aura surrounding him, leaped directly from the helicopter, landing with a thunderous thud on the ground. Major General Chen Ju hurried over. "White Owl, this display of force today." The tall man known as White Owl, whose white military uniform was adorned with 4 gold stars, replied casually, "Today, the Central State Core Council, all members and the state leader have arrived. The military has already surrounded Jiangnan City. The situation is urgent. I hope the willow tree you mentioned from the National Academy is truly serious enough to affect the world." At that moment, one by one, white-haired elders dressed in fine robes stepped out of the armed helicopters, escorted by elite soldiers. Though each wore a kind and affable expression, beneath their weathered eyes lay a gaze sharper than that of a golden eagle. Having held positions of power for so long, their eyes had grown razor-sharp. The last elder to step out of the helicopter was a dignified, dark-haired man dressed in a simple black Zhongshan suit. He wore a benevolent smile, and all the elders of the National Core Council gathered around him. That was the leader of Central State, the state leader. They really come. Bai Liang couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing this scene, but this also proves that Central State has already sensed the signs of the Mana Awakening era. Additionally, one after another, generals bearing 4 gold stars on their shoulders arrived. Each one was a top-tier military officer tested by the fires of war, loyal to the nation and its people, with an unyielding spirit, having once slept on sand and endured the cold of snow. They truly lived up to the title of general. "Elder son, let us cut to the chase and get started," the state leader said with a gentle smile. Elder son had stayed by Bai Liang's side all night. His eyes were bloodshot and he was physically and mentally exhausted, yet he now held a simple research report with great excitement and began speaking at length. "State leader, this is a miracle. Willow number 252, it is a true miracle." Elder son and all the botanists were utterly elated. The state leader nodded. "I saw the video you sent. Though I was skeptical at first, I trust you, otherwise, I wouldn't have brought the entire state council to Jiangnan." The state leader suddenly turned his gaze toward Bai Liang. Those gentle eyes were as sharp as the keenest blade. Bai Liang met the state leader's gaze head-on. He could feel just how piercing and precise the gaze of this elderly man who stood at the very pinnacle of power in the Central State was as the state leader scrutinized him. Having already resolved to reveal himself to the nation, Bai Liang let go of all restraint. He responded to the state leader's stare by gently causing a willow branch to float upward, signaling, "I know you're looking at me." In that instant, the state leader's pupils contracted slightly. Elder son, witnessing this, exclaimed with great excitement, "See, state leader. This willow tree truly possesses a sentient mind." Though the state leader was deeply shaken inside, his expression remained impassive. He merely asked softly, "If that is the case, can we communicate with it?" The words it wrote truly kept me awake all night last night. The elders of the State Core Council nodded in agreement. "Indeed. When I saw the video you sent us last night, I nearly fainted from shock. Those 8 characters, every single one cut straight to the heart. We are the Central State Core Council, we cannot ignore those 8 words. We must try to communicate with the willow tree, or else this old man won't be able to sleep day or night." The area surrounding the park had become a complete dead zone. Special forces were stationed in the shadows, snipers were positioned on high ground, and armed helicopters patrolled the skies with machine guns mounted on their sides. The generals themselves served as scouts, stationed at every corner where danger might lurk. Today, the entire Central State Core Council has come to Jiangnan. Under no circumstances can they be discovered by Freedom Empire spies lurking within Central State. Tensions between Central State and the Freedom Empire over the lithography machines have been running high lately. There's no telling what kind of insane acts these Freedom Empire spies who are used to gunfights every day might commit. Elder Sun nodded and followed the state leader and White Owl to by Liang's side. The state leader looked at the young willow tree, barely over a meter tall, and slowly reached out. Seeing that the tree offered no resistance, he gently placed his hand on its trunk and quietly lowered his head to gaze at it. Bai Liang looked at the state leader, neither servile nor arrogant. The 3-month deadline has passed. Will Central State perish? The state leader suddenly asked in a soft voice. Is this mere alarmist rhetoric, or the true future? What kind of being are you, exactly? Why do you know these things? Elder Sun hesitated, about to speak, but the state leader waved his hand gently. Recently, starting 8 months ago, the state leader said quietly, his gaze fixed on the willow. An anomaly has emerged on Blue Star, and it has been growing worse. By now, not only have the world's flora and fauna undergone strange changes, but even humanity itself has begun to mutate. Is that what led you to this conclusion? White Owl cast a complex glance at the state leader. The state leader suddenly spoke, White Owl, remove your military tunic and show this Lu Shu your back. Bai Liang frowned intently as he looked at White Owl. White Owl removed his tunic, revealing a muscular, slender, and well-defined upper body, then slowly turned to expose his back to Lu Shu. His expression was deeply conflicted. The moment Bai Liang saw White Owl's back, he was utterly shocked. There, on that perfectly sculpted, muscular back, a pair of curved wings with soft, white feathers had sprouted, white wings growing from a human back. But more importantly, Bai Liang recalled a creature from his past life that had nearly attained godhood, a white-winged gerfalcon he had called the Sky God. That white eagle would perch atop cliffs when resting and hunt ferocious beasts in the mountains when awake. Single-handedly, it had carved out a no-man's land where beasts dared not tread. Its combat prowess was terrifying and overwhelming. It was but a single step away from ascending to godhood. At the time, Bai Liang didn't know whether that white eagle had evolved from a human mutation or through the natural evolution of animals, but he clearly remembered that the white eagle's wings were curved. It was practically an enlarged version of a white owl's wings. What is that? The state leader asked softly. This time, Bai Liang did not remain silent. Instead, he used a willow branch to gather twigs and, under the solemn gaze of all the members of the National Core Council and the generals, carved 4 characters into the ground. Wings of the Blue Eagle. Chapter 8, The Heaven-Reaching Sacred Tree, The Siege of Jiangnan City. It's actually true. He took a deep, quiet breath. He had witnessed countless rare wonders in the world, but when he saw the scene with his own eyes, he was still deeply shocked. In this world, there really is a willow tree that can write. And those 4 characters, wings of the soaring eagle. They also made the generals around him gasp in astonishment. White Owl's expression grew grave. Even though he didn't know the exact meaning of those 4 characters, he knew that the willow tree before him seemed to understand him very well. White Owl said solemnly, now that we've all witnessed the willow tree writing with our own eyes, I believe we must take this matter very seriously. He nodded and looked at Bai Liang. Since you possess such wisdom, do you know who you are? Bai Liang paused, pondered for a moment, and chose not to reveal his identity as a reincarnated being. Instead, he wrote slowly, Ancient Tree of the Central State, the Heaven-Reaching Jianmu. The Heaven-Reaching Tree. At that moment, someone pulled out an ancient book and flipped to a specific page. It depicted an ancient illustration, against a backdrop of yellowed, aged tones, a massive emerald green tree sprawled across a 1,000-meter radius, stretching ceaselessly toward the sky. Its crown touched the heavens, appearing as if a single tree connected the sky and the earth. This is the record of wonders of Central State. One of the oldest books in Central State. It specifically chronicles the various wondrous lifeforms of the ancient era. And what is depicted on this page is a great tree that understands the interplay of yin and yang and knows the course of destiny. Legend has it that this tree connects heaven and earth, the realm of the living, and the underworld. Its crown is the realm of the immortals, and its roots lie in the underworld. It takes 1,000 years to sprout, 3,000 to reach maturity, and 10,000 to reach its prime. Thus, it knows all events that have occurred over the past 10,000 years. It is the first divine tree of Central State. Its name is. Everyone turned to look. According to the ancient text, the tree is named the Heaven-Reaching Sacred Tree. The Heaven-Reaching Jianmu, foretelling the long road ahead, discerning the fate of heaven and earth. In short, this great tree can prophesy. Bai Liang saw the ancient painting and did not deny it. The crowd looked at the ancient text, then at Bai Liang. Though the two looked worlds apart, they were still stunned to the core. The heaven-reaching Jianmu, the world tree from the classic of mountains and seas. A long silence followed as everyone processed the information. The shock Bai Liang had brought them today was like a raging storm, repeatedly washing away everyone's worldview. Finally, the state leader fixed his gaze on Bai Liang and asked, "Since you claim to be the heaven-reaching tree of myth and legend, could you please tell us why the central state will perish after 3 months? This is your prophecy?" Bai Liang did not evade the question, he simply picked up his brush and began to write. After all, that was precisely his purpose. When the 3 months are up, the heavens and earth will undergo a great upheaval. Mana will awaken, and humanity will mutate. Ancient beasts will run rampant, and the world will fall. Civilization will vanish, and the central state will perish. 8 consecutive 4-character phrases left everyone speechless. Mutations, ancient beasts, collapse, destruction. Each word struck a deep chord within the state leader. The central state's civilization has existed for thousands of years. Countless generations of ancestors and martyrs have lived on this land through countless natural and man-made disasters, yet we have always endured. Could it be that this time, has heaven resolved to destroy central state? The state leader sensed a crisis as overwhelming as the sky collapsing. He looked at Bai Liang as if he were a lifeline. Question after question poured forth. Why are humans mutating? What are they mutating into? Bai Liang wrote, mana, along with mutated flora and fauna. At the first question, the state leader's expression grew grim. What is mana? Could it be the non-blue star substance designated as code 001? A super high-level energy. That is correct. At the second question, the pupils of all the national leaders and the scholars of the national academies suddenly contracted. So that said, no wonder they couldn't analyze it. What is the ancient beast? A global-scale catastrophe? It is a native species of blue star. At the fourth question, all high-ranking officials of the central state wore grave expressions. They did not know the specifics of the ancient beast, but a global-scale catastrophe often meant the end of the world. Faced with all these questions, Bai Liang answered without reservation. Finally, he asked bitterly, then what should we do? We discovered mana 8 months ago, but we couldn't analyze it. Now there are only 3 months left. What will happen to central state's 1.4 billion citizens? Everyone sighed repeatedly. For a moment, these worldly wise elders were overcome with a sense of helplessness. If it were merely an ancient beast invasion, that would be manageable, they could just send in planes and tanks. But the crucial problem was that humans themselves were mutating. It wasn't that they were naive enough to simply believe Bai Liang. Rather, based on the past 8 months, central state's leadership had long since discovered that global flora and fauna were mutating, and even humans, like General White Owl, were mutating. They had no choice but to believe it. If humanity were to randomly mutate into plants and animals on a global scale, if they turned into animals with arms and legs like monkeys, gorillas, or giant pandas, it wouldn't be so bad. We could still keep critical infrastructure running, the internet, military bases, and nuclear facilities. But what if they turned into ants, cockroaches, wildflowers, or weeds? Forget about maintaining national operations, even making a phone call would be a pipe dream. At that point, with the national communications network collapsed, the military in disarray, and critical facilities like nuclear bases paralyzed, how could we possibly resist the ancient beast? Based on Bai Liang's words, the national leaders had even foreseen the terrifying fate of a central state awash in blood, a fate that could truly spell the nation's demise. Bai Liang looked at the group of flustered central state leaders. He didn't choose to stand idly by. After all, he had gone to great lengths to summon the central state leadership not merely to scare them, but to hasten his ascension to godhood and ensure the survival of central state's civilization. Bai Liang continued writing, if you wish to survive the future, then starting today, every department across central state must begin preparations according to my recommendations. Upon seeing these words, the state leader immediately nodded and said, "The heaven-reaching tree is Central State's sacred tree. Since you are willing to help us, we will certainly do our utmost to save ourselves." Bai Liang nodded inwardly. The current state leader certainly possessed great resolve. The first preparatory plan: relocate the capital. Then, in the early morning light, Bai Liang transformed into the Central State's sacred tree, the heaven-reaching tree, causing the entire Central State leadership, whether national leaders or military generals, to listen intently and take notes like students in a classroom. By evening, Bai Liang was still in the downtown park. The Central State Core Council and the military generals had already left in a hurry, but the place remained bustling, filled with the sound of anxious, hurried footsteps. "Sigh, I really don't know if this is for the best." Bai Liang looked at the elite soldiers filling the park inside. At that very moment, all satellite channels in Jiangnan City were suddenly shut down, and immediately afterward, all media devices connected to the internet and satellite signals were forcibly powered on. "Dear citizens of Jiangnan City, this is Jiangnan City News. We are now broadcasting an emergency order issued by the Central State Core Council. Effective immediately, Jiangnan City is under lockdown and will be taken over by the military for a simulated wartime exercise. No one is permitted to enter or leave Jiangnan City without military authorization." Chapter 9: Relocating the capital to Jiangnan City. The residents of Jiangnan City were instantly struck with horror. Countless people rushed out of their offices, homes, and workplaces, only to find checkpoints manned by fully armed Central State soldiers at every intersection the moment they stepped outside. The gleaming steel rifles were a sight to behold. Jiangnan has been sealed off by the military? Is the entire city now a so-called training ground? This is terrible. I'm supposed to be on a business trip out of town this week. I need to go home too. A city lockdown is way too extreme. I've already bought my plane tickets for a vacation. We need an explanation for this. Let us flood the internet with posts. By 9 p.m., Jiangnan City's government system had been overwhelmed by the outraged residents. Hundreds of thousands of messages flooded the city leaders' inboxes, and even the government's hotline for public inquiries and complaints was constantly busy. Millions of residents in Jiangnan City simply couldn't understand this so-called lockdown drill. Besides, is a lockdown really necessary for a routine drill? A lockdown means the daily lives of millions of people will be severely disrupted, with major restrictions on supplies, communications, and daily plans. There haven't been any natural disasters or major incidents recently, so why lock down the city? What is the real reason behind this lockdown? Consequently, millions of Jiangnan residents are desperate to know the true cause of the lockdown. This issue quickly became a trending sensation online, with tens of millions of people across the country flooding into the Jiangnan City lockdown discussion thread. As the buzz grew, all sorts of rumors began to circulate. Rumors claimed a zombie virus had broken out in Jiangnan, prompting the government to lock down the city. Others claimed a nuclear leak had occurred at a secret military base in Jiangnan. As rumors swirled, panic spread. Jiangnan City, at the center of the incident, was in a state of even greater fear. "I noticed the military has already taken over our residential complex. There are massive military forces outside Jiangnan City. Could the government really have discovered or hidden something in Jiangnan? I dare not discuss this anymore. I don't want to get my account banned." In the end, with no other choice, Central State's sole official account stepped in to debunk the rumors. The lockdown of Jiangnan is part of the core location for the nationwide joint military exercises held once every 5 years by all major military districts. The city has been sealed off specifically to prevent panic, and the lockdown is expected to last only 3 or 4 days. Central State would never harm its own people. Therefore, please remain calm, trust your country, and trust the red flag. With the government stepping in personally to debunk the rumors, the online chaos subsided slightly. However, this was no longer a concern for Central State's leadership. Amid the looming crisis of the times, every organization and individual was bound to submit to the state's arrangements. That said, while domestic public opinion had settled down somewhat, foreign forums remained ablaze with activity. Certain nations and organizations hostile to Central State, such as the Freedom Empire, where gunfights are a daily occurrence, were all too eager to attribute the most sensationalist reasons to Central State's lockdown. This sudden lockdown by Central State is, in fact, a conspiracy by its leadership. They intend to use the lockdown to contain the catastrophic outbreak that has erupted in Central State's Jiangnan City. An investigation by our Freedom Empire's righteous media has revealed that the military is setting up cordons and checkpoints at water sources, highways, national roads, provincial roads, and even rural roads in Central State's Jiangnan City. This lockdown operation by Central State is riddled with inconsistencies and contradictions. We hereby call on the people of Central State not to believe official statements, to uphold the supremacy of truth, and to seek the facts. Everyone has the right to know the truth, and no one should be deceived by official media that is burying its head in the sand. On foreign media and forums. With the Freedom Empire setting the tone. Those nations that follow in the footsteps of the world's leading superpower, such as the land of the rising sun across the sea from Central State, the kingdom of Goryeo Silla, and the kingdom of Tianzhu, are all relishing the spectacle, eager for more drama. Each one outdoes the other in spinning tales, speaking with such relish and eloquence. At this very moment, within Central State, New Tiandu, inside the Imperial Palace. The place is teeming with people. Officials who once served in various provinces and cities across Central State are now rushing back and forth to the Imperial Palace in wave after wave, their faces all etched with gravity. For just moments ago, the Central State Core Council issued a Level 1 order. It commands all officials at the municipal and ministerial levels and above to report to the Imperial Palace within 2 hours. The Core Council, together with the Central State Military Headquarters, is convening a national high-level conference. A national high-level conference that is Central State's highest-level meeting. In the Grand Hall of the National Palace, red flags hung high from the dome, and beneath the dome, every corner was filled with fully armed elite soldiers. The state leader and the elders of the National Core Council had been waiting for quite some time. White Owl and the other national generals had all taken their seats. The state leader asked softly, "White Owl, how is the signal situation?" White Owl looked up and replied firmly, "State leader, rest assured. Signal jamming has been fully activated across all of New Tiandu. The 30-kilometer radius around the State Palace has been thoroughly cleared of international spies. Today's meeting is of the highest secrecy. There is absolutely no possibility of foreign surveillance." Half an hour later, all officials at the municipal level and above had arrived. Many were drenched in sweat, having traveled 1,000 miles in a single day. They had barely arrived in New Tiandu and hadn't even had a chance to drink a sip of water before being escorted to the State Palace by soldiers from the New Tiandu Military Airport, a clear indication of the urgency of this national high-level conference. Once everyone was seated, the national anthem began to play. As the music faded, the Great Hall erupted into a buzz of chatter. As high-ranking officials of Central State with busy daily schedules, they had no idea why the country's leadership had suddenly convened such an urgent national summit. Could it be because of the issue between Central State and the Freedom Empire regarding the lithography machines, requiring a national high-level conference to make a decision? I don't think it's that serious. I suspect it's about the border garrisons. There have been constant border disputes between the Kingdom of Tianzhu and Central State, and recently they even crossed the border without authorization. Could that be the reason? Or perhaps there's a new military base that needs to be developed. Everyone was completely baffled. Just then, the state leader cleared his throat twice and spoke in a grave yet resolute tone. Today's national high-level meeting has been convened because we have discovered a global crisis, a catastrophic disaster of apocalyptic proportions. Therefore, this meeting is necessary. At these words, the entire hall was thrown into shock. Everyone knew that the state leader was absolutely not one to exaggerate. If he suddenly mentioned a global crisis and a worldwide catastrophe, it had to be true. In an instant, the auditorium fell deathly silent. We have discovered a substance causing mutations in global flora and fauna and even in human bodies. I'm sure you've all been aware of this for the past 8 months. Now, we can make it public. This substance is the mana of myth and legend. In 3 months, mana will erupt on a massive scale. It will completely mutate all life on Earth. Humans are no exception. Therefore, the first order of today's National High-Level Conference. I hereby announce the official relocation of the capital to Jiangnan City. As the state leader finished speaking, his words echoed through the hall, shaking everyone to the core. Everyone stared at the state leader in stunned silence. Relocate the capital? Our central state is relocating the capital. This can't be a joke. At that moment, White Owl gave a subtle nod to his aide. The aide immediately led a team to distribute research manuals, the very documents Bai Liang had mentioned: the revival of mana, global catastrophe, the invasion of ancient beasts, the collapse of the world. Everyone who received a manual instantly felt their pupils contract in shock. 10 minutes later, everyone had finished reading the manuals and was plunged into deep shock and bewilderment. They could not believe that the emergency national summit, which they had thought was about the nation's core affairs, was actually about the end of the world. Chapter 10: The International Upheaval Triggered by the Relocation of the Capital. The Grand Hall of the National Palace, with red flags flying high. The atmosphere was solemn, it was dead silent, you could hear a pin drop. All senior officials across the nation held the documents in their hands, their eyes wide with disbelief. Was the end of the world really about to descend? Snap! The state leader stood up. In that very instant, all the nation's top generals rose to their feet. All eyes in the hall focused on the state leader. Everyone could feel that terrifying, oppressive sense of impending doom. No one could escape it. The survival of Central State's 5,000-year history hinges on the next 3 months. The state leader cast aside all hesitation, his gaze unwavering as he declared, "Starting today, I order every department nationwide to cooperate unconditionally with the National Core Council and the Central State Military Command. No organization or individual has the right to refuse to implement these preparations." All the officials rose as one. Their voices rang out in unison: unconditional cooperation. The state leader nodded and waved his hand. The first item on the agenda: relocate the capital. From this moment on, every department nationwide must devote itself to this plan. For the survival of Central State. As you command. For the survival of Central State. Late that night, Central State's official media released a global news announcement. Effective today, Central State is relocating the new Tiandu National Palace to Central State's Jiangnan City. Jiangnan City is a major economic hub in the southern part of Central State, boasting the densest commercial center. It is our hope that, from now on, the focal point of commercial and trade relations between Central State and nations around the world will be centered in Jiangnan City. The moment this news was announced, it instantly captured the world's attention in the dead of night. Countless staff members on late-night shifts began frantically contacting their superiors. Superiors were roused from their sleep and, in turn, hurriedly contacted their own superiors, reporting up the chain of command level by level until the news finally reached the centers of power across the globe. The world's most powerful nation, the Freedom Empire. Inside the Freedom Empire's palace, leader Silverian, an elderly man of Caucasian descent, immediately climbed out of his soft bed, threw on a thick woolen coat, and headed out. Leader, at 3 a.m. tonight, Central State announced the relocation of its capital. Elson, a Freedom Empire official, stepped forward and said, "Our negotiations with Central State regarding the lithography machines have reached a turning point." Silverian replied quickly, "Issue an order to Freedom Empire's official media. They are to provide financial support for Central State's relocation and ensure they begin moving immediately. Those yellow-skinned monkeys have been eyeing our lithography machines for years. A massive undertaking like this relocation will finally put them in their place." Speaking of lithography machines, Silverian broke out in a cold sweat. Several years ago, the Freedom Empire, in collaboration with its ally, the Italian Republic, developed a groundbreaking information technology device, a lithography machine capable of manufacturing nanoscale chips. Ever since then, Central State has sent representatives every year to negotiate. The talks centered on how to acquire the core technology behind the lithography machine. Central State has repeatedly offered money and even proposed exchanging top-tier national-level researchers for the technology, but to no avail. On the contrary, the Freedom Empire, seeing Central State's desperate desire for the lithography technology, has repeatedly raised the stakes, most recently offering a staggering 300 trillion imperial gold. 300 trillion imperial gold. Converted to Central State currency, that's a whopping 240 trillion. That is equivalent to Central State's fiscal revenue over 240 years. In other words, Central State would need the entire nation to tighten its belt and endure 240 years, at least 10 generations of a life of poverty, subsisting on scraps and coarse grains, just to afford this lithography machine core technology. During the final round of negotiations, the Central State negotiator, who had remained polite throughout, finally lost his temper. Pointing at the Freedom Empire negotiator, he shouted, "30% of the core technology for these lithography machines comes from us, Central State. We let your international spies steal those components without pursuing the matter, but I never imagined you'd be so shameless." From that moment on, Central State and the Freedom Empire finally plunged into a Cold War over the lithography machine issue. One was the long-standing world's leading superpower. The other was the newly rising world's top comprehensive power. Each side had its own version of the truth. Central State claimed that the Freedom Empire had stolen 30% of the lithography machine's core technology, while the Freedom Empire accused Central State of making baseless, slanderous accusations and attempting to use lies to extort core technology. With the two sides locked in a Cold War, the bystander nations immediately fell silent. Leader, rest assured. If Central State really starts relocating its capital, they'll have absolutely no energy to deal with the lithography machine issue in the coming years. Elson whispered, "In the next few years, we can delve even deeper into the lithography machine field. By the time they come to their senses, we'll already have left them in the dust by a factor of 10 or more. 300 trillion imperial gold. Ha! If we fully and deeply integrate lithography technology, our Freedom Empire's high-tech sectors, electronics, aerospace, advanced physics, and more, will all achieve epic-making progress. By then, we won't just be talking about 300 trillion, we could generate 3 quadrillion in profits." Silverian nodded and asked quietly, "No traces were left behind, were they?" Elson nodded. "Whether it's network data, satellite intelligence, or biometric information, we wiped it all clean. As for those spies, they vanished without a trace." "Good. Go notify them." 3:30 a.m. Central State had just announced the relocation of its capital. At the time, Central State and the Freedom Empire were in the midst of a Cold War. Those tiny nations leaning toward the Freedom Empire, such as the Kingdom of Japan, which lay just across the sea from Central State, immediately issued bizarre responses through their official media. In light of Central State's relocation to Jiangnan City, our nation's commercial regulatory authorities, considering the uncertain situation in Jiangnan City, have suspended trade with Central State regarding high-tech products. Trade will resume at a later date. 3:35 p.m., Central State New Tiandu official media building. Upon seeing Japan's response, the minister was so enraged he threw the strong tea he'd prepared for his all-nighter onto the floor. "Damn it! They make it sound so noble, but they're just choosing this timing to suspend trade with us to curry favor with the Freedom Empire. Every quarter, trade with the land of the rising sun amounts to tens of billions of Central State currency. They really are a bunch of ungrateful bastards. Just you wait. In 3 months, you ungrateful bastards will be on your knees begging us to take you in." Inside the State Palace, the lights were blazing. The state leader received a notification from the Eastern Empire. White Owl sneered from the side. "As expected, our plan to go it alone and protect ourselves was the right choice. Those disgusting nations on the international stage are all ungrateful bastards not worth our help." The state leader put away the intelligence report. Let them fend for themselves. However, for those nations that have established good diplomatic relations with our Central State, we should still lend a hand where we can." White Owl nodded, then suddenly asked, "State leader, regarding the lithography machines, I see they're included in the plan. Those jackals in the Freedom Empire stole our RD results through espionage and now refuse to admit it. Should we use military force to intimidate them? We only have 3 months left anyway, we can't afford to be so picky." Chapter 11, The Land of Eternal Night. The state leader's gaze was cold and resolute as he declared, "Since Central State has reached a matter of life and death, we truly can't be so picky. Notify the Northern Military Command to prepare our strategic nuclear weapons." "You understand my meaning, don't you?" White Owl snapped to attention with a sharp salute. "Understood." At 4 o'clock that night, Bai Liang's eyes sparkled as he gazed with delight at the vast swarm of white-skinned pigs before him. The grunts of the massive white pigs rose and fell in waves, carrying a faint, melodic rhythm. Based on the advice of Willow deity Tongtian Jianmu, our Jiangnan Agriculture and Livestock Department organized 20 Jiangnan white pigs and 5 long-haired yellow cattle overnight, and we also arranged for the zoo to send a black rhinoceros. The person responsible for observing and guarding Bai Liang was none other than Ruan's elder son. Elder son took the report from the Agriculture and Livestock Department, signed it casually, and said, "Thank you for your hard work. In the days ahead, we may need you to supply more animals. Time is of the essence and the task is critical. This must be treated with the utmost importance." The head of the Agriculture and Livestock Department nodded repeatedly, then approached Bai Liang and bowed respectfully before the willow sapling, which stood over half a meter tall. The Jiangnan Agriculture and Livestock Department of Central State will do its utmost to support this plan. We pray that the willow deity, the heaven-reaching tree, will bless the continued existence of Central State. We rely on you. He bowed 3 times in reverence. Elder son stood beside Bai Liang, looking at the dense crowd of elite soldiers and researchers surrounding them, and couldn't he help but exclaim, in just half a day, the vast Central State has begun to operate like a well-oiled machine. Our Central State possesses a unity that no other nation can ever match. Bai Liang extended 2 willow branches. At this moment, the power of each branch had already reached 10 Jin. The breakthrough into Tier 1 was drawing ever closer. Subject 002, Willow Deity, the Heaven-Reaching Tree. Based on the energy intake ratios we VE detected, we VE calculated the accelerating rate of your hourly mana requirement and estimated the current mana levels of other animals. Our calculations show that to advance to the so-called Tier 1, you need 100 grams of mana in your body. You currently have approximately 73.25 grams. Elder son clapped his hands while holding the detection report, and immediately a large basket of white mice was brought in. There were roughly 300 of them, squeaking and chattering noisily. At this stage, each lab rat contains about 0.3 grams of mana. A single basket of 300 rats holds a total of 90 grams of mana, more than enough to support your advancement to Tier 1. As for the livestock pigs, cattle, and sheep, they are reserved for your future advancements. Rest assured, for the sake of the 1.4 billion people of Central State, the nation will mobilize all its resources to support your divine guidance. 300 little white mice. Bai Liang raised his willow branch without hesitation. Devouring mana leads to evolution, that is an ironclad law. Crack! The whip lashed down. The little white mouse met its end on the spot. A small stream of warmth surged into Bai Liang's body. 3 grams of mana, not a large amount, but little by little, it adds up. With the entire nation feeding him during his juvenile stage, by the end of the 3-month period, even he didn't know how far he would have advanced. Crack, crack, crack. It took 2 hours. Bai Liang had to rest several times before he finally harvested all the mana from the lab mice. He was exhausted and panting, and his tender willow branch was completely drained by the end. He was still far too weak. He couldn't sustain a continuous attack. 90 grams of mana, plus the original 72 grams, that makes 162 grams of mana. I should have reached Tier 1 by now. Bai Liang's consciousness began to fade. Every time a life form evolves, it falls into a brief slumber. This is the most vulnerable period for a life form. Therefore, in his previous life, every life form would seek out an absolutely safe place before advancing, and would never leave until the process was complete. But in this life, Bai Liang glanced around with weary, listless eyes. The park was filled with fully armed Special Forces soldiers, countless snipers hidden in the corners, and armed helicopters patrolling the skies. It's safe here. With a sense of reassurance, Bai Liang fell into slumber. During his slumber, his branches began to be transformed by mana. At a visible pace, the branches grew larger, thicker, and harder, while leaves began to sprout and grow with a rustling sound. 3 new tender shoots emerged sporadically from the branches. Notify all nearby garrisons and hidden outposts. Seeing this, Elder Son immediately grew extremely anxious and ordered, "The willow deity, the heaven-reaching sacred tree, has entered its dormant growth and advancement phase. Everyone must remain at their posts. Do not let your guard down even for a moment." "Aye. Roger that. Tonight, Jiangnan City was bathed in the glaring light of military lamps. Armed military vehicles constantly crisscrossed the city's major streets. The whirring of armed helicopter rotors echoed continuously. The roar of machinery filled the air tonight. Jiangnan had become a city that never sleeps. No, it wasn't just tonight, it would be like this every night for the next 3 months. The 3 million residents of Jiangnan City were on edge. Everyone could sense the urgency of the situation. A city lockdown, military takeover, and citywide alert scenes usually seen only in blockbuster movies were now unfolding in reality tonight. Daddy, what's really going on with our city? On a street dimly lit by street lamps, a little boy in his pajamas pointed at the helicopters passing through the night sky and asked, "There are so many planes in our city." His father, his face full of worry, whispered, "Daddy doesn't know either. Our city definitely isn't holding military exercises, but the government won't tell us the truth, and we can't ask. All we can do is pray that our central state won't harm us." The boy looked up. "Daddy, you can't doubt our central state, okay? My teacher said we were born under the red flag and raised in the spring breeze. Food and faith are the most precious things we have to believe in our central state." Ha ha ha, okay. That night marked the beginning of a sleepless night for countless people. Many who couldn't sleep gathered in groups and walked the streets. People wore thin autumn clothes, watching the wind and rain sweep through the streets. Some wandered until they reached the area near the city center park, only to see from a distance that the security around the park was infinitely stricter than in the surrounding neighborhoods. Those gleaming machine guns, main battle tanks, the kind you only see in movies, and special forces soldiers were everywhere, packed so tightly together they seemed almost worthless. "Everyone." A second lieutenant strode over, his expression grave. "Tonight, Jiangnan Park is a state-designated restricted zone. No one is permitted to approach the restricted area. Please return home and rest easy. The state would never harm any of its own people." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances before finally asking, "What on earth is happening in Jiangnan City? Is this really just a city-wide military exercise? Why has the park become a state-designated restricted zone?" The second lieutenant's expression remained stern. "Military secrets. I cannot disclose them. Please return home immediately, or you will be arrested as international spies." Faced with the gleaming machine guns and tanks, the people could only swallow their questions. This night in Jiangnan City, so utterly abnormal, would likely become a memory none of them could ever forget. Chapter 12, Get Out of Central State. 4:30 a.m. 1 hour after Japan issued its statement in response to Central State's capital relocation. Major Japanese corporations began withdrawing resources from their branches in Central State. Massive amounts of capital were circulating within Central State's banking system, constantly flowing into international banks. Central State's Huayu Group, a premier enterprise dedicated to developing Central State's own core processors, had been named one of the nation's most influential representative companies countless times. Huayu Group's headquarters in New Tiandu. Chen Anhua, the group's general manager, a middle-aged man who had worked diligently for decades, was now pleading desperately with Meichuan Kuzo, the bald executive in charge of Huayu Group's Japanese operations. "Don't withdraw your investment. Please, don't pull your funds. Our group's research and development of the 5th-generation core processor for lithography machines has reached a critical stage. This is the key to determining whether Central State can negotiate with the Indian Empire on the lithography issue. If you withdraw your funds, we'll..." Meichuan Kuko roughly shoved Chen Anhua aside. "Mr. Chen, I've told you, it's not that we want to withdraw our investment. It's the domestic regulatory authorities forcing us to do so. We have no choice but to withdraw." Chen Anhua was utterly desperate. Japan's investment in Huayu Group amounts to a full 50 billion Central State currency units. You can't withdraw it all. Meichuan Kuko clutched her handbag, her face brimming with impatience. "Bastard. Mr. Chen, do you really think Huayu Group would collapse without us, the Japanese? Fine, since you value us so much, then agree to the terms I just mentioned, 8 billion Central State currency for a 10% stake in Huayu Group." Chen Anhua's pupils contracted sharply, and he blurted out, "On what grounds? You're the ones who breached the contract by unilaterally withdrawing your capital. and now you're taking advantage of the situation to demand 10% of our shares? Do you have any idea that 10% of the shares is worth at least 30 billion central state currency? The situation was now clear. Japan announced a complete suspension of cooperation. Japan's stake in Huayu Group was about to be withdrawn. If Huayu Group refused to let them withdraw, they would have to trade their 10% stake for 8 billion central state coins, a loss of 22 billion central state coins out of thin air. Taking advantage of a crisis? Cutting off the lifeline? Who the hell could put up with this? No way. We'll never agree to that. Give us different terms, just different ones. But for the sake of the lithography machine's core processor RD project, Chen Anhua had no choice but to grovel time and again, pleading with Maiko Akuko in a tone bordering on supplication. We can't pull out our investment. Central State had entrusted the lithography machine RD mission not only to relevant government departments but also to several national flagship enterprises, and Huayu Group, specializing in mobile phones and core processors, was one of them. With the nation's honor riding on his shoulders, Chen Anhua had no choice but to grovel time and again, trailing behind Meichuan Kuko and pleading incessantly, his demeanor humbled to the dust. Finally, Meichuan Kuko stopped in her tracks, looking down on Chen Anhua from above. Pointing a finger at his nose, she sneered, "Mr. Chen. Don't blame us. If you must blame anyone, blame yourselves. Who told you to start a Cold War with the Indian Empire? With the two of you at war, what are we in Japan supposed to do, caught in the middle? We have no choice but to distance ourselves from Central State. And you want us not to withdraw our investments? If we don't, what are we supposed to do? Let the Indian Empire continue to harbor hatred toward us? You must understand, 8 billion is no small sum. We're taking on the enormous risk of being targeted by the Indian Empire, facing hostility, economic sanctions, and political sanctions just to continue cooperating with you. And these risks aren't worth 22 billion central state coins?" Chen Anhua stared at the incessantly chattering Maiko Akuko. This bald Japanese man's words were like sharp swords, dodging the crucial points, shifting the focus, and twisting the meaning. That ugly, greedy face of his was so damn hypocritical. Just then, outside the building, a Maybach sped up. Liang Shan, chairman of Huayu Group, dressed in a suit and with a grim expression, strode into the hall. Starting today, Huayu Group refuses to cooperate with any Japanese corporation. All previous cooperation models and documents are null and void. Liang Shan stood before Meichuan Kuzo. His towering figure exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chen Anhua's face was a mix of emotion and confusion. Upon hearing this, Meichuan Kuzo shouted angrily, "Liang Shan! What are you trying to do? Do you have any idea that right now?" Liang Shan glared coldly at Meichuan Kuzo, his voice icy as he said, "According to the response to Japan's declaration released by the Central State New Tiandu National Palace at 4:30 a.m., I can state unequivocally that Central State does not require capital investment from Japan. Nor does our Huayu Group need your Japanese corporation." Liang Shan's voice rang out with unwavering conviction and force. Meichuan Kuko froze in place. He frantically raised his wrist. The time on his watch read 4:40 a.m. That meant Central State had officially announced its new policy just 10 minutes ago. Liang Shan watched Meichuan Kuko with a cold smile. Japan wants to suspend relations? Fine, Central State agrees. THTH that, Meichuan Kuko panicked. Meichuan Corporation wasn't actually planning to withdraw its investment after all. Doing so would result in massive financial losses for them as well. The reason for the pretense of withdrawal was to force Huayu Group to accept 8 billion in exchange for a 10% stake. Let us go. Liang Shan sneered. Huayu Group has already issued an official notice agreeing to sever all cooperation with Meichuan Corporation. You Japanese aren't welcome here. Meichuan Kuko's phone suddenly rang. He hurried to a corner to answer it. As soon as he picked up, a deafening roar came from the other end, "Bastard! You idiot! Why did Huayu Group announce they're cutting ties with us, you baka? This is all you're doing. I told you to pretend to withdraw your investment. How did things turn out like this? Let me tell you, if you can't fix this mess, You can forget about being our overseas director. Go back to your village to have kids and farm the land. Baka. Meituan Kuko's vision went black from the shouting. He looked at Liang Shan with a look of utter helplessness. Liang Shan opened the building's main door and shouted, "Get out! Starting today, you have no right to set foot on Huayu Group property. Mr. Liang! Get out!" No, I was just joking. Meituan Kuzi! Get out! Mr. Liang! Meituan Kuzi dropped to his knees with a thud, sobbing and snibbling. I really was just joking. Please take back your order. I was wrong. All of us at Meituan Corporation were wrong. Please. Meituan Kuko even tried to grab Liang Shan's belt. Liang Shan, feeling confident, lifted his heavy leather shoe and kicked Meituan Kuko hard in the chest, shouting angrily, "You ungrateful bastard! The moment you saw the Cold War between Central State and the Indian Empire, you immediately switched sides like a weather vane. Damn it! You make money off Central State, yet you still pull this shit. Who do you think you are, begging me?" Liang Shan usually wore a suit and tie, was gentle and refined, and spoke with proper decorum. Today, however, he was completely out of character, kicking Meituan Kuzi like a madman, violent and cathartic, leaving Chen Anhua standing nearby, dumbfounded. Chapter 13, Nei Ijuan, You're So Capable. Liang Shan usually wore a suit and tie, was gentle and refined, and spoke with impeccable manners. Today, however, he was completely out of character, leaving Chen Anhua standing nearby, dumbfounded. Meituan Kuzi was left covered in shoe prints from the kicks. His expensive suit was reduced to rags, his face was bruised and swollen, and even the last 2 stray hairs on his forehead had mysteriously vanished. As Liang Shan kicked Meituan Kuzi out the front gate of the corporate complex, the man clutched his torn belt, sobbing and pleading, "Please, Liang Shan, no." Thud. Liang Shan's final kick sent Meituan Kuzi flying backward onto the curb, knocking out his 2 yellowed front teeth and filling his mouth with dirty blood. Get lost. Liang Shan closed the corporate gate, not even glancing at Meituan Kuzi, who was scrambling on the ground looking for his teeth. He then straightened his clothes and composed himself, restoring his image as a refined and elegant CEO. Chen Anhua swallowed hard and spoke with difficulty, "President Liang, what you just did was a bit." Liang Shan smiled and asked in return, "What was it? Too violent?" Considering these opportunistic Japanese businessmen, I was actually quite lenient just now." Chen Anhua was extremely nervous, but the capital withdrawal. Liang Shan waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry about that. I've received word from higher-ups that the government is going to start regulating business. Our Huayu Group headquarters must also cooperate with the capital relocation plan. Within 3 days, all headquarters personnel and equipment must be moved to Jiangnan." The headquarters is moving to Jiangnan? Upon hearing this, Chen Anhua couldn't help but ask, "President Liang, is Jiangnan City really holding city-wide military exercises, relocating the headquarters to Jiangnan, combined with the city lockdown? I can't help but feel." "Shoo!" Liang Shan immediately cut him off sternly. "Don't pry into matters we're not supposed to know. You're the group general manager. Suffice it to say, the government is planning major actions centered on Jiangnan City. It could very well have global implications. Start arranging the headquarters relocation immediately. Remember, the sooner, the better." After Liang Shan left, Chen Anhua was still in a state of shock. He muttered to himself, "What on earth is going on in Jiangnan?" Liang Shan suddenly turned back. "Oh, right. Find someone to book me a business class ticket to Jiangnan. I need to be there by 7 a.m. The National Commercial Control Department is holding a business conference in Jiangnan City." Chen Anhua nodded repeatedly. "Yes, sir." Meituan Kuzi walked dejectedly under the streetlights at 5 in the morning. Carrying a coat covered in shoe prints, he looked disheveled and disheartened, grimacing as he walked. 2 of his front teeth were glaringly missing. Bastards! Bastards! I'm so furious I could burst." The more Meituan Kuzi thought about it, the angrier he became. After all, he was a regional manager. How could he possibly tolerate those Liangshan thugs treating him like an animal and committing such atrocities? No way. I have to salvage this partnership. Mechuan Kuzi plopped down under the streetlight. On his greasy, chubby face, two sinister eyes began to dart about. The key lies with Liangshan. I must control him or find something to hold over him if I'm to restore this partnership. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Koko Umazawa. She realized that if she could get her hands on the surveillance footage of Liangshan beating her and use it to blackmail him, wouldn't that resolve this crisis? After all, with international relations so tense at the time, Liangshan was also the chairman of a state-designated representative enterprise of Central State. Once this video was exposed, Liangshan and Huayu Group would undoubtedly face international condemnation. At that point, if we at Mechuan Corporation added fuel to the fire, it would surely escalate into an international diplomatic incident. Ha ha ha. Getting hold of that surveillance footage shouldn't be too hard, should it? Mechuan Koko let out a sinister chuckle. Half an hour later. Huayu Group's surveillance room. Mechuan Koko's deputy, Mechuan Achiyoshi, slipped out quietly, his hands in his pockets, clutching a USB drive tightly. Inside the surveillance room, two security guards stared at the two thick stacks of Central State currency on the table, their faces beaming with excitement. What a bunch of stupid Central State monkeys! Uchikawa Nayoshi glanced back at the monitoring room and sneered. A measly 20,000 yuan was all it took to bribe the security guards and get a full day's worth of surveillance footage. The Group's headquarters. Chen Anhua had just sent the flight details to Liangshan. Looking at the mess scattered across the lobby floor, he suddenly ordered his aide, have someone clean this up, and while you're at it, delete all the surveillance footage from yesterday through today. Understood. 10 minutes later. General Manager, all the surveillance footage has been deleted. I watched the security guard in the monitoring room do it myself. Chen Anhua nodded. That'll do. 5:30 a.m. Liangshan had prepared all the materials and was heading to New Tiandu Airport with his secretary. They made their way to business class, and he didn't breathe a sigh of relief until they were seated. Mr. Liang, the Commercial Control Department has contacted us. They said their people are waiting at Jiangnan City Airport. As soon as we land, we can go straight to the conference venue. Liangshan nodded and closed his eyes, exhausted. His secretary couldn't help but ask, Mr. Liang, why is the Commercial Control Department holding the conference in Jiangnan? It's always been held in New Tiandu. Liangshan replied with his eyes still closed, Jiangnan will become New Tiandu. If we don't hold the conference in Jiangnan, where else would we hold it? But Mr. Liang, what exactly has happened in Jiangnan? Why was it suddenly declared to be New Tiandu? This is the first time our new central state has relocated its capital since its founding. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. As you command. Rebuked by Liangshan, the secretary swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. But as he gazed out the pitch-black window, his mind remained filled with doubts. What exactly had happened to Jiangnan? The control tower cleared the aircraft, and the plane took off. Liangshan let out a soft sigh. The upheaval in Jiangnan is affecting the entire nation. Under the dim streetlights, Mechuan Koko received the video copy. A look of intense excitement twisted his face as he slapped Mechuan Nayoshi's shoulder hard. Nayoshi-kun. Mechuan Koko planted a smacking kiss on Mechuan Nayoshi's cheek, jumping up and down with excitement. You really are my best right-hand man. Liangshan is finished this time. I just don't believe he'd be willing to be drowned in the world's scorn just for a contract. Mechuan Naoyi was equally excited. Oni-san. I'm pretty capable, right? Capable, so capable. You're really excited, aren't you? Excited to the point of exploding. Mechuan Koko took a couple of deep breaths, then copied the video to her laptop. She made a duplicate of the audio file and sent it to Liangshan's personal email. She added a note, Mr. Liang. Both Japanese and international media will be digging deep into this violent incident. I hope you'll still be so defiant then. Ding. Sent successfully. Umazawa Kuko stared at the dim laptop screen, a wild, sinister smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Hee, Liang Shan, let us see how you struggle this time. On the plane, Liang Shan had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. His secretary draped a blanket over him. Just as she turned back, she saw the light on the laptop screen on the tray table in front of Liang Shan flicker. Ha! A new email? The secretary muttered under his breath and opened the inbox. Chapter 14, What on earth happened in Jiangnan? He was usually the one in charge of sorting Liang Shan's emails, and he handled the task with ease. But this time, the moment he opened the inbox, his face froze. A few seconds later, the secretary shook Liang Shan awake. Mr. Liang. Something's wrong. Liang Shan opened his eyes wearily, bloodshot and red-rimmed. Huh? Did they reach Jiangnan? They got there that fast. It feels like I've only been asleep for a few minutes. No, Mr. Liang. The secretary anxiously opened the email. Liang Shan squinted at it, then his eyes widened in fury. All traces of drowsiness vanished instantly. Meichuan Kuzi. You're pulling this stunt on me? Liang Shan gritted his teeth as he stared at the email's contents, his left hand clenched into a fist. His usually gentle gaze now betrayed a murderous intent. That look nearly scared the secretary out of his wits. Mr. Liang? Are you all right? Liang Shan waved his hand, calming his agitation. His eyes darted around, and after a moment's thought, he said, Don't worry about that. Our top priority is to get to Jiangnan. Don't worry about it? The secretary looked at Liang Shan in astonishment. Really, don't worry about it? This could very well involve diplomatic issues. But seeing Liang Shan's clear, alert eyes, the secretary knew that this level-headed and prudent chairman wasn't losing his mind. So, he silently deleted the email and closed his laptop. The flight continued. 6:50 a.m. Liang Shan arrived at Jiangnan City Airport. Even before the plane touched down, he stared out the window in shock. The chairman of Central State Petroleum? The Minister of State-Owned Enterprises of Central State? And that S. Lin Guolao from the Central State Core Committee. Holy shit! Liang Shan muttered, swearing a rare occurrence for him. Something major has definitely happened in Jiangnan. Nearly every prominent figure in Central State's business world is here. The secretary couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, Mr. Liang, what exactly is going on in Jiangnan? As we were approaching the airport from the air, I noticed the entire airport was surrounded by the military. It was a terrifying sight. Liang Shan said nothing and strode quickly out of the cabin. Armed soldiers who had been waiting there immediately stepped forward, holding information scanners and various inspection equipment. Special circumstances. Any organization or individual traveling to or from Jiangnan City, no matter who they are, must undergo a military screening. Liang Shan glanced in the distance. Old Master Lin of the National Core Council was also undergoing the military inspection under the escort of his aides, showing no sign of dissatisfaction or impatience. If even the elder was doing this, what grounds did he, Liang Shan, have to object? Liang Shan obediently submitted to the inspection. The process was quick. It was over in less than a minute, and he was cleared to proceed. Go on, there's a military escort waiting to take you to the conference venue. Liang Shan nodded and strode toward the military vehicle. Just as the armed soldier finished speaking, he suddenly turned his head and asked, Wait. Liang Shan immediately turned around, his heart racing. What's wrong? Did I fail the inspection? I definitely emptied my pockets just now. No. The armed soldier shook his head and asked, I just want to ask you, which conference are you attending? Liang Shan looked completely bewildered. Well, the Central State Business Regulation Conference. The armed soldier pointed toward a convoy of military vehicles in a certain direction. Good. Then head over to that convoy. That's the convoy for your business conference. Liang Shan asked in shock, What? Besides us, are there other national industry conferences? That's right. Jiangnan City is hosting a national conference for all industries this time, not just business, but also agriculture, industry, livestock, manufacturing, and so on. The armed soldier nodded and turned to check the next industry leader. Liang Shan walked toward the military convoy designated for the business sector, his head still spinning. Before he even got close, he heard several familiar voices calling out to him. Liang Shan! Old Ma got here 10 minutes before you, haha. Liang Shan, you're so slow. Little Ma has been here for 15 minutes already. Liang Shan looked up at the two Ma family business tycoons who together dominated half the internet industry and gave a wry smile. I thought only our business sector was holding a conference here. I never expected that it would actually be nationwide. Old Ma chuckled. Anyway, whatever the state decides, we'll just go along with it. Little Ma couldn't help but ask curiously, Old Ma, the government held a national high-level meeting yesterday evening. Aren't you also the chairman of the Central State Enterprise Club? Tell us, what did they discuss at that national meeting? Facing the pairs of bright, curious eyes from Liang Shan and Little Ma, Old Ma still smiled and said, I can't talk about that. Everyone who attended signed a confidentiality agreement. But since this is an industry conference, I imagine the higher-ups will share a few details with the leaders of each sector. A group of armed soldiers strode over. Hello? Please get in the car. We'll escort you for the rest of the journey. Liang Shan, Old Ma, and Little Ma boarded the military vehicle together, cramming into the same compartment with a dozen or so business tycoons as they headed deep into the unknown heart of Jiangnan City. 7 o'clock in the morning. Meichuan Kuzi and Meichuan Underwear had sat by the roadside waiting all night, both dozing off until the warm morning sun finally woke them with a start. Meichuan Kuzi reflexively opened his laptop. Emails, no new replies. He hurriedly checked his phone. Same result, no response from Liang Shan. Liang Shan. Frantic with anxiety, Meichuan Kuzi frantically dialed Liang Shan's private number. But no matter how many times he dialed, the call never went through. At that moment, Liang Shan's private phone was in the hands of the garrison at Jiangnan City Airport. How could it possibly be answered? After dialing 18 times without a connection, Meichuan Kuko's face finally turned ashen. With a furious roar, he smashed his phone to smithereens. Smash! Staring at the shattered phone, Meichuan Kuko's eyes were bloodshot. Liang Shan! You won't let me live. Then I won't let you live in peace either. Then let us go all out to the bitter end. Umezawa Kuko raised her head like a vengeful spirit and roared at the trembling Umezawa Naoshi, contact every major media outlet in Japan. If Liang Shan won't let me live, I'll fight him to the death. Uchikawa Naoshi began contacting the media, trembling all over. Half an hour later, he looked at Uchikawa Kuko in fear. Oni-san, I've contacted the media in the capital. They're the biggest mainstream outlets in Japan. Their editor-in-chief just told us to send the video over immediately. Yumekikawa Kuko threw her head back and roared, send it. Send it now. Just thinking about Liang Shan's face makes my lungs want to explode with rage. Baka, baka, baka. 2 minutes later. Onaizen. It's sent. At the same moment. The capital of Japan. Capital Citizens Media. Inside the media building, editor-in-chief Matsui Juhachiro, a middle-aged, portly man with a center-parted hairstyle, was eagerly checking his new emails. Moments later, his excited shout echoed throughout the entire media department. Someone! Come here, quick! This video will absolutely respond to the Japanese government's call to distance ourselves from Central State and align with the Freedom Empire. Chapter 15, Shocking the Nation. 2 veteran staff members from the media department hurried over, bowing and scraping. Mr. Editor-in-Chief, how may we be of service? Matsui Juhachiro placed the video file in front of them, slammed his fist on the table in excitement, and roared, right now, extract the key points from this video. For print media, it must be the front page headline. As for online media, use your connections or throw money at it. This video must be given unlimited exposure on all major domestic platforms. Ha ha ha. A Central State businessman actually dared to commit such unscrupulous violence against our commercial personnel stationed abroad. This is a godsend. Not only will it generate buzz, but it also aligns with the national call. Yes, absolutely yes. Everyone in the entire media building could hear Matsui Juhochiro's incessant, jubilant shouts. They murmured, "It's been ages since we've seen the editor-in-chief this excited. Looks like a major story is breaking." Half an hour later. Media Editorial Department. In coordination with all branches across the United States, they scrapped the original daily news edition and worked through the night to compile a new one. The front page headline. It was the photo of Liang Shan brutally beating Maikowa Kuko. The glaring scene of violence was paired with sensational copy that the entire editorial department had agonized over. Shocking. 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 Liang Shan, chairman of Central State, a flagship enterprise of the nation, brutally beat a representative from Maikowa Corporation of Japan at 4 a.m. Is this because Liang Shan has the audacity to despise Japan's Meituan Corporation, or has Central State begun violently expelling Japanese commercial organizations? Moral decay, twisted humanity. Can our outstanding Japanese merchants still conduct economic activities in the noble and exalted Central State? Alas! Alas! Japanese commerce in Central State is doomed. Millions of copies of the newspaper, delivered to towns and cities across Japan via over 100,000 free delivery vehicles, are sure to draw immense public attention to this matter. Meanwhile, media building. Editor-in-chief Matsui Juhochiro received a personal call from a high-ranking official in Japan's decision-making circle. The official's voice came through clearly over the phone, tinged with delight. "Mr. Matsui, is that you? You've done a fantastic job. This news story gives us a perfectly legitimate reason to withdraw Japanese businesses from Central State. I'm confident the decision-makers will reward your entire media team handsomely this year." On the other end of the line, Matsui Juhochiro bowed and scraped. "Yes. Yes. I understand. I'll have the online department publish the news immediately. Please also ask the decision-makers to tell the major online platforms to amplify the coverage of this story. I'm confident that as this news goes viral, the public back home will definitely harbor immense resentment towards Central State. Then we'll fan the flames, elevate this into an international issue, and use this opportunity to make our stance clear to the Freedom Empire and demand compensation from Central State's Huayu Group. I've already figured out the compensation. We'll demand the results of Huayu Group's core research project on lithography machines." On the other end of the line. Yes. Yes. Big time yes. The call ended. Matsui Juhochiro let out two sinister laughs and shouted loudly toward the Internet Department's office area, "Everyone, stop what you're doing. Get ready to release this to online media. We're going to push this story big and strong. Let us make history again." Yes. 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 Half an hour later. The online news story was published. It featured the very video of Liang Shan beating up Meituan Kuko. Of course, after some special editing, every single word Meituan Kuko had said that could have a negative impact had been cut out. What people could see was only Meituan Kuko desperately begging them not to withdraw their investment. He appeared as a model national businessman, one willing to sacrifice his dignity for the sake of Japanese business to secure profits. Liang Shan, however, remained cold and ruthless. He simply kicked Meituan Kuzi in the chest, time and time again. Even as Meituan Kuzi knelt on the ground, crying and screaming in supplication, he was still kicked out of the building, knocking out two of his front teeth. At the end of the video, Liang Shan coldly shut the door. Kuko Omizawa knelt outside the entrance, her eyes filled with tears and her mouth covered in blood. Juhochiro Matsui nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. That's exactly the effect I wanted. Release it. All major online platforms are ready to go." 10 minutes later. Everyone in Japan who was online saw the news that had been force-pushed to them. Inside an office building, a veteran employee who had worked diligently for decades watched the video, growing increasingly terrified with every second. Finally, this man who had been honest and law-abiding his entire life slammed his fist down on the desk. With tears streaming down his face, he howled, "This is humiliating. Central State is humiliating us. My revered senior, Umezawa, such a great man, has actually been trampled on and humiliated by Central State." Across all major online platforms in Japan, the video flooded every feed. That morning, at that very hour, just 10 minutes after the news broke, the number of Japanese netizens viewing the video reached a staggering 800,000. And as it spread further, 12 minutes in, 1.5 million views. 15 minutes in, 2 million views. 20 minutes in, it hit its peak. A staggering 3.7 million views. That was nearly half of all internet users online during that time slot. Japan's major online platforms were inundated with tens of millions of comments in just over 20 minutes. Opening any news comments section, comments surged by nearly 10,000 per second. Nearly 99% of the comments vehemently condemned the Central State's callousness. They sympathized with Kuko Umezawa's tragic plight. This was due to her humble demeanor in the video and her constant pleading with Liang Shan, projecting a positive image of someone willing to give her all for Japan. Some even suggested reporting this to Japan's decision-makers, proposing that Kuko Umezawa be recognized as the most patriotic businessperson. Such proposals were often backed by tens of thousands of likes and upvotes. Although a small minority expressed skepticism, I've interacted with Central State businesspeople. They're generally quite amiable. Is this video even real? There's no context. Could it have been edited to cut out the beginning and end? But the number of people attacking them was countless. What do you know? Central State businesspeople are notoriously arrogant and unreasonable. They'll even resort to underhanded tactics to secure their commercial interests. Do you even love your country? Our outstanding entrepreneurs are being subjected to violence abroad, yet instead of showing sympathy, you're speaking up for Central State. Which country do you belong to, anyway? Support Meichuan Kuko. We firmly support Meichuan Kuko. We strongly demand that Central State apologize to us. No. An apology isn't enough. Make Central State cede their archipelago in the South China Sea to us as compensation. That's right. Report this to the decision makers. Everyone, let us go. It's trending. Trending hard. But it's not trending hard enough yet. Chapter 16, Making Central State Pay the Price. Matsui Juichiro sat in front of his computer, staring maniacally at the news data backend. He shouted almost frantically, "Keep pushing it. Don't stop. It's not trending hard enough. I want it to go viral. I want it to go viral nationwide." His deputy replied, drenched in sweat, "Editor-in-chief, it's impossible. The internet has its limits. We've hit peak traffic. There are still vast numbers of people in Japan who aren't accustomed to using the internet." Matsui Juichiro gave a cold smile. The internet has its limitations. Then we'll just use print media to fill the gap. By now, those millions of print copies must have found their way into tens of millions of households, right? Print media and online media working in tandem. This situation can definitely be blown up even bigger. This is the official media of Japan. What we are witnessing now is a demonstration erupting against the chairman of a Central State corporation. In the capital of Japan, the streets and alleys were filled with demonstrators. Waving bright red banners and flags, they surrounded the government decision-making building, their voices filled with passion. We strongly demand an apology from Central State. We strongly condemn Central State's violent and barbaric acts. We, the people of Dongying, have always been a civilized nation. We went to Central State to invest in trade with the aim of building a prosperous community together, yet we were met with the brutal violence of Liang Shan, chairman of Central State's Huayu Group. This is a humiliation, a blatant humiliation. We strongly condemn this. Strongly. Banners were everywhere. Crowds were shouting everywhere. The scale was massive, the spectacle staggering. Even the embassies of neighboring nations were roused by the intense commotion. One by one, foreign ambassadors emerged from their embassies, their faces etched with shock. Staring at the surging sea of people outside, they were bewildered. What on earth was going on? Finally, they grasped the situation. The ambassador of Postination, a middle-aged man with blonde hair, dressed in an expensive suit, held a glass of red wine and quipped, as if watching a show, "Central State has really stirred up the wrath of the Japanese people this time. Heh heh, they deserve it. Postination is the Freedom Empire's lackey. It's been that way for over a century. This time, with the lithography machines, the Freedom Empire even set up its RD base in Postination. It's no exaggeration to say the two are in cahoots. This is going to be quite a show." The ambassador of Westcourt Burley, standing nearby, said with a chuckle. "I suspect this incident will escalate to the level of the United Nations General Assembly. TSK, TSK. Central State has landed itself in quite a diplomatic mess. How do you think Central State will respond to this? That goes without saying. A public apology and financial compensation, of course." Exactly. That's how Central State has always handled diplomatic issues. Ha, why does seeing Central State get its comeuppance make me so happy? The ambassador of Italy looked at the assembled ambassadors, all from nations close to the Freedom Empire, and said with a smile, "That's because we're all on the same side. No. It's because Central State has provoked the wrath of the world. Ha, I can't wait to see Central State back down. Central State is definitely going to issue a public apology, it's just a matter of time. Ha ha ha." The ambassadors from the various nations burst into laughter. They even raised their glasses to toast one another. In their eyes, the demonstrations erupting in the capital of Japan were like a grand circus performance. All they were waiting for now was for Central State to take the stage as the star of the show. At the mere thought of Central State backing down, they all grinned with excitement. Jiangnan, Central State. Liang Shan was attending a conference. The room was filled with business tycoons. The official presiding over the meeting spoke in a stern tone. "Starting today, Central State must mobilize every available resource across all sectors of society. All trivial and chaotic matters are to be suspended immediately. All construction projects and commercial investments are to be halted. In short, as Central State's top business leaders, you must unconditionally comply with Central State's official directives for the next 3 months." Every business tycoon in the room sensed an overwhelming sense of impending crisis. During a break in the meeting, Liang Shan was chatting with someone in the hallway. His secretary suddenly rushed over. "Mr. Liang, we're in big trouble." The secretary whispered in his ear, "Your behavior toward Meichuan Kuzi early this morning has already spread throughout Japan. Mass demonstrations against you are currently erupting in the Japanese capital." Liang Shan's pupils contracted sharply. He froze in place. His eyes widened as he demanded, "How did this get out?" "Surveillance footage." "What?" Liang Shan lowered his voice and asked urgently, "Didn't I specifically order someone to delete all the surveillance footage? How could it have been leaked?" The secretary hung his head. "One of our security guards was bribed by those Japanese devils with 20,000 yuan. They copied the surveillance footage and handed it over to them." Liang Shan's vision went dark. He growled, "If I'd known, I would kick that bastard Meichuan Kuzi to death right then and there." Just then, Zhao Guolao, the senior official in charge of commerce at the State Council, walked over with a stern expression and an imposing presence. Liang Shan immediately bowed his head to Zhao Guolao. He had a vague feeling that Zhao Guolao was coming for him. "Little Lian?" Zhao Guolao stopped in his tracks and looked at Liang Shan. "Regarding the incident the Japanese caused, were you really the one who kicked that Japanese man?" Liang Shan dared not hide the truth. "Yes." Liang Shan lowered his head, his forehead covered in cold sweat. He knew he'd gotten himself into a huge mess. Zhao Guolao had indeed come for this very reason. Old Zhao said nothing. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. In those brief dozen or so seconds of silence, a dozen solutions flashed through Liang Shan's mind. Finally, he raised his head and said through gritted teeth, "Old Zhao, rest assured. I'll take care of the trouble I've caused." "How will you handle it?" Old Zhao asked. Liang Shan clenched his jaw and looked down. "Those Japanese devils just want a 10% stake in Huayu Group. Well, I'll give it to them, that's the whole reason they're causing trouble." Old Zhao asked softly, "Is that your answer?" Liang Shan bowed his head. "Yes." A long silence followed. Old Zhao suddenly smiled faintly, patted Liang Shan on the shoulder, and said, "Don't worry. I'll figure this out. Didn't we just say in the meeting? Suspend all business activities for now. You focus on cooperating with the government, I'll handle the rest." Liang Shan looked up in surprise. Old Zhao gave a faint smile and left. After Old Zhao departed, the atmosphere relaxed. Old Ma patted Liang Shan on the shoulder and chuckled, "You're a lucky guy, aren't you? With Old Zhao cleaning up your mess, you're in the clear. He has got plenty of experience, he'll definitely handle this properly." Liang Shan nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude as he watched Zhao Guolao depart. Escorted by a military convoy, Zhao Guolao arrived at the Central Park in Jiangnan City. As soon as he entered the park, he saw 5 or 6 other state elders and national generals watching satellite footage of a protest march in the Japanese capital. Old Zhao. White Owl turned around. "Japan's stirring up trouble again at this critical juncture? What's going on? Did the chairman of Huayu Group really kick that Japanese bastard half to death?" Just then, on the satellite feed, the decision-makers in the Japanese capital emerged from the building and shouted to the massive crowd of demonstrators surrounding them, "Everyone, rest assured. We have already submitted this matter to the Global Nations Federation, and we will certainly make Central State pay the price it deserves." White Owl looked at the screen and sneered, "Pay the price? I'd love to take my elite legion to that damn Japanese capital and see the sights." "You can go." Old Zhao suddenly made a startling remark. Chapter 17, Escalating Acts of Violence. WH. What? White Owl stared at Old Zhao in utter shock. What had Old Zhao just said? He could take his army to Japan? He wasn't joking, was he? I was just speaking off the cuff. Seeing White Owl's stunned expression, Old Zhao smiled. You're quite shocked, aren't you? Old Zhao said with a smile, over these past 3 months, White Owl, you should have prepared yourself to anticipate anything. Anything that defies common sense shouldn't come as a surprise these days. White Owl's expression grew increasingly grave. The current territory of Central State. To the north lies the far North Sea. To the south lies the far South Sea. To the east lies the 18 megacity project of the eastern region. To the west lies the sky-reaching defense line. It is truly a vast nation spanning millions of miles. It commands a population of 1.4 billion Central State citizens. Naturally, its military power ranks among the world's greatest. With such influence, every action must be approached with the utmost caution. A single reckless move could invite the scrutiny or even the covetous eyes of nations across the globe. But right now, Old Zhao isn't joking, is he? Old Zhao is one of the most senior members of the National Core Council, overseeing Central State's commerce and holding a pivotal position at the very pinnacle of power within Central State. Even the state leader frequently consults him on matters of national importance. Would such a steady and level-headed elder make a casual joke? White Owl's expression grew grave as he fixed his gaze on Old Zhao. Just look at what happened in Japan a moment ago. Old Zhao waved his hand, signaling an aide to produce the intelligence report. Half an hour ago, a demonstration erupted in the capital. Hundreds of thousands of Japanese are demanding that the Japanese government hold Central State accountable. The root cause of this incident is 10 minutes ago, the 8 foreign embassies in the capital jointly submitted a petition to the Global International Assembly, demanding an emergency session to specifically address this matter. White Owl had just finished reading about the root of the incident. Upon hearing that the foreign ambassadors intended to publicly put Central State on trial, he was overcome with rage and stomped his foot so hard he shattered a stone slab. Damn it! It's not enough that the thief cries thief, now they want a public discussion? They call it a discussion, but this is nothing but a blatant trial. White Owl raged, I'm furious. The capital of Japan. Hundreds of thousands of protesters continued to gather. Not far away, the ambassadors from various nations who had been watching the spectacle had just submitted a joint statement signed by all of them to the Global International Union via the internet. Ha ha! A middle-aged man dressed in official Japanese attire approached the ambassadors and casually pulled out a stack of bank cards. Well done! With 8 ambassadors present, submitting this joint statement will definitely elevate this matter to an international issue. This is a small token of our appreciation. The Italian ambassador took the bank cards, smiling and waving his hand, no problem. We're also happy to see Central State get its comeuppance. That's right. Central State has been on the decline for years. We've been waiting for the right opportunity, and now we've finally seized it. What a cause for celebration. Just then, the Italian ambassador's official phone rang. As soon as he saw the caller ID, he immediately gestured for everyone around him to be quiet. Hello, this is the press office of the Global International Union. May I ask, Your Excellency, the ambassador of Pasta Nation to Japan, is the news report you just submitted 100% accurate? The ambassador of Pasta Nation replied immediately, absolutely true. If you don't believe us, send your staff to the capital of Japan to see the situation firsthand. It's even more shocking than what we just reported. There are protesters everywhere. The capital of Japan has gone up in flames today. Global International Union, alright, we've used satellite imagery to assess the situation in the capital of Japan. The details match exactly what you described. We'll respond immediately. The line went dead. The ambassador of the Pasta Nation beamed with delight. Haha, the Global International Union is getting involved too. Central State is in big trouble this time. 10 minutes later. Global International Union. A new announcement was posted on its official online platform. This platform gathers netizens from all over the world every day, and the moment this new announcement was released, it meant it would soon spread across the globe. New announcement. In response to the protests in the capital of Japan sparked by the violent acts of Central State merchants, the Global International Union has a responsibility to mediate relations between the two parties. We hereby announce that an international conference will be convened shortly to discuss this matter, and any country may send representatives to attend. In an instant, netizens around the world were stunned. What has Central State done to Japan now? Protests have broken out in Japan? Looks like an international issue. I bet Central State will just try to sweep this under the rug again. Let us watch the show. Central State netizens were all baffled when they saw this new announcement. What did we in Central State do? What are those Japanese devils up to again? After a long period of confusion, a large number of Central State netizens active on the Global International United Organization's online platforms began switching their network regions back to Central State's network and posting inquiries on major Central State platforms. Central State's largest social media platform, Weibo. Posts began appearing one after another. Protests have erupted in Japan against us. What has Central State done now? What is going on between Central State and Japan? Weibo, which had been calm that early morning, instantly erupted into a frenzy. Millions of Central State members were filled with confusion on Weibo. Meanwhile, the phrase Central State and Japan began to climb the trending list. The scope of public discourse continued to expand. Many early rising celebrities and influencers also reposted the topic and asked for clarification. This concerns national honor and dignity. The number of people participating in the discussion skyrocketed. Zhao Guolao smiled, turned, and approached the young willow tree which they regarded as the willow deity, the celestial tree, bowing respectfully. Bai Liang had just entered Tier 1 and had barely managed to absorb the mana of a young rooster now. With a bloated belly, he squinted at Zhao Guolao. Venerable willow deity, I wish to ask you a question. Old Zhao sat cross-legged on the ground before Bai Liang. His demeanor was sincere and earnest. If our central state is to survive, can we disregard normal international rules for the next 3 months? For example, if Japan tries to extort us, can we strike back? If so, please offer us your advice and guidance. If not, then we will choose to let the matter rest. After speaking earnestly, old Zhao waited respectfully. At the same time, he had his attendant provide a detailed account of the matter. Everyone present the nation's generals, high-ranking officials of the central state, and scholars of the National Academy watched Bai Liang with bated breath. It was as if, with a single thought, Bai Liang could alter the fate of a vast nation spanning tens of thousands of miles. In fact, that was indeed the case. The attendant finished his account. Bai Liang understood immediately. What was this all about? This was exactly the kind of the thief crying stop the thief and twisting the truth that the Japanese lot loved to pull. Chapter 18, Didn't your parents teach you manners? Willow deity, towering tree of heaven, please grant us your guidance. Beside the elder of the Zhao kingdom, an elderly man with white hair and a dignified countenance, dressed in a red Tang-style robe, bowed respectfully to Bai Liang and said earnestly, I am Elder Xiaoshan of the Central State Core Council, in charge of diplomatic affairs. Since its founding, our central state has upheld the principle of winning people over with virtue, always resolving major issues as minor ones and letting small matters drop. But I also know that kindness invites exploitation. There are only 3 months left in the Mana Awakening era. I do not wish for central state to be viewed as a blunt sword by those petty Japanese schemers during these final 3 months. I also want central state to possess the immense confidence to draw our sword when faced with challenges. Therefore, on behalf of the Central State Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I seek your guidance. May Central State adopt a firm stance? Bai Liang looked at Elder Xiaoshan. His heart was filled with 1,000 emotions. Each of these elder statesmen had devoted their entire lives to building and developing Central State. They had been benevolent for decades, but now, at this final hour, Bai Liang did not want Central State to continue playing the role of the good guy. As for Japan, according to his memories, after the Mana Awakening era began, the entire land of Japan had been in a state of extreme chaos for a long time. People could not distinguish friend from foe and turned on one another. Until the day Bai Liang ascended to godhood in his previous life, that tiny, rundown island had produced hardly any high-tier powerhouses. Japan doesn't have much potential. It posed no potential threat to Central State. Now was the time to go and bully them a bit. Besides, with only 3 months left until the Mana Awakening era, if Central State launched a counterattack against Japan now, Japan wouldn't have time to organize a counteroffensive. He could be as ruthless as he wanted. So ruthless that Japan would scream in agony. Analysis complete. And so, Bai Liang waved his willow branch. He gently etched a single character into the ground. Yes. The sky was clear, the wind still. The sun shone warmly, and everyone grinned. Zhao Guolao and Elder Xiaoshan clasped hands tightly, gazing at the yes Bai Liang had inscribed. They felt a steadfast resolve take root within them. The 2 men, both nearing 70, finally looked resolute. White Owl. Zhao Guolao and Elder Xiaoshan turned their gaze toward White Owl in unison. White Owl smoothed his uniform and saluted. White Owl, I, Zhao Anmin, together with Elder Xiaoshan. Zhao Guolao's eyes flashed with determination. On behalf of the Central State Core Council, we request the following of the military headquarters. We request that the military headquarters dispatch White Owl to the far North Sea to assemble and reorganize the most elite legion in the far North theater of operations in the shortest possible time, the Blade Legion. Over the next few days, station them along the far North Sea frontier, ready to cooperate with the Central State Core Council at any moment to pose a military threat to Japan. No sooner had old Zhao finished speaking. White Owl trembled with excitement. His eyes seemed to blaze with the fury of war. For how many years had Central State maintained the image of a good-natured old man? Was today finally the day it would unleash the claws it had sharpened to a razor's edge over decades? White Owl saluted with the precision of a steel machine. Central State Military Headquarters, General White Owl, receiving orders. A storm is brewing. Central State has awakened. That good-natured giant, who had long been slumbering, has opened its eyes and now it can wield a blade to slay enemies across 1,000 miles. White Owl, accompanied by his aide-de-camp, hurriedly boarded an armed helicopter. With a blazing fire of battle burning within him, he set off straight for the far North Sea. The far North Sea, the northernmost reaches of Central State. Cross that sea, and one can set foot in Japan. Old Zhao and Elder Shaoshan stood beside the young willow tree, watching the armed helicopter disappear into the distance. Elder Shaoshan, Old Zhao, do we really need to escalate this to a military threat? You're in charge of commerce. Military affairs are handled by Old Wang and Old Zhu. Old Zhao, Old Wang and Old Zhu 1T object. Elder Shaoshan, actually, you've long since had enough of Japan, haven't you? In truth, you consulted Tong Tian Jianmu just to reaffirm your resolve, didn't you? Old Zhao turned his head and smiled faintly. Wasn't your consultation with Tong Tian Jianmu simply to put your mind at ease? Elder Shaoshan shrugged. We've been friends for decades. Who doesn't know the other's true nature? The two elders burst into laughter. The frustration they harbored for years due to Japan's occasional attempts to sow discord had, without them even realizing it, vanished into thin air. Bai Liang was speechless. So you two asked me? Just to satisfy your own curiosity? You already had your own plans. They're just asking me to put their minds at ease. And here I was, racking my brain to analyze things for you guys. Sigh. 6:30 a.m. All mainstream media outlets in Central State received a top-level order from the Central State National Core Committee regarding international issues. All media personnel are to adopt a hardline stance: no compromise, no leniency, and no appeasement. This order was issued just 10 minutes ago. Central State New Tiandu, one of Central State's mainstream media outlets. The Central State People's News Office building. A group of fair-haired, blue-eyed people arrived. Armed with all manner of camera equipment, long lenses, short lenses, and everything in between, they swarmed into the lobby and immediately began shouting. We're reporters from the Western Alliance. Who is the head of your media organization? We have an urgent news story we need to cover. The Western Alliance reporters have arrived. The lobby. Everyone from the People's News platform stared at them with strange looks. The directive had just come down from above, and already some reckless souls had come knocking? On the second floor, Mr. Yu Shangzhong, the editor-in-chief of People's News, a highly respected elder who had always been gentle and unassuming in his dealings with others over the years. At that moment, dressed in traditional Tang attire, he slowly set down the supreme order from the National Core Council and cast a faint, downward glance at the blonde-haired monkeys in the first-floor lobby, as if he caught a whiff of bananas. Ahem. Mr. Yu Shangzhong cleared his throat twice. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly made his way down to the first floor. Good afternoon, everyone, Mr. Yu Shangzhong said with his usual warm smile. I am Yu Shangzhong, editor-in-chief of People's News at Central State. Welcome to all you Western Alliance reporters for your visit here. Mr. Yu Shangzhong. White-haired, dressed in traditional Tang attire, and with a gentle, affable demeanor. However, this group of young Western Alliance reporters was extremely impatient. A white man with curly hair jumped out from the crowd, holding a microphone and thrusting it right in front of Mr. Yu Shangzhong's face. Mr. Yu, do you know that countries all over the world are condemning Central State right now? Mr. Yu Shangzhong smiled faintly, casually pushing the microphone away and feigning surprise. Oh. Is that so? It seems we've aroused the wrath of the masses. The curly-haired white man thrust the microphone forward again. Mr. Yu Shangzhong was already displeased. Mr. Yu. So now, on behalf of the 800 million members of the Western Alliance, and you representing the 1.4 billion members of Central State, please give us an explanation or a statement. Mr. Yu Shangzhong pushed the microphone away for the second time. The curly-haired white man impatiently held it out again. Young man. Ha? Did your parents never? Old Mr. Yu Shangzhong's face was expressionless. All traces of gentleness had vanished. Teach you what manners are? Whoosh! The curly-haired white man stared at the expressionless Mr. Yu Shangzhong. Combined with what he'd just said, it was as if he'd been struck by lightning. He froze in place, and when he came to his senses, he grew even more furious and humiliated. Mr. Yu! Please don't change the subject. Chapter 19, It's time for us, Central State, to draw our swords. Facing this furious, curly-haired white man, Old Master Yu Shangzhong truly couldn't fathom where this young man got the nerve to stand in the headquarters of his own media outlet, wielding a microphone that was nothing but hot air, and confronting him, the editor-in-chief. Not to mention the gap in age and seniority. By age, you should be addressing me as elder son. By seniority, you should be addressing me as a senior. Old Master Yu Shangzhong couldn't be bothered to dwell on these points. But the real issue was, didn't he understand the most basic manners? Mr. Yu Shangzhong didn't answer the curly-haired white man. Instead, he casually pointed to the large sign hanging in the lobby that read Central State People's News. What's wrong? The curly-haired white man froze. Don't you think you should show some manners on my turf? Mr. Yu Shangzhong suddenly glared at him. The curly-haired white man felt a bit intimidated, but still raised his chin, his face red and neck strained, and shouted, "I'm a reporter, and you're a reporter too. Let us talk about topics between reporters." Mr. Yu Shangzhong, please don't change the subject. Yu Shangzhong gave a dry chuckle. He nodded and said, "All right, go on." The curly-haired white man immediately took advantage of the situation and demanded, "May I ask if the violent actions taken by the chairman of your Central State Huayu Group against the Japanese expatriate businesswoman, Koko Umezawa, were authorized by the Central State government?" Mr. Yu Shangzhong, as the editor-in-chief of Central State's largest state-run media outlet, you should be able to answer on behalf of the Central State government. After saying this, the curly-haired white man looked at him expectantly. At that moment, he felt a strong sense of journalistic spirit standing up for justice and fearing no authority, which made him feel quite elated. He turned his head to glance at his companion. His expression was full of pride. It was as if he were saying, "So what if it's Yu Shangzhong standing right in front of me? I can still confront him without fear of authority or seniority, and pursue the truth. How awesome am I?" The curly-haired white man turned back, looking at Yu Shangzhong with eager eyes. As long as Yu Shangzhong answered no, then he could use that as evidence to conclude that the chairman of Central State's Huayu Group had committed acts of violence on his own authority, enough grounds to send him straight to a Central State prison. By then, hordes of people would rally behind him as he championed justice. He'd have millions of fans, quit his job, buy luxury cars and mansions, hire 10 beautiful secretaries, and reach the pinnacle of life. Hurry up and speak. Hurry up and say it. The curly-haired white man's eyes were brimming with anticipation. However, Yu Shangzhong glanced at the curly-haired white man, then suddenly nodded and said, "You're right." "So what?" The curly-haired white man beamed with delight. "See? I told you so." "Wait. What did you say?" The curly-haired white man looked utterly shocked. Was there something wrong with his hearing? Yu Shangzhong had said, "That's right." This wasn't what he expected at all. The curly-haired white man stared at Yu Shangzhong in disbelief. It was as if he were asking, "Have you lost your mind, old man?" Admitting that Liangshan's atrocities were officially sanctioned, how is that any different from Central State brazenly declaring that it's doing exactly what Japan did? What's the matter? Old man Yu Shangzhong said, narrowing his eyes. The curly-haired white man stood frozen in place, while his companions rushed forward frantically, shoving a dozen microphones in front of old man Yu Shangzhong all at once. "Mr. Yu Shangzhong, is what you said true? Can you take responsibility for what you just said? Can we interpret this as Central State officially intending to shield Liangshan? Since Liangshan has received official approval from Central State, can we understand this to mean that Central State is deliberately provoking Japan? Is Central State declaring commercial war on Japan? Has Central State prepared for an international trade war? May I ask, Central State?" Gazing at this group of Western Alliance reporters, Mr. Yu Shangzhong showed not the slightest surprise. They were a pack of wolves that had already caught the scent of blood. The Western Alliance reporters were all visibly excited. They felt they were on the verge of unearthing a major international scoop that would shake the world. Mr. Yu Xiangzhong turned to pour himself a cup of clear tea and said calmly, "Don't get so worked up. Let us sit down and talk this through. You really are a bunch of impatient young people. Tell us. Tell us." In an instant, the Western Alliance reporters were all on edge. "We can't back down now and show our true colors. We want to hear something explosive, something thrilling. Tell us. Tell us now. Mr. Yu, don't dodge the question. Could it be that our questions have pierced your very soul? Nice, nice. It must be our questions that have stirred your hidden depths. Central State is definitely in for a major upheaval." Old Mr. Yu's finger trembled. He set down his teacup and slowly raised his head. Instantly, all the reporters fell silent. Every pair of eyes was fixed on Yu Xiangzhong. Major upheaval? Yu Xiangzhong's gaze was icy as he scanned the faces of every Western Alliance reporter one by one, his voice heavy with conviction. "May I ask, what qualifies you to come to the People's News headquarters and question me?" Every reporter shuddered. Old Mr. Yu Xiangzhong walked forward slowly. Vaguely, everyone sensed a colossal aura of killing intent, the fierce, unyielding rage of a veteran warrior, enough to shake the very soul. "You!" Old Master Yu Xiangzhong's eyes widened in fury. Gone was his usual gentle demeanor. He pointed his finger at the group of Western Alliance reporters. "One word at a time. You have no right to question me here. Likewise, you have no right to stand on Central State soil and question Central State. What Central State does, we do not need to report to you, nor do we need to report to the Western Alliance nations behind you. Today, I am telling you this. Regarding the incident where Liang Shan of the Huayu group severely beat Meichuan Kuzi, Central State will take full responsibility for it. Tell those little Japanese devils in Japan, and by the way, tell every country in the world. Anyone who objects, come find us. Every sector of Central State society, military, commerce, industry, and all other fields will support Central State with unwavering, full force. We wear the garments of Huaxia together. We wield the swords and spears of Huaxia together. If anyone dares to target Central State, we, Central State, will draw our swords without hesitation. The sword of Central State has been honed for centuries, honed until generations of the nation's pillars have grown old, until master craftsmen have breathed their last. Our sword is steeped in the blood, sweat, and tears of all those who aspire to restore our nation to its former glory as the world's greatest power. This sword has been honed for centuries. It is time for it to emerge and reveal its edge." Old Master Yu Xiangzhong finished speaking. The entire hall fell deathly silent. All the Western Alliance reporters stood frozen in place. Those powerful, ambitious words, delivered with such conviction, struck their hearts like a steel hammer, word by word. They left them seeing stars and feeling dizzy. The echo lingered. A true, lingering echo. Mr. Yu Xiangzhong stared at them coldly. After a brief moment of shock, the Western Alliance reporters switched into an even more frenzied reporting mode, swarming toward Mr. Yu Xiangzhong like madmen. Does this mean that Central State? Unfortunately, they didn't get to finish their sentences. Mr. Yu Xiangzhong roared in anger. "Security! Throw them all out!" Chapter 20, Is Central State at War with the World? The sun had just risen over Dongshan. 8 o'clock in the morning. Headquarters building. All reporters from the Western Alliance had been driven out, and it was none other than the furious editor-in-chief Yu Xiangzhong who had ordered their expulsion. "How dare you kick out international reporters? Just you wait. You're finished." All the Western Alliance reporters were indignant. They gathered outside the headquarters building, shouting incessantly, drawing more and more passers-by to stop and gawk at the spectacle. Yu Xiangzhong stood in the lobby, coldly watching the Western Alliance reporters outside, who looked like nothing more than clowns. His deputy said anxiously, "Editor-in-chief, if we kick them out like this, what if they make a fuss in the international news? What will we do then?" Old Mr. Yu Xiangzhong replied firmly, "Humph. Don't worry about it. The central state government has already made it clear, from now on, we'll be so unyielding that no international reporter will dare to believe it. If they want to make a scene, let them. Diplomacy? What is there to fear? Elder Shashan, our diplomatic advisor, just sent me a telegram. He said he has our strongest backing. With Elder Shashan watching our backs, why should we hold back? These Western Alliance reporters are just here to sniff out trouble. If we take a conciliatory stance, they'll inevitably get carried away and use any excuse to smear Central State. Rather than that, we'd be better off taking the initiative. With that, Mr. Yu Shangzhong swept his sleeve and stormed out. The entire editorial office fell deathly silent. Everyone looked out at the rowdy Western Alliance reporters and, for the first time, felt their spines straighten with confidence. Having a strong backing really makes all the difference. 8:30 a.m. Major mainstream media outlets of the Western Alliance all received complaints from this group of Western Alliance reporters. In the video footage, the white man with curly hair deliberately injured himself, appearing battered and bruised as he accused Central State of barbarism and injustice, all while the other Western Alliance reporters on the scene added fuel to the fire. He looked every bit the victim who had gone to conduct a friendly interview only to be subjected to violence once again. Fuck. The people of Central State are completely insane. They actually beat up even us journalists, who always uphold justice, like this. It seems there really is a need to initiate diplomatic talks with Central State. This time, the major mainstream media outlets of the Western Alliance were surprisingly united, all frantically tweeting accusations against Central State across Western Alliance nations. The Global International Union immediately issued a written notice to Central State. In 3 days, the highest-ranking diplomatic official of Central State is to attend this global assembly. Due to Central State's repeated acts of violence against other member nations, the Global International Union, on behalf of the victimized journalists, issues a severe condemnation of Central State. This notice was like pouring gasoline on a fire. It caused the incident involving Liangshan's violence against Meituan Kuzi to escalate once again. This time, it was the netizens of the Western Alliance nations who erupted in protest. The Western Alliance nations also rushed to issue written condemnations against Central State. In the blink of an eye, an atmosphere emerged as if Central State had made enemies of the entire world. The Freedom Empire remained silent, sitting high above and quietly watching the spectacle unfold. Major media outlets in the land of the rising sun, seeing the incident reignite, became as excited as if they'd taken a stimulant, frantically churning out news stories. Without exception, they all focused on Central State's dark past. 9 times out of 10, these stories were pure fabrications. International relations took on a one-sided tone. Central State found itself right at the center of the media storm. Central State, Jiangnan City. The initial construction of New Tiandu has been completed. A grand, sprawling Central State Palace in the traditional style now stands in Jiangnan City. What was once a Jiangnan-style Suzhou garden has been transformed overnight into the current form of the New Tiandu Imperial Palace. Right next to this palace is the city center park. Currently, the perimeter of the city center park is completely surrounded by military barbed wire fences, with elite soldiers guarding every entrance and exit. At this very moment, beside Bai Liang, the state leader is briefing Bai Liang on the construction progress. As per your suggestion, the state leader glanced at the blueprint for New Tiandu. The 300-meter high perimeter wall around Jiangnan City is expected to be completed in 18 days and 20 hours, but I still can't rest easy about your safety. The state leader pondered for a moment, then waved his hand to add a few strokes. We plan to build a 10,000-meter high protective shield centered on the city center park. State leader's words were startling as he produced the design blueprint. On the blueprint, the sky is round, the earth is square. The earth was the city center park. The sky was the massive barrier 10,000 meters above. State leader intended to mobilize the entire nation's resources to construct a super protective shield specifically for Bai Liang. Bai Liang glanced at the blueprint. He was quite satisfied. This protective shield had an enormous range and extreme strength that would serve perfectly as a safe zone for his early game period. The only problem was the materials required for construction. Sure enough, the next moment, the state leader spoke up, "Oh, heaven-reaching construction wood. But I'm in a bit of a bind right now. According to the materials list submitted to me by the National Academy, constructing such a barrier requires beta energy. Type B energy, a specialty of the southeastern Chaos Continent, beyond the borders of the central state. The Chaos Continent is the most chaotic place on the entire blue star. The reason? The vast quantities of Type B energy and its extraordinary efficacy. This energy source can replace petroleum. Therefore, on the Chaos Continent, private warlords, special forces from various nations, international peacekeeping forces, and even the Freedom Empire have deployed large numbers of SEAL teams there. All for the sake of securing beta energy. Unfortunately, after years of chaotic warfare, though the situation there remains turbulent, it has reached a stalemate. No one dares to deploy high-powered weapons lightly. No one can gain the upper hand against anyone else. It can be said that as long as the region remains in turmoil and the status of beta energy remains unchanged, nations will not react and the stalemate will continue. But if Central State were to seize the beta energy there, it would be no less than snatching food from the mouths of nations worldwide, especially the Freedom Empire. Suddenly, the Chaos Continent had truly descended into all-out chaos. The state leader's face was etched with conflict, torn between options. That region is too treacherous. The interests of all nations surrounding the beta energy are deeply entrenched there. If we, the Central State, were to seize the beta energy, we would inevitably offend 7 or 8 out of 10 global superpowers. Facing the hesitant state leader, Bai Liang offered his advice. He waved his willow branch, etching several characters into the ground. He who hesitates is lost. In times of great chaos, self-interest is the only way to survive. The state leader stared at the words on the ground, his pupils suddenly contracting as he muttered repeatedly, "Self-interest is the only way to survive, self-interest is the only way to survive." Moments later, the state leader's gaze hardened. Exactly. The end of the world is upon us. I must not show any sentimental mercy. The state leader turned and ordered Red Crane, the nation's general. "Red Crane, make preparations. Return to the far southern sea, organize the 18 elite legions there, garrison the southern border, and stand ready for military action at any moment." General Red Crane. A tall, slender middle-aged man. Though advanced in years, his features were still refined. 4 gold stars of a general's rank adorned his shoulders. Understood, Red Crane. Red Crane immediately set off for the far southern sea. Chapter 21, The Keyboard Master's Patriotic Heart. 8 o'clock in the morning. The citizens of Jiangnan City had just woken up. As soon as they drew back the curtains, they could see a fleet of helicopters roaring past outside their windows. Then, to their astonishment, they discovered that on the outskirts of Jiangnan City, massive piles of construction materials had been stockpiled so vast that they reached the sky and stretched as far as the eye could see. Aren't we supposed to be conducting military exercises here in Jiangnan City? Why have they started construction again? Just as the residents of Jiangnan City were all filled with bewilderment, an urgent announcement from the Global International Alliance suddenly echoed through every household with a television or internet connection. Due to intense international public opinion, coupled with strong protests from Japan and the Western Alliance nations, the date of the assembly has been temporarily changed to 8 p.m. tonight. At that time, the Foreign Minister of Central State and its diplomatic department are requested to attend punctually. This announcement instantly reverberated throughout Central State. Countless Central State netizens were initially stunned. Who could have imagined that the international situation Central State had stirred up had escalated to such a critical level? After a long silence, on the Weibo social media platform, posts regarding this incident instantly flooded the feed. One after another, heart-wrenching and shocking posts appeared. Defend our Chinese heritage. We firmly believe in our Central State. Central State is ours. How dare they slander us as rioters? Do foreign countries really think all 1.4 billion Central State citizens are rioters? I'm following the conference closely. If those from the East and the West try to stir up trouble, we'll protest. The voices of 1.4 billion Central State citizens, not even the entire world united would dare to ignore them. Central State forever. Long live Central State. Within Central State, the air was thick with commotion. City Center Park. The state leader turned to look at Elder Shao. Without saying much, he simply gave Elder Shao a firm pat on the shoulder. Go. Remember this, we, Central State, fear nothing. Central State is the backbone of your foreign ministry. Don't be afraid to stir things up if trouble arises, Central State will settle it for you. The state leader's face was stern. Old Master Shao nodded solemnly. Then, dressed in Central State Tang-style robes, he departed. It was unclear when exactly it had started. But Tang-style robes had become a favorite among Central State's elders. With just a few hours left until the global conference, international online platforms were already ablaze with vitriol. With Japan leading the charge, with the nations of the Western Alliance providing strong backing, an unprecedented online war of words was on the verge of erupting. Central State members first seized control of half of Japan's online space, overwhelming Japan with their massive, unbeatable numerical superiority. This place is ours now. You Japanese, living your little comfortable lives, crawl before the elder sons. You keep slandering us with your nonsense. Do you really think you're some kind of ominous sow? On matters of national honor, Central State members were surprisingly united. Keyboard warriors who normally couldn't stand each other back home were now united in their full-scale assault on the Japanese members. Naturally, the Japanese members were furious. They immediately scrambled to contact friends and family to mount a counterattack. On the online platforms that made up half of Japan's digital landscape, the two sides waged a series of vicious battles over the very existence of their ancestors. Any two comments plucked at random were of the exterminate your lineage variety. Our commander-in-chief, the keyboard master, led 8,000 keyboard warriors, brimming with murderous intent, clinging desperately to half of Japan's territory and refusing to let go. Everyone staked the purity of their family bloodlines on this, engaging in a brutal, no-holds-barred battle with the counterattacking Japanese members. Our keyboard warrior, Central State never gives up. The Japanese are all beggars. Japanese members, oh, Japan. To insult your own forefathers, is that not the act of a madman and an unfilial son? Our keyboard master, getting a big head? Who is whose forefather? We in Central State have a history spanning thousands of years. Since ancient times, you Japanese have been paying tribute and submitting to us. Now that you've gained a bit of power, you want to devour your own masters and turn the tables? Have you forgotten where your tea ceremony, kendo, clothing, and rituals and music all come from? You bunch of treasonous, unfilial scum. In an instant, the internet erupted in a fierce battle. Renowned keyboard masters from across Central State united as one, forcing the Japanese members into a relentless retreat. It even looked as though they were on the verge of overrunning the entire Japanese cyberspace. This won't do. We can't let Central State run rampant any longer. We must find reinforcements. The Japanese members, reeling from the onslaught, immediately turned to the Western Alliance for help. The Western Alliance is an organization formed by the union of numerous nations on the Western continent. With a vast membership and advanced network infrastructure, its members are all well equipped. Unfortunately, what good is top-notch equipment? They're all paper tigers. Especially since the pinnacle of keyboard warfare today lies in Central State. With every new Tiandu, Central State gives birth to countless civilian keyboard masters, sharp-tongued, logically precise, lacing their words with barbs and veiled sarcasm. Each has overcome countless obstacles in the chaotic domestic online battlefield to reach the pinnacle of keyboard warfare. In contrast, look at the members of the Western Alliance. The most common swear word they use is nothing more than fuck. How can such a crude two-word phrase possibly compete with the slightly elegant and composed barrage of attacks from Central State's keyboard masters? Charge! Western Alliance brothers, charge! The members of the Eastern Alliance cheerfully called out to the Western Alliance members. The Western Alliance members, full of momentum and brimming with confidence, said arrogantly to the Eastern Alliance members, "Just stay back and watch as the invincible cavalry of West Alliance charges through and shatters the formation of those stupid monkeys from Central State." The confident West Alliance members took the stage. The Central State keyboard masters, resting while waiting for the battle, looked at the youthful faces of the West Alliance members and slowly broke into a smile reminiscent of Brother Jia. "Oh, so, you think you're pretty brave, huh?" The Western Alliance members rallied together and typed in unison, "Are you kidding? We're super brave, okay?" The Central State keyboard masters slumped back in their chairs, casually tapping their keyboards. "Super brave, so you're pretty tough, huh? But can you last 5 seconds?" The next second, the keyboard master's eyes glowed red. 5 seconds, that was the death countdown they set. No one could last 5 seconds under the combined assault of all Central State's keyboard masters. Not even Zhuge Liang, the god of rhetoric who once cursed someone to death, could do it. 5 seconds later, thousands of Western Alliance members had fallen. Their eyes glazed over as they stared at the constantly refreshing comments on the screen, all a barrage of fire from Central State's keyboard masters. They tried their hardest to chime in, only to find their efforts were like a pebble tossed into the ocean, failing to make even a ripple. On the contrary, it only fueled the keyboard masters' desire to unleash even more. And so, the Western Alliance members who had come to support Japan gave up their resistance. Many slumped in their chairs, staring blankly at the ceiling. They dared not look at the screen. Just one glance was enough to unleash uncontrollable rage and shame. "My God, how can they type so fast? Someone, please help us." Chapter 22, So What If We Did It? 5 p.m. Under the relentless barrage from the massive combined forces of Japanese netizens and the Western Alliance, the keyboard warriors held their ground, refusing to retreat a single step. Relying on years of experience and powerful rhetoric, they successfully repelled wave after wave of enemy attacks. On this day, the Japanese internet was in complete chaos, with every corner of the web engulfed in a raging battle. With just 5 minutes left before the global conference began, the members, with an unbreakable resolve, repelled the final coordinated assault by the Japanese Western Alliance and held the Japanese internet in their grip for an entire day. Bandits. Bandits. They're all bandits. Japanese netizens were left speechless and in despair, giving up all resistance. Now, whenever they logged onto their own internet, they could see Japanese web pages crammed with text posts. It looked exactly like a massive invasion. On this day, netizens were more united than ever. They held the Japanese internet for 8 hours. They repelled 35 waves of counterattacks by the Allied forces. They won this cyber war for national dignity. The smoke of battle and the flames of war burned invisibly. On this day, history records the Battle of the Keyboards, the invasion of Japan. At 8 p.m., a global conference was convened in Japan. In the Grand Hall of the Japanese capital, 3 national flags were prominently displayed. Japan. The Western Alliance. The Western Alliance flew its alliance flag. This time, the Western Alliance had dispatched no fewer than a dozen representatives. In other words, we were facing hostility from over a dozen nations. Elder Xiaoshan, the veteran diplomat, arrived in Japan accompanied by all the ministers of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. "Elder Xiaoshan, what is our diplomatic strategy this time?" someone asked. Elder Xiaoshan remained expressionless. "This time, we must be extremely firm. You must understand that the state leader has deployed General White Owl to the far North Sea. If negotiations break down, you all know what that means, don't you?" All the ministers shuddered. General White Owl in the far North Sea? Everyone knew that General White Owl held a deep-seated hatred for Japan. Could it be a military threat? That terrifying thought rose in everyone's minds. Elder Xiaoshan smiled, glanced at the East Japan Capital Convention Hall ahead, and strode forward, his figure growing increasingly resolute as he walked. "Let us go. What have we to fear this time?" Inside the convention hall, Yusho Yumekawa, Japan's head of diplomacy. A effeminate man, dressed in a tailored suit and wearing foundation, seemingly righteously dragged Yumiko Yumekawa onto the stage. In an instant, the scene erupted. Yumiko Yumekawa was still bruised and battered to look even more pitiful. She had deliberately wrapped a bandage around her head. Yumekawa Kuko is my younger brother. To see him subjected to such brutality now as his older brother, my heart is breaking. Yumekawa Yuzo covered his face and sobbed with feigned emotion. Seeing a dignified head of diplomacy weeping in public, the representatives of the Western Alliance nations were fired up and began speaking one after another. Indeed. Why commit such atrocities? Even the journalists sent by our Western Alliance have been expelled and subjected to violence. This is the behavior of a tyrant from a bygone era. They are no longer worthy of carrying the glory of ancient civilization. They are now nothing but outright thugs. The representatives of the Western Alliance nations clapped their hands. Immediately, a large crowd emerged from backstage. They were all Western Alliance journalists who had gone to the People's News headquarters to confront Yu Shangzhong. As soon as they appeared, their tongues flew, spewing exaggerated and sensationalized remarks laced with open and veiled sarcasm. Quiet. Quiet. The judge of the Global Assembly said helplessly. Only then did the entire hall fall silent. Elder Shaoshan sat in his chair, not even lifting an eyelid, letting Japan and the Western Alliance twist the truth and muddy the waters as they pleased. Please, representatives of the parties, speak. The judge turned to Elder Shaoshan. Only then did Elder Shaoshan slowly lift his eyelids, casting a contemptuous glance at Yuzo Umezawa and the representatives of the Western Alliance nations. He smoothed his sleeves and rose to his feet. The judge looked at Elder Shaoshan. May I ask, are the statements just made by the Japanese delegation and the Western Alliance delegation factual? Everyone was staring at Elder Shaoshan. The conference was being broadcast live. Countless members were glued to their televisions. They clenched their fists tightly, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Don't admit it. Absolutely do not admit it. If he admits it, those Japanese devils are sure to cause trouble. Even if he did it, he must not admit it. The members waited nervously. Meanwhile, on the side of Japan and the Western Alliance, countless people began bombarding Elder Shaoshan with comments in the live stream chat, berating him for being a coward who wouldn't own up to his actions. They could sense that Elder Shaoshan would never admit to the atrocities at this moment. Yet, in front of media from half the world's nations and representatives from over a dozen countries present at the conference, Elder Shaoshan nonchalantly nodded, "Yes, we did it." "So what?" The judge nodded. "I knew you wouldn't admit it." "Wait. Did you just admit it?" The judge was stunned, staring at Elder Shaoshan in disbelief. This was a global conference, after all. Although it wasn't a large-scale event, at least a dozen nations were in attendance. The room was now filled with cameras and recording devices. And Elder Shaoshan actually admitted it? The nations of the Eastern Alliance and the Western Pact were initially stunned, then overjoyed. Their faces betrayed their unbridled delight. Elder Shaoshan nodded calmly once more. "Yes, but let me clarify one thing, I'm not admitting guilt. I'm saying, we fought, so we fought. If you stick your nose in again next time, we'll fight again." A buzz went through the room. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. Countless people felt a chill run down their spines. We did it, so we did it? We'll do it again? Such a domineering declaration. Is Elder Shaoshan really that same Mr. Nice Guy of the diplomatic world? The Elder Shaoshan of the past was famously known as a Mr. Nice Guy. No matter what kind of thorny international issue he faced, he would always smile and smooth things over, never escalating conflicts. But this time, has Elder Shaoshan lost his mind? Even viewers from various countries watching on TV screens and live streams stared at Elder Shaoshan as if struck by lightning. Is Elder Shaoshan really still the same Elder Shaoshan we knew? After a brief moment of shock, netizens erupted in an uproar. Why would Elder Shaoshan admit to it? Admitting to this is tantamount to smearing us. Does Elder Shaoshan have something up his sleeve? Just wait. If Elder Shaoshan really discredits us, I'm going to New Tiandu to file a complaint. Exactly. We can't tolerate anyone smearing our country, not even a national elder. Members were deeply concerned. A few radicals even cursed Elder Shaoshan for being foolish. Ultimately, it all came down to patriotism. That's why they refused to see their country smeared. No one could accept their homeland being defamed. If that was the case here, the reactions in Japan and the Western Alliance nations were even more intense. When Japanese netizens saw Elder Shaoshan's admission, many took to the streets with bottles of sake to celebrate. Dancing to traditional folk music, they drank and shouted wildly, "Ah, Elder Shaoshan really is a great diplomat, it's all over now." The Japanese believed Elder Shaoshan had lost his mind. Everyone around the world following the incident thought it was all over. It would have been better not to admit it. Once admitted, an apology is inevitable, and the compensation will start at least billions of coins. Yet only the top leadership remained unfazed. The state leader stood beside Bai Liang, watching the varied scenes from various nations on the livestream, and smiled calmly. That old fellow Elder Shaoshan, usually so gentle and kind, did a fine job this time. The far North Sea. White Owl stood before the 100,000-strong Slashing Blade Legion, their banners fluttering across the icy plains. Clad in white military attire, his tiger-like eyes scanned the distant Japanese archipelago as he held a tablet broadcasting the global conference. Ugh! The island nation of Japan. White Owl grinned, his smile as fierce as a wolf's. I can't wait to see you guys get rough. Chapter 23, the 100,000-strong Slashing Blade Legion is in position. General. The commander of the Slashing Blade Legion, codenamed Dragon Roar. A burly, towering man with a chiseled face stepped forward and saluted White Owl. All 100,000 members of the Slashing Blade Legion are in position. General, are we really going to attack Japan? Long Shao asked this with some excitement. Any Central State soldier with a sense of patriotism yearned to launch an offensive against Japan, far beyond the northern seas, driven by the tide of history. Historical hatred cannot be erased. Even if time can smooth over everything, it cannot erase the resentment in every Central State citizen's heart. Historically, the Japanese cavalry trampled upon Central State soil, killing and plundering. Under the pretext of building a great circle of prosperity, they committed every conceivable atrocity in Central State, treating its people as less than human. In the history books, those heart-wrenching massacres were all perpetrated by the Japanese themselves: the fall of New Tiandu, the slaughter of Nandu, tens of millions of innocent souls whose spirits linger to this day, and the Central State's land echoing with cries of grief. All of it was done by the Japanese themselves. What is even more despicable is that Japan refuses to acknowledge its crimes. At countless global conferences, even when faced with a mountain of irrefutable evidence, the Japanese have stubbornly refused to admit their crimes, going so far as to turn the tables and accuse Central State of slander, framing, and smear campaigns. Therefore, when the Blade Corps, composed of the finest warriors from the far North Sea of Central State, received the order from Admiral White Owl, the entire unit erupted with excitement. All because Admiral White Owl uttered a single sentence. All hands, prepare for battle. Stand ready to draw our swords against Japan at any moment. These words shook the very hearts of every soldier in the sword-cutting legion. They were soldiers loyal to their homeland, steadfast and devoted, guarding the far northern frontier, long prepared to return home wrapped in their own horsehide. These devoted soldiers dreamed of showcasing the might of Central State. We, the people of Central State, fear neither natural disasters nor man-made calamities. We have the confidence to draw our swords against any powerful enemy. Unfortunately, Central State had previously adhered to a policy of moderation, but today, the word draw swords was finally spoken. It shook the hearts of the people. White Owl turned back, a smile in his eyes. What's the matter? Even you, the commander of the mighty Slashing Blade Legion, Central State's finest commander, Long Shao, can't contain your excitement? Long Shao nodded. General, as a descendant of Central State, I have dreamed day and night of the day when our armies would gather at the northernmost seas, facing the Japanese archipelago. White Owl laughed heartily and gave Long Shao a hearty slap on the shoulder. Let me tell you, from this day forward, Central State will no longer be the Central State of the past. The central state of today will be so formidable that the whole world won't dare to believe it. Long Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. General, are you saying this will be Central State's military stance from now on? White Owl nodded. Long Xiao felt an immediate surge of elation. Ever since the establishment of New Tiandu was announced, every aspect of Central State from politics to the military had undergone a complete transformation, as if it had been reborn. The military, in particular, had shifted from biding its time to preparing to draw its sword, a truly earth-shattering change. Global Assembly. The representative from the Japanese side, Yuzo Umezawa. Upon hearing Elder Xiaoshan admit this personally, he was instantly overcome with joy. He turned directly to the presiding judge and declared, according to the law on international commercial and diplomatic relations under international customary law, Central State has deliberately plotted to harm a key member of our delegation and must therefore present a written apology and specify the amount of compensation. Elder Xiaoshan narrowed his eyes, remaining as steady as a mountain. The judge of the Global Assembly nodded. That is correct. According to standard procedure, Central State is indeed required to take action at this time. The judge looked at Elder Xiaoshan. All the national representatives in the hall turned their gaze toward Elder Xiaoshan. Hundreds of millions of people around the world watching this event were all watching Elder Xiaoshan. However, Elder Xiaoshan merely smiled faintly. He lifted his teacup and took a sip. Then, with calm composure, he uttered two words. Get lost. A buzz rippled through the room. The entire hall was stunned. Every person here was a prominent international figure who had weathered countless storms, yet none had ever witnessed the venerable foreign minister of Central State telling someone to get lost in front of the entire world. He must be out of his mind. He has truly lost his mind. Yusukuro Umezawa let out a low, choked growl. Mr. Xiao. What are you doing? This is where the eyes of the world are focused. Are you publicly provoking Japan and the Western Alliance? Provoking Japan and the Western Alliance? That's no small accusation. Umezawa Yuzo's skill at twisting the truth and slapping on false accusations was truly masterful. He looked at Elder Xiao with smug satisfaction. Once that accusation was pinned on him, Central State would surely fight tooth and nail to shake it off. Central State was known for being a good guy. There was no way they'd accept such an accusation. Just as everyone expected Elder Xiaoshan to offer an explanation, he merely shook his head calmly. Central State. Elder Xiaoshan rose slowly to his feet. His white hair fluttered in the breeze. His eyes suddenly widened like those of a tiger. An indescribable, formidable aura erupted instantly. Everyone was taken aback. What was the Central State representative up to now? Elder Xiaoshan looked at the cameras from over a dozen countries and spoke with deliberate emphasis, each word carrying weight. Central State is a nation that has existed since ancient times. No matter how chaotic our internal affairs may be, whenever an external enemy appears, all members of Central State, regardless of ethnicity or faith, will set aside past grievances and stand united against the outside world. Central State has always possessed the confidence to face the end of the world. We fear no military threats and do not provoke any allies. We do not act first, but we do not fear. If you insist on offending Central State under the guise of noble justifications, then Central State will certainly draw its sword without hesitation. Elder Xiaoshan's eyes blazed like a tigeress, his voice roared like a dragon. He silenced all dissent in the hall. This scene immediately sparked a media frenzy across the globe. Netizen from the Kingdom of Pasta, is this what Central State is all about? Making a mistake and refusing to admit it's a disgrace to the dignity of a great nation. Netizen from the Kingdom of Tianju, so domineering. Central State is truly domineering. Netizens from Korea, Central State is finished. Is this a formal declaration of war against Japan and the Western Alliance? Public opinion across nations was a chaotic mix. In contrast, public opinion within Central State itself split into two major factions. One faction believed that Elder Xiaoshan was bringing disgrace upon Central State, especially since his earlier remarks sounded more like he was trying to stir up even more trouble. The other faction believes Elder Xiaoshan is unmatched in his boldness, embodying Central State's true tough stance, lifting our spirits and filling us with national pride. Both factions have their reasons, and the domestic debate is raging. Countless people in Central State are waiting to see what exactly gives Elder Shaoshan such confidence. Yusho Yumekawa of Japan trembled with anger. He stood up and practically shouted, "So, you people from Central State refuse to apologize? You refuse to admit your mistakes even after making them. Is this the reputation and integrity of the mighty Central State?" Bang! Elder Shaoshan's face suddenly darkened as he slammed his fist down on the table in front of him, silencing Yusho Yumekawa on the spot. "You 1T admit your mistakes?" Elder Shaoshan stared straight at Yuzo Umezawa. His gaze was as dark as it could possibly be. "Then tell me. 50 years ago, after the World War, at the International War Crimes Tribunal, when faced with irrefutable evidence of your war crimes, why didn't you admit your guilt? 40 years ago, at yet another global war crimes tribunal, with irrefutable evidence once again, you Japanese refused to acknowledge the mass slaughter carried out in Nanto, Central State. What was that about? Now you're angry? If you Japanese 1T admit your mistakes, shouldn't we in Central State be angry? Shouldn't the nearly 10 million innocent souls of Central State who died at your hands back then be angry? Shouldn't the 1.4 billion citizens of Central State be furious? Shouldn't our millions of fierce soldiers be furious? Elder Shaoshan surveyed the conference hall, now silent and filled with shock, then suddenly pointed northward toward Central State and roared, "Right now! In the far North Sea of Central State! Central State's most elite legion, the 100,000 strong Slashing Blade Legion, is fully prepared. If Japan continues to make unreasonable demands, our 100,000 strong Slashing Blade Legion will not hesitate to cross the far North Sea and raze the Japanese archipelago to the ground." Chapter 24, You have 24 hours. The far North Sea. The 100,000 strong Slashing Blade Legion is already in position? Everyone was stunned, so stunned their scalps prickled. Elder Shaoshan's unquestionable tone made everyone present realize this was most likely no empty threat. Representatives from various nations began frantically contacting their home countries. All were desperately seeking intelligence on the far North Sea. And Central State made no attempt to hide it. Since they had chosen to draw their swords, they would do so openly and honorably. On the shores of the far North Sea, where waves crashed against the coast, the landscape was densely packed with the banners of the Slasher Corps. The sight of Central State soldiers, all uniformly clad in white military uniforms, stung the eyes of every intelligence gatherer. Yuzo Maikawa received intelligence from back home. The far North Sea, it's true. Yuzo Maikawa cried out in disbelief. You've actually assembled the Sword Cutter Corps at the far North Sea. The Sword Cutter Corps is Central State's elite unit. Having participated in numerous international military exercises, it enjoys an extremely high standing on the global stage. A major power in the desert region once praised it, saying, "The Sword Cutter Corps is one of the world's most formidable armies in terms of operational capability, combat effectiveness, and the sophistication of its weaponry." The vast conference hall fell deathly silent. Mei Chuanxiang stared blankly at Elder Shaoshan. All the national representatives were completely dumbfounded. Had Central State actually deployed military forces this time? Have you thought this through? Elder Shaoshan looked at the assembly of national representatives, his eyes brimming with intense fighting spirit. Have you decided to pin the blame for Mo Shuyo's actions on us, Central State? At that moment, the Japanese leadership convened an emergency meeting to discuss this matter. They had already realized that Central State's unusual stance on this international issue concealed far too many problems. Is Central State really going to deploy the Scythe Legion? Could this be an exaggeration? An exaggeration? Do you think Central State would exaggerate on military matters? Back when the Chaos Continent erupted in riots, Central State announced it was deploying 3 elite legions as peacekeeping forces to quell the unrest, and they were on their way to the Chaos Continent that very night. Given their track record on military matters, I don't think this is just scaremongering. Then why has Central State's attitude changed so drastically? Exactly, they've always been such a good guy before. Something is fishy. There is definitely something fishy going on. Someone investigate Central State's recent activities. Reporting to the Prime Minister. There have been no unusual activities in Central State recently, but we've discovered the area of Jiangnan in New Tiandu. As announced by Central State, the entire city of Jiangnan is covered by military signal jammers. Our satellite signals can't penetrate it. Speaking of which, why did Central State decide to relocate its capital? Exactly. Central State's military stance has shifted drastically. Could it be related to the relocation? It's possible. The highest-ranking official of Japan, the Prime Minister of Japan, acted decisively. Go to the Hermitage on the summit of Mount Fuji, find Japan's most outstanding ninja, pair them with our best spies, and head to Central State to gather intelligence. As you command. Prime Minister, what should we do about the Global Assembly now? Central State is acting recklessly. Should we really continue to escalate the conflict? The Prime Minister of Japan pondered for a moment, then said slowly, let us take a step back first and see what the Western Alliance does. If the Western Alliance also backs down, we'll call it a day. Otherwise, we'll go head-to-head with Central State until the very end. Pass the order down. If the Western Alliance doesn't back down, then deploy the Northern Self-Defense Corps to the far North Sea as well. I just don't believe Central State would actually dare to use force. At the Global Assembly, Yuzo Umezawa received instructions from the leadership. He immediately smiled at Elder Xiaoshan. He took 2 steps back. All right, you people from Central State are tough. I'll see if you can stay tough until the very end. Yuzo Umezawa had backed down. Countless people witnessed this retreat with their own eyes. Across Central State, everyone on every online platform and in front of every television screen froze for a moment, then felt an overwhelming sense of pride well up within them. The far North Sea, that's where our slashing blade corps is. As long as we in Central State draw our swords, how dare you in Japan twist the truth? So this is the source of Elder Xiaoshan's confidence. Those who had previously doubted Elder Xiaoshan suddenly saw the light, especially after consulting friends in the far North Sea and witnessing with their own eyes the 100,000 soldiers of the slashing blade corps standing in unison by the wind-swept waves, paying solemn respect to Elder Xiaoshan. The elder truly worthy of the title. Every elder of the National Corps Council stands as the backbone of Central State. Mr. Xiao, I have a question. At the Global Summit, a representative from the Western Alliance asked with a grim expression, the Western Alliance and Central State share no border. So if we refuse to back down, will Central State still send its troops to the far west continent? The far west continent is the territory of the Western Alliance and other Western nations. It has long served as the Western Alliance's backyard, separated from Central State's region by countless mountains and rivers. Elder Xiaoshan smiled. We are not threatening you. I simply saw that the Japanese side was twisting the truth, so I decided to set the record straight. What's wrong with that? Elder Xiaoshan clapped his hands. His aide immediately played a video. This video was the very footage of Liang Shan beating up Meituan Kuko, and more importantly, it was the unedited and censored original version. The video began to play. Every word Meituan Kuzi spoke was heard crystal clear by everyone present and by netizens around the world following the incident as well. As the video played, Meituan Kuzi's image was completely shattered. What selfless entrepreneur defending the nation? He was nothing but a bandit taking advantage of the chaos. Meituan Shuzhou's expression grew increasingly grim. He shot Meituan Kuzi a piercing glance. Umezawa Kuko was flustered. This. I didn't even think to delete the original video. Yuzo, you have to protect me. Umezawa Yuzo sighed and muttered, damn it. You've really put me in a bind this time. I'll deal with you when we get back. As the video finished playing, the entire room fell silent. Elder Xiaoshan gave a cold smile and looked at Yuzo Umezawa. In the face of irrefutable evidence, what excuses do you have left? Did everyone see that clearly? From start to finish, this has been nothing but Japan smearing Central State, slandering Central State, and blackmailing Central State. Yuzo Umezawa immediately retorted angrily, why is our video fake and yours real? Do you really think Central State can clear itself of guilt just by pulling out some so-called truth video? Elder Xiaoshan sighed. I, Xiao, have lived for 70 years. I never imagined that in the twilight of my life, I would have the privilege of witnessing Japan's despicable nature once again twisting the truth time and time again. It seems, it is indeed true that we at Central State have remained silent for far too long. There is no point in continuing this conference. I, Elder Xiaoshan, hereby declare on behalf of Central State. We give Japan 24 hours to issue a public apology and make amends. Once those 24 hours have passed, if Japan has not responded, I believe that by the next morning, our sword-cutting legion will be marching under the sun onto the mainland of the Japanese archipelago. Chapter 25, Troops deployed on both sides in the far North Sea. The global conference ended in acrimony. Elder Xiaoshan's stern warning lingered in the air. It caused a sensation across the globe. If Japan fails to apologize and make amends within 20 hours, the Sword Legion will set foot on the Japanese archipelago. These words were passed from mouth to mouth by countless people. People stared in astonishment toward the east. The military threat from the ancient nation setting aside the reversal of its past conduct was, in itself, a display of such resolve that it had already forced them to look at it with new respect. At the same time, whether Central State would actually deploy troops sparked wave after wave of heated debate both in the real world and online. Italian media, given Central State's military stance in recent years, this threat is likely just that, a threat, and they won't actually send troops. Japanese media, Central State's use of military threats against our nation is a disgrace that the entire population cannot accept. India, Central State is so badass. Central State is so badass. South Korea, come to think of it, Central State's deployment hinges on Japan's refusal to apologize. It all comes down to Japan's attitude. At this very moment, within Japan's leadership, the Japanese Prime Minister watched the replay of the global conference with a grim expression, trying to read Elder Xiaoshan's true intentions from his face. However, Elder Xiaoshan's expression had been unwavering when he spoke those words, which truly made it difficult for the Prime Minister to judge. The Japanese Prime Minister turned to the members of the leadership. What do you think? Is Central State serious this time? Do they really intend to send troops against us? Prime Minister, don't panic. Our ninjas and spies have already infiltrated Central State. Whether they're serious or not, let us wait for intelligence first. All right. Central State, Jiangnan City, Central Park. Elder Xiaoshan had just returned to the country and rushed straight to the park without stopping. His face flushed, he approached the state leader and Bai Liang. State leader, is everything okay? Upon hearing this, the state leader burst into loud laughter. Well done. That shows the grit of us Central State people. You continue to follow up on the developments regarding this matter. After speaking, the state leader's gaze grew deep and unfocused. Bai Liang watched it all clearly from the side, but he paid it no mind, calmly absorbing the manna from the chickens and ducks. By now, 8 tender shoots had already sprouted from his branches. His primary task now was to focus entirely on evolution. As long as he could break through to plant Tier 9 before the apocalypse, he would be fully capable of withstanding the initial wave of beasts. 10 branches meant reaching plant Tier 2. That's really fast. In less than a day, he has nearly reached plant Tier 2. In my previous life, breaking through to plant Tier 2 took a whole month. Bai Liang estimated that he would reach plant Tier 2 by 8 or 9 o'clock tonight. The mana threshold for plant Tier 2 was well within the current capacity of the chicken and duck mana. Get ready. Let us proceed with the second plan simultaneously. The state leader turned to the elderly man in traditional Chinese attire, standing beside him a senior statesman in charge of construction named Xiang Chang. Xiang Chang, the elderly man in traditional Chinese attire, rest assured, state leader. I have already contacted all major construction conglomerates nationwide. At your command, the Mega City project will be fully launched. The Mega City project was a crucial component of the overall plan. Central State would use the provincial capitals as its foundation, investing massive amounts of manpower and resources day and night to construct towering walls encircling the entire city. These mega city projects will ensure the basic safety of Central State's 1.4 billion citizens. When the ancient beasts eventually sweep across the land, these mega-city projects will become an impregnable natural barrier they cannot breach. The fifth hour. After 5 hours of anxious waiting, the Japanese leadership finally received word from the ninjas and spies they had dispatched. When we were entering Central State's territorial waters, we were spotted by their customs. The borders of Central State's waters are swarming with customs agents and cruisers. We're retreating, we're retreating. Thud. The Prime Minister of Japan slammed his fist down on the table. After waiting 5 hours, this is the pathetic result we get? Ninjas? Top-tier ninjas? And they actually got spotted by the customs? Did those ninjas learn stealth from dogs? The members of the Japanese leadership exchanged glances. Someone couldn't help but speak up. Prime Minister, what do we do now? Yes, Prime Minister, those Western Alliance guys are keeping completely silent, even quieter than we are. Are we really going to go head-to-head with Central State until the bitter end? Central State won't actually attack us. War isn't something that sparked so easily. At most, they send troops to invade our territory. That's still unacceptable. What gives Central State the right to come into Japan and flex their muscles? If you ask me, we should just deploy our own troops to the far North Sea. The Prime Minister of Japan pondered for a moment, then nodded. Then assemble all self-defense forces near the far North Sea, and redeploy a division of the Imperial Guard there. Oh, and send some Air Force and Navy units as well. If Central State flexes its muscles at us, then we'll flex ours too. Our muscles here in Japan are no smaller than Central State's. Japan assembled its self-defense forces, Imperial Corps, and air and naval forces, a total of 80,000 troops along with hundreds of tanks and fighter jets, and stationed them at the northernmost tip of the Japanese archipelago. At the same time, following Central State's lead, they issued a declaration with the same message: we, Japan, have always respected the world order. If Central State dares to cross the line, we, Japan, will not be afraid. We do not start trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. After Japan issued this declaration, the domestic atmosphere naturally became electric. Countless Japanese citizens praised the leadership for their wisdom, courage, and fearlessness in the face of military threats, among other admirable qualities. But in the eyes of other nations, they frowned. Japan really does love to twist the truth. The facts had already been exposed at the Global Assembly, yet they remain stubbornly obstinate. But it doesn't matter. Let us just sit back and watch the show. After all, this is a matter between Central State and Japan, two old rivals. All we need to do is watch the spectacle. Haven't you noticed that even the Western Alliance is quietly watching from the sidelines? Tension was running high within Japan. Protesters were everywhere. They protested against Central State's bullying and unreasonable behavior. They protest Central State's intent to provoke a war. After a long silence, Japan's leadership has, for the first time, attempted to contact Central State's veteran diplomat, Elder Xiaoshan. Mr. Xiao, regarding the troop deployments on both sides in the far North Sea, shouldn't we discuss this? After all, we are currently in a time of peace. When the call from Japan's leadership came in, Elder Xiaoshan and Elder Wang Zhangguo were in the far North Sea, discussing countermeasures with White Owl and Long Xiao. White Owl glanced at the message from Japan and sneered, "Looks like those guys are starting to panic." Elder Wang Zhangguo, with his thick eyebrows and large eyes, sat boldly on the sofa and declared in a resonant voice, "Panicking? They're panicking now. Why weren't they panicking during the global summit? Old Xiao, tell them once again, they must apologize." Elder Xiaoshan nodded and immediately sent a telegram in response: "Unless the Japanese side issues a public apology, there will be absolutely no room for negotiation regarding the troop deployment in the far North Sea." The Japanese capital. The Japanese Prime Minister, clutching Elder Xiaoshan's reply, was furious beyond measure, smashing plates and bowls in a rage. "This is outrageous. Outrageous. We went to negotiate in good faith, yet Central State remains utterly unyielding." Chapter 26, When did we say we withdraw our troops? After venting his anger, the Japanese Prime Minister's eyes darkened. The members of the leadership were all deep in thought. Central State was completely unyielding, determined to force them into a public apology. Although such a move would be like swallowing a fly whole, was it really worth it? The main issue was that the Japanese leadership wasn't even sure if Central State would actually send troops. Peace had lasted so long that, despite the numerous conflicts between Central State and Japan in areas such as business, trade, technology, and diplomacy, things had never escalated to the level of war. What if Central State was merely bluffing? What if they had no real intention of deploying troops? And if Japan were to yield to the pressure and issue a public apology, wouldn't that make them a laughingstock to the entire world? Wait a little longer. Keep in touch. The Japanese Prime Minister gave his response. The leadership immediately organized a negotiation team to head to Central State, led by Japan's Foreign Minister, Yuzo Umezawa. Remember this: once you're in Central State, you must maintain a conciliatory attitude. No matter how much they try to make things difficult for you, you must not lose your temper. However, when it comes to the issue of apologizing and making amends, you must hold firm to our bottom line. Do you understand? The Japanese Prime Minister instructed Yuzo Umezawa. Yuzo Umezawa nodded confidently, understood. 2 hours later, the Japanese negotiation team arrived near the far North Sea of Central State aboard a chartered aircraft. Before departing, they had specifically requested permission to fly over Central State's airspace and had also applied to the Central State Core Council for a meeting to discuss the matter. If they want to come, let them come. The state leader told the two elders, Xiao Wang and the other, who were far away in the far North Sea, "I trust in your abilities. I won't be attending this time. I have many matters to attend to here at Tongtian Jianmu. Far North Sea, Slashing Blade Legion headquarters." Before the Japanese negotiation team even reached the headquarters, they could sense the Slashing Blade Legion's grim, battle-ready aura from a great distance. Every soldier of the Slashing Blade Legion, from their brows to their eyes, from their hands to their feet, exuded strict discipline and supreme military might. Boom! Under White Owl's command, Commander Long Xiao strode out of the camp. The massive white military beast behind him radiated a fierce presence, its piercing eyes locked onto the Japanese negotiation team. Dragon Roar's tiger-like eyes suddenly blazed with ferocity, unleashing an indescribable aura, the grim, battle-hardened aura of one who had weathered countless wars. A rumor once circulated within the army that, during a campaign on the southern border, he had once encountered a ferocious jungle tiger. All Dragon Roar had done was glare at it with eyes wide with fury, unleashing his full aura, and the tiger had fled in terror. The members of the Japanese negotiation team instinctively took 2 steps back. Umezawa Yuzo, the team leader, felt his heart racing. He stared at Long Xiao in disbelief. This tall man clad in white, could his aura really be this overwhelming? Even the elite ninjas from Mount Fuji in Japan seemed no match for this towering figure. "Are you here to negotiate on behalf of Japan?" Long Xiao gave them a casual glance. When he saw the panic on their faces, he smirked with quiet disdain. If they were afraid of the killing intent of a single soldier like him, what right did these little Japs have to come negotiate with the Sword-Cutting Legion? The Sword-Cutting Legion had no shortage of powerful warriors with a ruthless fighting spirit. Ushio Umezawa suppressed his inner terror, steadied his expression, and feigned nonchalance. "I am Yusawa Yuzo, the special envoy from the Japanese leadership and head of diplomacy." Long Xiao couldn't hold it in and nearly burst out laughing. What kind of naming fetish do these little Japs have? Yusawa Yuzo? So you didn't wear any. That's your own business. Why did you have to say it out loud? Are you so proud of this that you have to commemorate it with your name? Are there even weirder names out there, like Yumekakawa Achiyoshi or Yumekakawa Uchikura? Your name is quite distinctive, Long Xiao remarked impassively, then strode toward the main camp. White Owl and Elder Xiao Shan are inside. Follow us. Click, click, click. Along the way, soldiers of the Slashing Blade Legion raised their gun barrels. The members of the Japanese negotiation team entered with trepidation. Inside the camp, White Owl sat upon a towering steel command seat, with the blood-red Central State military flag hanging overhead. The flag blocked out the sunlight, shrouding him in shadow and exuding an overwhelming aura of power at all times. the moment they laid eyes on White Owl. Some of the weaker-minded members of the Japanese negotiation team immediately began to tremble. If there were any Central State generals one could afford not to know, White Owl was certainly not one of them. White Owl began training in military combat arts at the age of 5, won the Central State National Youth Combat Championship at 10, was specially recruited into the Central State Military Headquarters Youth Training Boot Camp at 15, and entered the Special Forces at 18 after ranking first overall in that year's boot camp. From the age of 15 to 18, over the course of 3 years, White Owl endured 1,000 days and nights of grueling training. From military knives, rifles, and sniper rifles to hand-to-hand combat, lethal techniques, traditional Muay Thai, and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, he achieved first place in every discipline that year. Upon joining the Special Forces, he rose through the ranks, slaughtering enemies at every turn and leaving a trail of blood in his wake, earning a formidable reputation across the globe. Finally, at the age of 30, he was promoted from general to field marshal by the Central State Military Headquarters, the nation's highest military rank. Yet this was merely what the military had made public about White Owl. What remained unspoken, though as clear as day, was that White Owl harbored an intense loathing for Japan. On one occasion, a major uprising broke out on the Chaos Continent. The local government sought assistance from nations worldwide, and both Central State and Japan dispatched their own relief forces. White Owl led his special forces to the Chaos Continent to restore peace. Although he crushed many rebel forces, he also killed a large number of Japanese soldiers in the process. The situation was complicated at the time. How was I supposed to know whether they were insurgents or your Japanese troops? White Owl coldly retorted. The incident caused a huge uproar between the Central State and Japan, but Elder Shaoshan eventually stepped in as the peacemaker to resolve the dispute. But later, everyone in Japan came to know that there was a general in the Central State who viewed the Japanese as insurgents, who killed without a second thought, and who despised Japan to the extreme, and that man was White Owl. Shoo! Calm down. Ushio Umezawa turned around and hissed. His face was also extremely grim. That coward's teeth were chattering. The commotion was so loud that everyone here knew about it. What a useless piece of trash! White Owl sat on his steel throne, observing them impassively, a sneer of contempt curling the corners of his mouth. Was this the kind of wimp the Japanese had sent to negotiate? Did the Japanese have no one else? Umezawa Yuzo glanced at White Owl in the shadows. Seeing that White Owl showed no reaction, he let out a long sigh of relief. He really didn't want to interact with this god of death, so he turned to Elder Shaoshan, who was smiling and sipping tea nearby. I am here on behalf of the Japanese leadership to discuss the withdrawal of both sides, Umezawa Yuzo said directly. What conditions must be met for your Central State to agree to withdraw? Elder Shaoshan blew on his tea. Unhurried. Withdraw? When did we ever say we withdraw? Umezawa's expression shifted slightly. Why is this old man so stubborn? Is he really intent on going head-to-head with me? We understand that withdrawal is a matter of sincerity, Umezawa said, suppressing his anger with a forced smile. Here's the deal, all Central State needs to do is pay 5 million Central State coins. No need to issue an apology. Then we, the land of the rising sun, will be willing to withdraw from the far North Sea. Elder Shaoshan silently looked up. His expression was complex. This little Japanese seems to be out of the loop. Chapter 27, The Military Competition Between the Two Nations. In our own camp, you want us to apologize? Are you getting too big for your britches, or have we lost our edge? Elder Shaoshan glanced at White Owl. Sure enough, the gaze of this renowned general, famous both at home and abroad, had grown as dark as night. His tiger-like eyes seemed poised to devour Yuzo Maikawa and his men alive. Yuzo Maikawa, you're no fool. Don't resort to such cheap provocation. Elder Shaoshan said slowly, you should be well aware that if the Sword Legion marches on Japan, you won't be able to mount any effective resistance in the short term. Chaos will surely erupt between your left and right factions, and by then, I'm afraid it won't be as simple as just an apology. Yuzo Umekawa's expression shifted slightly. Elder Shaoshan, that old fox, truly understood human nature. Seeing this, he laid his cards on the table. All right, Elder Shaoshan, name your terms. What will it take for you to withdraw your forces? A war between Japan and the Central State would be the most absurd event of the century. You're merely using the Sword Legion as leverage. Tell us what you want. Ushio Umezawa cut straight to the chase. Elder Shaoshan, naturally unafraid of conflict, also laid his cards on the table. He held up 5 fingers and said, 500 billion Central State currency. Ushio Umezawa flew into a rage. 500 billion? What do you take us for? A nation of millionaires? Elder Shaoshan smiled faintly. Is that not the case? No way. 500 billion is out of the question. 100 million at most. 100 million? Are you trying to haggle? Sorry, you have no right to bargain. We're here to deliver a notice, not to negotiate with you. Elder Shaoshan finished speaking. White Owl then slowly rose to his feet. As a national general commanding 10 field marshals across the 2 major military regions of the East, South, West, and North, he held immense power and prestige. When he grew angry, the entire hall was filled with dread. Especially when White Owl slowly drew the general's sword from his waist, Yuzo Umezawa was so terrified he fell flat on the ground. You have no right to haggle. White Owl raised the jet-black blade, pointing it at Yuzo Umezawa, his brow etched with the grim, warlike intent of a battlefield. Dare to haggle even a single word, and I shall terminate these negotiations immediately. The Blade Legion will march into the Japanese mainland of its own accord. Yusuke Umezawa's face paled, and he began to hesitate. White Owl gave a faint, defiant smile. If you don't believe me, feel free to try. Our price is 50 billion. Go ahead and make an offer. As Umezawa Yuzo looked at White Owl's defiant smile, he grew increasingly certain that White Owl wasn't joking. He dared not risk war as a gamble, so he could only bow his head and say, I understand. I need to consult with our Japanese leadership. White Owl said nothing. Umezawa Yuzo hurried out. What? Bastard! 500 billion? Central State is extorting us. No way. Absolutely not. We in Japan cannot accept such a disgrace. The Japanese leadership's stance was firm. No way. Umezawa Yuzo pleaded earnestly. You all know what White Owl is like. He might very well use this as an excuse to send troops. We can't take that risk. Japan cannot engage in actual military conflict with Central State. Given the current global landscape, with the Freedom Empire dominating and Central State alongside other major powers, if Japan were to engage in military conflict with Central State, it would inevitably harm our national economy. We'd only fall further behind the other major powers. We simply can't take that risk. Ushio Umezawa's analysis was sound and logical. The Japanese leadership regained their composure. After a long silence, the Japanese leadership came up with a new solution. Since Central State insists on extorting 50 billion from us, let us use that 50 billion as the stake and hold a competition between the military elites of our 2 nations. They're only allowed to send members of the Sword Legion. If they win, we'll hand over the full 50 billion. If they lose, we won't pay a single cent. Let us take this proposal and negotiate with that bastard White Owl. Ushio Umezawa was taken aback. A military competition against the Blade Corps? The Blade Corps is full of hidden talents. Have they lost their minds? Our Japanese special forces have recently acquired something quite valuable. A certain member of the Japanese leadership chuckled mysteriously and coldly. It's something capable of boosting physical capabilities several-fold. The Sword-Cutting Legion? We have enhanced special forces. Nothing to fear. Let us negotiate with them on these terms. The call ended. With a heavy heart, Yuzo Umezawa relayed the message to Elder Shaoshan and White Owl. Elder Shaoshan furrowed his brow slightly and looked at White Owl. Central State could easily refuse such a proposal. But White Owl nodded immediately. All right. A military tournament? I love these kinds of competitions. White Owl smiled, revealing snow-white teeth that sent a chill down Umezawa Yuzo's spine. Tell your men to be careful. This time, I'll be stepping into the arena myself. Damn it, a maniac. Yuzo Maikawa cursed silently to himself. The Japanese negotiation team was temporarily staying in the far North Sea. News of the military competition between Japan and Central State had spread far and wide. A contest involving hundreds of billions of Central State currency and national pride was fraught with tension from the very start. More and more nations were paying attention to this competition, and countless military experts were speculating about the competition's rules and the eventual participants. On international forums, public discourse regarding the military competition between the two nations was constantly heating up. The comment sections were ablaze with debate, as both nations boasted massive numbers of supporters. Central State's Blade Legion is a world-class unit. Selecting elite participants from such a unit, they're bound to be world-renowned. Japan is in trouble this time. Bullshit. Japan has ninja special forces as fierce as our Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Their decapitation strikes, stealth, and assassination skills are top tier. Japan isn't going to lose. Quiet, quiet. Central State just released a new notice saying the military competition between the two nations will begin tomorrow at 5 p.m. That's a tight schedule. 5 p.m. tomorrow? Awesome. We're in for a once-in-a-lifetime show. Let the betting begin. Odds are 1-to-1. Bet big, win big. The Blade Corps, at the center of public attention. White Owl was training before the competition to ensure peak performance, when a call came in from the state leader. State leader. You're something else, White Owl. You've gotten pretty bold, haven't you? Setting up a military competition between our two nations without consulting the national leadership. Can't you just calm down? Listening to State Leader's rant over the phone, White Owl sighed helplessly. Don't worry, Japan doesn't have anyone worth fighting. I know that. What do you know? Just because you say so? Now, personally select a group of soldiers. Take them with you and head to Jiangnan immediately. White Owl was slightly taken aback. What's going on? What's going on? You're asking me what's going on? You've caused such a huge mess. If you lose, it'll be a disgrace to the Central State military. You might be able to afford that loss, but I certainly can't. The state leader barked coldly. Head to the Central Park in Jiangnan City immediately. I just consulted Tongtian Jianmu. It said it can help boost your physical conditioning. Hurry back. Chapter 28, Infusing Mana into the Elite Soldiers. At dusk, the entire Zhandao Legion assembled on emergency notice. The assembled troops were the cream of the crop. Lights shone brightly, and military banners fluttered for miles. Hundreds of soldiers clad in white uniforms stood as straight as steel spears. No matter how fierce the night winds of the far North Sea raged, they remained as immovable as Mount Tai. These were all the elite soldiers of the Slashing Blade Legion. Soldiers! You are the cream of the crop within the Slashing Blade Legion. The elite among the elite. White Owl, clad in silver-white military fatigues and wearing a cap engraved with a red star, stood beneath a formation of armed helicopters. His gaze stern, he shouted, but in the face of national honor. I need you to be even stronger and more powerful. Those bastards from Japan are coming to challenge the Slasher Corps in a showdown. It's survival of the fittest. The loser will bring shame upon the nation. I ask you, faced with this situation, do you want to win? Silence. The wind blew. A pair of eyes burned with intensity. We want to win. Hundreds of elite soldiers shouted in unison. Their faces flushed red, their spirits soaring. White Owl waved his hand dramatically. If you want to win, then follow me. At dusk, 50 armed helicopters, fully loaded with elite soldiers, rushed through the night from the far North Sea to the Central Park of Jiangnan City. Jiangnan City National Level 1 Alert. The armed helicopter formation ahead is landing. Cooperate with the garrison's routine inspection. All the armed helicopters landed swiftly. On the outskirts of Jiangnan City, from the foundations of the 50-meter-high steel wall currently under construction, a squad of fully armed elite soldiers immediately charged out and approached the helicopter formation. Greetings, Jiangnan City Temporary Garrison Inspection Team. The lead elite soldier raised his hand in a salute. White Owl stepped down from the attack helicopter and personally handed him the pass bearing the seal of the National Corps Council, White Owl of the Central State Military Headquarters, acting on orders from the National Corps Council, leading 130 members of the Slasher Corps to enter Jiangnan City. After reviewing the pass, the elite soldier returned it. No issues. Permission granted. On board the armed helicopter squadron. The elite soldiers of the Slasher Legion watched the scene in astonishment. What on earth is going on in Jiangnan City? Security is so tight that even a general has to personally present a pass? Filled with confusion, the elite soldiers began entering Jiangnan City. As far as the eye could see, massive steel walls were under construction. Their foundations, sprawling across the ground like the coiled bodies of dragons, left everyone deeply stunned. They're actually building giant walls. That's so unusual. What are they building these walls for? Walls are defensive structures. Who are these giant walls meant to defend against? The Freedom Empire? Impossible. A single missile wiped them all out. That's right. In modern warfare, walls no matter how high or thick are useless. Only in ancient wars fought with cold weapons do you need walls. Wait, look. Jiangnan City is swarming with tanks and helicopters. Today, the elite soldiers of the Sword Legion truly witnessed what it meant to face garrison defenses as impenetrable as a wall of bronze and iron. The soldiers and tanks patrolling every street. The various military aircraft filling the sky. The military checkpoints scattered throughout every alley and street. And the ubiquitous satellite surveillance. All of it was telling them Jiangnan City is not what it used to be. But exactly why things had changed so drastically left them even more puzzled and even a bit excited, as if they were edging closer to an unknown and mysterious realm. I'd like to say a few words to everyone here. White Owl addressed all the elite soldiers over the military radio. Once we reach our destination, maintain your military bearing. Don't look around or ask questions. Obey orders without question, and follow every command I've issued to you. Understood? The elite soldiers all laughed. They were elite soldiers who had weathered countless trials. Military discipline was ingrained in their very bones. Even if White Owl hadn't emphasized it, they wouldn't have asked a single question or cast a single glance once they reached their destination, even if it held the world's most closely guarded secret. The closer they got to the city center park, the more the elite soldiers noticed the security becoming increasingly tight. At the park entrance, there were even international satellite signal jammers and all kinds of modern counter-surveillance equipment. It was truly the most heavily restricted area in the world. Follow me. The elite soldiers followed White Owl into the park. They made their way to the very depths. Along the way, they saw many people they would never normally encounter: an admiral every 3 steps, a state elder every 5, and a national general every 10, a sight that deeply shook them to their core. We're here. Everyone took a deep breath. They followed White Owl through the final checkpoint. In that instant, the elite soldiers' pupils contracted sharply. Before their eyes stood a vibrant green sapling, its dozen or so tender branches twisting and swaying of their own accord as if possessed by a demon, completely shattering the soldiers' worldview. Is there such a willow tree in this world? What shocked them even more at that moment was that White Owl, a man known for his defiant and irreverent nature, actually walked respectfully to the tender willow and bowed. Reporting to the divine willow, White Owl has arrived. White Owl said, bowing. In that moment, the hearts of the elite soldiers stopped. They were stunned, speechless. White Owl was, after all, a world-renowned iron-fisted general second to none, with merits and status having reached the pinnacle of a soldier's career, a goal countless warriors spent their entire lives chasing. And yet, such a man was bowing and reporting to a mere sapling? What on earth is wrong with this world? One of the elite commanders instinctively wanted to cry out in shock, but his innate military discipline flared up instantly, and he forced the words back down his throat. Even though their minds were in turmoil, all the elite commanders kept their eyes fixed straight ahead, standing quietly in place with their backs straight as steel spears planted in the ground. Bai Liang looked at these elite soldiers. He nodded with considerable satisfaction. Earlier, the state leader had already briefed him on this matter, specifically mentioning that they had summoned the very best of the best among the nation's finest officers, each with distinguished combat records, forged through the crucible of battle. It seemed the state leader had spoken the truth. It's just about channeling mana, isn't it? Simple. Bai Liang gently channeled the mana flowing through the veins of the branches and leaves, using photosynthesis to generate heat, then vaporized the mana to catalyze it into a mist. To the elite soldiers, this scene appeared as if the young willow branches were suddenly emitting white mist. "Everyone, move over." Seeing this, White Owl immediately ordered, "Everyone, sit cross-legged beside the young willow and use diaphragmatic breathing to inhale this white mist into your bodies." Though filled with doubts, the elite soldiers obeyed without question. They all obediently sat cross-legged around Bai Liang, concentrating intently on regulating their breathing. Everyone was inhaling the mist like mana emitted by Bai Liang. At the same time, the supply personnel nearby immediately hauled over a basket full of chickens and ducks, knocked them unconscious, and laid them out before Bai Liang. Then, under the utterly stunned gaze of the elite soldiers, the young willow tree, which had been continuously emitting white mist, suddenly raised a dozen or so willow branches. Like thunder and lightning, it lashed out at the chickens and ducks. Chapter 29, Signs of Human Mutation. Although the elite soldiers didn't know why they had to breathe in the white mist emitted by the willow tree, their military discipline kept them from asking a single question. They simply buried all their doubts deep within their hearts. Until 2 hours later, one of the elite soldiers accidentally shifted his weight, and his foot struck the ground. With a crack, the park's concrete and brick pavement suddenly shattered. The elite soldier's pupils contracted sharply. He stared blankly at the shattered paving stones. Then, in disbelief, he looked down at his shoe. Pebbles were still stuck to the edge of his shoe. "These stones, did I crush them myself? That's impossible. I just shifted my foot slightly. I applied barely any force. How could such a small amount of force shatter the stones so easily?" At that moment, the other elite soldiers were also watching the scene. They, too, couldn't believe that a comrade in arms they spent every day with had unconsciously done something so shocking. Shattered a stone tile? Is this guy a superhero or something? Stop looking around. Keep breathing in the white mist. White Owl noticed the elite soldiers' reactions and said, unsurprised, "Let me explain something to you here. The white mist you're breathing is called mana. That's right, the very same mana from legend that's said to grant enlightenment and ascension to immortality. The real deal. You're the cream of the crop among all Central State's military forces, 1 in 100,000. The first batch of warriors to undergo mana-enhanced physical transformation. Go ahead and gloat to yourselves." Before White Owl could finish speaking, the elite soldiers devoured the mist like a raging fire, their eyes wide as they hurriedly inhaled the white mist in great gulps. Wow, no wonder the military security here is so tight, and why the sudden announcement to relocate the capital to Jiangnan. It turns out a divine tree capable of granting enlightenment and ascension to immortality has appeared in Jiangnan. At that moment, the elite soldiers fully understood the cause and effect. At the same time, they couldn't help but gloat as they watched their bodies being enhanced by mana. As warriors, who wouldn't want to be stronger and faster? Who wouldn't want their comrades to look at them with envy and respect? Their vision was sharper and clearer. They could even spot a fly 100 meters away. Their muscular strength was greater than ever. They could bend steel pipes with their bare hands. All this enhancement came from absorbing mana. And then there was the upcoming Sino-Japanese military competition. Humph, you Japanese bastards, you're in for it. As dawn approached and the mist began to rise, Bai Liang finally drained every last bit of mana stored within him. The willow branch gradually dropped back into stillness, and the white mist of mana began to fade. "Are you okay?" White Owl asked with concern. Bai Liang wearily waved the willow branch slightly, signaling that he was fine. Only then did White Owl relax, turning to look at his elite soldiers who had undergone the mana infusion. Under the morning sunlight, the resolute features of the elite soldiers became even more sharply defined. Their spines stood even straighter. Their gazes grew sharper. Their muscles were more defined. Even just standing there, they exuded an indomitable, razor-sharp aura. Undoubtedly, the mana infusion had brought them not only physical changes but, more importantly, psychological growth. Now, they felt they possessed the courage and confidence to bare-handed fight a tiger. In the morning sunlight, they stood like javelins, their sharpness fully revealed. Excellent! White Owl nodded in satisfaction, but his tone shifted abruptly, growing as sharp as a cold blade, each word piercing their hearts. But at the same time, I want you to understand just how many precious resources Central State has invested in you. I believe in you, and the nation believes in you. At tomorrow's China-Japan military competition, whoever betrays the nation's trust and squanders these precious resources, I'll make sure they. White Owl hadn't even finished speaking when a top soldier roared in indignation. I was born in Central State, raised in Central State, fed on Central State's grain, and drank Central State's water. If I betray the motherland's nurturing, I'll gladly die. White Owl immediately waved his hand sternly. Cut it out. Dare to utter that word, and you'll be scrubbing the barracks toilets. Damn it, let me make this clear, in this competition, victory is the only option, defeat is not an option. Don't spout such discouraging nonsense. The elite soldiers' faces flushed crimson, their voices roaring like mad dragons as they shouted in unison. We swear to never betray the motherland's nurturing. Afterward, White Owl led the elite soldiers back to the far North Sea. In the central park of Jiangnan City, the state leader and elder son emerged from a corner, their faces etched with worry, and looked at Bai Liang with concern. Draining your mana like this won't it harm you? Bai Liang, still dazed, twirled a willow branch to pick up a pen and wrote casually, pushing oneself to the limit is also a way to improve oneself. Then Bai Liang fell into a deep sleep. The state leader furrowed his brow in thought. Elder's son had a sudden realization. He pulled out his notebook and wrote as he explained, what the willow deity means is to liken oneself to an elastic vessel that holds mana. Every time the vessel is overdrawn, its walls expand. While painful, this increases the mana storage capacity. Overdrafting oneself is indeed a way to improve oneself. This should be recorded and compiled into the laws of mana to be distributed to our soldiers. The state leader smiled. Go ahead and compile it. Following the path of the celestial tree, I can see more and more clearly the path forward for our central state in the era of mana awakening. That afternoon, Elder Son finished his shift and returned home. Ruan immediately rushed out of the bathroom in a panic, grabbing Elder Son and crying out, Elder Son, you have to go see Mom. Mom is sick, it's really bad. Elder Son rushed into the bathroom. Ruan's mother was leaning over the bathtub, vomiting violently. She barely turned her head at the sound of his voice and gave a weak smile. Dad, I'm fine. I just caught a chill. Elder Son walked quickly over to his daughter with a stern expression, but suddenly his gaze fixed on the half-exposed arm of Ruan's mother. He saw half a black scale. I'm fine, really. Ruan's mother instinctively tried to hide her arm. Elder Son grabbed her arm and pulled up her sleeve. Instantly, his face turned pale. From the middle of Ruan's mother's forearm up to her bicep, her arm was densely covered with 1 square centimeter black scales. It looked just like a snake's scales. Recent events had already made Elder Son jump at every shadow, and upon seeing this, he grabbed Ruan's mother and dragged her toward the door while frantically dialing a phone. Hello, this is the National Academy. Please send an armored vehicle immediately. Ruan's mother cried out, Dad. What are you doing? Ruan, too, was panicked, her eyes brimming with tears. Elder Son, where are you taking Mom? Elder Son turned back, his teeth chattering with fear for the first time in his life. You're starting to mutate. Ruan's mother was struck dumb. Mutate? Growing scales was a mutation? You've got to be kidding me. Ruan's mother forced a smile. Dad, stop joking around. This is just a skin condition. Elder Son roared in anguish, tears streaming down the corners of his eyes, leaving Ruan's mother and Ruan speechless. He said, Don't you know what I do? Do you think I'd joke about something like this? Ruan's mother stared blankly, her eyes fixed on her father's tear-filled gaze for a long moment. Suddenly snapping back to reality, she scooped up Ruan, pulled up her little tank top, and cried out, "Dad! Look at Ruan first." Chapter 30, Please train my granddaughter well. Elder son cast a glance downward, tears streaming down his face. There, on Ruan's fair, childish back, were rows of bright red, half-centimeter-long spines. The tips of the spines were slightly open, and faint traces of pale red fuzz could be seen inside. "How have you started mutating too?" Elder son was overcome with emotion. His coughing was thunderous. The shock struck his heart, and he coughed up 2 pools of black blood. Leaning on the table, he grabbed his daughter and granddaughter and rushed out the door. Whoosh! A military vehicle sped toward them. Major General Chen Ju had rushed over personally. He opened the door and said urgently, "Elder son, get in quickly." "Where are you going?" "I'll take you there. Hurry to Central Park." Elder son's voice trembled with panic. But Ruan tugged at Elder son's sleeve, her face suddenly lighting up with a bright smile as she asked, "Elder son, are you taking me to see Brother Willow?" Elder son wiped away his tears. The sudden shock left him speechless. He simply stroked Ruan's little head over and over, his tear-filled, clouded eyes brimming with worry. In old age, one's greatest concern is always one's descendants. With one hand on Ruan's head and the other on Ruan's mother's head, the atmosphere in the carriage was oppressive and heavy. Only Ruan was grinning foolishly, eagerly anticipating the meeting with Brother Willow. Willow deity. The moment Elder son laid eyes on Bai Liang. Disregarding his advanced age and frail, brittle bones, he dropped to his knees before Bai Liang with a thud. Tears that even Bai Liang found startling streamed down the weathered face that had dedicated half a lifetime to the nation. "Oh, Willow deity." Elder son wept bitterly, pointing at Ruan's mother and Ruan as he cried out, "My daughter and my granddaughter have already begun to mutate. I beg you, tell me, is there anything in this world that can stop human mutation? If there is, I, Sun Haomin, will sell everything I own and spend every last penny to obtain it. I don't want to watch them." Elder son was in agony. Bai Liang remained silent. He glanced at the mother and daughter. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, Ruan gave Bai Liang a sweet smile, revealing 2 small, flawless pearly white fangs. "Willow brother, we meet again. Lately, Ruan has been longing so very much to see you." Bai Liang looked at the sweet-faced Ruan. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No matter how lovely and kind humans may be, they cannot escape the divine punishment of mutation. Sooner or later, they will all mutate. It's just that the earlier the mutation occurs, the greater their innate talent for absorbing mana. Talent determines one's potential. The process of mutation cannot be reversed. Bai Liang felt helpless. All he could do was write those words. Elder son's vision went dark for a moment. The harsh reality staring him in the face felt like a sledgehammer smashing against the door of his heart, leaving him dizzy and even more drained. Willow deity. Elder son tremblingly lifted Ruan's vest, revealing the small red spines on her back. Clenching his teeth and holding back tears, he said, "Ruan really is such a well-behaved child. And given how you described the Mana Awakening era as a place where the strong prey on the weak, Willow deity, I truly can't rest easy." Just as Elder son was still rambling on, Bai Liang's gaze fixed on Ruan's back. If everyone could see the expression on his face, they would surely stare in disbelief. For the moment Bai Liang laid eyes on the tiny red spines on Ruan's back, his expression turned incredibly grave and solemn, and deep within his eyes lay profound shock and self-doubt. The tiny red spines on Ruan's back, and the pale red down inside the tip of the spine, both reminded Bai Liang of a terrifying creature. In his previous life, in Jiangnan, Central State, a naturally vivid red vermilion bird had been born. While Bai Liang was still struggling desperately in a world of survival of the fittest, that naturally vivid red vermilion bird was already soaring among the clouds, using its waves of red flame to form a ring of forbidden territory. Back then, Bai Liang had caught a fleeting glimpse of the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird soared through the heavens, spreading its wings. Bai Liang struggled bitterly on the ground. The contrast was stark. That single glance left an indelible mark on Bai Liang's mind. The vermilion bird's wings with blood-red wing bones and pale red feathers were practically a mature version of the tiny red spines on Juana's back. She will not perish in the tide of time. She will only use that tide to spread her wings and soar. In the sky, she is the sovereign. Bai Liang wrote these 3 sentences. Elder Sun fell silent at once, his eyes wide with astonishment. Gazing at Bai Liang's words, Elder Sun looked at his granddaughter in disbelief. He simply couldn't reconcile the image of a sky sovereign with the adorable Ruan standing before him, whose smile always revealed her little tiger fangs. But a seed of hope had been planted. Elder Sun laughed heartily, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes. He hugged Ruan and murmured to himself, "Ruan, as long as you grow up safe and sound, whether you're the sky overlord or a clumsy little chick, Elder Sun will support you." After the initial joy subsided, Elder Sun pushed Ruana's mother back toward Bai Liang, rolled up his daughter's sleeve to reveal black scales, and asked nervously, "Willow deity, what do you think of this?" This time, Bai Liang truly didn't recognize them. The black scales bore a striking resemblance to those of a snake. Bai Liang had never heard of any famous snakes in Jiangnan in his previous life. Unable to determine Ruana's mother's future, he could only write honestly, "Unknown." Unknown. Elder Sun fell silent. Unknown meant danger. His daughter was about to be plunged into danger. How could a father bear to see that? Just then, Major General Chen Ju strode over. "Elder Sun, the military headquarters established a mana training program yesterday. They're gathering elite soldiers, generals, commanders, and other military talent for training. I think we should send your daughter and granddaughter there as well, so they can get a head start on understanding the new era. The theoretical knowledge there all comes from the pen of the Willow deity." Elder Sun's eyes lit up. "Excellent." With that, he reached out to lead them away. Just then, Bai Liang suddenly raised his pen to block Elder Sun's path. Elder Sun immediately, as if by reflex, pulled out a sheet of hard-backed paper. He held it up respectfully before the willow branch. He was now constantly prepared to receive the messages Bai Liang transmitted. Every single one was precious and significant, potentially affecting the nation's future, so he dared not be negligent. However, Bai Liang simply wrote, "The children stay." Elder Sun paused for a moment and glanced at Ruan. Ruan beamed with joy. "Elder Sun, I want to stay by Willow brother's side too." Elder Sun was at a loss, so he could only ask Bai Liang respectfully, "May I ask, Willow deity, why do you wish to keep my granddaughter?" Suddenly, Elder Sun realized that Bai Liang needed mana. And since his granddaughter had mutated, she must have mana within her. Elder Sun immediately shielded Ruan behind him, shaking his head resolutely. "No, she is my granddaughter and a human being. I absolutely cannot let her be sacrificed for mana. I, Sun Haomin, will not agree to this." Bai Liang sighed inwardly with resignation. He had no choice but to expend his energy once more, to write, cultivate and strengthen. Elder Sun was instantly overjoyed. He hurriedly placed Ruan beside Bai Liang. As he led his daughter to the mana training class, he turned back, waving his arms excitedly and shouting, "Willow deity, please train my granddaughter well. Don't hold back at all. Ruan, you stay by Willow deity's side and study hard. Even a little of what you learn will be enough for you for a lifetime." Sun Haomin thanks Willow deity right here. Chapter 31, The Terrifying Talent of the Future Sky Ruler. City Center Park. Ruan gazed at Bai Liang with an incredibly soft and adorable expression. She wanted to touch this willow brother. But she was stopped by several elite warriors. The willow deity is of the utmost importance. He must not be approached lightly. However, Bai Liang gently waved his willow branch to pull Ruan to his side. The elite warriors could do nothing but include Ruan within their protective perimeter. Mana cultivation focuses on increasing one's cellular storage capacity. The higher the cellular storage capacity, the more mana one possesses, and the stronger the individual becomes. This manifests in numerous aspects, including neural response, perception, vision, hearing, muscle strength, and the amount of mana one can control. Among these, neural response and muscle strength pertain to the physical body, while the ability to control mana pertains to one's cultivation level. According to experiments conducted by Bai Liang in his previous life, whether it be physical prowess or cultivation, both can reach the level of divinity. Physical divinity means splitting mountains and shattering rocks. A single finger can sever a mountain, and a wave of the hand can split rivers. Wherever one goes, one becomes a destroyer of terrain. Divine attainment through cultivation, however, is somewhat more profound. It allows one to manipulate the five elements, summon winds and rain, command thunder in the palm of one's hand, and transform one's body into myriad forms. A mystery within a mystery, commonly known as the immortal cultivation path to divine attainment. Whether it be divine attainment through physical brute strength or through immortal cultivation, these are the only two ways to restore the human body. Bai Liang told Ruan a great deal. Ruan sat quietly before Bai Liang. In front of her was a small blackboard, and Bai Liang was using a willow branch to roll up a piece of chalk, teaching her all the basics of mana on the board. There was no sound, only words. It seemed difficult to understand. But Ruan was reading it with great interest. From time to time, she would voice her own questions and insights. By noon, Bai Liang was feeling a bit tired, but Ruan was still full of enthusiasm. Could it be that this little girl was actually a model student at school? Bai Liang wanted to rest, so he pretended to be stern and assigned Ruan a homework assignment. Once he was done, he let the willow branch drop and fell fast asleep. Give an example of how mana is used. This assignment was quite difficult. It involved the pathways through which mana flows within a living organism, as well as how cells process and autonomously regulate mana. Unless she just made up an answer, Bai Liang figured it would take Ruan a very, very long time. In the meantime, he could catch up on some much-needed sleep. Before going to sleep, Bai Liang checked his status. He had reached the peak of Tier 1. All 10 willow branches were brimming with mana. Their surfaces were a fresh, tender green, glowing with a faint light. Just from their appearance, it was clear he was on the verge of entering the second stage of plant evolution. The second stage of a living organism is very special. It is a stage of extreme hunger. A plant form experiences hunger just like an animal, and it grows increasingly severe. It must devour mana constantly, otherwise, its own plant cells will begin to devour one another. In short, it will starve to the point of cannibalism. That's why the second stage is also known as the gluttony phase. In his previous life, the second stage gluttony phase was a veritable death trap. Every day, countless human mutants fell into cellular cannibalism due to food shortages and ultimately perished. Bai glanced at the chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep stored nearby, gave a weary smile. Now he didn't have to worry about food at all, and immediately fell into a deep sleep. Unfortunately, he only slept for half an hour when Ruan cheerfully woke him up, pointing at the small blackboard covered in densely packed, childish handwriting and shouting, "Brother Willow, isn't Ruan smart? I wrote so much." Bai Liang sighed, still half asleep. So this is what it feels like to teach a good student. He glanced at the small blackboard through bleary eyes. The next moment, all traces of sleepiness vanished. On that small blackboard were more than a dozen methods for using mana, and not a single one was the same. Mana can be channeled through the rhythm of the heartbeat, transmitted to the arms, and then released as mana skills. Mana can protect one's own cells, strengthen muscle and skin cells, making the body hard and sturdy. Mana can also. Bai Liang read every word carefully. Finally, he couldn't help but exclaim. Truly, a genius begets a genius. Ruan's talent for mana was already beginning to shine through at this moment. At the very least, her talent far surpassed that of Bai Liang in his previous life. If nurtured properly, she would undoubtedly become a god in no time. Bai Liang gazed at Ruan's large, gem-like eyes and smiled faintly to himself. My central state will soon welcome a new god, an extremely young god. Then Bai Liang pulled himself together. She devoted herself entirely to teaching Ruan. This scene did not escape the state leader's notice. The state leader summoned the Minister of Intelligence and instructed him in a low voice, "Go immediately and transfer all information regarding Elder Sun's family to the National Intelligence Bureau. Classify it as a top-secret national file, especially the information on this little girl. There must be absolutely no possibility of a leak." "Yes, sir." Bai Liang valued Ruan. This instills a sense of security in the slasher soldiers within the ranks. Having accompanied White Owl on a day-long mission, the elite warriors returned transformed, brimming with fighting spirit. Naturally, the ordinary soldiers were curious about what they had experienced. On the other side of the cage of life and death, inside a few makeshift tents, Yuzo Umezawa was holding a meeting with the Japanese contestants who had traveled a long way. Half of these contestants were soldiers, and half were ninjas. Ushio Umezawa glanced at the ninjas and sighed inwardly. These so-called ninjas looked more like beggars to him. Their hair was long and filthy, long enough to be used as a mop, and their clothes were tattered and disheveled. They sat with their legs crossed, picking their noses while sipping cheap sake. Had ninjas really fallen so low? Compared to these lousy ninjas, Ushio Umezawa still preferred the soldiers. At least they sat with proper posture, didn't fidget, and didn't pick their noses. They wore military uniforms, neat and tidy. We worked out the rules for this tournament. There will be 3 rounds, first, 5 individual arena matches, then a 10-person team battle, and finally, a 100-person icefield battle. 1 point for each individual match won. 2 points for a 10-person team battle. 3 points for a 100-person iceplane battle. The side with the highest total score wins. So how do you plan to fight? Chapter 32, Central State's Might. Yusho Umezawa stood by the small window of the tent, glancing at the Sword Legion across from him. That uniform, surging white tide truly sent a chill down his spine. How had things come to this, to the point where they had to face off with real weapons? Sigh. There was no other way. The situation had already unfolded, and Yuzo Umezawa had no choice but to face reality, pinning his hopes on this group of contestants who had come all the way from the Japanese mainland. Yuzo Umezawa's eyes were filled with worry. A ninja named Jiroanabe, wearing a gray headband, his face pockmarked, and sporting a scruffy handlebar mustache, glanced at Yuzo Umezawa and sneered, "Mr. Umezawa, we'll handle the fighting. Why are you worrying for nothing? You should be serving us the finest sake and the most delicious dishes." The table was completely empty. Joichiro placed his feet on the table in frustration and said pointedly to everyone, "Sai, how are we supposed to fight on an empty stomach? If we lose, Mr. Umezawa will have to take the blame for this. I really don't want such an outstanding colleague like you to be punished." Umezawa Yuzo nearly had a stroke from rage. This bunch of ninjas are nothing but a bunch of damn bandits. They haven't even done a single thing yet, and they're already acting like big shots. Do they really think we're still in the ancient ninja era? Modern ninjas are so broke they can't even afford a meal, yet here they are acting like big shots. I really don't know why the higher-ups sent you here in the first place. Besides, it's freezing cold out here, and we're on Central State's turf. Where are we supposed to get you the finest sake? Or gourmet food? We'd be lucky to have canned food. Of course, Umezawa didn't voice his true thoughts. Instead, he nodded with feigned kindness, all right. I'll go prepare food for everyone right away. The competition starts this afternoon, so I hope everyone gives it their all." Joichiro casually waved his hand to cut off Umezawa Yusho, then gripped the edge of the wooden table with his other hand. With a burst of strength, he crushed it with a loud crack, sending wood shavings flying and leaving Umezawa Yusho staring in shock. "Did you see that?" Joichiro sat back down leisurely, still resting his feet on the table with his legs crossed, and said, "Did you really think we were useless? If we were, those old farts in the national leadership wouldn't have come all the way to my dojo personally to ask me to help you compete." Crushing a wooden table. Yusuke Umezawa was stunned. Then he was overjoyed. Excellent! Everyone, take a seat. Food and drinks will be here shortly." Yusuke Umezawa paid out of his own pocket to send someone to buy food. This time, he didn't complain at all, on the contrary, he was delighted. As long as he could ensure that group of insanely powerful ninjas won the match, what was a little money for food? "Once we return home, I'll be a hero revered by the masses." After settling the food arrangements, Umezawa turned to look at the group expectantly and asked tentatively, "I knew the leadership back home sent you here for a major purpose. Could you show me some of your special moves? It'd help me get a better sense of things so I can arrange the match order. No need to watch. I'll just give you a quick rundown. Jibe Juichiro said nonchalantly. Jibe Juichiro, head of the Jibe Dojo and the 18th generation successor of the Raikiri handsword technique, can now cut through a steel pipe with a single sword. Yuzo Yumekawa's scalp prickled. Cutting a steel pipe with a single sword? That's way too brutal. Another short, bow-legged man stepped forward, grinning lecherously. I am Yamamoto Jiro. I specialize in assassination. I can now throw a knife from 10 meters away with 100% accuracy with enough force to pierce through steel plates. Ushio Umezawa clapped vigorously. Another formidable character. I am Yamamoto Sanjin. I specialize in dual sword combat. My footwork is as swift as lightning. Combined with my dual sword style, I can slay gods and demons alike. There were 5 ninjas in total. And 5 soldiers. We specialize in military boxing, hand-to-hand combat, bayonet fighting, swordsmanship, sniping, reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, stealth, 3-man coordination, and decapitation. The 5 soldiers rattled off their skills one after another. By the time all 10 had finished their introductions, Yuzo Umezawa was already confident. With such a perfect team of 10 combat machines, Central State had no chance of winning. As for the third round, the 100-man battle on the ice field, Japan had already dispatched a cruise ship to transport them. However, since they won the first 2 rounds, what was the point of even holding the third round? Central State, you're definitely going to lose this time. In the afternoon, the lights shone like stars. The towering arena was already surrounded by reporters from all over the world. Spotlights and cameras relentlessly captured every detail of the scene. Global viewership had soared to over 1 billion since the event began. When the bell rang to signal the start of the arena match, every spectator watching this military tournament knew the competition was about to begin. On the Central State side, White Owl led the elite soldiers onto the field. 100 elite soldiers underwent mana enhancement. Now, the 10 strongest are selected. Their footsteps are in perfect unison. Thud. 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 As the elite soldiers, clad in white tactical helmets, appeared on camera like a formation of moving javelins, their resolute faces bathed in the cold sunlight instantly ignited the fervor of countless people. The Central State elite soldiers, their steadfast resolve is renowned throughout the world. Across Central State, countless people stared intently at the elite soldiers on their screens. The burning desire to enlist was reignited in countless men. The sunlight, the rifles, the military uniforms, the unyielding spirit fighting for the nation, these were the dreams of their childhood. Central State, you are mighty. No one knows when it began. On any online platform broadcasting the military competition, the comments sections were filled with 4 red characters in perfect unison. Central State, you are mighty. Central State, you're the best. Central State, you're the best. Countless people are shouting, Central State, you're the best. As this wave rapidly spread, Central State's online platforms began crashing one after another due to overload. Internet companies across the nation were scrambling to restore systems and expand server capacity. It crashed again. It crashed again. That server just now was supposed to handle 10 million concurrent users, right? Even a massive server like that crashed. The internet is completely out of control today. How could it not be? This is our Central State taking on those bastards from Japan. We might lose to them in soccer and swallow our frustration, but there's no way we'll let them beat us in a military competition. Hurry up. Fix it now. I'm dying to watch the live broadcast. The people of Central State were in a frenzy. In some cities, tens of thousands had gathered in public squares, movie theaters, and shopping districts, all wearing red headbands, fists clenched as they stared intently at the live feed. This was the passion of the people of Central State. We have to win. A middle-aged, portly man, fists clenched and a red scarf tied around his head, stood in the sea of people, gazing up at the big screen. Beside him stood an elderly man, wearing a military uniform faded white from repeated washing. He strained to stand tall, his cloudy eyes fixed intently on the live broadcast. Hanging from the old man's chest were several military medals from the last century. But with the crowd so thick, he could barely see the broadcast. "Dad, I'll carry you on my back." The man crouched down and hoisted the old man onto his back. When the old man saw the image on the giant screen, the elite soldiers in Central State uniforms marching toward the arena against the sunlight, the Central State flag on their helmets gleaming, tears instantly streamed down his face. Central State, how majestic! The old man saluted with a trembling hand. Chapter 33, The Overwhelming Might of the Commander of the Slashing Blade Legion. As the old man in the worn military uniform saluted, everyone around him instinctively parted to make a space for him. It is said that the backbone of Central State is upheld by those who have dedicated themselves to the nation. At this moment, the veteran's salute perfectly embodied what it means to love one's country. Though he had long since retired from service and his body had grown frail, that fiery, patriotic heart still beat strong. The veteran gazed at the giant screen, tears streaming down his face. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. His voice trembled with emotion. "Back then, we went to Japan to compete in a military tournament. All my comrades gave it their all, but we still lost to Japan. I never imagined that decades later, I'd live to see Central State face off against Japan again. I have no regrets in this life." The old man muttered to himself, "Old friends, did you see that? Our new generation of Central State lads has far more spirit than we did back in the day. In ancient times, veterans fought for their country. Today, young men follow in their footsteps." Facing Japan, any true Central State citizen's blood will boil with patriotic fervor. Who dares say Central State has no men? Who dares say Central State is in decline? As long as this spirit of patriotism endures, Central State will live on forever. The far North Sea. The first one-on-one match. Japan fields Jibata Juichiro. Jibata Juichiro, wielding a long blade forged from refined steel, leans casually against the edge of the arena, a toothpick between his lips, his gaze sweeping contemptuously over the Central State lineup. "I request that only cold weapons be used in this match." Jibata Juichiro made his request to the referee. Clearly, cold weapons were his specialty. After 18 years of rigorous training with a cold blade at the foot of Mount Fuji, he had now reached the realm of man and weapon, becoming one capable of cleaving steel with a single stroke. The referee looked toward White Owl in the stands. White Owl smiled, a sharp gleam in his eyes. "Cold weapons, eh? That's perfect. I happen to have a master of cold weapons right here. Long Xiao, aren't you skilled with cold weapons? Go up there and have some fun with him." Long Xiao, commander of the sword-cutting legion, had not originally planned to participate in this military tournament, but since White Owl had spoken, he silently drew his military sidearm. Black leather with gold inlays, a leather scabbard. He drew the blade from its sheath and stood with it held horizontally. The blade was exquisite and unadorned, single-edged, approximately 80 centimeters long. The steel gleamed brightly, exuding both a sense of heft and razor sharpness. It was the standard-issue regimental sword of Central State's officers and soldiers, the Tang Hangdao. Sunlight fell upon the blade of the Tang Hangdao. It reflected a beautiful halo of light. Long Xiao, gripping the Tang Hangdao, slowly walked onto the stage. His steps were heavy, his gaze cold. That aura of grim, battle-ready intent was not only palpable to everyone present but was also broadcast to the world through the dense array of media cameras surrounding the arena. White Owl smiled faintly. Long Xiao, commander of the Slashing Blade Corps, he is a master swordsman who once cut through half a war-torn region with just a single Tang Hangdao. On the stage, a chill wind stirred, carrying an air of grim determination. Jingbian Shibaro taunted, "Hey, you over there, are you walking that slowly on purpose? Are your legs lame?" Long Xiao took his final step, stomping heavily onto the ring. In that moment, a faint, icy glint flickered around him. The cold wind cut like a blade, and his gaze was as sharp as a knife. It pierced Jingbian Shibaro's heart. He couldn't help but feel a surge of panic, taking 2 steps back. "Humph," Long Xiao gave a dismissive smirk. This scene was captured by the media. Countless people saw Long Xiao's smile. On Central State's internet, Long Xiao's dismissive smirk toward his opponent further ignited the passion in young people's hearts, and it was turned into a meme the very first moment it appeared. Titled, "The Commander's Disdainful Smile." Back on the stage, perhaps stung once more by Long Xiao's sneer, Jibei Juichiro's face flushed crimson as he raised his katana and roared. "I am Jibei Juichiro, head of the Jibei Dojo. Who are you? State your name." Long Xiao stood with his sword in hand, his thin lips parting slightly. "Commander of the Sword-Cutting Legion, Long Xiao." Ibe Juichiro's pupils suddenly contracted. He was facing the commander of the Sword-Cutting Legion? Holy shit! The commander hailed as the strongest in Central State? In an instant, Ibe Juichiro's vigilance shot to the limit. Facing the commander of the Sword-Cutting Legion was no different from battling a world-class powerhouse. Every split second held the key to victory or defeat. In contrast to Ibe Juichiro's caution, Long Xiao remained unhurried, even asking in a light tone, "I hear that in your land of the rising sun, you take your surname from your birthplace, and your given name depends on your birth order." Juichiro, Ibe. That's quite nice. Ibe Juichiro was enraged. How dare Long Xiao mock his name? A name is given by one's parents, how could it be insulted? Whoosh! Fueled by intense fury, Ibe Juichiro's figure darted forward like a bolt of lightning. He raised his katana, aiming it at Long Xiao's armpit with a vicious, treacherous angle. If that strike connected, Long Xiao would be crippled. However, Long Xiao merely raised his tang broadsword with a casual air, seemingly nonchalant, yet with pinpoint precision. He parried the katana's blade with the flat of his own sword. Boom! Hum! The force of the clash between the two blades was immense. It sent Ibe Juichiro staggering backward. Huff, huff! Ibe Juichiro lowered his head, his eyes unfocused, almost unable to believe that his signature move, honed through years of rigorous training, had been so effortlessly parried by Long Xiao. Could this be the true strength of the sword-cutting corps captain? This scene sent shockwaves through all the Japanese competitors. Everyone's expressions turned grave as they realized the true terror of Long Xiao. Likewise, this scene inspired all the Central State spectators. The stark contrast between Long Xiao's calm strength and Jibei Juichiro's panic and shock left a deep impression on everyone. Captain Long Xiao is a legend. Captain Long Xiao is Central State's strongest captain. Whoa! With that slash from that little bastard just now, I almost thought Captain Long Xiao was going to lose. I never expected him to stage such a comeback from the brink of defeat so cool. It was definitely cool. I wonder how to join the Sword-Cutting Legion. I just enlisted, and now I want to join the Sword-Cutting Legion right away to witness Captain Long Xiao's glory with my own eyes. On the stage, Long Xiao slowly raised his tang broadsword. This time, it was his turn to strike. In that instant, Long Xiao's eyes grew as cold as steel, blazing with intensity. His murderous intent reached its peak, and even the tang hangdao in his hand seemed to radiate an indomitable, razor-sharp aura. You Japanese! You've been bullying Central State for years. Today, I, Long Xiao, will repay you with my blade. Long Xiao's footsteps were as swift as flight. His figure appeared in an instant. That flash of blade was so fast that even the camera could only capture a blur. Alarm bells rang in Jibata Juichiro's mind. As Long Xiao's tang hangdao swept toward him, he hastily raised his katana to block it, but a single thought filled his mind: I can't stop it. Bang! A crisp crack. The katana was cleaved in two by the tang hangdao. The broken blade fell to the ground. Time suddenly slowed. Space and time seemed to stand still. Ibe Juichiro watched the falling blade before him, his vision darkening. At that moment, he had only one thought: it's over. Thud! Long Xiao reined in most of his force. Tang's sword sliced straight through Ibe Juichiro's chest. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and bone was visible through the wound. Chapter 34, The All-Rounder's Crushing Victory. You! Long Xiao sheathed his sword. Without a moment's hesitation, he stood coldly before Jingbin Shibojiro. You've lost. Thud! Jingbin Shibojiro dropped to his knees. All his strength drained rapidly through the wound. Finally, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. In the first round of the individual combat, Long Xiao ended it quickly, deciding the outcome with a single stroke. Without so much as a glance at Jingbian Shibalong, Long Xiao turned his back on the ring and strode back to the central state camp like a king. His confident, composed, and commanding demeanor captivated all the central state citizens watching the match. Truly worthy of the title captain of the slashing blades, he has brought glory to Central State. Clean and decisive one strike decided the outcome. Central State is mighty. That little bastard brought this humiliation upon himself. Online, the crowd was in high spirits. Below the ring, Long Xiao saluted White Owl. Long Xiao has fulfilled his mission. White Owl smiled, well done. It was only right for a master swordsman like you to teach those little bastards a lesson. That's a great start to the tournament. You don't need to worry about the rest. As you command. Over in Japan, panic was spreading. Losing the very first match had crushed their morale completely. Even Yuzo Umezawa couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, Yamamoto Senjin, the dual blade master, stepped forward with confidence. I, Yamamoto Senjin, am stronger than Jaiju Hachiro. My dual blade style is unmatched throughout all of Japan. Let me go. Lying on the stretcher, Jaiju Hachiro felt a bit resentful, but he said nothing. After all, Yamamoto Senjin's strength was indeed superior to his own. He had already reached the level of a jounin. As for Jaiju Hachiro, he was only a chunin. Then I'll leave it to you. You must turn the tide of this match. Ushio Yumekowa bowed his head in respect. At the same time, he warmed a cup of sake for Yamamoto Senjin. I'm warming this sake to see you off. Ushio Yumekowa raised the steaming cup. Yamamoto Senjin raised his hand to press the cup down onto the table. He didn't drink it, but said casually, there is no rush to drink this sake, I can have it when I return. It won't taste good once it's cold. Who says the sake will be cold by the time I return? Yamamoto Senjin smiled a calm, confident smile that filled Umezawa Yuzo with deep respect, prompting him to give a thumbs up in admiration. Yash! Yamamoto Koen is emulating the ancient Guan Yu. Slaying Huaxiong with warm sake, how magnificent! Excellent! Since Yamamoto Koen's ambitions soar as high as the clouds, then this cup of wine will wait for you until you return. I hope by then, the wine will still be warm, so it can truly highlight Yamamoto Koen's invincible bravery. Yamamoto left. He thought his opponent was the Soldier King. But it turned out to be White Owl. Ah, it's been a long time since I've fought those Japanese bastards. I'll take this one, the next one is definitely yours. Facing the slightly resentful glances from the Soldier Kings, White Owl burst into laughter, turned, and stepped onto the ring to face Yamamoto Senjin, the dual swordmaster. The next instant, Yamamoto Senjin didn't even have a chance to react. All he could see was a white figure moving as swiftly as a bolt of lightning, pouncing like a ferocious tiger. Then, excruciating pain swept through his body, and he fell unconscious. Thud! Yamamoto Senjin was knocked off the ring by a single punch from White Owl. He fell unconscious on the spot, his condition unknown. The turn of events was so sudden that the entire arena was stunned. The referee glanced at the clock with trembling hands. The second match had only been underway for 5 seconds. In 5 seconds, the outcome of the second match had already been decided. White Owl had crushed Yamamoto Senjin with lightning speed. Standing in the ring, White Owl flexed his wrist slightly, discreetly tucking away the small white wings on his back. He glanced at Yamamoto Senjin, whose fate remained uncertain, then at the media cameras all around him, snapping photos frantically, and grinned. I didn't even warm up. How did the outcome get decided so quickly? White Owl turned and walked off the ring. White cape, white war god. The audience who witnessed this scene was deeply shaken. On this day, countless passionate young men of Central State looked up to White Owl and Long Xiao as their male idols, war gods who fought for their country, held swords to defend the borders, and were the object of their deepest admiration. When Yamamoto Senjin returned to the eastern tent, the sake on the table was indeed still warm, But Umezawa Yuzo showed not the slightest sign of welcoming a victorious Guanyu. He simply drank the warm sake himself. He then looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. We agreed to drink warm sake when you returned. Why did you come back lying down? Yamamoto Sanjin lay on a stretcher, his condition unknown. From the stretcher next to him, Jibe sneered, "Oh, isn't this the Jonin Yamamoto? Looks like you're back on a stretcher too." Ushio Yumekawa, his mind in turmoil, turned and shouted, "Bastard! Shut your mouth! Good for nothings! Both of you! Did the country send you here just to eat shit?" Round 3, the Soldier King vs Yamamoto Jiro. First wave, Yamamoto Jiro tried to launch a sneak attack, but the Soldier King grabbed his calf in a flash, tossing him around like a chicken, breaking one of his legs on the spot. "Bastard! How dare you insult me?" Hajime Yamagami, limping and seething with rage, pulled out a handful of throwing knives and hurled them frantically at the Soldier King. The knives were fast, accurate, and deadly, but the Soldier King simply took off his helmet and used it as a shield, deflecting every single one with a clatter. Hajime Yamagami was stunned. Using a helmet as a shield? Is that even a thing? My throwing knives are faster than bullets at close range. And you actually managed to block every single one? With that kind of terrifying reaction time and judgment, are you even human? Facing Yamamoto Jiro's shock, the Soldier King merely smiled. Did you really think the mana enhancement was for nothing? To me, your movements are about as fast as an old lady crossing the street, and you're still hopping around like a monkey. You're nothing but a clown. The next moment, the Soldier King didn't give him a chance to retaliate. With a military-style takedown, he locked Jiro Yamagami in a cross-choke hold. The intense pain forced Jiro Yamagaki to pound the table, beg for mercy, and concede defeat. Round 3, the Soldier King wins with overwhelming combat power. Facing the result, White Owl looked as if he expected nothing less. Yusho Umezawa, however, was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Sure enough, a call came in from Japan. The moment he picked up, he was met with a torrent of abuse. 3 points. Central State has 3 points. That's only 10 points total. What do we do now? We have to win. We must win. Yasukuro Umezawa could only sigh, alright. The fourth match, the Soldier King vs the Ninja. There was no suspense. Facing the all-around Soldier King who, after being enhanced by mana, had reached a state of perfection, the ninja tried every trick in the book, unleashing all his offensive and assassination techniques, yet he couldn't even shake the Soldier King once. After a few minutes of grappling, as the Soldier King's fist hard enough to shatter stone slammed into the ninja's abdomen, the ninja collapsed to the ground in agony, his body curling up like a giant shrimp. Humph! The Soldier King sneered, turned, and walked off the stage, declaring loudly, "Anyone who fights against us, the soldiers of Central State, should be mentally prepared to be crushed. We of Central State fear nothing." Match 4, Central State wins. They secured 4 points. As long as they reach 5 points or more, victory is assured. Over on Yuzo Umezawa's side, a call came in from the domestic leadership, "Bastard! Bastard! You lost again. Central State already has 4 points. You must win the final individual match. Otherwise, you'd better commit seppuku to atone for your sins. Bastard!" Yuzo Umezawa was on the verge of tears. Of the 5 ninjas, 4 had already lost. Only the last one in the corner wearing Umezawa Yuzo was speechless. Sanada Yukimura, his face expressionless, seemed to deny it. "I am not the heavenly ninja Sanada Yukimura of the Warring States period. I am the Sanada Yukimura who has inherited all his teachings and surpassed him. He was my great-great-great-grandfather. The founder of the Sanada Kajisatsu Ryu. And I am the current head of the Sanada Kajisatsu Ryu. Sanada Yukimura, who has surpassed the Sengoku-era heavenly ninja." Sanada Yukimura picked up his katana, engraved with dark purple cherry blossoms, and, draped in a simple black cloak, stepped out of the tent with a silent footfall that seemed to cover 4 or 5 meters in a single stride. Kajisatsu Ryu? Umezawa Yuzo was utterly stunned. Was that the Kajisatsu Ryu lightness technique described in ancient texts? Even while balancing on the tip of a sword, he could approach his target without a sound. How terrifying the heavenly ninjas actually exist. At that moment, Umezawa Yuzo placed all his hopes on Sanada Yukimura. And once Sanada Yukimura stepped onto the stage, he wasted no words. His figure was like a ghost, his speed like a specter. With a dark purple cherry blossom katana, he broke through the Soldier King's defenses in just 3 strikes, pressing the blade against the Soldier King's throat. The first strike knocked the Soldier King's helmet off. The second strike severed the Soldier King's defenses. The third strike pressed against his throat. The Soldier King looked down at the blade tip before his throat. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he had to concede that in a one-on-one duel, he was no match for this black-cloaked bastard standing before him. I lose. The Soldier King was a man who knew when to walk away. He conceded defeat cleanly and stepped down from the stage. Sanada Yukimura stood on the stage, his gaze cold and piercing, locking eyes with White Owl and Long Xiao below. Perhaps, in this bastard's eyes, only these two were worthy of being his opponents. The strength of the Eastern Heaven ninjas. Unmatched even among the highest-ranking ninjas. Hardened from childhood amidst mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, in terms of raw power alone setting aside morality and nationality, they truly possessed immense strength. Long Xiao, for the upcoming 10-man team battle, take 9 of the elite warriors with you. White Owl smiled calmly, completely unfazed by Sanada Yukimura's hostile glare. Commander, as you command. Long Xiao paused, then asked, should we leave that Sanada Yukimura for you to deal with? Long Xiao, are you afraid of him? I would never dare. Long Xiao, a heavenly ninja is powerful, but he is not qualified to be my enemy. White Owl grinned faintly, a touch of arrogance in his smile. Back in the Chaos Continent, Japan stationed 3 heavenly ninjas there. The result, they all died by my hand. Long Xiao, you're someone with the potential to climb the pinnacle of human martial prowess. With your talent, you should engage in battle with these formidable opponents more often. Don't be afraid to fight. Our central state is not what it used to be. If you win, I'll personally take you to the heaven-reaching sacred tree to receive an advanced infusion of even more powerful mana. A fire of determination ignited in Long Xiao's eyes. As you command, General. Over in Japan. Ushio Yumekawa welcomed Sanada Yukimura into the tent as if he were a hero. Just then, a call came in from the homeland, Yumekawa. Well done. Sanada Yukimura is our trump card in this tournament, use him wisely. Now that we've won 1 point, we must press our advantage and take the remaining 5. The outcome of this tournament concerns the nation's dignity and 50 billion central state coins. If we lose, you'll be a traitor to Japan. If we win, you'll be Japan's greatest hero. Wealth and glory await you upon your return. Do your best. Ushio Yumekawa was thrilled. He immediately laid out the tactics for the 10-man team battle. It was simple, 4 ninjas and 5 soldiers would act as cannon fodder and human shields, creating enough room for Sanada Yukimura, the only one capable of turning the tide, to maneuver. Sanada Yukimura, Tenon. I'm counting on you for this 10-man battle. Before setting off, Yuzo Umezawa bowed deeply to Yukimura Sanada. He knew that all his hopes rested on this heavenly ninja. Yukimura Sanada replied coldly, then stepped onto the arena. On the arena, Long Xiao and the 9 elite soldiers were already ready. A sniper was crouched in the corner. In front were 2 close combat elite soldiers. These 3 served as the primary firepower. Of course, the sniper rounds had been replaced with simulation rounds. Upon hitting a target, they would only burst into colored smoke, causing no harm. On the Japanese side, everyone was positioned around Sanada Yukimura. This group of little bastards had only one objective, to use themselves as human shields to isolate Long Xiao, then let Sanada Yukimura face him one-on-one. Long Xiao, I can win, Sanada Yukimura had said. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 10-man battle began. The moment the fight started, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The elite warriors charged like hungry wolves, aiming to tear through the Japanese camp. Meanwhile, the Japanese camp kept advancing, quickly closing in on Long Xiao's position. Their sole target was Long Xiao defeat him, and they do have a chance to win this battle. Thud. Long Xiao and the two elite warriors found themselves surrounded. Japanese ninjas surrounded them on all sides. These ninjas would stop at nothing to harm Long Xiao. Some even tried to slash his pants, hoping to severely impair his combat effectiveness. Ah! Get out of my way! Long Xiao was enraged. He charged forward with his sword, breaking through the formation with a heavy swing. Bang! 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 3 consecutive strikes, each a critical hit. 3 ninjas were instantly cut down by Long Xiao. Long Xiao struck with the flat of his blade, delivering a powerful, crushing blow. The 3 ninjas were knocked unconscious on the spot. The parts of their bodies struck had even caved in. Whether they would survive the rest of their lives intact was now up to fate. Come on! Who else is coming? Long Xiao stood tall and confident. His bushy eyebrows bristled with fury. Chapter 36, Mission Accomplished, Central State's Might. The 10-man battle had been underway for 20 minutes. During those 20 minutes, the tactical squad composed of Central State's elite soldiers had systematically eliminated every Japanese soldier, one by one, and then picked off the Japanese ninjas one after another. In the end, only Sanada Yukimura remained on the Japanese side. On the Central State side, there were still 5 elite soldiers remaining, including Long Xiao. This scene left Yuzo Umezawa, standing below the arena, feeling as though he were trapped in an ice cellar in the dead of winter. His whole body grew cold. How could they possibly win now? Standing beneath the arena, the cell phone he clutched tightly in his hand was vibrating wildly. He didn't even need to answer it to know it was a call from the leadership back home. Ah, is it fate that Japan is destined to lose? Yusho Umezawa sighed deeply, looking up at the sky. He gazed at the Central State elite soldiers on the ring with utter despair. Such formidable soldiers, how on earth did Central State train them? I've never seen anyone this strong before. On the ring. Perhaps realizing defeat was inevitable, Sanada Yukimura suddenly froze in place, bowed to Long Xiao, and spoke with surprising deference. Lord Long Xiao, I have long heard of your fame as the commander of the Slashing Blade Legion. I am Sanada Yukimura of Japan. If I may be so bold, before we declare Japan's defeat, would you allow me to engage you in a fair and impartial one-on-one duel? That little Japanese bastard wants a one-on-one? Commander, don't agree to it. A soldier immediately objected. Those Japanese bastards always play dirty. Let us not give him a chance. We can take him out right now. It's completely risk-free. Long Xiao remained silent, but the look in his eyes as he stared at Sanada Yukimura was still filled with fighting spirit. His grip on his sword tightened unconsciously. Every subtle movement indicated he was tempted. Commander! Calm down. If we just team up and take him out right now, we'll win this military tournament. We're fighting for our country. We can't just agree to that little Japanese bastard's demands. The soldier king was furious. He was a veteran. His experience far surpassed that of the younger Long Xiao. At that moment, even White Owl, watching from below the ring, if you're going to blame anyone, blame those 9 pigs. I am the head of the Shadow Slayer School, a descendant of the Heavenly Ninja. Even those old farts in the leadership have to speak to me with respect. You're grabbing my collar. Who do you think you are? With that, Sanada Yukimura walked away, leaving Umezawa Yuzo standing there as if struck by lightning. Naturally, this scene was also frantically captured by media from all over the world. Ushio Yumekawa hurriedly covered his face and roared, "Don't take pictures. Stop filming. I'll sue whoever takes a picture of me." During the tournament, Sanada Yukimura, as a competitor, was naturally considered a subordinate of Ushio Yumekawa. Now that he had been pushed to the ground by his own subordinate, his dignity had been shattered along with him. He had completely lost face. Social death syndrome. White Owl smiled at the sight. After all that time Japan spent selecting their team, this is the best they could come up with, a bunch of misfits. Everyone, let us head back home with a resounding victory. 5 individual matches. Central State won 4, earning 4 points.
Japan won 1, earning 1 point.
The 10-man team battle, Central State won, earning 2 more points.
6 points victory is already assured. No need for the 100-man iceplane battle.
On the arena, the referee announced, the outcome of this Central State vs. Japan military competition has been decided. Japan is defeated, Central State is victorious.
The next second, the Central State anthem rang out across the far North Sea.
On the arena, a vibrant Central State flag slowly rose. White Owl, leading Long Shao and all the elite warriors, along with the tens of thousands of soldiers from the Slashing Blade Legion arrayed across the iceplane, raised their hands in unison to salute the flag.
Mission accomplished. Central State is mighty.
White Owl's voice boomed like a clap of thunder.
The soldiers behind him roared in unison, mission accomplished. Central State is mighty.
Across the far North Sea, the air was filled with the voices of Central State's sons. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Yuzo Maikawa was so embarrassed he could have buried his head in his lap. Across Central State, every online platform broadcasting the military competition was flooded with the words Central State is mighty. The vivid red accompanying the words Central State is mighty stirred an irresistible excitement in every viewer watching the live broadcast of the military competition. Especially those retired veterans dragged in front of the TV by their children, even those nearing 70, with white hair at their temples, felt a long-lost surge of passion at that moment. The raw intensity of the battlefield. The sense of sacrifice in fighting for one's country. The resolve to die without regret. All of it captivated people. On this day, major online platforms across Central State were flooded with the phrase Central State, mighty. The scale was staggering from octogenarians to 3-year-olds, few were unaware of the good news from the far north.
Could someone have hired trolls to flood the feeds?
Of course, such flooding is officially discouraged on all online platforms. An official data monitor was puzzled because, after observing for a full half hour, he saw no words other than Central State is mighty appear in the livestream's scrolling comments. Driven by curiosity, he examined the data closely. To his astonishment, he discovered that the majority of users' IP addresses were from different regions, indicating that this massive flood of comments was entirely a spontaneous effort by the people of Central State.
Good heavens, is this still the online keyboard warrior realm I know? Hundreds of thousands of people and they're actually this united this time? Chapter 37, Signing the Treaty, 500 billion in compensation.
The military competition between China and Japan has concluded. In the far North Sea, the negotiating table was set once more. White Owl sat at the head of the table, a commanding presence, gazing down at Yuzo Umezawa across from him. His fingers tapped lightly on the surface, and amid the crisp, rhythmic sound that seemed to shake the very soul, he spoke calmly, in 10 minutes, you, Japan, will issue a public apology and a compensation list to the entire world.
Yuzo Umezawa's face darkened.
Long Shao had already handed over the treaty document. On the treaty, the compensation amount of 50 billion Central State currency was clearly written.
The bright red figures stunned Yuzo Umezawa's eyes like bayonets.
Yuzo Umezawa lowered his head, picked up a pen, and, with great anguish, signed his name on that humiliating treaty. His face was ashen, and his body felt utterly drained. Long Shao tucked the treaty away. With the signing of this document, Central State had truly emerged victorious in this military competition, winning not only wealth but, more importantly, national dignity and honor.
Oh, can't take it already?
White Owl glanced at Meichuan Shangzhou and sneered, the humiliation your country, Japan, inflicted on us back then was far worse than this paltry 50 billion.
Now, you'd better just take it. Yusuke Maikawa left the far North Sea in a daze. As he sat on the ferry and looked back at the far north ice field receding into the distance, his heart was filled with despair. He knew exactly what fate awaited him upon his return home. He was a traitor to Japan. Countless people could drown him in a sea of spit. He likely wouldn't even be able to return home. His wife and children would face repercussions at work and school. The more Yuzo Umezawa thought about it, the more desperate he became. Feeling as though his life had plummeted to the depths of a bottomless abyss, with no way out of the darkness, he climbed onto the ferry railing, gazed at the surging waves of the North Sea, and suddenly plunged into the water. I refuse to be a traitor to Japan. Driven by guilt, Yuzo Umezawa chose to commit suicide by jumping into the sea. Chaos immediately erupted on the ferry. Sanada Yukimura, who had been dozing, opened his eyes upon hearing the commotion. He glanced at the sea where everyone was pointing, then leaped straight into the water. In just a few seconds, he had pulled Yuzo Umezawa out. Ushio Yumekawa was in despair. "Why did you pull me out? I wanted to die. I wanted to die." Sanada Yukimura gave him a cold glance and said, "Don't even think about committing suicide out of guilt. If you die, those old fools in the leadership will pin the blame on us. You have to stay alive to take the fall for us." Yuzo Maikawa pointed at Sanada Yukimura's nose and screamed, "You beast! You're nothing but a beast." Sanada Yukimura frowned slightly, then forcibly pried open Yuzo Maikawa's mouth. He took off his own sour-smelling sock and shoved it right inside, before binding Yuzo Maikawa's hands and feet tightly. "Wah!" Umezawa Yuzo struggled frantically. Sanada Yukimura shoved the sour-smelling sock deeper down his throat and said coldly, "Umezawa-kun, you must live. You must bear the curses of the Japanese people on our behalf. Therefore, I cannot stand by and watch you kill yourself." Umezawa Yuzo's face turned ashen. The taste in his mouth made him feel as if he were falling into an abyss. "Sanada Yukimura, you're nothing but a demon!" Umezawa Yuzo roared inwardly. Sure enough, as the ferry entered Japanese waters before it had even approached the port, Umezawa Yuzo saw a vast, dark crowd gathered on the shore, holding banners and shouting furiously at the ferry. As they drew closer, the words on the banners became clear. "Severely punish the Japanese traitor, Yuzo Umezawa. We absolutely refuse to recognize the humiliating treaty of the far North Sea. Yuzo Umezawa, the great traitor, must be severely punished and executed." Reading those banners sent shivers down Yuzo Umezawa's spine. He even noticed that among the crowd on the harbor shore were numerous members of Japanese Yakuza gangs. Those bare-chested, heavily tattooed men, brandishing all manner of weapons, filled him with even greater fear and dread. The Japanese Yakuza were a force bold enough to openly assault government officials. Recognized by the Japanese government, they often held the country's criminals in utter contempt. "Protect, woo-woo, protect me." With a sour, smelly sock stuffed in his mouth, Umezawa Yuzo still struggled to scream and shout, as if he could already see the tragic fate awaiting him once he set foot on the harbor shore. Smack! Sanada Yukimura slapped him across the face. "Behave yourself." Sanada Yukimura glanced at the crowd gathered along the harbor shore and spoke calmly, "Look, as long as you're alive, the Japanese have an outlet for their anger. If you die, they'll take their fury out on us. For our sake, you'll just have to put up with this for now." Umezawa Yuzo felt like crying but had no tears left. Entering the harbor, Ushio Yumekawa, like a rat, slipped out of Sanada Yukimura's sight and hid in the cargo hold of the ferry, too afraid to face the emotionally charged Japanese people outside. But no matter how deep he hid, the voices cursing him outside remained loud and clear, reaching his ears distinctly and making him tremble with fear, unable to move a muscle. Unfortunately, Sanada Yukimura had no intention of letting him off the hook. Even though he had hidden in the deepest part of the hold, Sanada Yukimura still dragged him out. In the presence of a Kage-giri Ryu ninja, hiding was the most foolish thing one could do. Sanada Yukimura dragged Umezawa Yuzo onto the deck. The deck led directly to the harbor shore. Ushio Yumekawa was utterly panicked. "Wah!" Sanada Yukimura leaned close to Ushio Yumekawa's ear, gazing at the crowd on the shore just a few meters away, and smiled softly. "Go on, Ushio-kun. Go face the people's judgment. Thank you for taking the fall for us. I, Sanada Yukimura, will remember you." Then, Sanada Yukimura hurled Umezawa Yuzo into the crowd. As Umezawa Yuzo fell through the air, he saw the frenzied, terrifying crowd surging toward him, and felt a despair as if he were falling into hell. Execute Umezawa Yuzo. The sinner of Japan must die. Umezawa Yuzo is unworthy of life. Amid the roaring, chaotic shouts, Yuzo Yumekawa was swallowed by the crowd. Sanada Yukimura stood on the deck, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips.
A Japanese official approached quietly and handed Sanada Yukimura a manila folder. On the cover was the official seal of the Japanese leadership. It was a letter of appointment for a Japanese official. Sanada Yukimura is hereby appointed as Japan's head of foreign affairs. Sanada Yukimura opened the folder, glanced at the appointment letter inside, and let a smirk play at the corner of his mouth. Finally, he cast a look toward Umezawa Yuzo, who had been swallowed up by the crowd not far away. Umezawa, Japan has no need for a weak and incompetent diplomat like you. I, Sanada Yukimura, will take your place and secure greater benefits for Japan. By evening, the crowd had dispersed, leaving behind a scene of chaos. Bloodstains covered the harbor shore, where a mangled corpse lay, that of Yuzo Umekawa. At the same time, Japan's leadership issued an official statement through the media, as the newly appointed Japanese diplomat, Yuzo Umezawa, failed to live up to the people's expectations and was consumed by the people's wrath on the harbor shore. He is hereby relieved of his duties. Yukimura Sanada shall succeed him as the new Japanese diplomat. The people of Japan cheered with joy. They all praised the leadership's wisdom and valor. And they condemned the already deceased Yuzo Umezawa. The Japanese leadership. By sacrificing a single man, Umezawa Yuzo, they successfully diverted the people's anger and attention. Chapter 38, Shameless Japan, harping on the issue. The outcome of the military competition between China and Japan has been decided. We demand that Japan, in accordance with the treaty, pay the central state government 50 billion central state currency, along with a public and formal apology. The central state side immediately issued a notice. The Japanese side, however, dragged their feet and refused to pay. Whenever the central state side pressed them, they would say, the treaty does not explicitly state a specific payment date for the 50 billion compensation, so the central state has no grounds to demand early payment. The newly appointed Japanese diplomat, Sanada Yukimura, took this obstinacy to the extreme. Within a single day, he delivered 3 separate speeches to the Japanese public. The theme of every speech revolved around Japan's financial difficulties and central state's excessive pressure, appealing to the public to make voluntary donations to help Japan weather the financial crisis. Sanada Yukimura wept profusely during every speech. My enlightened and generous citizens, central state is like a ferocious tiger ready to devour us. Every second, they're hounding us to pay up. But as you all know, the Japanese government spends heavily on public facilities every month. The clean streets and dust-free public restrooms, you see, all of that is funded by the government. Now that central state is asking for money, it's no different from taking your money. Your streets will no longer be clean and tidy. Your public restrooms will be filthy. So, my fellow citizens, please make voluntary donations to help our Japan. Clearly, Sanada Yukimura is a fine actor. His performance has captivated millions of Japanese people. The Japanese were first moved, then filled with rage toward central state. They took to the streets time and again to protest, seeking out international media to voice their opposition, all declaring their refusal to yield to central state's demands for money. It was as if central state were in the wrong. The far North Sea. White Owl watched the international news, his expression dark. Long Shao stood before him, looking somewhat ashamed. It's my fault. I should have specified the payment date clearly in the treaty. Otherwise, the Japanese and that damn Sanada Yukimura Wunti have been able to stir up trouble over such a minor detail. White Owl waved his hand to cut Long Shao off, his gaze cold and ruthless. It's fine. I have plenty of ways to make those stubborn Japanese bastards beg us to hand over those 50 billion. Long Shao froze. White Owl stood up and laughed. Meanwhile, inside the Central State Research Institute, we did it. The research hall, which had been bustling yet orderly and quiet, suddenly erupted with an extremely excited shout. We did it? A crowd of researchers swarmed around him. Every face was filled with unhidden joy. The young researcher at the center of the crowd, his face beaming with excitement, held up a microscope and a test strip, shouting passionately, "We did it! We really did it! Juan Yugua, the director of the research institute, a distinguished elder with graying temples, sprinted over with the agility of a young man, his stride defying his age. He stared at the young researcher with excitement. "Shaolin, did you succeed?" Juan Yugua was a member of the Central State Academy of Scholars and served as the director of the research institute. With a lifetime of remarkable scientific achievements, he was a true patriot dedicated to his country and its people. The reason for his intense excitement was entirely due to an event a few days prior. He had received a diagram from Tongtian Jianmu detailing how mana enters the human body and exerts its miraculous effects within the internal organs, blood, and muscles. At that moment, he had an instinctive realization: if nature allows mana to enter the human body autonomously, could we artificially manipulate its entry to accelerate absorption, thereby enabling the body to strengthen itself more rapidly under mana's influence? Inspired by this insight, Juan Yugua immediately returned to the research institute with the diagram. That very day, he summoned all active researchers regardless of the projects they were currently working on and ordered them to halt all other work to focus solely on how to artificially control mana's entry into the body. After days and nights of tireless research by the entire team, and following dozens of failed attempts, someone finally succeeded in achieving a breakthrough. How could this not fill Juan Yugua with extraordinary excitement? Senior Wang. Researcher Lin stared at Juan Yugua with excitement, holding back his enthusiasm as he said, "Look. If we follow this pattern to artificially open the body's meridians, we can infuse mana into the body at 5 or even 10 times the normal absorption rate." Good news arrived from the research institute. They had developed a method to artificially accelerate the infusion of mana into the human body and sent an urgent telegram to Central Park in Jiangnan City that very night. "State leader, give us another 48 hours. And we'll be able to develop the actual equipment." Juan Yugua sent a special urgent message to the state leader, making a solemn pledge: once this equipment is released, we can make it available to the entire military, allowing them to absorb mana at an accelerated rate. The state leader replied with satisfaction, "Agreed. White Owl just called me as well. Once you've developed it, be sure to send a copy of the core technology to White Owl's team. There's a heavy industrial base in the far North Sea that can also manufacture the equipment you're describing." "As you command." The far North Sea. White Owl finally received a call from the state leader. After hanging up, a smile curled at the corners of White Owl's mouth. Long Shao stood nearby and asked in puzzlement, "Admiral, have you already figured out a way to make Japan hand over money willingly?" White Owl raised an eyebrow and chuckled, "Have you heard of promising a cake to satisfy hunger or salivating at the sight of plums?" "Well, Admiral, please elaborate." "Listen carefully. If we dangle something right in front of Japan that makes their mouths water all day long, don't you think they'll be unable to resist wanting it?" Long Shao frowned. "Something Japan is drooling over? Could it be the lithography machines that nations around the world have been racing to develop these past few years? Wait a minute, Central State hasn't developed one yet, but Japan managed to get some technology from the Freedom Empire." White Owl frowned deeply as well. "Don't be so stubborn. Lithography machines are great, but there are other valuable things too. Tell me, why did Japan lose this military competition?" Long Shao pondered. "It's because of our elite soldier." White Owl grinned. "Exactly. Japan has faced our war king before they had mixed results, but never with such a crushing, lopsided defeat. Don't you think they want to know why our war king suddenly became so powerful?" Long Shao's expression shifted slightly. "General, are you suggesting we used the secret behind the war king as strength to tempt Japan?" White Owl laughed heartily, looking up at the sky. "Exactly. Japan has always been greedy. Their true weakness is greed. I refuse to believe that a greedy wolf wouldn't be tempted by the meat right in front of its mouth." The next day, White Owl issued a notice to Japan in the name of the Central State Military Headquarters. "We had originally believed that after the military exchange between Central State and Japan, relations between our two nations would grow incredibly close. Yet, to our surprise, Japan has come to view Central State as an enemy. Therefore, the plan to share the secrets of human enhancement with Japan is hereby officially cancelled." Chapter 39. Central State and Japan have been friendly neighbors since ancient times.
The secrets of human enhancement. In an instant, the world was turned upside down. Some were suspicious, some scoffed, some were bewildered, and some openly questioned it, but no one believed the authenticity of Central State's statement. Only in Japan, within the foreign ministry, did Sanada Yukimura slam the Central State news report down on the table with a thud. His eyes reddened as 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. Even if everyone else doubted Central State, he, Sanada Yukimura, had personally witnessed the transformation of Central State's war king and knew full well that Central State's claim was true. So they really do possess a method for human enhancement. I knew it.
Those Central State war kings from years past, who were barely worthy of being crushed by me, have suddenly seen their strength surge. This time they could even exchange a few blows with me.
So this is the reason. Sanada Yukimura muttered to himself.
A foreign ministry official hurried over and handed him a phone. "Minister, this is a call from your hometown."
Sanada Yukimura's expression shifted slightly.
He answered the phone and said softly, "Hello, this is Sanada Yukimura."
"Sanada Yukimura, this is your father." Sanada Yukimura snapped to attention and nodded, "Yes."
In that instant, a terrifying figure flashed through Sanada Yukimura's mind, a figure who, when he was a child, had wielded a dark purple cherry blossom katana to slay dozens of wild wolves invading the village, moving as gracefully as falling leaves or blossoms.
"Draw your sword, slash."
It seemed as though the echoes of those
"Yes, father." Sanada Yukimura replied honestly.
"You aren't lying to me after all. I watched the entire China."
The phone continued to ring urgently. Sakura Hui reluctantly picked it up. "You must be the current director of intelligence, Sakura Hui." "Sanada Yukimura, I've taken care of the leadership." "Father, but you and those old men in the leadership." "Don't worry. If they could kill me, they would have done so decades ago when I first retired. All these years later, I, Sanada Takeshi, have long since taken control of the lifeblood of Japan." "Kill me? Ha, they certainly can't do that anymore."
Ultimately, based on the leadership's vote, Sanada Yukimura, in his capacity as Minister of Foreign Affairs, formally announced the implementation of the treaty's terms.
That very evening, the Ministry of Finance transferred 50 billion Central State coins.
As the funds were transferred, the Japanese finance minister's face contorted into a grimace, as if he were being forced to cut off his own flesh and bleed.
At the same time, Japan issued a global announcement.
Japan's official statement: "We formally fulfill the terms of the treaty and will never interfere with the amicable friendship between China and Japan. Since ancient times, China and Japan have been harmonious neighbors, helping one another with sincerity and courtesy."
Chapter 40, Japan bows to pressure, compensation and apology.
In the far North Sea, White Owl glanced at the payment check from Japan and casually asked, "Long Shao, have someone check the national treasury?" A moment later, Long Shao couldn't help but marvel, "Commander, the 50 billion has already been credited. These Japanese really are as greedy as you said, but are we really going to share the secrets of human enhancement with them?" White Owl widened his eyes, feigning surprise. "When did I ever say we'd share it with them?
Did I say that? Or has any unit in Central State ever said that?"
Long Shao couldn't help but chuckle, giving a thumbs up. "Admiral, with that thick skin of yours, you've really got the Japanese running in circles this time." White Owl shrugged, then suddenly grew serious.
"All right, we don't need to worry about the rest.
I'll take you to Jiangnan Tongtian Jianmu. Let me tell you up front, this military competition is just a minor skirmish. I have a hunch the state leader wants us to go to war." The two continued walking as they spoke.
Long Shao's eyes widened. "War? Like, a real war with live ammunition? Holy crap, the last time we fought was during the Chaos Continent Uprising when our Central State went in to restore peace. That was ages ago, wasn't it?"
White Owl waved to the pilot to start the armed helicopter and added casually, "That's right.
I'm guessing this has something to do with the Chaos Continent too."
The armed helicopter flew over and landed gently in front of them. They stepped aboard the helicopter and fastened their seatbelts. Long Shao looked out the window toward the distant Jiangnan region. Once a misty, rain-shrouded water city that had buried the emotions of countless lovers throughout the ages, it had now become a city of iron and blood.
He couldn't help but sigh, how fickle the world is. I only hope that if we really have to go to war, fewer of our comrades will be killed or wounded. White Owl folded his arms and pretended to doze off, remarking casually, "Put your mind at ease. If one day every one of our soldiers were as valiant as Long Shao, there would be no more strife in this world." After Japan transferred 50 billion, it waited anxiously for Central State's response. But after waiting and waiting, all that came was a simple notice from Central State's treasury: "We have received 50 billion Central State coins. The friendship between China and Japan will last forever." After that, there was no further word. Japan was baffled. "You keep saying our friendship will last forever, so why haven't you mentioned a word about the secret to human enhancement? Aren't we best friends? Didn't you say you'd share it with us?" Beneath the snow-capped mountains of Japan, inside the Shadow Slayer dojo, Sanada Takeshi, clad in a black kimono embroidered with dragons, waited impatiently. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, he called Sanada Yukimura and shouted, "Bastard! Hurry up and contact Central State." Sanada Yukimura had no choice but to lead his team across the far North Sea once more, traveling thousands of miles to reach the Slayer Corps base. "Where are your commander, Long Shao, and General White Owl?" Sanada Yukimura stood at the entrance to the Slayer Corps base, his face etched with exhaustion and his eyes. Yes. As you command." Soon, a makeshift tent was erected on the ice plain, surrounded by media equipment and various signal devices. At the very back of the tent stood a simple stove. Elder Shaoshan's connection was established. Elder Shaoshan's face appeared on the computer screen. Well, isn't this Japan's new Minister of Foreign Affairs, the heavenly ninja Sanada Yukimura? Elder Shaoshan was currently sitting in an official office building in the provincial capital of the far North Sea, wrapped in a thick cotton coat, sipping hot tea, and leisurely gazing at Sanada Yukimura on the other end of the screen. Sanada Yukimura, however, had left in such a hurry that he'd forgotten the extreme cold of the far North Sea region. Wearing only a thin summer suit and wrapped in a flimsy blanket, he was huddled in the farthest corner of the tent, guarding the small stove, shivering uncontrollably with a blue-tinged complexion. Elder Shaoshan. Sanada Yukimura fought off the cold, his eyes fierce as he said, "We've already paid 500 billion. Can you share the human enhancement technology with us now?" Hold on. Elder Shaoshan took a leisurely sip of tea, narrowing his eyes as he said, "Hold on a moment. As I recall, you've only made the payment. You haven't officially released the apology statement yet, have you? Since the terms of the agreement haven't been fully fulfilled, I think we should put this on hold for now." Sanada Yukimura felt a tightness in his chest. It was as if he'd been punched hard in the gut. A nameless rage burned fiercely within him. He forced himself to suppress his anger and took a deep breath. His composure, honed through years of rigorous training, had previously been as calm as still water. But now, provoked time and again, he knew he needed to adjust his mindset. "All right, an apology statement, is that it?" Sanada Yukimura nodded and turned to his entourage, speaking coldly, "Send word to the leadership back home. Central State's condition for sharing the secrets of human enhancement is that Japan issues an apology statement." "Yes, sir." The message was relayed back to the Japanese leadership. Faced with Elder Shaoshan's conditions, they had no choice. If they hesitated, no one could be sure what Sanada Takeshi, the man pushing them from behind the scenes, might do. Better to get it over with than let the situation drag on. After all, 500 billion had already been spent. They couldn't very well give up now, could they? "Apologize," the leadership replied. "Issuing a public apology on behalf of the nation is your duty as foreign minister, Mr. Sanada." Upon seeing the reply, Sanada Yukimura's emotions, which had just begun to settle, were shattered once again. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "You want me to host an apology press conference on behalf of Japan?" Sanada Yukimura pointed at his own nose, his eyes wide with fury. All the members of his entourage nodded fearfully. A national-level apology press conference like this does indeed require the foreign minister to preside over it. On the other end of the screen, Elder Shaoshan remained calm, still holding his teacup and smiling. "Esteemed Foreign Minister of Japan, get ready to hold that apology press conference, shall we?" Chapter 41, Human Enhancement? We don't have that in Central State.
Sanada Yukimura had trained in the art of assassination since childhood, and his emotions were usually as still as a pond. But in just the past few days, his mood had been as turbulent as a roller coaster.
You want me to host an apology press conference on behalf of Japan? Sanada Yukimura pointed at his own nose, his voice weak and listless. All the members of his entourage nodded nervously.
They were all afraid this demonic commander would take his anger out on them.
I'm really at my wit's end. Sanada Yukimura let out a long, defiant cry to the heavens.
Once again, his composure had been shattered. He had thought that by eliminating Umezawa Yuzo and taking his place as foreign minister, he would finally rise from his humble origins as a rural ninja to become a high-ranking official of the Japanese government, soaring to the top and enjoying a life of luxury and glory. Instead, he hadn't seen a shred of that wealth and glory, and now he was being forced to take the fall and issue an apology on behalf of Japan. Sanada Yukimura felt as sick to his stomach as if he'd swallowed a handful of green-headed flies raw. Elder Shaoshan. Sanada Yukimura gritted his teeth. On the other end of the screen, Elder Shaoshan's eyes narrowed into a fox-like smile. Sanada Yukimura could only lower his head and say bitterly, "Fine, if it's an apology, then so be it. This time, I, Sanada Yukimura, will swallow my pride and sacrifice myself for the sake of Japan." The sensational international dispute involving a Central State merchant brutally beating a Japanese merchant had taken a series of bizarre turns over the past few days, first a global diplomatic conference, then a military competition, and finally Japan's payment of 50 billion in compensation capturing the attention of countless people. Finally, with the release of a video statement of apology by Japan's foreign minister, the incident reached its climax. A single video was released across major global media outlets and online platforms. In the video, Sanada Yukimura, dressed in a suit and fighting off the cold, sat inside a tent on the Arctic ice sheet. His face was frozen a deep purple as he stammered through his speech while holding a letter of apology. "It's so damn cold." While recording the apology video, Sanada Yukimura trembled as he read the letter. His body was shivering from the cold, yet he had to maintain a solemn and dignified demeanor all the while cursing under his breath. An apology is an apology. But who apologizes in the far north? And Central State won't even provide an office to use. Where is my dignity? Where is my dignity? It's fucking freezing out here. As Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs, on behalf of Japan, I solemnly apologize to Liang Shan, chairman of the Huayu Group, who has suffered injustice at the hands of Central State, as well as to all those affected. This is entirely Japan's fault, and we are willing to bear all losses incurred by Central State under the terms of our treaty and common sense. Sanada Yukimura was both freezing and feeling utterly wronged. He paused to consider, if he went through with this, wouldn't all the influence he'd painstakingly built up in Japan be completely lost? He could only pray that the Japanese people wouldn't pin the label of a Japanese traitor on him, let that bastard Umezawa Yuzo be buried in the underworld along with that title. The video ended. It immediately sparked wave after wave of public opinion. What a roller coaster! This whole affair has truly been a roller coaster. The Spaghetti Nation, the Goryeo Nation, the Tianju Nation, and all the other nations aligned with the Freedom Empire had assumed that the Central State would cave in from the very beginning. But they never expected Central State Elder Shaoshan to stand his ground to the very end, even going so far as to threaten Japan and the Western Alliance with troop deployments in the Arctic Ocean during the Global Diplomatic Conference. Tough. Really tough. It was from that day forward that Central State suddenly became so assertive in international diplomacy that no one could believe it. Then came the second twist, the China-Japan military tournament. Japan has always been known for the exceptional individual prowess of its soldiers. Everyone speculated that Japan had deployed ninjas if not to completely crush Central State, then at least to keep them on the defensive. But to everyone's surprise, it was Japan that got thoroughly trounced. The heroic figures of Central State's elite soldiers, as fierce and agile as tigers, won over the hearts of countless people. Central State's momentum soared to new heights. Immediately afterward, Japan resorted to underhanded tactics, stoking public sentiment to deliberately delay the payment of 50 billion. Yet within 2 days, they were begging Central State to forgive the debt. By this point, people around the world following the incident had already engaged in countless online arguments. Ultimately, public opinion shifted from a small minority initially supporting Central State to a situation where 80 to 90% of voices now back Central State. And just like that, Japan's apology arrived. Japan's apology and admission of defeat completely ignited a media firestorm. Voices supporting Central State completely drowned out all other voices. Even within the Western Alliance, some citizens were casting approving glances towards Central State. This was the first time in modern history that Central State had garnered such widespread support. However, as public opinion fermented, people from the Freedom Empire began to speak out against Central State. The people of this nation have always harbored an extreme dislike, one could even say loathing, towards Central State citizens. If one were to ask them why, it boils down to their loathing of Central State citizens for being mild-mannered and cowardly, short in stature, and having unsightly features. These prejudices have been a massive barrier for over a century. Central State is a lion awakening. An awakened lion demands meat. Who wants to be devoured by this lion? It wasn't until the Freedom Empire stepped up and openly declared their loathing for the people of Central State that global public opinion gradually subsided. No one wanted to offend the nation widely recognized as the most powerful on the planet. Elder Shao-shan. I've already released the apology statement. Now, can we talk about sharing human augmentation? Sanada Yukimura had just finished recording the apology video. He instantly stripped off the damn flimsy suit, wrapped himself in a blanket, and curled up in front of the fireplace, staring at Elder Shao-shan on the screen. Meanwhile, just 5 minutes earlier, Elder Shao-shan had also received 2 new messages, both from the National Core Council. First message: the Human Enhancement Device Mana Infusion Device has been successfully developed. It works by precisely targeting the body's meridians to drastically increase the rate at which the body absorbs mana. According to Tongtian Jianmu's testing, the absorption rate can be increased by up to 5 times. Tongtian Jianmu stated that this is a groundbreaking device. Congratulations are in order. They managed to develop it this quickly, haha. Elder Shao-shan sent a congratulatory message to the Central State Research Institute with a smile, then immediately turned to the second message. It was sent personally by the state leader. Second message: since Japan has already apologized, we will accept it. However, regarding the human enhancer, under no circumstances must we share it with Japan. In the face of humanity's great calamity, as the leaders of the Central State people, we must prioritize our own people in all matters. Elder Shao-shan's lips curled into a faint smile. On the other end of the screen, Sanada Yukimura was shivering from the cold and asked anxiously, Elder Shao-shan, why are you silent? Say something. Let us talk about sharing the human enhancement devices now. Elder Shao-shan narrowed his eyes and smiled, suddenly interrupting Sanada Yukimura. I'm sorry, esteemed Japanese foreign minister, but I'm not sure what you're talking about. It seems Central State doesn't have any secrets regarding human enhancement. My apologies. On the other end of the screen, Sanada Yukimura froze in shock. Chapter 42, Tailbone Regrowth. What is it? His face shifted from confusion to anger, and finally to agony. The image of Elder Shao-shan sipping tea with a half-closed eye smile on the other end of the screen gradually transformed in Sanada Yukimura's eyes into the demeanor of a reclusive sage watching a clown perform. And he himself was that clown. Thud. Sanada Yukimura's mental state completely collapsed. His ears rang, his vision darkened, and his knees buckled involuntarily. Overwhelmed by rage, he collapsed to the ground. Minister! Minister, what's wrong with you? All the staff members panicked. Sanada Yukimura's eyes rolled back, foam trickled from the corners of his mouth, and he clutched his chest, his face contorted in extreme agony. The minister has fainted from anger. Those are signs of a heart attack. Quick, quick, get the heart medicine. The scene instantly descended into chaos. The mighty heavenly ninja. The esteemed Minister of Foreign Affairs of Japan. And yet, he suffered a heart attack from sheer anger. Elder Shao-shan watched the scene unfold online with some surprise. He couldn't help but sip his tea and mutter, a Japanese heavily ninja, trained since childhood amidst mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, should have incredible resilience. Yet he has been driven to this state by anger. Am I, Elder Shashan, really that infuriating? Sanada Yukimura had suffered a sudden heart attack in the far North Sea, and his condition was critical. Originally, Elder Shashan had no intention of getting involved. However, the Japanese leadership sent a request, stating that they were dispatching a passenger plane to the far North Sea to retrieve Sanada Yukimura and asking Elder Shashan to arrange medical resources for his treatment first. Sigh, I really don't want to save him. But if I don't, it'll cause new trouble. It'll also give Japan something to talk about. If we in Central State are going to win, we have to win in every aspect. Elder Shashan agreed to the Japanese leadership's request. Outwardly cheerful, but inwardly extremely reluctant, he arranged for a medical team to be sent to Sanada Yukimura. In the end, Sanada Yukimura held on until the Japanese plane arrived. As he was carried onto the plane on a stretcher, he muttered weakly, Elder Shashan, just you wait, one day I'll make you cough cough. Upon learning of Sanada Yukimura's parting words, Elder Shashan sipped his tea indifferently and remarked, the Japanese have always been the kind to hold grudges rather than show gratitude. It doesn't matter. His own mindset is flawed, how can he blame us for that? Upon returning home, Sanada Yukimura, filled with intense hatred and rage toward Central State, White Owl, and Elder Shashan, checked into a hospital. Lying in his hospital bed, he would occasionally throw his head back and roar in helpless fury. Hate. Hate. Elder Shashan, White Owl, Long Shao, just you wait. If one day I, Sanada Yukimura, am free to wield my blade as I please, I will reduce you to a bloody pulp, leaving you unable to live or die. Central Park, Jiangnan City. The iron walls and bronze gates stood as imposing as a prison. From the moment he set foot in Jiangnan City until he reached the Central Park, Long Shao had already passed through 5 security checkpoints, and that was with him wearing his far North Sea Navy commander's uniform and following closely behind White Owl. It's hard to imagine how strict the screening must be for an ordinary person trying to enter this park. They probably dig up their family history going back 18 generations. Long Shao couldn't help but sigh. In today's Central State, this park had become a top-secret national zone. This was his first visit to Jiangnan, and he had come to deeply understand what it meant for the fate of the nation to rest upon the willow deity. Ordinary people? All ordinary people have been quarantined. The entire area within a 10-mile radius of the park has been designated a military restricted zone. With state funding, all residential buildings within 10 miles were demolished, and all non-essential personnel were evacuated beyond that perimeter. White Owl pushed open the final checkpoint, undergoing security screening, and glanced back at Long Shao as he spoke, remember, this is now Central State's most heavily guarded restricted zone. Once you've seen the heaven-reaching sacred tree, you must never disclose any intelligence. Long Shao responded with sullen respect, rest assured, General. From the depths of my heart, I hold the heaven-reaching sacred tree in the highest esteem and will strictly adhere to military discipline. A moment later, Long Shao stepped into the innermost chamber. Upon seeing the heaven-reaching sacred tree venerated as a divine miracle by Central State's highest echelons, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Suddenly, his brow furrowed slightly as he glanced at a little girl in red standing beside the tree. Her name is Sun Ruan, White Owl remarked casually. Ruan is currently the first disciple of the heaven-reaching sacred tree. She receives instruction from the willow deity day and night. Everyone here knows that Ruan has a very good chance of becoming a god in the future. A god? Long Shao looked at White Owl in disbelief. General, a god, what is that? The kind that flies in the sky? An immortal? The kind from myths? White Owl waved his hand in exasperation. Stop. If you ask me, who am I supposed to ask? White Owl gazed at Ruan's small, diligent figure as he studied. A god? A god is a being capable of subduing an entire realm. This was White Owl's own understanding. It was also the brand new, ultimate pursuit that had emerged from the depths of his heart in recent days. You're here? The state leader stood before the national sand table, studying it while listening to the discussions of the other elders, and glanced up at the two of them. Long Xiao saluted the state leader, Long Xiao, commander of the Slashing Blade Legion, reporting for duty. The state leader nodded, stepped away from the sand table, and led Long Xiao to Tong Tianjianmu. After waiting quietly for Bai Liang to finish his lesson with Ruan, he said, Tong Tianjianmu, could you take a look at this soldier of ours and see if he has any special talents?
Long Xiao stripped down to his underwear, watching Tong Tianjianmu with a mix of nervousness and anticipation.
What caught everyone's attention, however, were the distinct snake-like scales on his chest. Ruan stood obediently to the side. Bai Liang took a brief rest, whipping and harvesting mana from cattle and sheep while observing Long Xiao. To be precise, his attention was entirely focused on the serpentine scales on Long Xiao's chest.
These scales are a bit odd. They resemble a snake's, yet the edges are curled upward. What kind of creature would have scales like this? Bai Liang was currently in the second stage of the gluttony phase, requiring constant replenishment of large amounts of mana.
The sight of him devouring mana deeply shocked Long Xiao, who was seeing it for the first time. Long Xiao thought to himself, the heaven-reaching sacred tree is truly a miracle. Suddenly, Bai Liang's attention shifted to Long Xiao's buttocks. He noticed that, even through a layer of underwear, there was actually a slight bulge there. A willow branch fluttered lightly, casually lifting Long Xiao's underwear. Caught off guard, Long Xiao's face instantly flushed red. Even a strange smile flickered across the state leader's face.
There really is something fishy going on.
Bai Liang nodded to himself. In his line of sight, on Long Xiao's smooth, bare buttocks, his tailbone was unusually long and narrow, already showing faint signs of piercing through the skin and beginning to grow. Just now, the state leader asked me to assess whether a warrior possessed talent worthy of special cultivation. It seems this Long Xiao, the commander of the Slashing Blade Legion, does have talent.
Serpentine scales. An elongated tailbone. Could he be a snake?
No, as far as I know, humans who mutate into snakes only have their legs fused into a serpentine tail. Their tailbones don't change like this.
An elongated tailbone? Could he be growing a tail? Wow! Could he be a dragon?
Chapter 43, Prepare for Departure to the Chaos Continent. Long Xiao waited nervously. He felt as anxious and full of anticipation as a schoolchild waiting for the teacher to announce their grades. Ever since these strange growths began appearing on his body, Long Xiao had been anxious day and night. Sometimes he would even use his military knife to cut off the serpentine scales, only to end up with his flesh torn to shreds, only for new scales to grow back the next day. Bizarre, grotesque, absurd, terrifying. These scales and the deformed tailbone had long filled Long Xiao with panic, but as a regiment commander stationed in the barracks, he had never confided in his subordinates about his transformation.
Willow deity, have you noticed? Long Xiao asked tentatively in a low voice.
Bai Liang glanced at Long Xiao. Suddenly, he noticed the final crucial detail.
On Long Xiao's forehead, above his eyebrows.
With the center of his brow as the midline, there were faint dark blue patches on either side. Bai Liang curled his pen, paused for a moment, and finally wrote two characters that sent a shiver through Long Xiao's entire body.
Jialong. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Long Xiao was deeply shaken. He staggered back 2 steps, staring at the heaven-reaching sacred tree in disbelief. He opened his mouth to speak but stopped short, his lips trembling. The state leader was also taken aback, but immediately cast an approving glance at Long Xiao. Patting him on the shoulder, he said, Long Xiao, you truly live up to your title as commander of the Slashing Blade Legion.
I trust your loyalty to Central State.
From this day forward, you shall have access to all of Mana's new products, new equipment, and new knowledge. Long Xiao's face was filled with excitement.
He knew his destiny had been elevated.
At the very least, he had officially become a national-level cultivation candidate. And all of this stemmed from a single sentence spoken by Tong Tianjianmu. Long Xiao stood respectfully before Bai Liang. From this moment on, he deeply realized just how godlike a figure Tong Tianjianmu, the mastermind orchestrating Central State's massive transformation, truly was.
Go on, Long Xiao.
The state leader said with a smile, "Go receive Tong Tian Jian Moes mana infusion. When you're done, come find me. I have something to discuss with you and White Owl."
As you command.
Long Shao immediately assumed the lotus position.
Then, Bai Liang's willow branch danced lightly, emitting a faint mist of mana. With each inhale and exhale, mana entered Long Shao's body.
He could feel a breath of mystical power flowing like a dragon through his internal organs.
10 minutes later,
Long Shao had completed the mana infusion. His face brimming with excitement, he picked up a stone and suddenly tensed his palm. To his astonishment, his finger bones twisted into a menacing dragon-esque claw, as unbreakable as steel.
Crack!
The stone was crushed in Long Shao's fist.
It's like the world has turned upside down. Long Shao stared at the stone fragments scattered between his fingers, dumbfounded. He was deeply shaken by the immense transformation he'd undergone. Was this even a power a human could possess?
Suddenly, Long Shao's stomach growled loudly. He felt an increasingly uncontrollable, ravenous hunger and could only swallow his pride to ask the state leader, "State leader, I'm so hungry.
Is there anything to eat?"
The state leader paused, then burst into laughter, waving his hand. "You have such a gift to enter the gluttony phase in such a short time. Don't worry, there's as much food as you want."
Vast quantities of steamed buns and noodles were brought in.
Long Shao, unable to bear his hunger any longer, devoured the food voraciously. Soon, Long Shao was stuffed to the brim. His hunger had vanished completely, and he lay back, rubbing his belly and burping contentedly. Bai Liang watched Long Shao devouring his food like a pig and thought to himself, "It seems that for now, only I can absorb mana, while they only need ordinary food to get through the gluttony phase. Perhaps once the mana awakening begins and they mutate, they will embark on their own path of evolution."
Right now, Bai Liang could be called a mana generator. Only he could harvest mana and produce mana. A spirit among all under heaven, one in a million. He was the true willow deity. White Owl. Long Shao.
Before the war simulation table, the state leader and the other elders wore solemn expressions. White Owl stood ready for battle alongside Long Shao.
The state leader pointed beyond the central state, his gaze fixed on the distant Chaos continent, and asked sternly, "If I grant you autonomous military authority, can you protect the construction teams as they establish a foothold on the Chaos continent? I want the beta energy there." Beta energy? White Owl remained calm. But Dragon Roar was inwardly stunned. "Don't panic."
White Owl glanced sideways at Long Shao and said calmly, "The state leader has already dispatched Red Crane to the far southern sea, commanding 18 elite regiments.
The Chaos continent is inevitable."
Long Shao bowed his head in fear and said to the state leader, "State leader, I am merely a regiment commander. I am not qualified for matters of this magnitude." The state leader waved his hand. "Long Shao, you are young, and your future holds infinite possibilities. White Owl and Red Crane have both already attained the rank of general, reaching the pinnacle of military leadership. But our central state needs fresh blood among its generals. Do your best, I have high hopes for you."
Was the state leader promoting him?
Long Shao nodded respectfully.
"Yes."
White Owl stepped forward, standing before the global sand table.
His gaze was fierce as he said calmly, "Absolutely. Red Crane and I together can hold off an army of 10,000.
The state leader nodded with satisfaction, pulled out the mana infuser recently developed by the Central State Research Institute, and said, "In 3 days, you will lead Long Shao and the Slashing Blade Legion to the far southern sea to rendezvous with Red Crane. For the next 3 days, stay by the Willow Deity's side with this device and do your best to enhance your own strength."
White Owl took the mana infuser, replied, "Understood," and immediately approached Bai Liang.
Bowing respectfully, he said, "Willow Deity, I will be troubling you for 3 days."
Bai Liang waved his willow branch nonchalantly, gesturing for White Owl to sit before him.
Then, while lecturing Ruan, he emitted a white mist of mana for White Owl to absorb and breathe in and out.
Japan.
On the 3rd floor of a hospital ward, Sanada Yukimura lay in his bed, his frustration growing. Unable to contain himself, he ripped out his 4-drip, left the hospital, and made his way to the foot of Mount Fuji. The cherry blossoms had not yet bloomed. The snow-capped mountain stood stark white. Sanada Yukimura found his father, Sanada Takeshi, at the Shadow Slayer dojo at the foot of the snow-capped mountain. As soon as they met, he knelt down as if pleading, "Father, I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to Central State to kill Elder Shaoshan, White Owl, and Long Shao. I want to kill them." Sanada Takeshi had been sipping tea, but upon hearing these words, he waved his hand without even looking up. Smack! A sharp crack rang out. A red handprint suddenly appeared on Sanada Yukimura's face. "Father! Even if you strike me 10,000 times, I can't hold back any longer." Sanada Yukimura's eyes were filled with hatred, his hair disheveled. "Elder Shaoshan has insulted and toyed with me time and time again. If I don't kill him, I swear I'm no tenin." Slap! Crack! Sanada Yukimura hadn't even finished speaking. Sanada Takeshi's palm came down hard once more. This time, the blow was even harder. "Look at yourself now. Do you have even a shred of a tenin's dignity left?" Sanada Takeshi cast a dismissive glance at his son and snorted coldly, "The way you're acting, you're truly wasting all the training I've put into you." Sanada Yukimura instantly felt a buzzing in his head, and the taste of blood filled his mouth. He clutched his face this time, his emotions had settled. He sat silently before Sanada Takeshi, his face etched with grievance. "Humph." Sanada Takeshi set down his teacup and said slowly, "Do you have any idea how much money and influence I've spent to get you appointed as Minister of Foreign Affairs? By going to Central State to kill people now, are you trying to make all my efforts go down the drain?" Chapter 44, Treachery. Sanada Yukimura's Conspiracy. "Father! So what you're saying is..." Sanada Yukimura covered his face, the corners of his mouth stained with blood. Sanada Takeshi's hand holding the teacup froze. His narrow eyes betrayed a chill and a murderous intent as he said coldly, "I've come to a decision. Since Central State has gone back on its word, we needn't maintain friendly relations with them either. Father! Remember this, first, starting today, as Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs, you will continue to pressure Central State. Never back down until they hand over the secrets of human enhancement. Second, we must cultivate closer ties with the Freedom Empire across the board. Especially regarding the lithography machine issue, in recent years Central State has been engaged in a cold war with the Freedom Empire over this very matter. Third, it is time for the Sanada clan to re-emerge and take control of Japan." Sanada Takeshi spoke the harshest words in the gentlest tone. Sanada Yukimura stared in disbelief. "Father, this second point." Sanada Takeshi rose to his feet and casually drew the ceremonial sword from the wall. As the blade left its sheath, its icy glint sent the birds outside scattering. He gazed at the blade, his expression suddenly becoming fanatical and ferocious. During the Warring States period of Japan, the four great clans ruled the entire land: the Hattori clan, the Toyotomi clan, the Fuma clan, and our Sanada clan. Just like in the Warring States period, Hattori Hanzo, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, Fuma Kotaro, and Sanada Yukimura were all regional overlords who divided the entire land of Japan among themselves. Time has passed, and in the modern era, the four great clans have long since gone into hiding among the common people. Yet each clan still holds the lifeblood of Japan in its grasp. Take our Sanada clan, for instance. We hold the deepest, most hidden secrets of 90% of Japan's officials and merchants. We are the greatest intelligence agency. My son, I named you Sanada Yukimura in the hope that, starting with your generation, we might reclaim the glory of our ancestor Sanada Yukimura. Even if you cannot become a regional warlord, you must still be a force to be reckoned with in Japan. Now you are being bullied like this by the people of Central State. It is no different from our ancestor Sanada Yukimura being humiliated. I, Sanada Takeshi, am even more enraged than you. That is why I intend to join forces with the other three major clans to challenge Japan's leadership, spark a major shakeup, and thereby regain control of Japan. Only then can we strike back at Central State and reclaim the dignity that belongs to the Sanada clan. Sanada Takeshi spoke with fierce intensity. Sanada Yukimura was already in a daze. Is father planning to challenge the leadership? My son, after generations of effort by the Sanada clan, and with the intelligence I've gathered over half my life as a shadow ninja in the dark underbelly of Japan, I believe the time has come. The Hattori clan's main strength lies in commerce.
The Toyotomi clan in the military sphere. The Fuma clan in international trade.
I will go to them shortly to discuss this. Now, return immediately to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and issue a statement condemning Central State for going back on its word and expressing solidarity with the Freedom Empire. This will put pressure on Central State while diverting the leadership's attention.
Do you understand? Sanada Yukimura nodded eagerly. I understand.
Sanada Yukimura then returned to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and, without approval from the leadership, issued a national-level statement on his own authority. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan, we have already paid 50 billion Central State currency in compensation and issued a global apology. The reason for this is that we in Japan cherish our friendship with Central State. However, to our dismay, Central State treats us as mere playthings and refuses to share the secrets of human enhancement. In response, the Japanese Ministry of Foreign Affairs condemns Central State as heartless indifference and states that we may reconsider our relationship with Central State, choosing instead the Freedom Empire, which demonstrates a greater sense of international friendship.
A single proclamation. It immediately sent shockwaves across the region.
Especially among Japan's leadership, who were all completely baffled.
Wasn't this declaration clearly a declaration of hostility towards Central State? And had they even asked for our approval? That afternoon, the phone in Sanada Yukimura's office was practically ringing off the hook with calls from Japan's leadership, but no one answered from start to finish. Ring, ring.
Sanada Yukimura sat at his desk, coldly staring at the ringing landline, unmoved, a faint, cold smile even curling at the corners of his mouth.
Humph.
With our diplomats and national dignity so thoroughly humiliated by Central State, I, Sanada Yukimura, as Minister of Foreign Affairs, had no choice but to issue this declaration to restore Japan's honor. I never expected the narrow-minded leadership to be so flustered. Why didn't they publicly express their support for our Ministry of Foreign Affairs the moment this happened?
How narrow-minded. Meanwhile, the outside world was already in an uproar.
Elder Shashan, the Foreign Affairs Elder of Central State, responded publicly immediately, adopting a firm and unyielding stance, showing no tolerance for Japan's habit of twisting the truth and acting with unbridled greed.
Central State Ministry of Foreign Affairs, our nation has always adhered to the principle of friendly coexistence. Japan's apology is simply a matter of course.
As for other matters, Central State will ignore them entirely. If Japan wishes to reconsider our bilateral relations, please feel free to do so.
No matter how hostile the relationship becomes, Central State will gladly accept it.
After issuing the response, Elder Shashan nonchalantly tossed aside Japan's declaration letter and returned to focusing on Central State's internal development.
Who has the time to deal with that bunch of bastards from Japan?
Central State's firm response once again provided the world with a juicy scandal to feast on. Lately, the drama between Central State and Japan has been non-stop, truly a treat. Upon seeing Central State's response, Japan's leadership flew into a rage.
Several members of the leadership rushed to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that very day and kicked open the door to Yukimura Sanada's office. Yukimura Sanada. Who gave you the right to issue a diplomatic declaration on a whim? Who granted you that authority? You've only just taken office as foreign minister, and already you're acting so high and mighty.
Facing their interrogation, Sanada Yukimura smiled and retorted, "Leaders, I, Sanada Yukimura, am bold in both action and speech. I stand by my actions, but I'd like to ask you this: do you really have no grievances against Central State?"
The group of Japanese leaders fell silent.
Sanada Yukimura pressed his advantage, his tone calm yet his eyes burning with intensity. "Central State has insulted us, time and time again. Though I, Sanada Yukimura, am merely a diplomat, I know the value of honor.
If Central State insults Japan, I, Sanada Yukimura, will fight back fiercely, even if it means sacrificing my own future. I believe that rather than falling out with Central State, we should be standing united, shouldn't we?" Sanada Yukimura spoke with passion and sincerity, laying his heart on the line.
The Japanese leadership was moved by his words and remarked with emotion, "It is a blessing for Japan to have a diplomat like Sanada-kun, who understands the principles of diplomacy and the dignity of our nation."
Sanada-kun. We support you.
Since ancient times, Japan has been Central State's teacher. Now that Central State, our student, has defied us, we must teach them a harsh lesson.
Go for it, Sanada-kun. The office fell silent once more. All members of the leadership left.
Sanada Yukimura smiled triumphantly, picked up the phone, and said, "Notify all major business figures back home, update our national and foreign policies. All investments in Central State are to be withdrawn immediately. Central State, it's time to feel the pain."
Chapter 45, Complete Withdrawal? What is there to fear? Early the next morning, the Japanese leadership issued an emergency order.
This order was unlike any before. It was both mandatory and compensatory. All Japanese business organizations, companies, and corporations engaged in economic cooperation or investment in Central State must withdraw completely.
Any resulting losses would be compensated by Japan.
That day, joint venture groups of all sizes within Central State, along with those Japanese businessmen who had previously wavered, collectively withdrew from Central State, gathering at major airports and ports to rush back to Japan.
Business in Central State was thrown into chaos. While ordinary people may not be aware of the scale of Japanese investment in Central State, the actual amounts were enormous. Many Central State companies collapsed and went bankrupt overnight due to the withdrawal of Japanese capital. A single hair can set off a chain reaction. The most immediate consequence of the commercial chaos in Central State was mass unemployment, particularly in the retail and consumer goods sectors.
The Japanese would rather burn tens of millions of tons of snacks, milk, paper, and other goods to ashes than release them onto the market. Many Central State residents entering supermarkets found that the once well-stocked shelves were now filled with vast stretches of empty space. Whenever asked, stock clerks would say helplessly, "We're out of stock, really out of stock. It's not just our supermarket, all the major joint venture supermarket chains nationwide are out of stock. I've heard even many lower-tier, ordinary supermarkets have run out of goods."
Mass unemployment.
Mass destruction of resources.
Massive breakdowns in the supply chain.
The people of Central State were already harboring resentment toward Japan, and now that Japan is stirring up trouble like this, it has caused many to develop an even deeper aversion toward the country.
In less than half an hour, a bombshell news story broke. Central State Southern News.
Today, a Japanese-made car suddenly caught fire. By the time the fire department extinguished the blaze, the driver inside had already perished.
The cause of the incident is currently under investigation.
A reporter from a small local station reports that, according to unofficial sources, regarding this morning's Japanese car fire, a witness claimed to have seen the driver spontaneously combust, causing the vehicle to catch fire.
However, that witness can no longer be reached.
Shortly thereafter, the report from the small local station disappeared. Half an hour later, the fire department, forensic experts, psychologists, and other legal experts released their findings. According to the investigation, the driver was responsible for the incident. Due to Japan's complete withdrawal of investment, the driver had lost his job.
Under excessive psychological and financial pressure, he committed suicide. Because of Japan's complete withdrawal of investment, a life has already been lost. In the blink of an eye, whether in daily life or online, discussions about Japan's complete withdrawal of investment were everywhere. Those Japanese bastards are getting their revenge. Pulling off a lose-lose move like this, they lose when they pull out, and we get dragged down with them. They're really fucking reckless. Regardless, the Central State government is definitely going to roll out policies. Everyone, don't panic.
Japan is nothing but a dog, meek and submissive when weak, but strutting around and showing off the moment they achieve anything. Think about it, folks. We've already had compatriots choose suicide because of Japan's capital withdrawal. Japan is flexing its muscles at us, Central State.
I'm speechless.
They got crushed by us at the military competition, and the moment they got back, they started scheming in the shadows.
Now people are dying. I'll ask them, does Japan dare to go head-to-head with us?
Upon learning of Japan's full-scale capital withdrawal, Elder Xiaoshan immediately sought out Zhao Anming, the elder in charge of commerce.
What should we do?
Elder Xiaoshan furrowed his brow and asked, "Now that Japan has fully withdrawn its investments, our commercial structure has been severely impacted."
Should I step in and work on the diplomatic front again? Elder Zhao, who was reviewing commercial documents, looked up at Elder Shaoshan.
Suddenly, his smile became as pure as a child's, and he said, "Old Shao, you handle diplomacy, and I handle commerce.
Why are you getting more worked up than the emperor himself?" Elder Shaoshan's eyes widened in disbelief. He raised his hand, ready to smack Elder Zhao. Hey! Stop! I was just joking. Elder Zhao composed his expression and said calmly, "Have you forgotten Tong Tianjianmu's advice?
In this extraordinary time when we're racing against time, against death, and against the apocalypse, we must employ extraordinary measures. Since the Japanese are determined to oppose us, we have no intention of indulging their bad habits. Do you really think we don't know what they're up to? They just want to threaten us by pulling out all their investments and declaring their alliance with the Freedom Empire, don't they? They just want to get their hands on our secrets of human enhancement, don't they? Ha, perfect. Let us use this opportunity to flush out every Japanese merchant in the country, purify the bloodlines of our domestic population to hell with Japan's survival. I've already contacted the major business conglomerates. They'll all contribute funds to help Central State's commercial operations run smoothly. The state elder in charge of industry and manufacturing has also pledged his full support. This time, we stand as one nation." High noon. After a morning of chaos, Central State's Huayu Group stepped forward with a donation of 20 billion, taking the lead in restoring Central State's commercial operations. They rushed to aid regions suffering economic collapse and invested in sustaining the livelihoods of local residents. Then, Central State's two most important business conglomerates, the Old Ma Group and the Little Ma Group, dropped one bombshell after another, pouring money into the reconstruction of Central State's economy. Immediately afterward, tens of thousands of large factories across the country received orders from the National Core Committee along with state-allocated funds. The directive was clear: go full steam ahead, spare no expense, work day and night, and meet their respective production quotas at all costs. One garment factory was assigned an official production quota, produced 10 million pieces of various clothing within 10 days. The factory manager nearly fainted on the spot. This was an impossible task. But immediately afterward, the officially allocated production funds arrived. 1 billion. 1 billion Central State currency. The factory manager looked at the endless string of zeros in the factory's financial balance and, as if injected with adrenaline, shouted, "Human resources, come here. Starting today, the factory is hiring 100,000 new workers." "What did you say? 100,000 is too many. We don't have money for wages?" "Bullshit. The state has given us enough money to hire 200,000 people right now. What do you mean we can't hire enough?" "Bullshit. Double the pay. I don't believe we can't find enough people even with double the wages." And just like that, the city where this factory was located, which had previously seen massive unemployment due to Japanese capital withdrawal, suddenly saw its people find higher paying jobs. Although it meant working in a factory, the pay was good, and it was in response to the national call. Who wouldn't want that? And so, industry and manufacturing were mobilized. The foundation and driving force of commerce lie in industry and manufacturing. When the engine begins to run at full throttle, commerce, its physical form, naturally bursts forth with the power of a dragon. Chapter 46, Restructuring Commerce. Why fear threats? Every minute, every second, vast quantities of goods are flooding the market. Business people began to transport and distribute these goods. In the blink of an eye, across the land of Central State, the 18 megacity project in the east, the far northern sea, the far southern sea, and the towering defensive lines of the west, endless convoys of major corporate freight trucks appeared. These convoys were loaded with vegetables, grain, clothing, retail products, and more, all distributed unconditionally throughout the nation, reaching even the farthest frontiers in the east, south, west, and north. We received free cooking oil at home. The supermarket near my house is fully stocked, and there are still so many trucks unloading outside. The largest food production plant in Central State is right next to my house. I heard they're hiring 300,000 new employees. That's insane. Hiring 300,000 workers. A base salary of 15,000 per month for each person. It's a surefire way to turn your life around and easily earn tens of thousands a month. These past few days, the area near my house has been packed with job seekers.
Don't panic, everyone. This is the government's new policy. I told you so. Japan dares to flex its muscles against us and pull out all its investments?
We in Central State are standing strong now, we're not afraid at all.
This new policy is the government stepping in to deal with Japan. This is awesome.
Lately, I felt that our Central State is so strong, whether it's diplomacy, military, or business, we're going head to head with anyone who dares to challenge us.
It's got my blood pumping. Soon. Central State's response was swift.
So swift that one moment Japan was gloating over its move to cut off Central State's lifeline and force it into a corner by pulling out all its investments, and the next moment it received news of Central State's commercial restructuring.
Inside the foreign minister's office, Sanada Yukimura rushed to his computer.
He opened the Central State intranet. What met his eyes was a sea of Central State news articles.
Every single one was reporting on today's major business moves.
The streets were filled with delivery trucks, and people were lining up in multiple rows, eager to join the workforce.
Shopping malls everywhere were draped in banners.
There was not a trace of decline. Instead, the scene radiated the kind of prosperity that comes after burning one's boats.
Where are the unemployed? Where's the economic collapse? How come there's none of that? Sanada Yukimura's eyes widened in disbelief.
He knew full well the significant proportion of Japanese business within Central State's economy, and he knew that a complete withdrawal of investment would inevitably lead to a collapse of Central State's economy.
But now, where were the signs of a collapse? Bastards! Bastards! Sanada Yukimura was so furious he was cursing like a sailor.
He had gone to great lengths, not only putting on a show in international diplomacy but also within Japan itself.
As both a professional ninja and a diplomat, he had practically become an Oscar-winning actor. And for what?
To wash away the shame of the past. To witness the downfall of Central State.
But now, how had things turned out like this?
Sanada Yukimura paced back and forth in his office, muttering under his breath with hatred, as various strategies to counter Central State flashed through his mind.
What should he do now?
He had already withdrawn all investments.
Central State had responded this quickly.
Wait a minute, if Central State was using its own treasury to restructure its businesses, it would inevitably be stretched thin in other areas, such as military spending?
Military equipment. That's it. Military equipment.
Sanada Yukimura grabbed the phone on his desk and dialed the leadership directly. As soon as the call connected, an anxious voice on the other end began questioning him, no doubt about the full withdrawal of investments in Central State's business restructuring.
Hold on, let me speak. Sanada Yukimura, a mere minister of foreign affairs.
And yet, his very first words were to tell the leadership to shut up.
But the leadership couldn't exactly get angry. After all, his father, Sanada Take, was a thorn in their side. The leadership really didn't dare to cross Sanada Yukimura too much. Listen to me. Sanada Yukimura said quickly.
I just looked into it and found that Central State isn't using external funds.
In other words, they're currently using their own national treasury to restructure their commercial operations.
The leadership fell silent.
They, too, sensed a glimmer of opportunity.
You must understand that Central State's commercial scale is enormous.
Sanada Yukimura continued to shout, if they're restructuring their economy, the funds required are incalculable, yet they're doing it anyway.
This proves Central State is determined to oppose us, Japan.
For this, they're willing to pay any price to restructure their economy.
Then they certainly have no surplus funds for military spending. Our third-generation Black Sun fighter jets are the world's most advanced.
Didn't Central State want to purchase the core technology for our third-generation Black Sun fighters a few years ago? Now is our chance to sell it to them. The leadership suddenly realized, we understand. Sanada-kun, are you suggesting? If Central State buys the Black Sun fighter, they won't be able to continue restructuring their economy? Sanada Yukimura nodded, his eyes burning with fervor. Exactly. That's right.
If they don't buy it, we can use that as an opportunity to withdraw all our investments in Central State's military sector. After all, if they don't buy it, it means they don't need our military factories, nuclear power plants, or military bases. By then, we'll have withdrawn from both the commercial and military sectors.
Central State will be stretched too thin, exhausted, and ultimately forced to beg us to continue our cooperation. Ha ha ha.
Finally, the leadership gave him a thumbs up over the phone. Sanada, we really have to rely on you in critical moments.
That's so devious brilliant. Sanada Yukimura's smile froze. Evening. Central State, South Jiangnan City Central Park.
The military chief was sitting with his subordinates, discussing preparations, when his secretary suddenly rushed in, looking flustered. The secretary tried to whisper in his ear but was stopped.
Say what you have to say right here. As you command.
We just received a message from the Japanese military saying they're willing to sell us the core technology for the third-generation Black Sun fighter jets. Upon hearing this, the boss perked up immediately.
The Black Sun fighter in terms of performance alone was undoubtedly world-class. Central State's current top-tier fighter was the Zhongxiao.
The Zhongxiao fighter is good. Its top speed, weapon load, and thrust are all commendable, but it still falls short of world-class fighters. That's why, for the past few years, the boss had been eager to purchase the core technology of Japan's Black Sun fighter, hoping to use it as a reference to optimize and upgrade the Zhongxiao. Unfortunately, Japan had always refused to sell.
So why are they suddenly selling now?
The boss was tempted.
However, the man seated beside him suddenly glanced over with a faint, half-smiling expression. Old Wang, can you guarantee that the mutated pilots will be able to fly these fighters?
The boss froze. That's right, he had overlooked the most critical factor.
With the revival of mana, the entire population has undergone beastification and plantification.
Currently, every Zhongxiao fighter jet in Central State has its own dedicated pilot. Each pilot has spent tens of thousands of hours in the cockpit, forming a unique, unbreakable bond with their aircraft. Moreover, there are only a few hundred Zhongxiao fighter pilots in all of Central State.
Once the entire population has mutated, how many pilots will still be capable of flying these jets? Not to mention whether they'll be as proficient as they were before the mutation. The boss hesitated.
The man in the seat smiled and said, the future Central State may not need technology to sustain it, but it will need the courage to face mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and to fear no invasion by the ancient beasts.
The boss nodded. I understand. Chapter 47, Black Sun Fighter? Sorry, we don't need it. 8 p.m.
It had been exactly 3 hours since Japan announced it was selling the core technology of the Black Sun fighter.
During those 3 hours, Central State had remained silent, sparking heated speculation among military experts worldwide.
These experts, who spent their days analyzing global military intelligence, were well aware that Central State had actively sought to purchase Japan's Black Sun fighters several years prior. Unfortunately, Japan had refused to sell. Central State had never succeeded in its endeavor. Therefore, when Japan took the initiative to offer the sale this time, all military experts believed Central State would undoubtedly rush to draft a purchase contract.
Yet, to everyone's surprise,
Central State has remained silent for a full 3 hours.
At major international military media outlets and television stations,
military experts sat in studio booths, each earnestly analyzing the reasons behind Central State's silence.
In my opinion, Central State might be trying to drive down the price. Exactly.
As everyone knows, the Black Sun fighter is a world-class aircraft and the most powerful fighter in Japan's entire military arsenal. Just 3 or 4 years ago, the price for its core technology was already as high as 50 billion Central State currency. And that was for the first-generation Black Sun fighter 3 or 4 years ago. What Japan is offering to sell to Central State now is the third generation. The price will at least double. 100 billion Central State credits for the core technology of a world-class fighter. It's not a bad deal, but it's certainly not cheap. It all depends on how eager Central State is to buy.
Central State's desire to buy is definitely strong.
According to my research, Central State's current top fighter is the third-generation Zhongxiao, which is a full tier below the third-generation Black Sun.
Exactly. Central State must be desperate to buy right now.
As for why there's been no response after 3 hours, it's highly likely that the military and diplomatic departments of both countries are negotiating behind the scenes.
So, what do you think? How much would Japan have to offer for Central State to accept? Hard to say. I'd guess 100 billion. I'd guess 80 billion. Just as everyone was buzzing with speculation. The Central State's Foreign Ministry, together with its military department, jointly issued a statement.
Central State Foreign Ministry, we appreciate Japan's goodwill, but we in Central State currently have no intention of purchasing, nor do we need, the third-generation Black Sun fighter jets.
Boom!
Military experts from countries around the world nearly fell off their bar stools in the TV studio when they heard this news. They exchanged awkward glances. Central State had refused to purchase the Black Sun fighter jets. It truly took everyone by surprise. All that time they spent analyzing the situation had been for nothing. However, they were all excellent actors. The TV station was still recording, and by tonight these videos would be airing on major military channels, reaching households across the nation. There was no time to waste, so they immediately seized the moment to launch a second round of analysis. Wow, I really didn't expect Central State to turn it down. Why would they refuse? Could it be that Central State's Zhongxiao fighter is even better than the Black Sun fighter? That is impossible. First of all, the Black Sun fighter is definitely better than the Zhongxiao fighter. Second, deep down, Central State must want to buy it. So why did they refuse? I think there are two reasons. First, Central State has issues with Japan. The recent incident involving Central State merchants assaulting Japanese merchants, the military competition between China and Japan's apology all indicate significant friction between Central State and Japan. This rift could very well be the reason Central State refused to purchase the Black Sun fighters. Hold on, I disagree with that point. Generally speaking, when it comes to matters of state, especially in the military sphere, Central State has always been serious and rigorous. I don't think this rift could possibly be the reason. Then there's only the second possibility: Japan's asking price is too high, and the two sides couldn't reach an agreement. The military experts were still forcing themselves to analyze the situation. The Japanese delegation, however, was left speechless, especially Yukimura Sanada. When he received Central State's public response, his eyes widened in disbelief. Only after confirming the news's authenticity 3 times with those around him did he suddenly leap to his feet. This is utter nonsense. There was a Black Sun fighter jet model on the desk. Sanada Yukimura snatched up the model and shouted at his subordinates in front of him, unwilling to accept the situation. This is the Black Sun fighter jet. The Black Sun fighter jet. The world-class fighter jet that Central State has been wanting for 3 or 4 years. Back then it was only the first generation, now it's already the third generation. And Central State actually turned it down? Are they out of their minds? Ha! Are Elder Shaoshan and those Central State old fools out of their minds? The subordinate trembled, too afraid to speak up. He feared the wrath of his demonic superior, Sanada Yukimura. Just then, the phone rang. It was a call from a military department in Japan specializing in Black Sun fighter research. Hello? What is it? Sanada-kun. What should we do now? What else can we do? What price did you quote Central State? Let me see if you overpriced it, which is why they refused to buy. We quoted 150 billion Central State credits. What? 150 billion? Sanada Yukimura's eyes widened as he practically shouted, didn't I say the maximum was 100 billion, what else with 150 billion? Don't you know my plan was to get Central State to buy it? Sanada, we've been a bit short on funds lately. Research on the 4th generation Black Sun fighter has hit a bottleneck, and we need more funding. Cut it out. Don't give me that. I'll contact Central State right now and drive the price down to 100 billion. Don't try to pull any tricks on me.
You have absolutely no sense of priorities. What good are you anyway? Alright. Soon, Yukimura's Sonata reached Elder Shaoshan. What is it? I'm busy. Spit it out.
Elder Shaoshan was terse and clearly impatient. Sonata Yukimura suppressed his anger and feigned concern. Mr. Shao, I just saw your response, and after discussing it thoroughly with our military department, I think regarding the price.
Is there something else? If not, hang up.
Elder Shaoshan was thoroughly fed up.
That little bastard Sonata Yukimura is really a pain in the ass. Wait. 100 billion. How about 100 billion? Beep beep beep. Before Sonata Yukimura could finish, Elder Shaoshan hung up.
Listening to the busy signal, Sonata Yukimura took a deep breath, grabbed the sleep pillow on the table, and started smashing it wildly while screaming, "Arg!
Elder Shaoshan! You're pushing it too far. You think 100 billion is too expensive." Once he calmed down, Sonata Yukimura contacted Elder Shaoshan again. Hello? You again? Mr. Shao, 90 billion. How about 90 billion? Beep beep beep. The second call was also ruthlessly hung up by Elder Shaoshan. Sonata Yukimura took a deep breath and forced a smile. I'm not angry, I'm not angry, I'm not angry. The third time. 800 billion. This time, only 800 billion. Beep beep beep. Chapter 48, Is Japan about to break ties with Central State? Western Alliance. A military-focused TV channel.
Several Western Alliance military experts chuckled as they said, just now, we at the Western Alliance sent a reporter to Japan to inquire about the price Japan is asking for the core technology of the Black Sun fighter jet sold to Central State. We believe this price must be extremely high, otherwise, Central State wouldn't have rejected it so decisively.
At least 150 billion. I think it might even exceed 200 billion. The third-generation Black Sun fighter is definitely worth that much. A moment later, a report came in from the frontline correspondent.
The price Japan is selling the core technology of the third-generation Black Sun fighter to Central State for is only
80 billion.
In an instant, the military experts exchanged stunned glances, unable to believe what they were seeing.
800 billion? How is that possible? It should be at least $1 trillion.
The military experts snapped back to reality and hurriedly checked Central State's official response, but to their surprise, it was nothing but rejection, rejection, rejection.
Are they out of their minds? They're turning down 80 billion? 80 billion is practically a steal. If Central State won't even accept that price, what on earth are they thinking?
The third-generation Black Sun fighter that's a world-class fighter jet.
80 billion is an absolute steal.
If Central State doesn't want it, we'll take it. Quick, send someone to contact Japan and tell them the Western Alliance will buy it for 100 billion. After Central State rejected Japan for the third time, the Western Alliance immediately extended an olive branch. If Central State doesn't want to buy them, we in the Western Alliance will.
100 billion. At least 100 billion. The Western Alliance's attitude was sincere.
To that end, they even sent representatives to Japan to prepare for face-to-face negotiations. However, the Japanese delegation was unusually cold toward the Western Alliance, keeping their eyes fixed solely on Central State, with an air of determination not to give up until their goal was achieved. Sorry, for now we're only doing business with Central State.
In the Foreign Ministry office, Yukimura Sonata hung up on the Western Alliance for the umpteenth time.
His eyes were bloodshot and red, his heart filled with hatred for Elder Shaoshan. At this point, the Japanese foreign minister had locked horns with the Central State's foreign elder.
Sonata Yukimura dialed Elder Shaoshan's office number for the umpteenth time.
Before he could even speak, Elder Shaoshan's icy retort cut him off, and the line went dead.
If you don't want to buy, stop calling me. Are you annoying or what?
Listening to the busy signal, Sonata Yukimura finally couldn't hold back any longer and roared, Elder Shaoshan. You will pay the price for your blind arrogance.
Get in touch with the military department. Recall every single Japanese military personnel stationed within Central State.
Not a single soul is to remain in Central State. We, Japan, are severing all military ties with Central State completely.
Sanada Yukimura's fury sent all foreign ministry officials scrambling to carry out his orders.
Even though they knew that in a modern society, severing military ties with a major power was tantamount to inflicting 1,000 wounds on the enemy while suffering 800 of one's own, they dared not voice any opposition.
After all, hadn't the Japanese leadership become so tolerant of Sanada Yukimura that they were now allowing him to run wild?
Soon, Japan issued an official global announcement. Japanese official media, due to Central State's repeated refusal to maintain a sound military partnership with Japan, and following numerous leadership meetings and deliberations, Japan has decided to withdraw all Japanese military personnel from Central State. All personnel who have received evacuation notices must return to Japan immediately, without delay, and must not leave behind anything that could compromise Japan's military achievements.
This single declaration once again sent shockwaves through the world.
Bystanders from various nations watched with bated breath, their scalps tingling as they engaged in heated debate. A certain military enthusiast and loudmouth from Italy, the two countries have finally fallen out.
I knew it.
A half-baked military expert from the Western Alliance, this marks the beginning of the rupture between Japan and Central State. It will undoubtedly be the spark that ignites a world war. This is a precise deduction from the greatest military expert. Please subscribe to my latest book. The world was abuzz with speculation. All manner of rumors were spreading like wildfire. Yet Central State, at the center of all this public discourse, showed not the slightest awareness of its central role.
Instead, the nation's elders were fully focused on perfecting the mega-city project.
The mega-city project would be an impenetrable fortress protecting Central State's over 1 billion people, the most powerful shield against the ancient beast, and a beacon of light in the darkness of the apocalypse. Its importance was so great it could be called a state secret.
The entire Council of Elders had no time to spare for such rumors.
If Japan likes to stir up trouble, let them. In 3 months' time, they'll have plenty of time to cry.
For the Mega City project, my plan is to mobilize all civil engineering resources nationwide.
We will use the major provincial capitals as the foundation for the project, and the entire nation will work in unison, day and night, on a 24-hour shift system. The necessary civil engineering resources have already been allocated, and construction companies nationwide are shipping materials to the major provincial capitals. There is no time to waste. Let us get started immediately.
I hear Japan is still causing trouble over there?
Who cares?
Across Central State, hundreds of government departments, large and small, were operating at breakneck speed.
To the outside world, Central State appeared silent, but they had no idea that beneath the calm surface lay a massive machine running at a frantic pace. Every moment, Central State was making monumental decisions. Every second brought earth-shattering changes, none of which the outside world knew anything about. Only the Foreign Ministry, being the least busy, had the time to deal with Japan and international rumors. The National Assembly had just instructed Elder Shashan, right now, out of the entire National Core Council, you're the least busy.
Since you're sitting around anyway, go handle international affairs.
Elder Shashan smiled faintly, understood.
Since I'm sitting around anyway, might as well make a big splash.
Soon, Elder Shashan led all members of the Central State Ministry of Foreign Affairs in holding a global press conference, with a single objective: since Japan wants to go all out, so will we. By the way, regarding the military personnel Japan intends to withdraw, let them all leave. But take note, ports, airports, and ferry terminals must be placed under full martial law. Anyone carrying classified Central State documents must be detained. Meanwhile, the National Assembly briefed the king.
Spaghetti Nation International Channel, breaking global news. Korea National Television, Central State holds global press conference.
Western Alliance Television, Japan has signaled its intent to sever ties with Central State.
How will Central State respond? Tune in to the evening news. Our reporters will bring you live updates. Media outlets around the world were in an uproar.
They rushed to dispatch personnel to Central State,
all eager to secure first-hand news. Chapter 49, Global Press Conference. Central State Council Hall. A national hall as imposing as a mountain. Central State's Global Press Conference will be held here.
Central State's Elder of Diplomacy, Elder Shaoshan, attended in formal attire, accompanied by the entire Central State Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Every diplomat wore a solemn and serious expression. The Central State emblems on their chests echoed the massive national emblem directly above the council hall, signaling that this was their home turf. At the entrance to the venue, journalists and diplomatic personnel from nations around the world are streaming in. Each bears the national emblem of their respective country: Korea, India, South Korea, Basra, and others.
The only notable absences were the Freedom Empire and the Suanula Kingdom.
The Freedom Empire has always been at odds with Central State, and recently, relations between the two have grown stiff and frosty over the issue of lithography machines. Consequently, they have simply chosen to ignore Central State. As for the Suanula Kingdom, it was once the world's leading superpower. However, their glory came to an end one winter. Although Suanula had not sent a representative to attend, they had notified Elder Shaoshan in advance that their Ministry of Foreign Affairs was currently dealing with some thorny issues and could not spare the personnel. Elder Shaoshan agreed without objection. After all, this press conference was intended solely for Japan.
Time ticked by. Whispers filled the hall.
Everyone was discussing the matter in hushed tones while surreptitiously observing the expressions of Elder Shaoshan and the numerous Central State diplomats, attempting to gauge Central State's stance.
Finally, Yukimura Sanada appeared at the entrance to the hall. The midday sun was blinding.
Yukimura Sanada had just stepped off the plane and rushed here nonstop, exhausted and drained. The intense light momentarily caused his vision to go dark, and he could barely stand steady, leaning against the doorframe. This scene caught Elder Shaoshan's eye. Elder Shaoshan spoke calmly and matter-of-factly. "Sanada Yukimura, thank you for making the trip again. As far as I know, these past few days have likely been the most frequent you've traveled back and forth to Central State in your life. If you truly care for our Central State, and considering your Japanese dietary habits, I, Elder Shaoshan, would like to personally present you with a Central State specialty, fresh beef tripe sashimi."
Sanada Yukimura looked up, completely baffled. "What are you talking about? What beef tripe?
I don't need it, and I don't want anything from your Central State." Elder Shaoshan smiled. "This beef tripe of mine is exceptionally fresh, so fresh it's still full of the cow's swallowed contents. I believe this item pairs exceptionally well with you."
Sanada Yukimura looked even more baffled. "What on earth are you talking about? Am I similar to a cow's stomach? What exactly are you saying?"
At that moment, his aide whispered, "Minister, Elder Shaoshan seems to be calling you a blockhead." Sanada Yukimura was initially confused, but upon careful reflection, it suddenly clicked, and his face turned red with anger at a speed visible to the naked eye.
"Fresh tripe? And there's even stuff a cow swallowed inside? Cows eat grass, so there's grass in the tripe. Tripe is just a bag of grass. Is that son of a bitch Elder Shaoshan calling me a bag of grass?" Sanada Yukimura was furious.
Elder Shaoshan cleared his throat twice and smiled as he looked around.
"Everyone, please don't mind that. I was just expressing the hospitality of my Central State.
Please take your seats. And Minister Sanada Yukimura, please take your seat as well."
Everyone sat down, fixing their gaze on Sanada Yukimura. Faced with this scene, even Sanada Yukimura could not bring himself to get angry. He could only grit his teeth and sit down. The moment he sat, he adopted a menacing fighting stance and demanded, "Elder Shaoshan, every country gets only one chance a year to hold a global press conference. Don't waste everyone's time. Say what you have to say, and once you're done, I'm leaving. I don't want to stay on this soil for even a single second." Global Press Conference.
Generally, every country sends a representative to attend. This time, only two countries were exceptions: the Freedom Empire and the Suhan Kingdom.
Sanada Yukimura said with interest, "Elder Shaoshan, we in Japan have just issued our military policy declaration, and now Central State is immediately following up with a global press conference?"
If you ask me, if Central State had simply negotiated with us properly, things wouldn't have escalated to this point.
If you wish to announce the restoration of diplomatic relations, I'll reluctantly convey that message to the Japanese leadership for you. Whispers filled the hall. Even while standing in the Central State's family-level assembly hall, Sanada Yukimura maintained such a confident and arrogant demeanor that it truly left everyone present on edge. Isn't Sanada Yukimura being too arrogant? What will Elder Shaoshan say? Hard to say. Maybe they really will announce the restoration of diplomatic relations. Elder Shaoshan smiled, then suddenly grew grave and solemn. He opened the folder in front of him and pulled out a top-level Central State document bearing the signature of the National Core Council. He scanned the room, his gaze as sharp as two blades. The entire hall fell suddenly silent. Pfft, what's with the act? Sanada Yukimura muttered derisively. On stage, Elder Shaoshan stood up, holding the document, and spoke in a deep voice, "Here, on behalf of the Central State Core Council, and on behalf of the 1.4 billion citizens of Central State, I formally announce a major decision." Everyone instantly perked up. All eyes were fixed on Elder Shaoshan. Reporters' fingers were already poised over their keyboards. Media cameras were trained on Elder Shaoshan. Anyone could sense a storm brewing. Perhaps in the very next second, a statement serious enough to shake the global order would emerge from Elder Shaoshan's lips. Sanada Yukimura folded his arms and watched with a cold smile. Yesterday, they announced a major military withdrawal. Today, Central State is holding a global press conference. Isn't the meaning obvious? Central State has backed down. If they hadn't, they would have responded yesterday. By dragging it out until today, aren't they just waiting for the fury of the land of the rising sun to subside before having a proper chat? Central State officially announces. Effective immediately. All ties with the land of the rising sun are severed. International trade, diplomatic relations, embassies, military, commercial, agricultural, industrial, and educational ties, all connections are completely severed. Elder Shaoshan read the first paragraph of the document. An opening statement that dropped a bombshell. It left everyone in the room with ringing ears and trembling hearts. Sanada Yukimura, in particular, leapt to his feet, eyes wide, staring in disbelief at Elder Shaoshan beneath the massive Central State emblem. Elder Shaoshan raised his gaze and cast a faint glance at Sanada Yukimura. The playful, teasing glint of days past was completely gone. In its place was a pair of icy eyes. The contempt, disdain, indifference, and hostility in that gaze were so palpable that even from the farthest corner of the vast hall where people were 80 meters away from Elder Shaoshan, everyone could see it clearly. Sanada Yukimura froze in place. Elder Shaoshan lowered his gaze and continued his proclamation. Effective immediately, within 7 days, all Japanese nationals engaged in commerce or politics within Central State are to be repatriated. They are not permitted to remain, nor may they carry any items detrimental to Central State's interests. Upon departure, they will undergo a full military inspection. Anyone found carrying prohibited items will be detained on the spot. Sanada Yukimura stood rooted to the spot, his whole body trembling. It wasn't out of fear, but from sheer rage. Chapter 50, Preparations for the Megacity Project. Sanada Yukimura's fists, clenched in fury, trembled uncontrollably. His eyes were bloodshot with rage, and his face bore the ferocious expression of a tiger ready to pounce. His aides noticed the change in him. They hurriedly whispered in alarm, "Minister, you must stay calm. This is a gathering of journalists from all over the world. You mustn't." "Shut up." Sanada Yukimura growled through reddened eyes. "I know exactly what's going on." On stage, Elder Shaoshan read the document with solemn gravity. Below, journalists from various nations snapped photos frantically. Central State's public declaration of a break with Japan was simply the most shocking news of the century. Journalists from all nations understood the significance of this news. They were working up a sweat, rushing back and forth between photographing Elder Shaoshan and Central State's diplomats, and then Sanada Yukimura. As the representative of Japan, Sanada Yukimura had witnessed Central State's declaration of a break with Japan firsthand, and all the reporters were desperate to interview him about his thoughts. "What are you staring at?"
Sanada Yukimura's blood-red eyes, filled with the ferocity characteristic of a heavenly ninja, swept menacingly across the reporters watching him.
On stage, Elder Shaoshan finished reading the document.
This document is an official document of Central State. It possesses full legal force within the territory of Central State.
Proclamation complete.
No sooner had Elder Shaoshan finished reading than reporters from various nations, long unable to contain their eagerness, rushed forward en masse.
In an instant, dozens of microphones appeared before Elder Shaoshan. Does this mean Central State has officially severed ties with Japan? Is this the policy of the Central State's Central Committee? Has the Central State considered Japan's stance?
Elder Shaoshan, don't leave. Under the protection of numerous Central State diplomats, Elder Shaoshan simply stated, "The document is authentic and valid. You may verify it on Central State's official media," before departing.
Watching Elder Shaoshan's retreating figure, reporters from various nations felt a sense of resentment.
Despite this being such explosive international news, they were unable to interview the very person who had read the bill.
Driven by this frustration, the reporters from all nations turned their gaze towards Sanada Yukimura.
The way they looked at him was like wolves encountering sheep or cats encountering mice. Their eyes practically glowed red, as if they wanted to devour him alive.
"What are you looking at? One more glance, and I'll gouge your eyes out." Sanada Yukimura was in a rage.
Besides, aside from being the foreign minister, he was also a celestial ninja skilled in killing. Why would he put up with these lousy reporters and their annoying habit of prying into every last detail?
Sanada Yukimura cursed at the international press, then, filled with fury and hatred, strode out of the hall.
His rage had robbed him of his senses. If he had remained calm, he would have realized that the one thing in the world you must never offend is a journalist's pen, especially not the representatives of the world's most skilled fabricators, who now filled the hall.
What's so great about that? That Japanese foreign minister really has no manners.
Yeah, Central State just declared a break with them, and he didn't even dare say a word before running off. All he can do is take his anger out on us.
What kind of damn foreign minister is that? If a foreign minister is this arrogant, doesn't that mean the leaders in Japan are even more arrogant? Great, I'm heading back right now to report on this. We've got tens of millions of people back home waiting for my report. The international reporters left one by one. A makeshift office building in Central Park, Jiangnan City.
The state leader stood in front of a satellite TV, glancing at the global press conference from time to time. Finally, after the conference ended, the elderly man in his 70s gave a faint smile, picked up the phone, and dialed Elder Shaoshan.
"Old Shao, you did a good job.
Rest assured, state leader.
This is exactly what I, Elder Shaoshan, do."
Hanging up the phone, the state leader knew Japan would inevitably react strongly, but he smiled indifferently. He turned, took the mega city project proposal with him, and walked out of the makeshift office building. Approaching by Liang, he solemnly unfolded the plan.
"Ruan, pay attention to this section. When mana enters the body, it triggers all-around evolution in the host organism. The first stage is the adaptation phase, commonly known as Tier 1.
The second stage is the gluttony phase, commonly known as Tier 2. The third stage is the metamorphosis phase, commonly known as Tier 3. After that, there is a chasm between Tier 3 and Tier 4. Throughout the entire third stage, the metamorphosis phase, there are three distinct transformations: the transformation of the physical form, the transformation of flesh and blood, and finally, the transformation of bones and tendons.
Only by overcoming the transformation of bones and tendons can one advance to the next Tier 1 segment. The next Tier 1 segment. Willow deity, could you please take one last look at the Megacity project document?
After numerous discussions and over a dozen revisions, it's nearly finalized. If you agree there are no issues, I'll issue orders immediately for the megacity project leaders in each provincial capital to begin construction.
Bai Liang was in the middle of instructing Ruan on the path of mana evolution when he was suddenly interrupted by the state leader.
He had no choice but to pause his lesson and lower his gaze to the megacity project document before him.
Establishing the megacity project with major provincial capitals as its foundation? Is the structure of the megacity project designed with 3 tiers of progressive high walls? With flat platforms at the top of the walls to house machine guns and missile silos, forming a combat platform? That's great, so creative. The megacity project was a proposal initiated by the state leader and his team. Earlier, after Bai Liang finished explaining the matter of Mana's revival, the state leader and the other elders, embodying a collective wisdom with their agile minds, immediately came up with many countermeasures that Bai Liang Henti considered. For example, the megacity project, the 10,000-meter high aerial barrier plan,
the Central State Warrior Centralized Control Plan, the lithography machine manufactured human identifier project, and so on. These were all state leader and the others' ideas. Their ideas focused primarily on large-scale construction. All were specifically designed to address the challenges of the new era.
Bai Liang's ideas, on the other hand, centered mainly on mana. For instance, establishing mana training classes, selecting the best warriors for early mana infusion, searching in advance for humans who were renowned powerhouses in their past lives. Bai Liang glanced at the clock in the makeshift office building.
10 days had passed since his rebirth and awakening. With a total preparation period of 90 days, even he felt the time was running out. Surely the state leaders were even more anxious.
There's just one issue. Bai Liang made the most of his time, repeatedly reviewing every detail of the megacity project.
He considered, verified, and mentally simulated various scenarios, concluding that there were no problems. This proposal had been thoroughly discussed in repeated meetings by the state leader and his team. There were virtually no issues. They had come to Bai Liang simply to seek his final approval, given his experience from the Mana Awakening era. Suddenly, Bai Liang's brow furrowed deeply as he discovered a problem in the megacity project that was easy to overlook yet extremely critical. The megacity projects are scattered like stars across Central State. It brings together the 1.4 billion people of Central State. Every single megacity project is of the utmost importance. But the ancient beasts are ferocious, and their brute strength is terrifying. Though weak individually, a swarm of them could devour mountains and swallow seas. If one city is in trouble, how can the other megacity projects provide support? Are there no safe passageways connecting the megacity projects? Bai Liang voiced his concerns. Chapter 51, Launching the Megacity Project. We will not disappoint the nation's high expectations. The megacity project is of the utmost importance. The state leader immediately buried his head in the blueprints, pondering the questions Bai Liang had raised. A moment later, the state leader looked up, nodded solemnly, and said, "Willow deity, you've raised this at just the right time. There are indeed issues with the transportation hubs between the megacity projects. I'll handle this immediately." The state leader strode into the makeshift office building, summoned several senior officials in charge of the construction industry, and the group carefully reviewed the megacity project proposal once more. "It's decided. We'll begin construction on the megacity project right now." At the same time, an 18-lane, two-way highway must be constructed between each megacity project site, flanked on both sides by 30-meter-high solid steel guardrails, to completely resolve the traffic issues between the megacity projects. The state leader and his team finalized the plan. 5 minutes later, an engineering document marked State Secret was released from the National Core Council and delivered to a dormitory building not far from the city center park. This dormitory building was no ordinary place. Every floor housed industry titans. For instance, Liang Shan, chairman of Huayu Group, the chairman of Lao Ma Group, the chairman of Xiao Ma Group, and others all resided in this dormitory building, which resembled a student dorm. Here, anyone you might casually pass by could possess the power and influence to make the ground tremble in their respective industries. This arrangement was specifically designed to facilitate the National Core Council's centralized allocation of social resources. Knock, knock, knock. A major knocked on the door of a dorm room, pushed it open, handed the documents in his hand to several middle-aged men inside, and said solemnly, "Order from the National Core Council. The megacity project begins now. Gentlemen, start coordinating the construction." The middle-aged men hurried to the doorway. The megacity project documents? Building the megacity project based on major provinces and cities?
And lay special highways connecting each megacity project? We've been here for a week finally, we've got an assignment. What a grand construction plan!
100-meter tall megacity project with 18 two-way highways. If this gets built, it'll be a modern engineering marvel.
The timeline is so tight the entire project has to be completed in just 60 days. Whoa! Only 2 months to finish? As the men pored over the megacity project documents, their brows furrowed.
With time running short and the task at hand immense, they all found this construction project extremely daunting.
The major smiled, his expression solemn as he said, "Gentlemen, the megacity project is a project that must be completed.
It is a major undertaking personally overseen by the state leader and his team.
To this end, Central State will spare no effort in supporting your commencement of work and will allocate 500 trillion Central State currency to you."
The middle-aged men all jolted.
They all looked at the major in disbelief. 500 trillion Central State currency? That much?
The combined annual fiscal revenue of all industries across Central State is only 50 to 60 trillion. This is equivalent to pouring the entire nation's annual income into this grand project.
Gentlemen.
The major had brought a black briefcase with him. He opened it to reveal 4 gleaming medals engraved with the Central State emblem. The pupils of several middle-aged men suddenly contracted. These were national-level medals. Only those who have made significant contributions to the nation and its people are awarded them. Even the distinguished scholars at the National Academy, who have dedicated half their lives to their work, possess at most 1 or 2. A sense of the nation's trust in them welled up in their hearts. For some inexplicable reason, a lump formed in the throats of the middle-aged men. At the end of the day, they were all ordinary people. But a national medal represented a great spirit. The great spirit that had saved the nation from the brink of disaster. The major personally pinned the 4 medals onto the chests of the 4 men. He took 2 steps back, stood tall, and, with the bearing of a soldier, saluted earnestly, "I hope you will give it your all.
We will keep the wine warm and await your good news.
May the wine still be warm and we still be here when you achieve complete success, so we can drink together once more." After speaking, the major turned to his aides and instructed, "Send word to the kitchen to keep 4 bottles of bijou warm for me. Warm them once a day, until the day these gentlemen achieve complete success."
Aye.
The 4 middle-aged men were all top-tier tycoons in the construction industry, seasoned veterans forged by the trials of society. Yet even with such hardened resolve, tears welled up in their eyes at that moment.
"All right. Then let us keep the wine warm. Ha ha ha, what's the big deal? It's just breaking ground on the megacity project and building highways, isn't it? This is exactly what we do.
Let us get to work, brothers. The nation has placed such heavy expectations on us, we will certainly not let them down.
I will personally oversee this 50 trillion yuan project budget. If anyone below dares to embezzle a single cent, I'll personally send them to prison.
This money must go to the workers, only then can we inspire their enthusiasm and ensure the completion of our national mission." The 4 middle-aged men were visibly moved. In their world-weary eyes, a long-lost light shone, a light called patriotism.
The major smiled, saluted, and departed.
The 4 men immediately settled into their dormitory, each contacting their respective corporate groups and subordinates, and got to work with great enthusiasm.
"Hey!
Chen, you need to tell our group's HR department right now to launch a massive recruitment drive in Guangwon City and the surrounding areas. Based on our previous experience with nationwide factory recruitment, hire as many as you possibly can.
8,000 isn't enough, 10,000 isn't too many at the very least. You need to recruit 500,000 people.
And pay them 5 times the standard rate." General Manager Chen, on the other end of the line, was stunned.
500,000 people? Boss, we're an engineering group, not some ancient warlord. Are you trying to recruit an army to unify the country? 5 times the standard salary and benefits?
That's at least 100,000 yuan per person per month.
500,000 people, that's 50 billion yuan in monthly wages alone. Money is no object. Listen up, Chen.
Never mind 500,000 workers. Even if you were to recruit every single one of the 40 million people in the construction industry nationwide, I could still cover their wages.
500,000? Is 500,000 enough to scare you off? Let me tell you, I've changed my mind. You're hiring at least 2 million workers for me.
A middle-aged man spoke into the phone, spittle flying as he gestured wildly. Dressed in a black suit, his face was rugged and scarred, and as he sat there with an air of authority, he exuded the bearing of a man commanding the world. He was the chairman of Central State New Tiandu Engineering Group, the largest engineering conglomerate in Central State. One of the four most powerful tycoons in the construction industry, right here in this dormitory. At the group's peak, it employed as many as 300,000 workers, with operations spanning the entire country. They maintained massive branches in every provincial capital, earning them the reputation of a veritable feudal lord of the construction industry. On the bed opposite him sat another middle-aged man, his desk covered with computer screens. Wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, he exuded an air of politeness. The man in black-rimmed glasses stared intently at the computer screen, which was densely packed with flashing data. He picked up the phone casually, his tone nonchalant yet his eyes burning with intensity. "Hello, uncle. I've already gathered all the necessary materials. Please help me procure 80 million worth of construction materials. There can be no shortage, not even a single gram. This is just the first batch, we'll need even more later." Chapter 52. A provincial capital needs 500,000 workers. In this dormitory building, these four seemingly ordinary men were, in reality, the four pillars supporting Central State's construction industry. In this sector, the four of them were the four emperors. The order issued from the city center park quickly reached construction groups across the country. In the water towns of the southeast, a provincial capital shrouded in misty rain, the evening glow was warm and beautiful. Suddenly, a group of men and women in black uniforms rushed frantically to the city gates. They clutched thick stacks of documents in their hands. At the city gates, a large crowd of provincial officials had already been waiting with bated breath. Upon seeing the group in black uniforms, they waved excitedly and anxiously. "We've prepared all the documents and paperwork. We've been waiting for you, New Tiandu Engineering Group." The city's highest-ranking official hurried forward, speaking urgently. "New Tiandu has already issued orders to all major provincial capitals, instructing us to fully cooperate with your New Tiandu Engineering Group in the redevelopment of the city's outskirts. Within half an hour, we'll have all the redevelopment procedures finalized. We're just waiting for you to discuss how to break ground." A woman in a black uniform, the head of the New Tiandu Engineering Group's branch in this provincial capital, strolled over energetically and said, "We just received word from the Northern Industrial Group that they've already dispatched over 20 billion yuan worth of construction materials to our provincial capital. The paperwork is done, and the materials are on their way. The only thing left for us to do is recruit workers on a massive scale." The provincial capital official asked sternly, "Recruit workers? How many do you plan to hire?" Central State has a total of 36 provincial capitals, and ours is considered one of the ones with the largest workforce. If I help you recruit 20,000 workers, won't be a problem?" The woman in the black uniform raised an eyebrow. 20,000? You're thinking too small. That number is nowhere near what our CEO instructed me to aim for. The provincial capital official gasped. Good heavens, isn't 20,000 workers enough? What kind of construction project is this megacity project you've been awarded? The woman in the black uniform dialed a number while speaking rapidly. "Sir, there is no need for you to guess. Our provincial capital needs to expand its workforce by at least 200,000 people." All the provincial capital officials were struck dumb. They all wore expressions of utter disbelief. 200,000 workers? Keep in mind, the provincial capital already has a base workforce of 100,000. These 100,000 workers usually operate independently. They're under the control of various subcontractors, big and small. They worked hard to coordinate with all the subcontractors and construction companies to bring this workforce of over 100,000 together, and they assumed that such a massive number would be more than enough to handle the megacity project.
Who would have thought they'd need to expand the workforce by another 200,000? That adds up to over 300,000 workers. Please don't worry about the numbers, the woman in the black uniform interjected. With the funding allocated by headquarters, we can afford to hire not just 300,000, but even 500,000. As for the recruitment, please do your best to come up with a solution. After a moment of stunned silence, the provincial officials began dialing numbers one after another. Hello, Kuroda County? This is the provincial government. I'm giving you an urgent order. Gather every single worker and available person in your county, including the townships, and send them all to the provincial capital. Hello? Baiha County? I need people. Hello, find me 10,000 workers. No matter what it takes, by tonight, I want to see 10,000 people at the provincial capital's gates. Not a single one less. Hello, cut the small talk. I need workers, the more, the better. What? You want the next construction quota? You won't give me people unless I give you that? Then get lost. You clueless fool, what's the matter with you, causing trouble at a time like this? Officials in the provincial capital were pulling every string and leveraging every connection at their disposal, frantically contacting every worker in the surrounding counties, towns, and villages, with the provincial capital as their hub. It was nothing more than gathering grains of sand to form a mountain. Soon, the entire provincial capital was mobilized. In every major town and county, vast crowds of workers gathered at the bus stations, a sea of people, each with a look of confusion on their face, wondering what on earth was happening in the provincial capital. Who's with all of us here, what on earth do they want to do in the provincial capital? An old man asked his companion. Who's his companion, looked around, scanned the scene for a moment, then shook his head. No idea. There are at least several hundred workers at this bus station right now. The line to board the buses stretches 3 blocks long. The foreman stood in front of the bus, directing the workers as they boarded while bellowing, "Listen up, everyone! This is a massive project. What are we compared to that? The provincial capital needs 500,000 workers. 500,000 workers could reach the sky." The workers burst out laughing. I bet they're planning to build the Great Wall in the provincial capital. A more educated worker chimed in. Back in the day, there was that guy. Xin Shi Huang. That's right. He used 500,000 workers to build the Great Wall. Heh, if we could go build the Great Wall now, we'd have plenty of stories to brag about when drinking with outsiders later. Ha ha ha. The foreman shoved him into the bus and snapped, "What are you babbling about? Building the Great Wall, are you still half asleep? Building the Great Wall." One bus after another raced toward the provincial capital. The convoy of buses winding along the mountain roads looked like a long dragon. By the time they reached the city gates, the foreman was already gaping in disbelief through the window. Ever since they'd approached within 10 kilometers of the city gates, they'd been completely surrounded by buses carrying workers from every county, town, and village. A sea of people, stretching as far as the eye could see. Someone nudged the foreman's arm. "Foreman, do you think we can build the Great Wall with this crowd?" The foreman swallowed hard. Build the Great Wall? With a crowd like this, I'd believe you if you said we were building the Hall of Supreme Harmony. At the gates of the provincial capital, provincial officials stood guard at the entrance, personally counting the workers they had each recruited. After a series of elaborate procedures and meticulous headcounts, they calculated the current number of workers. There are a total of over 480,000 workers. The provincial official consulted with the woman in black. There are 180,000 here on site, and over 300,000 more are still on the way. How's it going on your end? Upon hearing this, the woman in black flashed a wicked smile and waved her hand. The next moment, a thunderous roar erupted. At the far end of the provincial capital's outskirts, the earth trembled, and dirt and rocks flew into the air. A dense swarm of heavy construction vehicles appeared on the horizon, rumbling as they pounded the ground. It was impossible to tell how many vehicles had gathered to produce such a deafening noise. The provincial officials were utterly stunned.
The woman in the black uniform faced them, her back against the ironclad torrent of the construction industry, and said with a smile, "The new Tiandu Group's provincial branch has gathered a total of 2,000 heavy construction vehicles from surrounding cities. Please, leaders, inspect them." The ironclad torrent approached the city gates. With over 100,000 workers and 2,000 heavy construction vehicles combined, no words were needed. A sense of massive undertaking arose in everyone's hearts. Chapter 53: The Unveiling of the Megacity Project. Early in the morning, a group of tourists from the Western Alliance was touring the provincial capital. As they strolled through the ancient city's streets and alleys with their guide, they suddenly noticed a crowd gathering ahead, the air filled with a cacophony of voices. "What's going on up ahead? Isn't that the provincial capital's main gate? Let us go check it out." When the group of foreign tourists reached the provincial capital's main gate, they were met with a sea of construction workers and heavy machinery stretching as far as the eye could see. Instantly, everyone was left speechless. What on earth are they building with a construction crew of this magnitude? The same question arose in everyone's mind. Among the group was an elderly professor of civil engineering, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and sporting a neat, stern slicked-back hairstyle. Though advanced in age, he looked vigorous and alert. What on earth are they building with a construction crew of this magnitude? Professor Ryan of the Western Alliance, filled with curiosity, walked toward the provincial capital's gates. He found a man who looked like a minor official and pulled out his professor's ID. "Excuse me, but what kind of structure are they building that requires such a massive construction crew?" Ryan asked curiously. "I'm sorry, that's a state secret. We haven't been told exactly what building is being constructed." "Then could I see the blueprints?" "I'm sorry, that's a state secret." Hearing this, Ryan didn't press the matter further. He smiled politely and walked away, but once out of the man's sight, he quietly turned a corner and approached the cluster of workers, pretending to be a passerby. He had noticed that among the gathered workers, there was one person holding blueprints, and he suspected they were discussing the construction plans. "Good grief, 100-meter-high wall? Foreman, you must have the wrong blueprints, right? 100-meter-high wall would be 30 stories tall. And it's supposed to encircle the entire provincial capital? You've got to be kidding. This is even more outlandish than building the Great Wall in ancient times." Ryan frowned upon hearing this. At first, he thought he must have misheard. But with so many people talking about building a 100-meter-high wall, he couldn't help but believe this utterly absurd construction plan. A 100-meter-high wall? What on earth is Central State building a 100-meter-high wall for? Ryan was filled with confusion as he muttered to himself, "A 100-meter-high wall? Even during the most frequent wars of the ancient cold weapon era, something like that wasn't necessary. In a modern society, there is no need for a 100-meter-high wall. What's the point of building such a thing? Could it be related to meteorology, to collect rainwater? That doesn't make sense either. Could it be to create a city with a unique tourist theme? To imitate the city walls of ancient imperial capitals and develop tourism resources?" Ryan racked his brain but still couldn't figure out what a 100-meter-high wall could possibly be used for. Just then, two men in black uniforms strode over, their eyes fixed warily on Ryan. "Who are you? Why were you eavesdropping on the workers' conversation?" Ryan quickly pulled out his architecture professor ID and explained, "I'm an architecture professor at the Western Alliance, teaching at the Western Alliance Institute of Technology." "I was just curious. A professor from the Western Alliance?" The expressions of the two men in black uniforms changed instantly. One of them continued to stare at Ryan, while the other hurried to a corner to call his superior. His superior was the woman in the black uniform. A professor of architecture from the Western Alliance? The woman in the black uniform listened to the staff member's report, furrowing her brow. After a long moment of hesitation, she said, "Keep him occupied for now. I'll consult with the CEO." Far away in the central park of New Tiandu, Jiangnan City, a burly man immediately contacted the National Core Council upon hearing the report from the branch general manager. At the National Core Council, several senior leaders also furrowed their brows upon hearing the news. What should we do? Why not detain that Western Alliance professor in Central State first, to prevent him from escaping and leaking details of our megacity project? No, that would trigger another round of diplomatic issues.
What is there to fear? What does Central State have to fear now? Actually, there is no need to make a big deal out of this.
The megacity project is being carried out simultaneously in 36 provincial capitals, all as open-air construction sites. First of all, we can't keep it hidden from the residents of each provincial capital, and we can't seal off all of them. Let the news spread if it must. After all, other countries don't know what the megacity project is for anyway. Alright, then we won't make any attempt to conceal the megacity project.
Right. We just need to keep the true purpose under wraps.
The orders from the National Core Council were relayed down through the ranks to the provincial capital. After receiving their orders from the woman in black, the two men in black uniforms turned to Ryan and said, "That's all. You're free to go, but try not to be too nosy."
Ryan was released and returned to the tour group.
The Western Alliance members in the group immediately gathered around him.
What happened? What were they doing over there? Everyone stared at Ryan with curiosity.
Ryan, however, frowned deeply and said nothing. After a moment of silence, he decisively told the tour guide, "I won't be participating in the rest of the activities." With that, Ryan opened the mobile app store and began booking the next available flight to the Western Alliance.
No one understood what was going on.
One of Ryan's companions in the group, seeing him book a return ticket, rushed over to ask, "What is going on? Why are you suddenly heading back to the Western Alliance?" Without looking up, Ryan replied urgently, "I just contacted friends in other provincial capitals of Central State. They all told me that construction has suddenly begun in all the major provincial capitals of Central State. I think this is a very strange phenomenon, so I'm heading back to the Western Alliance early." After booking his ticket, Ryan hailed a taxi and headed straight for the nearest airport, making a top-secret call along the way.
"Hello, this is Ryan.
I'm heading back to West York early.
Could you please make an appointment for me with the West York Department of Construction?" Ryan was speaking in the West York dialect.
The taxi driver glanced at Ryan through the rearview mirror and muttered under his breath, "What kind of gibberish is this foreigner speaking? I can't understand a word. He has got a long way to the airport and still thinks he can chat. Forget it. I'll take a few extra laps and make a few extra bucks nice and easy."
Ryan understood Central State dialect.
He took a deep breath, put on a smile, and said, "Sir, could you please hurry? I'm rushing to catch a flight. I just checked the time. I'm still well within the window. But if I'm late, I saw the complaint number next to the meter." Driver. The plane took off, heading toward the Western Alliance. On the flight, Ryan opened his laptop and began frantically crunching numbers in a 3D architectural software program. 100-meter high wall, about 3 meters wide. That kind of massive weight is unheard of. What a solid foundation that must require. They have to use granite as the raw material, at the very least. Wow, this project is massive. What on earth is Central State building this massive wall for? There is no use for a giant wall in a modern society.
Construction on the megacity project began.
Major provincial capitals across Central State started frantically mobilizing resources and expanding construction on a massive scale. It was a massive undertaking, known to everyone. On Central State's internet, videos and photos from construction sites across the major provincial capitals kept flooding in, each one looking more massive than the last.
Chapter 54, There is definitely a secret here.
A sudden wave of one-upmanship swept through the major provincial capitals.
Look!
At our far north provincial capital's construction site, it's packed with people. The steel and stone are practically piled up like a mountain.
Our far south provincial capital is even more impressive, right? Have you ever seen 10 trains loaded with workers pulling into the station at the same time?
The train station was completely packed with workers getting off.
Pfft, you're bragging about 10 trains?
Let me show you the scale of construction in our East Sea provincial capital. Below this post was a photo showing a vast blue ocean, and above the ocean lay a breathtaking scene.
Hundreds of civilian sailing vessels, sails billowing in the warm morning sun along the East Sea coast, advanced in a triangular formation, a vast, majestic procession.
On each vessel, heavy construction machinery was packed tightly, and countless international master craftsmen moved among them. Our Donghai provincial capital has recruited countless renowned workers from all over the world and brought in a massive amount of international construction machinery.
Donghai is truly the most powerful.
Bluster, bluster. The entire internet was marveling at Donghai's grand scale, and the people of Donghai were bursting with pride.
But just then, a new post quietly appeared. The title read, "The largest project in the country, outshining Donghai." The people of Donghai were instantly riled up. Who was being so arrogant? Could anyone outdo Donghai's grand scale? Filled with skepticism, the people of Donghai clicked on the new post, grumbling all the while. But once they entered, everyone was stunned. The new post was a short video. A video of New Tiandu, Jiangnan City. The entrance to New Tiandu, Jiangnan City.
On a vast, fertile plain stretching for thousands of miles, a colossal wall resembling a black dragon was rising from the ground.
The pitch-black steel framework was densely packed with workers in the midst of construction, welding torches in hand. Viewed from afar, it truly resembled a legendary black dragon, brimming with thunder and electricity.
The national emblem hung high atop a steel platform on the outskirts of New Tiandu. The steel platform stretched out in all directions, forming a great wall with its steel framework exposed. High above the great wall, armed helicopters swarmed back and forth, while below, groups of tanks patrolled the area. As far as the eye could see, aside from the workers and construction machinery, there was nothing but a sea of Central State troops.
Holy shit! They're using the military to guard a construction site? So many helicopters and tanks, are they filming a movie or something?
Just then, a dozen or so pale gray fighter jets with sleek, streamlined profiles streaked past the massive black wall under construction. After vanishing from view, they reappeared less than 5 seconds later, this time flying in the opposite direction.
Those are
Zhongxiao fighters.
I actually got to see Zhongxiao fighters. Am I seeing things? Are those Zhongxiao fighters patrolling the construction site back and forth?
My God, the Zhongxiao fighter is the top-of-the-line fighter jet announced by our central state. Each one is worth tens of millions.
And Jiangnan City is actually extravagant enough to deploy over a dozen Zhongxiao fighters to patrol a construction site? The capital of the far north province silently leaves the group chat. The capital of the far south province silently leaves the group chat. The capital of the East Sea province silently leaves the group chat. Are they crazy? Jiangnan City is going all out.
Jiangnan City's construction site is truly the most impressive. Just as you'd expect from New Tiandu. The plane bound for the Western Alliance.
It soon arrived at one of the Western Alliance's airports.
Ryan organized the architectural documents he decompiled during the flight, and as soon as he stepped off the plane, he hurried straight to the nearest architecture department, where his longtime friend and world-renowned architect was waiting.
Hey, Ryan. It's Chromie. I've met the historian you recommended, Hera. She's right here with me. We've already drafted the architectural blueprints. Hurry over as soon as you land.
Ryan opened his voicemail and saw the message from Chromie, the world-renowned architect. Filled with urgency, he made it to Chromie's lab in less than half an hour. When he left Central State, Ryan had contacted 2 people. One was Chromie, the world-renowned architect, and the other was Hera, a historian specially appointed by the Western Alliance.
Hera was a beauty.
With noble blood from the Western Alliance, she had skin as fair as jade, soft, wavy golden hair, and fox-like eyes set in a face with deep-set features, making her exceptionally alluring. Yet this stunning Western Alliance woman was a true workaholic, especially when it came to her beloved field of history. She left no stone unturned. Once, in an effort to verify the historical authenticity of the pyramids and the reincarnation of pharaohs, she personally ventured into the Great Desert. Instead of finding a pharaoh, she was chased for hundreds of kilometers by a group of strange individuals who called themselves the guardians of the pyramids. Whenever she spoke of this incident, Hera would declare with righteous conviction, I am a historian. It is my duty to uncover historical truths. Rulers across the world conceal the truth from their people, but I refuse to be one of those fools who are deceived. I will explore any mystery shrouded in fog. I refuse to leave my life with any regrets. Therefore, when Ryan contacted her, Hera agreed without hesitation. Major provincial capitals across Central State were constructing 100-meter-high walls. In a few hundred years, this would become history. If the rulers of Central State centuries from now told the people that the 100-meter-high walls were merely for aesthetic purposes, Hilo would never believe it. She was somewhat excited. She knew that throughout history, any awe-inspiring structure has harbored hidden secrets, such as the pyramids concealing the secrets of the pharaohs, the Great Wall of Central State hiding the secrets of the Xiongnu, and the sky-facing stone statues on Easter Island, all of which still hold secrets concealed by rulers to this day. And these current 100-meter-high walls were highly likely to become unsolved mysteries of the future. Just the thought of forming a team to explore this future enigma made Hilo flush with excitement. Her slender frame trembled, as if she had reached some kind of peak. At that moment, Chromie was studying the blueprints of the completed 100-meter-high wall on her computer screen, with Hilo standing excitedly behind her. Ryan pushed open the laboratory door. The three exchanged a few brief greetings. Hiro couldn't contain her impatience and blurted out, "Friends, let us pack our bags and head to Central State right now. I've been researching historical records, and a 100-meter-high wall has never appeared in history. In any kingdom or dynasty, past or present, the tallest wall has only ever been 50 meters. And there was only one. But in Central State, every major provincial capital is building 100-meter-high walls. There is definitely a secret behind this. It certainly isn't that lame excuse you gave, Ryan, about creating a unique tourist city." Chromie turned the screen toward them and said seriously, "I just created a blueprint for a 100-meter-high wall and discovered that such a structure requires extremely specific geological conditions. Yet, out of Central State's 36 provincial capitals, nearly 20 do not meet the necessary geological criteria. And yet Central State is still going ahead with the construction. There is definitely something fishy going on here." Chapter 55, We Must Uncover the Truth. The reason Chromie and Hiro kept urging Ryan was precisely because his network of connections was far more extensive, capable of shielding their investigative mission from any trouble. After nearly 2 hours of persuasion, Ryan went from initial hesitation to becoming a staunch supporter of the mission. He pounded his chest and declared, "Don't worry, I'll go apply for an international exploration permit right now. This certificate will ensure we're free to operate almost anywhere in Central State. I've got connections. I'll get it sorted immediately." Ryan made a phone call. A few minutes later, he gave the two a thumbs up, hung up, and said, "I'll also contact Western Alliance officials to get them to issue us a legal access document. If anyone in Central State gives us a hard time, we can just show them this document." Chromie and Hiro both gave him a thumbs up. "When it comes to handling these kinds of things, we've got to rely on you, Ryan." In less than half a day, Ryan had all the documents ready. Chromie carried only his computer storage drive. With this drive containing all his architectural knowledge, he felt as though he had the whole world with him. Hiro, on the other hand, brought a large travel bag filled with expedition gear, binoculars, a wolf claw rope, hiking boots, insect repellent, a face mask, and more, even 2 vials of sedative. Chromie and Ryan looked completely baffled. "What's that for?" "The sedatives will come in very handy." Hiro pulled out a syringe-like object and declared with conviction, "This is a launcher. If we run into danger, I can use this to get us out of trouble." "So which Central State provincial capital are we heading to?" "If you ask me, we should go to New Tiandu in Jiangnan." "Hiro, you must be out of your mind. Haven't you seen the videos circulating on the dark web? The construction sites in New Tiandu's Jiangnan district are supervised by the military, and Zhongxiao fighter jets patrol the area all day long. We're going on an expedition, not to get arrested as spies." "Then let us go to the far west provincial capital. It's close to Central State's western border, so security isn't too tight. Even if something goes wrong, we can escape Central State quickly." "All right. Let us go to the capital of Far West Province." The three settled on their destination. Zyro glanced down at the sleeping potion in her bag, her eyes burning with excitement. She could sense that this would be an incredibly thrilling and meaningful expedition. In her youthful arrogance, Zyro had no idea what kind of special inspections she would face when carrying such a controlled substance into Central State, especially into a provincial capital under strict security measures. Young people, after all, are just too young. They always think that with nothing but passion, they can change the world. In the end, it is always the world that changes them. The trio of explorers packed all their documents and gear, rushing to the nearest airport that very night. Filled with the excitement of uncovering the truth, they set off for the far western provincial capital of Central State. On the plane, Ryan unfolded a map of Central State and discussed the details of their mission with Cromie, who sat beside him. As for the excited Hilo, the beautiful woman was already lost in the thrill of the upcoming expedition, so they let her fiddle with her gear. The westernmost provincial capital lies within the embrace of Central State's Western Skyline Defense Line. The Western Skyline Defense Line is a critically important strategic line for Central State. A military company is stationed every 10 kilometers, and it features anti-aircraft artillery positions, watchtowers, cruise missile bases, and more. It is a truly heavily militarized defense line, known to the people as the Skyline Defense Line. And if you want to escape Central State from the capital of Far West Province, aside from the passages through the towering defense line, you'll have to make your way out through the uninhabited zone to the south. Ryan looked a bit worried. Although the uninhabited zone allows us to escape the capital of Far West Province and reach the kingdom of Tianju to the south, the journey is far too dangerous. Cromie agreed. Yes, storms, droughts, a lack of gas stations, and what if bandits block the road and rob us along the way? Trust yourself and eliminate that what if, Ryan said earnestly. You haven't spent much time in Central State, so you might not know, but I do. The uninhabited zone south of the Far West provincial capital is home to a fierce, incredibly fierce people. Have you ever seen a dog chasing a wolf to bite it? I have. That's exactly what they keep there. Every household has one. Harshlands breed ruthless people. Don't even mention bandits. Even if there were a reinforced regiment of them blocking the road to rob us, I wouldn't bat an eye. Cromie sucked in a sharp breath. Anyway, let us just be extra careful. I hope everything goes smoothly, that we successfully uncover the real reason Central State suddenly built that 100-meter-high wall, and then make it back safely. Hiro suddenly let out an excited roar. Ryan! You're absolutely right. We're going to uncover the truth behind the unsolved mysteries of the future. We are heroes, roar! Ryan and Cromie both pressed their hands to their foreheads, their faces full of exasperation. At this very moment, within Central State, people were still talking non-stop about the mega-city project in the major provincial capitals, with people occasionally uploading on-site videos to the internet. Because it was happening so frequently, some construction sites in the provincial capitals had assigned a group of people to stand outside the site, preventing those holding cameras from crossing the line and entering the construction zone. One after another, they were holding cameras and not even wearing helmets. What if they got crushed by concrete or rebar? Whose responsibility would that be? Meanwhile, at the construction site in the Far West provincial capital, tensions had escalated due to the locals' fierce temperament. A large group of burly, muscular workers stood guard at the entrance, glaring menacingly at the swarming crowd outside like door gods. No entry. The burly workers refused sternly. This is a restricted construction zone, you can't just walk in. The crowd outside grew restless. What's the big deal? Besides, we're not even going in, we just want to stand at the gate and take some photos and videos. You don't get it, bro? Right now, people from all the major provincial capitals are going head-to-head online, competing to see whose city is the most impressive. I think our Far West provincial capital is the best, but without photos or videos, no one will believe me. Just let me. No way. Absolutely not. The burly construction workers wouldn't budge an inch. A man in the crowd dressed in a mink coat and sporting a gold chain lost his temper. He flicked his mink coat aside, revealing a dazzling gold watch on his wrist, while holding his phone up to film with one hand and pointing a finger at the burly worker with the other. His eyes bulged, his face twisted with fury. He was just about to let loose with a tirade. Suddenly, the man stared in disbelief at the concrete fence on the other side of the construction site and bellowed, "Look over there!
Holy shit! There are 3 people climbing over the wall."
Ryan, Chromie, and Hero took advantage of the commotion at the entrance with the security guards too busy to pay attention and were scaling the construction fence like thieves.
But the foreman's roar startled the trio as if struck by lightning.
The burly workers were taken aback, quickly turning to look, then immediately pulling out the rubber batons from their waists and charging straight toward the 3.
"Get down! You better get down right now!
This is a restricted construction zone. How dare you climb over the wall?
Do you really think we're made of rubber and have no backbone?" Chapter 56, Did They Catch Them?
Realizing they'd been spotted, the trio of explorers, desperate and cornered, managed to leap over the corrugated metal fence in a single bound, quickly escaping the burly workers' sight.
"Help! Help!"
The burly workers immediately grabbed their walkie-talkies and shouted, "Someone's scaling the fence!
Someone's scaling the fence!"
Security guards immediately rushed out of the construction site, accompanied by search dogs, scouring the area for the trio. They also pulled up the surveillance footage, which showed the 3 had last been seen near the site's temporary office.
"We're in trouble."
The office contains all the architectural blueprints for the megacity project.
Those 3 risked their lives to get in here. Surely they weren't after the blueprints? The site supervisor immediately panicked and personally led a team to the office.
Unfortunately, by the time they arrived, the office looked as if it had been ransacked, with papers and documents scattered everywhere.
The site supervisor was completely thrown into a panic.
His hunch was correct. Those 3 had come specifically for the blueprints. "Who on earth are they?" someone asked nervously.
The site manager was livid. He turned around and shouted, "Does it matter who they are right now? They're definitely not good people. Go get reinforcements immediately. Even if those 3 have already fled, no matter where they go, even if they escape all the way to the provincial capital in the far west, you're to bring them back." Everyone immediately rushed out the door in a panic.
Some called for backup, some drove off, and others checked the surveillance footage.
Damn it, damn it.
Those blueprints were issued by higher-ups, and we were specifically instructed that no one except me and the technical staff was allowed to view them.
Now, not only can't anyone see them, but the blueprints themselves are gone. If we don't catch those 3, I'm definitely finished. The site manager paced back and forth in a rage.
After mulling it over, he decided to call his superiors. As expected, they first berated him, then warned him that he must retrieve the blueprints.
"Sigh, fine, I'll look for them."
The site manager sighed, his eyes suddenly turning fierce, and dialed another number.
"Hello?"
A rough, sand-choked voice came from the other end of the line.
"Batu," the site manager growled. "You've got a few hundred men in the uninhabited zone, right?
For the next 2 days, comb the area like mad. The moment you spot any foreigners, especially blue-eyed, blonde-haired Westerners, round them all up.
Don't let a single one get away. If you pull this off, I'll personally petition the higher-ups for local poverty relief funds for your unit."
"Got it," the rough voice replied. In the background, the site supervisor could faintly hear the clatter of footsteps, the sound of a car starting, and the growls of Tibetan mastiffs.
"Don't worry. I, Batu, have mobilized everyone. Leave the uninhabited zone to me."
The call ended. The site supervisor let out a long sigh. Before him lay the surveillance screen.
"Sigh, I hope we can find them."
At that very moment, Zyro, dressed head to toe in archaeological gear and clutching a massive architectural blueprint, was sprinting through a deserted alleyway, her face beaming with excitement. The wind whistled past her ears, carrying her thoughts along with it.
"I got it. I really got it." That was the only thought in Zyro's mind.
They had successfully obtained the genuine blueprints for the 100-meter-high wall. Although they were in a rush and didn't have time to examine it closely, she caught a glimpse and saw that the blueprint was densely covered in Central State text. It must contain the purpose behind building the 100-meter-high wall.
Rumble. Ryan was speeding toward them in an SUV.
He had already disabled the vehicle's electronic ignition system. In short, he had stolen the car by force.
Let us go.
Ryan slammed on the brakes to stop the SUV, then leaned out the window and said, I just saw a bunch of people rushing out from the construction site. They're probably coming after us. We have to get out of the far west provincial capital immediately and enter the kingdom of Tianzhu through the uninhabited zone. Zyro and Chromie hurriedly got in, and the three of them raced toward the wasteland. Such a conspicuous display naturally drew attention.
People from the construction site began converging on the SUV. But even though they tried every trick in the book, setting up roadblocks, using ropes, and even shooting at the tires, they couldn't stop the mystery trio from their desperate dash for freedom. Finally, the workers chased them to the southern suburbs of the far west provincial capital. Exhausted and gasping for breath, they could only watch helplessly as the trio of explorers drove off with utter arrogance. Amidst the swirling yellowish-brown dust, Hiro leaned out the back window, laughing and waving at the workers whose figures were growing smaller and smaller. Bye-bye, thanks for the ride, guys. I'll miss you. This brazen display only made the workers' blood boil even more. But one of the workers remained calm. He pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and said coolly, Batu, those three have entered the no man's land. If you can capture them alive, do so. If not, bring back the blueprints and their bodies. A rough voice came from the other end of the line, understood. The dangers of the uninhabited zone are something city dwellers could never imagine. For miles on end, there is not a soul in sight, only hungry wolves. Of course, if you're lucky, you might run into bandits accompanied by Tibetan mastiffs, even more terrifying than wolves. Bandits have no regard for etiquette or morality. Take, for instance, the rough, dark yellow sand along a certain highway leading to the kingdom of Tianzhu, where Batu, the most formidable bandit in the no man's land, lay crouched. This muscular, fierce-eyed man with rough skin was stationed on the highway with his two beloved Tibetan mastiffs and a dozen or so bandits armed with axes and clubs. They were all dressed in yellowish-brown camouflage, lying flat on the yellow earth on either side of the road. From a distance, it was impossible to tell them apart from the soil. There's south only one road in the uninhabited zone, Batu said, squinting at the map. They're driving a light SUV. It can't handle gravel roads for long. To leave the uninhabited zone, they have to take this road. Brothers, keep a close watch. We just want the blueprints, but those 3's lives will take them if we want. Everyone nodded silently. Yellow sand swirled through the air. A group of men, more terrifying than wolves, lay in silent ambush. Several hours later, at the end of the highway, the silhouettes of the three explorers finally appeared. The SUV blared loud music, and the sound caused every bandit to grip their weapons even tighter. Batu watched the SUV draw closer, grinning widely to reveal a cruel smile as he muttered under his breath, Guys, get ready, the sheep are coming. At dusk, the security department in Jiangnan City's South Central Park suddenly received an urgent dispatch from the provincial capital in the far west. Upon seeing the dispatch, the head of the security department's pupils contracted sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, he took the dispatch directly to Elder Chun Qing of the National Core Council. Elder Chun Qing, with his youthful face and snow-white hair, always wore an inscrutable, faint smile. At 59 years old, he was specifically in charge of all domestic intelligence departments in ancient times. He would have been the supreme leader of the eastern and western factories. He was the eye that Central State kept hidden in the shadows. The architectural blueprints of the provincial capital in the far west have been stolen? Elder Chun Qing's smile gradually faded. He took the urgent report handed to him by the Minister of Security and, without even glancing at it, asked softly, Have the culprits been apprehended? Chapter 57, So, where is this place? Reporting to the Elder, the urgent report states that they have been apprehended 3 members of the Western Alliance. The Minister of Security replied nervously. In these extraordinary times, such a peculiar theft, especially one committed by 3 members of the Western Alliance, would make even a dog suspect that something major was about to happen. The State Core Council would not let this matter rest easily. Sure enough, after reviewing the intelligence, Elder Chun Qing turned, picked up his heavy overcoat from the coat rack, donned a bowler hat reserved for long journeys, and strode out of the room with a grim expression. At the same moment, the old man's commanding voice rang out, Contact Elder Shaoshan and Elder Wang, Kansas. Also, arrange a combat helicopter for me. I'm heading to the provincial capital of Far West Province. The Minister of Security was taken aback and hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Elder Chen, perhaps I should have the Far West provincial capital send a team to escort these three here? You could wait here, the journey is far too long.
Elder Chen Xing turned to look at him. The chill in his gaze sent a shiver down the Minister of Security's spine. He immediately knew better and shut his mouth. The longer we wait, the more complications arise. Elder Chen Xing tossed out those words and walked out the door, making his way to the deepest part of the park. He steadied his mind and calmly approached Bai Liang, gazing at the sky-reaching sacred tree that bore the future of Central State. The sky-reaching sacred tree, Elder Chen Xing asked softly. If outsiders were to discover our preparations, would we share them with them? Bai Liang was in the midst of gathering mana, attempting to shatter the second stage of gluttony and enter the third stage of metamorphosis. Disturbed by Chen Xing, he had no choice but to pause his mana intake and turn his attention to the question Chen Xing had posed. Could it be that someone has noticed the unusual changes in Central State? Bai Liang muttered to himself. That makes sense. The plans proposed by the state leader and the others are all meant to be carried out in the open. It's impossible to completely avoid the attention of the world's nations. Central State's anomalies will be discovered sooner or later. It just depends on whether the state leader and the others are willing to share the secret with the world's nations. Bai Liang pondered for a moment, then picked up his brush and inscribed the characters as you wish. Elder Chen Xing smiled. He had only come to Bai Liang for some psychological reassurance, so he wouldn't lack confidence when he later made a big splash. Since Willow deity says as you wish, then I, Chen Xing, will truly do as I please. If the state leader and his people are unhappy, let them take it up with the Willow deity. It certainly won't be my fault. Chen Xing turned, his gaze dark and foreboding, his features clouded with gloom. Let us go to the provincial capital of the Far West. Elder Chen Xing said calmly. The Minister of Security personally led a dozen elite guards to accompany Elder Chen Xing. Walking behind the elder, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Gazing at the elder's back, which looked as menacing as a wolf or a vulture, he muttered to himself, it seems, the capital of Far West Province is about to be swept by a storm. 2 hours later, Elder Chen Chang arrived in the capital of Far West Province. Just as his plane touched down at the airport, the tarmac was packed with officials from every department of Far West Province. Everyone was anxious and on edge. The moment Elder Chen Xing slowly stepped out of the plane and set foot on the tarmac, the instant his footsteps echoed, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. That was none other than Elder Chen Chang, the head of Central State's largest intelligence agency. If Elder Chen Xing so desired, he could thoroughly investigate the family history of anyone within the entire Central State, from street vendors to members of the state's core council. Someone in the room inadvertently locked eyes with Elder Chen Xing. He immediately lowered his head and averted his gaze, beads of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. In that split second, he felt as though Elder Chen Xing had seen right through him. The elder's eyes pierced straight to the soul. Elder Chen Xing, you're here. Please come in. The officials from all departments of the Far West provincial capital are here to report to you. Everyone surged toward Chen Chang in a swarm. The Minister of Security immediately stood like a pillar of steel in front of Elder Chen Xing, drawing the alloy dagger at his waist and coldly ordering, "Stop." Elder Chen Chang was not here on an inspection tour. No entry or face punishment. A bunch of clueless fools. Did they really think they could approach the elder to lighten the mood? The officials from all departments of the Far West provincial capital immediately fell silent as if struck by lightning. One stammered, Elder, those three have already been detained in the Far West provincial capital prison." Elder Chen Xing cast a faint glance at the man. He said nothing, but his gaze was icy cold. The man felt as if bitten by a venomous snake. His limbs grew cold, and his eyes widened in confusion. After a moment, it dawned on him, and he hurriedly exclaimed, "We've already confiscated the architectural blueprints and are keeping them at the prison for now." Only then did Elder Chen Xing resume walking forward. He said nothing more than, "To the prison." The prison in the capital of Western Province. In the cold, gloomy cell, there was nothing but a metal cot and a shattered, cracked mirror hanging on the whitewashed wall.
Smash!
A fist smashed the mirror to pieces. The mirror, already in tatters, was now completely shattered. Immediately, Chromius' roar echoed through the cell. I am a professor of architecture at the Western Alliance.
How dare you lock us up in a prison?
This is abuse, this is perversion, this is.
Bang! The prison doors burst open with a crash.
Blinding sunlight flooded into the dim cell.
It was so bright that Chromie instantly covered her face.
In the cell next door, Ryan and Hero reflexively leaped to the window, gripping the iron bars tightly as they strained to peer out, their faces a mix of anger and tension.
Unfortunately, the window was too small.
They couldn't see the prison gates. All they could see was a pair of plaincloth shoes, walking slowly step by step. The shoes were soft and made no sound as they touched the ground, yet in the eyes of the trio of explorers, they were filled with terror and a chill.
Who was that coming?
Chromie gripped the iron bars, shaking them furiously as she shouted, I'm giving you one last chance, let us out. Otherwise, once I return to the Western Alliance, I will definitely file a complaint with the International Court of Justice for illegal detention. Elder Chen Xing halted his steps. He stopped right in front of Chromie's cell window. Then, Chromie saw an old man dressed in a thick coat and wearing a pointed hat slowly turn around, fixing him with a gaze sharper and colder than a vulture's. Buzz! In that moment, it felt like a dagger piercing his back. Thud, thud, thud. Chromie was so shaken by Elder Chen Xing's icy glare that he stumbled backward repeatedly, leaning against the wall, yet the cold dampness of the wall was not even 1/100th as intense as the gaze of the man in the top hat. Who are you? Chromie mustered his courage and shouted, his voice harsh but trembling inside, let me out immediately.
I am a professor at the Western Alliance. I am protected by Western Alliance law.
Elder Chen Xing gave a cold smile. His voice rang out. Like snow in the depths of winter. Or the hiss of the most venomous snake. So cold it made one's bones ache.
Then where is this?
Chromie's body stiffened as he struggled to speak. This is Central State, but I'm from the Western Alliance. Elder Chen Xing smiled expressionlessly, turned his head, and said, someone, let him out.
Let me properly entertain this distinguished guest from the Western Alliance.
Chapter 58, The King of Intelligence, Elder Chen Xing. Chromie trembled all over. For some reason, he dared not look directly into the eyes of the old man in the top hat. Though they were eyes full of wrinkles and age spots, they seemed like the sharpest, coldest, and most venomous snake eyes in the world. As if they could see right through everything in the world. Chromie dared not meet Elder Chen Xing's gaze. He was even more reluctant to be let out of the cell. Don't touch me. When the guards opened the cell door, Chromie jumped up like a rat whose tail had been stepped on, clutching a shard of mirror in his hand as he pressed himself tightly against the wall. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll. Chromie trembled, unable to speak. For he sensed that the Central State guards standing before him had suddenly become as fierce as tigers and wolves, their fierce gazes brimming with contempt for him. These guards were from Central Park in Jiangnan City. Each had been hand-picked from among countless elite soldiers. Never mind ordinary society, even if dropped into a special forces unit, they would be human weapons capable of crushing every soldier in their path. How could Professor Chromie, who had spent his entire life living a life of privilege and luxury, not be terrified by these human weapons standing before him? So what? The guards remained expressionless. Their footsteps didn't falter as they advanced toward Chromie. Chromie was at the peak of panic. He grabbed a shard of the mirror with his other hand and pressed it against his neck, shouting through a torrent of sweat, if you come any closer, I'll kill myself. The guards halted, their eyes betraying utter ruthlessness. One of them turned to look at Elder Chen Xing. It's fine. Let him kill himself if he wants to. Elder Chen Xing shot a cold glance at Ryan and Hilo and said, even if he dies, we can still interrogate the other two. Hearing this, Chromie broke down. He had always been the type to sit in his lab, oblivious to the world outside. Just the frantic escape through the no-man's land earlier, chased by a gang of ruthless bandits in jeeps accompanied by Tibetan mastiffs, had terrified him enough. Then, after being captured by the bandits when he thought he was surely going to die, he was inexplicably thrown into this prison. The roller coaster of events had already left his mental defenses teetering on the brink of collapse. And now, after being intimidated by Elder Chen Qing just now, he completely broke down. He let the shard of glass slip from his hand and slumped to the floor, his eyes vacant. Ryan and Hiro in the next cell were still shouting at him not to reveal their secret, but Chromie couldn't hear them anymore. All he wanted now was to go home, though perhaps at this moment, even that seemed like a pipe dream. The guards hauled Chromie out of the cell as if he were a chicken. Elder Chen Qing smiled faintly. With his piercing gaze, combined with Chromie's emotional turmoil, he had immediately recognized that Chromie was the most mentally fragile of the three. Otherwise, he wouldn't have targeted Chromie the moment they entered. Bang! The spotlight came on. The blinding light fell upon Chromie's face. Seated on a cold metal bench with his hands shackled to the backrest, Chromie could only tilt his head to avoid the glare. Through his pained and dazed vision, Chen Qing, bathed in the harsh light, looked every bit the terrifying interrogator. "Speak." Chen Qing asked softly, "How could a distinguished professor of architecture at the Western Alliance end up in Central State, stealing Central State's architectural blueprints?" Chromie's mind had already collapsed. He replied blankly, "We wanted to uncover Central State's true intentions behind building the 100-meter-high wall." Chen Qing's heart skipped a beat. Just as he had expected. People abroad had already taken notice of the megacity project. Ha! Did you really think the only way to find out was through theft? Chen Qing said coldly. Your actions, first, violate Central State law that's espionage. Second, they violate international law that's illegal entry and theft. Let us skip international law. Let us just focus on Central State's laws. Do you know how Central State handles espionage? Chen Qing suddenly smiled at Chromie. Chromie remained dumbfounded. What kind of punishment? Chen Qing glanced at the two cells next to him, where Ryan and Hiro were straining their necks to look over. Still smiling, he said, a prison sentence of 10 years or more. Whoosh! Chromie's head buzzed, and his legs went weak. Ryan and Hiro in the cells also felt their legs give way. 10 years in prison? Chromie's pupils trembled, and his jaw clenched as he muttered repeatedly, 10 years in prison, 10 years in prison. Chen Qing's smile vanished, and he said expressionlessly, that's for minor offenses 10 years. You've long since crossed Central State's red line. This is the most serious form of espionage. The sentence is, life imprisonment. Whoosh! Those 4 words, life imprisonment. They send Chromie into a complete breakdown. Wah! Chromie wept uncontrollably, desperately trying to get closer to Chen Qing, but the hard metal bench only made him break down further. He cried out, please, don't sentence me to life imprisonment. I'll give you anything, just please. Chromie was a professor in the Western Alliance. He belonged to the elite. Although he spent most of his time in the lab. In his spare time, he would pour himself a glass of 1982 Coca-Cola, light a precious guaga cigar, and lie in a hammock on the second-floor balcony of his villa, gazing at the swimming pool in his backyard. He also had a curvaceous wife. And a son who had just started elementary school. Life was pleasant and fulfilling. But the mere thought that a life sentence would rob him of all this, leaving him with nothing but the coldest prison walls in Central State, filled him with such regret and agony that he wished he could kneel before Chen Qing. Chrome wept bitterly, pleading, please, is there any way to fix this? We really didn't look closely at those blueprints. We were running for our lives the whole way. Please, help me. I don't want life in prison. I want to go home. I have a son, he's only 8. He needs his father. Elder Chen Qing narrowed his eyes and said, never mind whether I can help you. First, you need to tell me everything clearly, who sent you here, what exactly you plan to do with the blueprints once you got them, and who else was involved in this, both those in the foreground and behind the scenes. Tell me everything. Chromie nodded repeatedly through her tears. I'll tell you, I'll tell you. Just don't sentence me to life in prison. I'll tell you everything. 10 minutes later, Chromie had confessed everything.
I was just a participant.
Ryan and Hiro handled all the major and minor details, the passes, the exploration permits, the official negotiations. They were the ones who arranged it all. Chen Xing's gaze shifted. His eyes, as venomous as a snake's, fixed on the cell doors of Ryan and Hiro.
Oh, so you two were the masterminds, were you?
Chen Xing didn't open their cell doors. She simply sat motionless and said calmly, "I'll give you 1 minute to think it over.
After 1 minute, I'll let you out.
If you confess honestly, I'll determine your sentence at my discretion.
If you remain stubborn and unrepentant, then life imprisonment." Inside the cell, Ryan and Hiro were also writhing in agony.
Ryan leaned weakly against the iron door of the cell and said listlessly to Hiro next to him, "Hiro, we're done for.
Life imprisonment, we're finished."
Hiro clenched her silver teeth and stubbornly retorted, "No way. Even if we've broken Central State's laws, the Western Alliance will send someone to negotiate.
The three of us hold high enough status."
Ryan tried to persuade her weakly, "Why don't we just confess?" Hiro shook her head stubbornly, her golden hair flying as she insisted, "I refuse to admit defeat.
I believe the Western Alliance will definitely send someone to rescue us." Chapter 59, Sentence of Life Imprisonment.
Elder Chen Xing smiled at the stubborn Hiro without saying much, simply ordering that Ryan and Hiro be released. "You may leave," Elder Chen Xing said, glancing at Chromie. "Someone will escort you out of Central State, but on one condition: you must cooperate unconditionally."
Chromie was overcome with gratitude and bowed repeatedly. Thank you, I will certainly cooperate fully."
With that, Chromie walked toward the prison gates without hesitation, not even glancing at Ryan or Zyro.
2 guards stood at the prison entrance and escorted Chromie onto a military vehicle.
They would soon take her to the customs checkpoint in the provincial capital of the Far West. Once cleared, she would be sent back to the Western Alliance.
Watching Chromie leave, a glimmer of hope shone in Ryan's eyes.
And Elder Chen Xing caught that glimmer precisely. "Speak," Elder Chen Xing said with a faint smile, his tone calm. "Tell me about everyone involved in this matter: Western Alliance officials, merchants, organization members, and members of the underworld."
"I want the full list."
Ryan clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with conflict.
Hiro turned and shouted, "Ryan! Don't tell them! If we hold out, we'll definitely win."
Hiro then turned back to Elder Chen Xing, his face contorted with utter loathing, and said angrily, "We are high-quality humans of the Western Alliance.
The Western Alliance will definitely come to save us. Surely you in Central State don't want to fall out with the Western Alliance, do you?"
Elder Chen Xing smiled faintly, his gaze indifferent, then suddenly said, "Someone, go fetch the chief judge of the Far West Provincial City Court. According to international convention, our Central State's provincial-level judges have the authority to try this Western Alliance woman."
"As you command."
A look of panic flashed across Hilo's eyes. Moments later, the chief judge arrived at the prison. "Elder," the chief judge nodded in respect to Elder Chen Xing. Elder Chen Xing smiled faintly. "Come, set up a temporary court for this woman who knows nothing of Central State's laws. The verdict will be made public worldwide by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
A trial right here."
Zyro's pupils trembled. This old man before her actually intended to try her on the spot. How could this be?
"I'm a senior professor of the Western Alliance.
If they're going to put me on trial, they should at least notify the Western Alliance first."
"As you command."
The judge donned a white wig and slipped into his judicial robes.
Attendants set up a table before Zyro.
They also hung the Central State emblem high above.
And just like that, a makeshift temporary courtroom was set up. Thwack!
The judge struck the gavel, his eyes sharp and piercing. Under Hiro's panicked gaze, he spoke slowly, "The Central State Provincial Temporary Court has the authority to try any foreign national, anytime, anywhere." Zyro was flustered, but he remained defiant. "I do not accept this.
I object." Thud.
The judge struck the gavel heavily, raising his voice 2 octaves as he coldly declared, "No outbursts are permitted in this courtroom." Zyro's words were cut short. According to the description provided by the plaintiff, Chen Xing, as well as a series of pieces of evidence, The judge presented the surveillance footage, the construction worker's testimony, and the evidence from officials in the capital of Far West Province one by one before Hilo. As more and more evidence was presented, Hilo's eyes grew increasingly panicked. She screamed and shouted, refusing to admit her guilt and constantly making excuses, acting like a spoiled child throwing a tantrum. Suddenly, the judge produced a syringe and said coldly, "Furthermore, you possess dangerous drugs and used them to knock out administrative staff in the construction site office during the theft. This is a particularly egregious offense." Zyro stared at the syringe, speechless. She stood frozen for a long time before finally lowering her head. Before she set out, she never could have imagined that the sedative she carried would become the final straw that broke the camel's back. Finally, after the judge had read out all the irrefutable evidence, he fixed a cold stare on Hilo, raised his gavel slightly, and said, "Under the laws of Central State, the defendant, Hilo, is charged with the crime of international espionage." Zyro screamed in terror, "No, no, no. I'm not a spy. I didn't commit espionage. You shouldn't." The judge paused for a second, then continued in a cold tone, "And since you refuse to acknowledge your guilt, the offense is severe. I hereby sentence you to life imprisonment." "No. Don't. I don't agree." Thud. Life imprisonment. The gavel fell. The judge stared coldly at Zyro. Zyro hung his head, his pupils dilated and trembling. "Escort the prisoner to the Central State New Tiandu Jiangnan City Prison." Two guards quickly stepped forward and escorted Zyro toward the military vehicle waiting at the prison gates. Elder Chen Sheng took a light sip of tea and glanced at Ryan in the cell, his gaze calm yet intrigued. Under Elder Chen Sheng's gaze, Ryan's mental defenses completely collapsed. He voluntarily revealed all the intelligence, including the names of all Western Alliance officials and certain special departments that had supported their covert operations. In the end, Elder Chen Sheng left the prison holding a piece of paper. The paper was covered with names. Most of them belonged to members of the Western Alliance. He recognized some of them prominent figures in society, including wealthy businessmen, high-ranking officials, and even members of the Western Alliance's Special Operations units. These people. Elder Chen Sheng stood before the military vehicle at the prison gate, glanced down at the list on the paper, and smiled coldly, "I hope you'd better keep your mouths shut." Evening. Central State issued a public announcement. Central State Court, today, 3 members of the Western Alliance entered Central State and unlawfully stole state secrets, committing espionage. They have been tried by the Central State Provincial Court, 1 sentenced to life imprisonment, and 2 detained pending further investigation. Evening is typically a time when lights shine in every home, and as night falls, people prepare to rest and sleep. Yet this announcement stirred up a storm. Half an hour later, the Western Alliance was both shocked and enraged. Beneath a snow-capped glacier stood an ancient estate. Within its grounds, rare beasts and exotic creatures were countless, and a vast collection of precious artifacts lay casually displayed near windows, doorposts, and water jugs. Among them, an ancient bronze dragon head was particularly eye-catching. A pair of large hands rested on the faucet handle. It was a burly man. He wore a tailored black suit, adorned with the epaulets of a Western Alliance official, his hair slicked back. Now, his voice deep with anger, he demanded, "Contact Central State immediately. My daughter, they dared to try her in secret and sentence her to life imprisonment. This is an open provocation." The man's palms had an unusual bone structure. His fingers were slightly curved. Although he wore a pair of black leather gloves, it was clearly evident that the size of his hands was far larger than average. "Governor." The butler, Kaibwa, nodded with a grim expression. "Rest assured, Miss Hilo is in no danger. I will mobilize all my connections and do everything in my power to pressure Central State." The man took several deep breaths and said from his seat, adorned with gold and diamonds, "Really, what was my daughter thinking? Why did she have to go exploring in Central State?" While making calls to his contacts, Kaibwa offered reassurance, "The young lady has an outgoing personality, Governor. I just spoken with the Western Alliance's Navy and Air Force governors. They both expressed their support." Kaibo handed him the phone. "Hello? Old Shihan.
This is Air Force Commander Fass. I've heard about your situation.
I simply can't understand how the daughter of the Western Alliance's esteemed Shihan could be sentenced to life imprisonment by Central State.
This is truly infuriating. Chapter 60, Is Central State Disrespecting Us, the Western Alliance? By evening, the Western Alliance had made a major move.
First, Air Force Governor Fass, who had been inspecting airbases near the Mediterranean, rushed back to the Western Alliance capital overnight. Then, Navy Governor Enso, who had been overseeing the construction of new warships in the frigid northern regions, also hurried back to the capital. Finally, Shihan, who usually resided at her villa estate in the Western Alliance capital, arrived in the capital, dressed in full formal attire. The three governors of the Navy, Air Force, and Army gathered in the Western Alliance capital's council chamber. Shortly after, Shihan convened a global press conference for the Western Alliance. At the press conference venue, Western Alliance generals lined both sides of the room. Seated in the center were the three governors of the Western Alliance. The area was packed with reporters from various nations, their cameras and microphones at the ready. Everyone looked excited. The mere gathering of the three governors already signaled the extraordinary nature of this press conference. How could they, as journalists, not be excited? What if a major news story broke today? Shihan cleared his throat twice, instantly capturing the attention of all the reporters. Dressed in Western Alliance military uniform and adorned with over a dozen high-ranking military medals on his chest, his expression was grim as he spoke slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, we have convened this global press conference today. Shihan fixed his gaze on Central State and said in an icy tone, "We demand that Central State give us an explanation." A buzz rippled through the room. The journalists on site were taken aback. Could there be another scandal involving Central State? There were also Central State journalists present. They were stationed in the Western Alliance. Hearing Shihan's opening statement, their faces betrayed confusion and panic. What's wrong with Central State now? Shihan continued in the same icy tone. Just yesterday, 3 senior professors from the Western Alliance were on a research visit to Central State when they were sentenced to life imprisonment by Central State authorities on charges of espionage. A buzz of astonishment filled the room. The reporter's eyes widened in shock. This is a major scoop. I don't understand. Even if those 3 senior professors did inadvertently come into contact with certain secrets of Central State, they have no right to bypass us and directly sentence them to life imprisonment, do they? Shihan, visibly agitated, pounded the table furiously and shouted, "Under international law, even if they are guilty, they must take our opinion into account. At the very least, when organizing a tribunal, we in the Western Alliance have the right to appoint judges." Yet Central State, ignoring the very existence of the Western Alliance, didn't he even bother to inform us not a single word before privately organizing a tribunal and arbitrarily sentencing them to life imprisonment? Isn't this a blatant act of contempt toward the Western Alliance? Shihan grew increasingly agitated as he spoke. His dark gaze slowly swept across the room, settling on the Central State reporters present. Several Central State reporters avoided making eye contact with Shihan. "Why won't you look at me?" Shihan said in a chilling tone. "Is it because, as citizens of Central State, you know this was a mistake on your part? Is that why you feel guilty and dare not look at me?" The Central State reporters cursed inwardly. "Who do you think you are, Shihan? Why are you picking a fight with us lowly reporters? We're not stupid. Why would we stick our necks out at a time like this?" Seeing the Central State reporters remain silent, Shihan shoved the conference table aside, strode toward them, and fixed his gaze on the lead reporter, bellowing, "Look at me. Why won't you look at me? Are you feeling guilty?" With no other choice, the Central State reporter held out his microphone and asked in a professional tone, "Honorable Governor Shihan, may I ask what exactly the 3 senior professors from the Western Alliance did in Central State?" Shihan snapped, "I'm asking. Governor Shihan, please answer the question." I said stop. Governor Shihan. Isn't this question the very heart of the matter? You don't need to evade it, nor do you need to use sophistry to shift the focus to whether Central State informed the Western Alliance. There is no need to deliberately escalate the conflict. The Central State reporter simply ignored the warning.
Since you're determined to corner me with questions, then I'll corner you with mine. Let us see who is the better speaker, who is afraid of whom.
If I'm not a good speaker, then I'll vomit up every bit of the decades I've spent as a journalist right here on the spot. Shihan was genuinely furious. His dark eyes were filled with malice, and his gaze seemed to carry a hint of death. He was warning the Central State reporter
to proceed as he suggested.
Unfortunately, the Central State reporter had nothing to lose. He was now in a sink or swim situation. In front of everyone and the media cameras, he stubbornly kept his eyes fixed on Shihan, refusing to back down.
Governor Shihan, please answer us. What exactly did the 3 senior professors from the Western Alliance do in Central State?
The two sides were locked in a standoff.
The atmosphere on the scene dropped to freezing point.
No one dared breathe a word. After a long silence, Shihan turned and returned to his seat. He refused to answer the Central State reporter's question, effectively conceding defeat in this standoff.
Seeing Shihan back down, the Central State reporter initially intended to let the matter drop.
But then, on a sudden impulse, he pressed the issue further, stepping forward to thrust the microphone in Shihan's face while staring him down intently. Governor Shihan, since you called this global press conference to put pressure on Central State, we as journalists naturally need to know the truth.
May I ask, what exactly did those 3 people do in Central State? Boom! Shihan was absolutely enraged. Shihan's face flushed crimson in an instant.
A fierce, murderous glint flashed in his piercing eyes as he clenched his jaw, as if to say, "You're pushing your luck?
Do you think I won to cripple you?"
Fortunately, Air Force Governor Fass sensed the tension and immediately restrained Shihan, ordering in a deep voice, "Guards.
Someone is disrupting the press conference. Remove him from the room at once." "As you command."
2 Western Alliance officers strode forward and forcibly dragged the Central State reporter out. Even as he was being hauled away, the reporter continued to stretch his microphone toward Shihan with all his might.
"Speak up."
"Governor Shihan," the Central State reporter shouted furiously, his face flushed with rage.
"Tell us, what exactly did those 3 men do in Central State? Why won't you speak? How dare you refuse to answer?" The Central State reporter was forcibly dragged away. The press conference fell into its longest silence yet.
Reporters from various countries exchanged bewildered glances. No one had expected the situation to escalate to this point, that Shihan would actually have the Central State reporter forcibly removed from the venue in front of everyone. The crux of the matter was that the Central State reporter hadn't done anything wrong. He had simply asked the question at the heart of the matter.
Yet Shihan flew into a rage.
The reporters silently recorded the scene.
Shihan sat in his seat, panting heavily. It took several deep breaths before he could calm himself down.
In truth, even he hadn't expected a lowly reporter to choose to go head-to-head with someone like him.
Were all Central State people this stubborn?
Fass patted Shihan on the shoulder, turned to face the reporters present, and said in a low voice, "We expect Central State to provide us with a reasonable explanation.
Otherwise, the Western Alliance will not let this matter rest." The press conference is adjourned. Chapter 61, Central State has gone too far.
The provincial capital of Central State's Far West Province, provincial prison. Elder Chen Xing calmly turned off the TV screen on the prison wall and turned to cast a casual glance at a special cell not far away. The special cell was made of solid steel, with smooth walls devoid of any cracks. Normally, it held only the most vicious criminals, but now it held only one person, Zyro. Zyro trembled as she curled up in the corner, tears streaming down her face. Her once silky golden hair had become frizzy and unkempt. Where was the air of a Western Alliance elite woman she once possessed? Since the television was on mute, Zyro was unaware that the Western Alliance had held a global press conference. Footsteps echoed. Elder Chen Xing stood coldly before the cell. With tears streaming down her face, Zyro shot Elder Chen Xing a look of utter loathing, then suddenly wailed and cursed with heart-wrenching intensity, "Just you wait. Once I get out, I'll turn the tables and send you to an international prison. This is illegal detention. This is." Elder Chen Xing smiled indifferently and turned to leave. His figure gradually vanished at the prison exit. Standing at the prison gate, Elder Chunshang lit a cigarette, pulled out his phone, and dialed Elder Shaoshan, saying, "Old Shao, that Zyro is Shihan's daughter. This time, you'll have to hold the line against international pressure for us." On the other end of the line, Elder Shaoshan mumbled while eating noodles, "So what do you plan to do next? Are you really going to keep Shihan's daughter locked up in Central State forever? Stealing Central State's state secrets, even if it's the child of the Global Alliance's top leader, I'll lock them up without hesitation. We're being lenient just by not executing them on the spot." Elder Shaoshan, enough already. We weren't planning to keep the megacity project a secret anyway. Since no one knows the real purpose, even if they steal the blueprints, all they'll get is a diagram showing how to build a 100-meter-high wall. Just do whatever you think is best. Elder Chunsheng said irritably. As the elder in charge of intelligence, my job is just to detain people. As for the benefits of this matter, that's your job as the elder in charge of diplomacy. If you can't handle the pressure, just pass the buck to me. I, Chunsheng, am as tough as a rock. I can withstand anything. Elder Shaoshan quipped, "All right, I get it. If I can't wring a hefty sum out of Shihan and the Western Alliance this time, I'll resign as Foreign Affairs Elder." Jiangnan, Central State, New Tiandu. Temporary Ministry of Foreign Affairs Office Building. Elder Shaoshan hung up the phone, clapped his hands, and addressed the nearby Foreign Ministry staff, "Everyone, pay attention. Contact Shihan of the Western Alliance and prepare for diplomatic talks. Also, draft a compensation agreement for me immediately. Supplies. This time, we want supplies. At least 50 million tons of steel." The Foreign Ministry staff were taken aback. 50 million tons of steel? Central State only produces 50 million tons in an entire year. Is this another attempt to turn their knife on some unfortunate nation? Soon, an email from the Central State Ministry of Foreign Affairs was sent to the Western Alliance's official platform. Western Alliance Official Office Building. Upon seeing the contents of the email, Shihan flew into a rage, smashing the computer in front of him to pieces, causing all the staff around him to tremble in fear. "What's wrong?" asked Air Force Governor Fass. "Read it yourself. See what those bastards at Central State have to say." Fass, filled with confusion, opened the email on another computer and read aloud, "Central State Ministry of Foreign Affairs, given the Western Alliance's sincere admission of guilt regarding the theft of Central State's classified information, Central State is now willing to give the Western Alliance a chance to hold diplomatic talks to discuss compensation for Central State. If all goes well, once the entire incident is resolved, Shihan Hill's daughter from your alliance may return home safely." After reading it aloud, Fass froze in place, veins bulging on his forehead. Hill turned and roared, "Do you get it? Those bastards at Central State are actually blackmailing us? When did we ever admit fault? And now we have to negotiate compensation? I'll be damned if I'll put up with this. Since when does the Western Alliance have to bow down to Central State?" Fass hesitated, unable to speak. But the eyes of this Air Force governor were also blazing with fury. Fuck! Fuck! Hill spun in circles in a rage, the military medals on his chest clinking loudly. The staff in the entire council chamber dared not breathe a word. The atmosphere was as heavy as lead. After a long silence, Fass spoke first, "Send someone to respond to Central State on behalf of the Western Alliance. Hill and I will go to Central State to attend the diplomatic talks." "As you command." Hill spun around in fury, "Fass. You're the Air Force governor, and I'm Shihan. We're two governors whose every move sends shockwaves across the world. Are you asking us to go to Central State and endure humiliation?" Seeing that Hill was in a rage, Fass waved his hand to dismiss everyone. Only when the conference hall was empty except for the two of them did he speak. "Hill, your daughter, Hilo, is in Central State. Don't you want to see what condition she is in?" Hill's fury was doused by a sudden downpour of ice. He froze in place, his anger bottled up at his lips, unable to escape. Fass sighed. "Hill, I'm furious too, but we have no choice. We'll hold a global press conference first, and then Central State will respond. The whole world is watching us right now. If we don't attend, it will be as if all our efforts have been in vain, and will be ridiculed by the entire world. So, we have no choice but to go to Central State for the talks.
Hill's face was flushed with anger as he took deep breaths.
After a long while, Shihan finally swallowed his pride and fury, his face darkening as he said, "Fine, let us go to Central State. But I hope those monkeys over there know their place."
They actually have the nerve to ask us for compensation? Fuck that. Fast nodded. They certainly will. 3 p.m.
From the Western Alliance's easternmost airbase, the world's largest Boeing aircraft took off, carrying Air Force Governor Fass, Shihan, and dozens of entourage members.
3:30 p.m.
Central State had granted a special flight route, granting this aircraft the privilege of flying directly to Jiangnan in Central State's New Tiandu. Of course, it could only land outside Jiangnan City and was not permitted to enter the city directly.
To this end, Central State had even dispatched personnel to temporarily construct a makeshift runway among the hills outside Jiangnan City, a project that took 30 minutes to complete.
What?
On board the plane, Hill's eyes widened. They want us to land in the mountains? The Jiangnan City Airport isn't open to us?
Hill felt deeply humiliated, his tiger-like eyes fixed on the accompanying staff in front of him, making them tremble with fear.
What does Central State think it's doing? What on earth is the meaning of this?
Hill slammed his fist hard against the airplane window and roared like a tiger. "We two governors are coming in person to attend the talks, yet they won't even let us into the airport and want us to take a bus through the backwoods to New Tiandu?
Central State has gone too far." Cough, 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 oh, my heart. Chapter 62, What Did They Steal?
Overcome by rage, Hill suffered a heart attack right on the spot. There was a doctor among the entourage, and after a flurry of frantic activity, they finally managed to get Hill to take his medication. Fass looked at Hill, who lay motionless with a vacant stare, and sighed, "Don't get so worked up. Your old heart condition flares up whenever you get angry. If Central State finds out you're like this, they'll probably be laughing behind your back." Hill said weakly, "Fass, one day
I will make Central State, cough cough. Enough. Get some rest."
The rest of the flight passed in silence.
The plane arrived on the outskirts of Jiangnan City.
Amidst the towering mountains, a bright red dot stood out clearly. It was the beacon set up by Central State, marking the runway where the plane would land. As the plane descended, Hill kept his eyes fixed on that so-called runway, his gaze filled with rage.
The runway was simply paved with asphalt, as rudimentary as could be.
No one would believe this was the runway meant to receive the two governors of the Western Alliance.
This is an absolute insult.
Hill clenched the paper cup in his hand tightly. Despite the crude runway, the plane landed safely.
"Welcome."
The Central State Guard in charge of the reception remained expressionless as he pointed to the military transport vehicle behind him and said, "Please follow us into New Tiandu, governors."
Hill stood on the uneven runway, seething with anger.
Fass patted him on the shoulder and said to the guard, "Let us go then."
Fass dragged the furious-looking Hill onto the military transport vehicle. As he climbed aboard, Hill forced himself to suppress his anger and said with disdain, "You actually expect us to ride this piece of junk into the city?"
The Central State Guard's expressions grew even more impassive.
The two governors boarded the military transport vehicle.
Before the engine even started, 4 or 5 elite soldiers also climbed aboard, sitting neatly beside them.
"What are you doing?" Hill demanded angrily. "Don't we even have the most basic right to privacy? Do you really need to monitor us? This is utterly ridiculous."
The elite soldier didn't respond, but silently pulled out a stack of black blindfolds and handed them to Hill.
Hill stared at the blindfolds in bewilderment, pointed at his own nose, and asked in disbelief, "You want us to wear blindfolds into New Tiandu?" "Yes." "Why?" "It's an order from higher-ups." "Fuck. Who do you think you're insulting?"
Hill's eyes rolled back in his head as rage surged through him, triggering another fit of violent coughing.
Coughing fitfully, he pointed at the elite soldier's nose and said, "I, Shihan of Sia, am actually supposed to wear a blindfold to enter the city? In your eyes, am I cough cough? Am I nothing but a fart?"
"Sorry, these are orders from higher-ups." the vehicle came to a halt.
Everyone, including the driver, was staring at Hill.
As for Shihan's entourage, they had all been assigned to other military vehicles. Fass quickly took the blindfolds, putting one on himself as he suppressed his anger and tried to calm Hill down. "All right, let us not make a fuss over them.
If they don't want us to look, we won tea. We're not interested in seeing their new Tiandu anyway."
In the end, the two governors put on the blindfolds. They put on the blindfolds they considered an insult. "Sorry, these are orders from higher-ups," the elite soldier said calmly.
"All right, let us go. Into New Tiandu."
Passing through rolling hills, the military vehicle drove along a mountain road into New Tiandu.
The entrance to New Tiandu was a construction site.
A cacophony of noise nearly deafened them, and the ground trembled constantly as the military vehicle passed through the entrance. It jolted roughly every 3 steps.
"It's so damn loud. What the hell is going on out there?"
Hill cursed, his eyes covered by the blindfold. The elite soldier remained unmoved. Hill couldn't resist lifting a corner of his visor and glancing out the window. The next moment, his pupils contracted sharply, his scalp prickled, and he could hardly believe what he was seeing. "What are you doing?" the elite soldier barked harshly, quickly reaching out to pull Hill's visor back down, completely disregarding the vast disparity in their respective statuses. "Whether you're the governor or not, if you've come to our central state during this critical period, you must submit to our authority." Hill sat back down in his seat, his eyes still covered by the visor, his pupils trembling slightly. What had he just seen? That so-called construction site was actually patrolled by a large number of heavy tanks. And they were a model of Central State's main battle tanks that Hill recognized all too well. No wonder the ground had been shaking as they entered the city. Central State was actually using main battle tanks to patrol a construction site. So extreme and extravagant that they're patrolling a construction site with main battle tanks. What on earth are they building here? The ninth wonder of the world? Central State's New Tiandu. Hill was so shocked he was speechless. The military vehicle arrived at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs building on the east side of New Tiandu. It was still 2 blocks away from the city center park. And with such heavy security along the way, there was absolutely no way Hill and Fass could have obtained any information regarding Bai Liang.
"Oh my, Governor Hill, and Governor Fass."
Elder Xiaoshan, wearing a light overcoat, stood at the entrance of the office building with a beaming smile.
"I've been waiting here for quite some time." All around them, the area was swarming with reporters from Central State's major media outlets. Hill finally removed his blindfold.
Upon seeing Elder Xiaoshan, his first reaction was to furrow his brows in anger. Clenching the blindfold in his fist, he pointed at the military transport vehicle and shouted furiously, "Elder Xiaoshan!
Everything you've arranged is utterly ridiculous."
Elder Xiaoshan shrugged.
"Let us go. The meeting is about to begin and it's being fully recorded by the media." Hill glanced at the Central State media surrounding them and gritted his teeth, saying, "Recorded by the media? What kind of trick are you trying to pull now? Anyway, this is your Central State turf. You can do whatever you want, can't you?" Inside the meeting room, Elder Xiaoshan took a sip of tea with a smile. "Hill, have you read the email I sent you?" "I've read it. What do you think? Then does your coming to Central State mean you agree to our compensation proposal?" "Elder Xiaoshan, you'd better get your facts straight before you speak. What are we compensating for? Why should we compensate? The entire Western Alliance refuses to agree." Faced with Hill's intense outburst,
Elder Xiaoshan remained calm and composed, smiling faintly as he said, "Very well, since that's the case, let us go over this from the beginning. I ask you, did 3 members of the Western Alliance enter the provincial capital of Central State's Far West Province and steal our state secrets? So what if they did? That doesn't mean. All right, second question. I'm sure Governor Hill is well versed in both Central State law and international law. Do the actions of those 3 constitute espionage?" Well, Hill was at a loss for words. Indeed, it did constitute espionage. But the key point was that what was stolen had to be state secrets. Then tell me,
What did they steal? Seizing on the loophole, Hill immediately fired back. Since it's a state secret, we certainly can't tell you. But if you don't tell us, how are we supposed to know it's a state secret? What if it isn't? What if you're just pulling our leg?
Hill beamed, crossed his legs, leaned back comfortably on the sofa, and said, "If you want to say what it is, we can't just take your word for it."
Chapter 63, Still Being Defiant? Life imprisonment changed to execution. Faced with Hill's brazen confidence, Elder Shaoshan remained calm. So what if he just caught him in a verbal slip? Go on, then. What's the state secret you're talking about? If you want to tell us, then we can't have a conversation.
Hill grinned as he stared at Elder Shaoshan, looking relaxed as if the outcome were already decided.
Well, since we can't talk, this so-called trial is just a farce.
Now that I'm here in Central State, the farce should end.
Let me go, Elder Shaoshan.
Oh, and you'll have to apologize and pay compensation, ha?
Hill laughed brazenly. Seeing Elder Shaoshan remain silent, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction.
All the humiliation he had suffered earlier had vanished into thin air.
What's there to talk about?
Elder Shaoshan smiled, then suddenly grew serious. Facing all the reporters around him, he declared in a loud voice, "Ladies and gentlemen. Since the esteemed Shihan of the Western Alliance has spoken, let us show him the crimes those 3 Western Alliance members committed in Central State."
Smack! Elder Shaoshan slammed a trial document down on the table. The old man glared angrily and snapped, "Hill!
You had better look at this carefully." Hill's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't expected Elder Shaoshan to actually slam a state secret down on the table with no choice. He picked up the indictment.
Every detail is clearly recorded here.
Elder Shaoshan's voice thundered like a storm, his fury raging like a wild dragon. He fixed his gaze on Hill and pressed forward, step by step. The Central State Megacity project is a state secret of Central State. And the 3 individuals sent by your Western Alliance, under the pretext of exploration, have been stealing the Megacity project from us in Central State. Our Central State investigation has revealed that these 3 have close ties to major business organizations, government agencies, and high-ranking private figures within your Western Alliance.
Hill's hand holding the indictment trembled slightly.
A nameless rage surged through him once more, yet Elder Shaoshan's words left him speechless. The frenzied flashes of the surrounding media cameras only made cold sweat pour from the palms of his hands and the soles of his feet. What should he do?
Should he refute it? Argue that the Megacity project isn't a state secret? Damn it! I never thought those 3 idiots would actually steal the Megacity project blueprints. How the hell am I supposed to explain this? Fast sensed Hill's panic and silently placed a hand on his shoulder, signaling him to calm down.
Hill took a deep breath, forcing his mind to clear.
But once a volcano has erupted, how could it possibly stop midway? Even this woman.
Elder Shaoshan casually picked up a group photo featuring Hill and Hilo. His voice was as light as a breeze, yet his words carried the weight of a mountain. Her name is Asa Hilo, the biological daughter of none other than you, Asa Hill of Shihan.
How can I not suspect that Hiro was acting under your orders? How can I believe that your Western Alliance hasn't been spying on the secrets of our Central State? Tell me yourself, shouldn't we charge them with espionage? Hiro is Hill's daughter. The reporters in the room all looked stunned. Who would have thought there was such a hidden truth behind this?
Countless media cameras trained on Hill, and his ashen face was broadcast clearly across the nation and even to the tens of millions of people worldwide following this story.
Beads of cold sweat formed on Hill's forehead.
Elder Shaoshan, seeing this, smiled faintly, took a casual sip of tea, and said, "So, there is no issue with charging these 3 with espionage.
Governor Hill, you have no further objections, do you?"
Hill's eyes blazed with fury, but he hesitated, unable to speak. Elder Shaoshan had ruthlessly crushed his line of reasoning, leaving him utterly unable to formulate a rebuttal.
Air Force Governor Fass, standing nearby, was also burning with anxiety. His thoughts raced, and he quickly interjected, "Charging them with espionage is fine, but shouldn't we have been informed first?
You convicted them without notifying us, which violates
Bang!
Elder Xiaoshan suddenly grabbed his teacup and slammed it down on the table. In an instant, the cup shattered into countless shards. Those shards stung Fast's eyes like knives.
At the same time, they deeply shocked all the reporters present.
This is
Central State. Elder Xiaoshan's gentle smile vanished, replaced by furious rage.
His face flushed crimson as he glared at Fast and Hill and roared indignantly, "Let me tell you this. No matter who it is, even if it's the Global International Alliance, once they set foot in Central State, they must first abide by the laws of Central State.
If a crime is committed in Central State, we have the right to prosecute.
It doesn't matter whose daughter she is, she'll be treated exactly the same.
Don't give me any of that international law nonsense.
Why don't you first make sure your people don't commit crimes in Central State?
You can't control your people, nor do you want to, yet you're here twisting the truth, shifting the focus of the issue, and exploiting loopholes in international law. It seems the Western Alliance has no intention of negotiating with us in good faith. Then leave." With that, Elder Xiaoshan rose angrily and stormed out.
He didn't give Fast the slightest chance to speak.
All the reporters immediately trained their cameras on Elder Xiaoshan. Fast sat there dumbfounded, left speechless by the outburst. What should he do now?
Elder Xiaoshan had left. Suddenly, at the entrance to the conference room, Elder Xiaoshan stopped and turned back, his gaze icy.
"Oh, by the way, our Elder Chenqing just sent me a message.
He said that if you show a bad attitude, he'll consider increasing the punishment for those 3, changing their life sentences to execution for espionage."
Bang!
Elder Xiaoshan slammed the door shut as he left.
Execution by firing squad. Those 2 words echoed endlessly in the air. They shook everyone to the core, especially Hill.
Hill's pupils dilated. He covered his head with both hands, muttering repeatedly, "Execution by firing squad, execution by firing squad, execution by firing squad." Fast was also speechless, unable to believe his ears.
In front of all this media, Elder Xiaoshan had openly said he would execute a governor's daughter? He must be out of his mind. Would he dare?
The conference room was filled with a heavy, tense atmosphere.
The reporters exchanged glances, then rushed en masse toward Fast and Hill, eagerly holding out their microphones. "Excuse me, sir." Faced with the reporters' questions, Hill suddenly leaped to his feet and roared uncontrollably, "What the hell? What the hell? Fuck! Don't ask me. Get the hell out of here." Cough, cough, cough.
Before he could finish, his eyes rolled back in his head from the rage, and he collapsed unconscious, suffering another heart attack.
The conference room instantly descended into chaos. "What do you think, old Xiao? You can count on me to get the job done. Will this really force them to back down? I'm still not entirely convinced. Here's what we'll do. I'll set up an execution site and issue a notice stating that the 3 of them are scheduled to be shot at noon the day after tomorrow."
Whoa! Chenqing, you're really ruthless.
You can't hold your ground without being ruthless.
If they haven't back down by noon the day after tomorrow, I'll just have those 3 shot. After that, I don't care what kind of trouble they cause. I have instructions from the supreme leader, and the state leader and the others will be on our side.
What if they do back down? If they back down, I'll put the execution on hold. The rest is up to you to negotiate the terms. If you don't get enough, you'll be letting me down.
You know Central State needs massive amounts of resources right now. We need them urgently.
Got it, got it. Chapter 64, Commuting Life Imprisonment to Execution. Early morning, at a diplomatic embassy in a provincial capital.
Hill had just fallen asleep with a head full of worries when Fast shook him awake frantically.
"Hill! Hill! Wake up, quick! It's a disaster." Hill opened his eyes groggily and waved his hand irritably. "Don't bother me. I'm in a terrible mood right now. Let me sleep a bit and calm down." Fast, his hair a mess, shouted urgently, "Hill! Are you still sleeping? You need to check the Central State official website right now. They've posted a new notice about your daughter." Hill's eyes widened instantly. He leaped out of bed like the wind and rushed to the computer on his desk, his expression frantic.
But when he opened the Central State website, a brand new notice flashed before his eyes. Central State Criminal Investigation Department, we hereby announce the revised verdict regarding the trial of 3 members of the Western Alliance for stealing Central State's state secrets. Due to the Western Alliance's hostile attitude, the negotiations between the two sides ended in acrimony. It has now been decided to increase the severity of the sentence for the 3 individuals and hold a retrial. Retrial verdict: the life imprisonment sentence is commuted to execution by firing squad. Execution date. Shihan's eyes widened, his scalp prickling. He pointed at the screen, turned around, hesitated, and finally stammered in disbelief, execution, execution, execution? Fass nodded. The day after tomorrow? Fass nodded again, his eyes heavy with gravity. The atmosphere in the embassy dormitory instantly turned as still as winter. Within just a few minutes, Shihan Hill's expression shifted constantly grave, suspicious, shocked, angry, panicked. Central State is going to execute my daughter. Hill shouted at the top of his lungs, his eyes filled with terror. Fass nodded grimly. Yes, this was posted on Central State's official website. It must be true. Elder Shashan and his people are going to execute your daughter. He dares. Hill roared in fury. He paced anxiously back and forth, grabbed the computer and smashed it to pieces, then punched the mirror, letting blood flow freely from both his fist and the glass. Finally, he slumped onto the sofa, covering his face to hide the pain etched there. Fass sighed, walked silently over to Hill, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "If you ask me, maybe the situation isn't as bad as it seems. Maybe Elder Shashan is just trying to force us to back down." Hill looked up, gritting his teeth. "If Elder Shashan really dares to gamble with my daughter's life, then I, Hill, swear that even if I have to renounce my title as Shihan, I will throw every single Central State citizen within the Western Alliance into prison, every last one of them, and have them all shot." Fass was taken aback. "You're not joking, are you? Would I, Hill, the iron-fisted governor of the Western Alliance, joke about something like this? I mean what I say. If the Central State dares to harm my daughter, I will make them pay the price. Even if it costs me my own life, so be it." Hill's eyes were bloodshot as he spoke. He looked like a ferocious beast ready to devour its prey. Fass was silent for a moment, then typed Hill's words into an email. After obtaining Hill's approval, he sent the message to Elder Shashan. "Hill, you're a man of steel. I respect your devotion to your family." Fass gave him a thumbs up. "I'll do everything in my power to help you rescue Hilo. I'm confident Central State will take our threat very seriously." "Humph. I don't believe Central State will ignore our words. If they abandon their citizens within the Western Pact, they'll lose the people's support just the same. They won't make such a losing deal." Foreign Ministry Office. Elder Shashan sipped his oolong tea as he casually opened his private email and carefully read through the message Fass had sent. With a blank expression, he muttered, "Is that it? You think that's enough to threaten us?" Ring ring. Elder Chen Cheng answered the call. "Hello, this is Elder Shashan." "Old Shao, what's the latest?" "Wow, I was just about to call you." Elder Shashan forwarded the email to Elder Chun Ching's private inbox and said, "Take a look at what Fass said. He actually dared to use our international talent pool to threaten us. He's got some serious nerve." After reading the email, Elder Chun Ching said coldly, "Old Shao, don't worry about it. It seems Hill and Fass are determined to go head-to-head with us until the very end. Well, let us see who can withstand the pressure better." Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was noon 2 days later. Fass paced back and forth in the embassy, glancing at his wristwatch from time to time. He couldn't help but ask Hill, who stood beside him, with a puzzled look, "Hill, do you feel it? I seem to smell the grease paper from the gun cases." Hill turned on the TV and tuned it to Channel 8, the crime investigation channel. The screen was showing the live execution of the 3 members of the Hilo group. The execution had become a live broadcast. 3 elite soldiers stood at the ready with their rifles. In front of them were 3 steel stakes. Hiro and his men hadn't appeared yet. Once noon arrived the scheduled time of the execution, they would be tied to those steel stakes to face the judgment of Central State's law.
Crunch!
In an instant, Hill crushed the remote control in his hand. Dressed in a black suit, he sat on the sofa, utterly bewildered. Moments later, he clenched the remote control until it shattered, stripped off his suit, and paced back and forth in a rage.
Fuck! Fuck! They actually dare to carry out the execution. And they're broadcasting it live to the whole country. Hill stood in place, roaring, "Elder Shashan and his crew have gone mad, they're really going to execute my daughter. Fass, contact Elder Shashan immediately." Fass shook his head gravely, "Don't panic. What if they're just bluffing? Let us wait a little longer until midnight."
Hill suppressed his rage, standing in front of the TV with heavy breathing, staring intently at the execution scene on the screen. Even now, he still couldn't believe his daughter was about to be executed by Central State.
Time continued to pass. 11:30 a.m. At the execution site on the TV screen, the main figures finally appeared.
Hero was disheveled, his hair and face unkempt, his hands shackled.
Ryan and Cromie both looked utterly despondent. Cromie was still asking the Central State soldier beside him in utter bewilderment, "I've already told you everything I know. Why are you still putting me on trial? I'm innocent. Someone, please save me. I'll do whatever you ask."
2 years ago, a prisoner had escaped from the execution site. So, upon hearing Chromius' indignant outburst, the two elite soldiers pulled out 2 more sets of handcuffs and said expressionlessly, "Sorry, we need to add more handcuffs."
And just like that, Cromie was wearing 3 sets of handcuffs. Good heavens, is there no way out of this? Cromie was at a loss for words.
"I already confessed everything earlier. Why are you dragging me into this trial against that stinking bitch, Hilo?" Hero glanced at the rifles the elite soldiers were holding, then turned to look at the last soldier leaving.
She turned back to Cromie, whose voice was trembling with resentment, and snapped, "What are you whining about? Are you still a noble member of the Western Alliance? No matter what happens, you must remember, you are Cromie of the Western Alliance. Unless the Western Alliance rejects you, you must stand your ground like a man and make sure they don't treat us roughly." Chapter 65, The Price 50 million tons of steel.
The execution was live-streamed, watched by tens of millions.
11:50 a.m.
Hero and his 2 companions were shackled to steel pillars. Click, click, click. 3 Central State soldiers stood behind them, simultaneously cocking their weapons and raising their barrels like lightning to aim at the small of the trio's backs. The atmosphere was grim, filled with a sense of impending doom. Hearing the sharp click of the bolts being cocked, Cromie turned as pale as a corpse, his knees trembling. Within 2 seconds, a strong, pungent smell of urine filled the air.
Cromie's crotch was wet.
He had wet himself out of fear.
"Help me!"
Cromie cried out, tears and urine streaming down his face as he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Please, spare me.
I'm sorry, I really am. I'll never do it again." Ryan and Hero were equally pale, their lips trembling.
A large grandfather clock hung on the wall before them. The second hand ticked steadily, inching closer to 12 o'clock, as if Yama himself were softly counting down to death. With every tick, Cromie's whole body shuddered. He begged for mercy frantically, a scene witnessed by tens of millions. When the live footage spread across the Western Alliance's online platforms, countless Western Alliance citizens hurled abuse at Cromie, accusing him of bringing shame upon the Western Alliance, the world's aristocracy.
"Ha, the Western Alliance is tearing itself apart. I just used a VPN to take a peek. Everyone's cursing this Cromie. It's so pitiful.
He failed to steal our Central State's secrets, got executed, and now he is being viciously berated by his own people.
How miserable. Serves him right.
Who told them to come steal from our Central State? We in the Central State have always been magnanimous, but this time we absolutely cannot let them off. If we even spare spies who steal state secrets, our streets will be overrun with their spies in the future."
"Exactly, I support the execution."
Countless people stared at the grand clock on the live stream. It was the countdown to the execution, and every tick and tock struck heavily at everyone's hearts.
11:55.
Hiro's face was deathly pale, and tears welled up in her eyes.
11:56.
Hiro began to wet herself.
Endless panic shattered her mental defenses, causing her to weep uncontrollably while losing control of her bladder. Hiro had broken down, and so had Ryan. 11:57.
Zyro struggled frantically, her face a mix of snot and tears, her entire being a picture of madness. The handcuffs on the iron pillar clanged as she tugged at them.
Aya, let me go. I'm Shihan's daughter. I was wrong. Please, please let me go.
At that moment, perhaps because Zyro's appearance was so pitiful, some began to feel sympathy. But less than 2 seconds later, the live stream of the execution abruptly ended, leaving everyone with nothing but a pitch-black screen.
And an announcement. The execution is about to begin. Due to graphic violence, gore, and content unsuitable for minors, the live stream is now terminated. The results of the execution will be announced once it is complete. Whoosh! Countless people leapt to their feet. What is going on? Why did they stop broadcasting? Yeah, they cut it off at the crucial moment. How are we supposed to know the outcome? Don't panic. The execution was too gory. There must be a lot of kids watching this stream. Of course they had to cut it off, otherwise, how many children would end up with childhood trauma? 11:57 a.m. Inside the diplomatic embassy. Fass. Don't try to talk me out of this. My daughter's life is what matters.
I don't care if Elder Shashan is really threatening me or not, but I can't gamble with my daughter's life. Just let me contact Elder Shashan.
Shihan slumped, dropping the hand he'd been using to accuse Fass.
He turned, picked up the phone on the desk, dialed the Central State Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and said in a despondent voice, "Hello, this is Shihan. Please tell Elder Shashan that I, Shihan, am willing to pay any price to renegotiate this matter." Inside the Central State Ministry of Foreign Affairs. A diplomat held the phone in his hand and turned to glance at Elder Shashan sitting beside him. Elder Shashan smiled with narrowed eyes and nodded slightly.
The diplomat immediately replied to Shihan, "Understood. I'll transfer you to Elder Shashan right away."
The diplomat then hung up the phone and stood silently beside Elder Shashan, his eyes fixed on the clock on the wall. When there were only 30 seconds left until exactly 12 o'clock, he lightning fast brought the phone to Elder Shashan.
"Hello, this is Elder Shashan. Elder Shashan. You're finally answering me." Shihan shouted emotionally. "Hurry! Hurry and stop the execution. We can talk, we can discuss anything. Don't act on impulse."
50 million tons of steel. Elder Shashan blurted out the words without warning.
Shihan's pupils contracted sharply, and he gasped, "What did you say? 50 million tons of steel? What do you take me for? A steel tycoon?"
Elder Shashan glanced at the time and said calmly, 10 seconds until exactly 12 o'clock.
10, 9, 8. Fine. I agree. Shihan gritted his teeth and ground out the words.
"I've already recorded this," Elder Shashan said with a faint smile. "If you go back on your word, this recording will be released to the entire world. Instantly, everyone will know that Shihan of the Western Alliance, to save his own criminal daughter, publicly attempted to bribe the Central State Foreign Minister. I want to go back on my word."
Shihan roared, his eyes red. "Hurry up and stop the execution. There is only 1 second left." The execution ground.
Zyro and the other two were already weeping uncontrollably. 3 armed Central State soldiers had their fingers on the triggers, waiting only for the final seconds to tick away before resolutely pulling the trigger. Meanwhile, Elder Chen Xing, who had remained behind the scenes at the execution ground, glanced down at the time. With only 1 second left, he picked up his communicator, preparing to announce the execution.
Ready, execute. But in that very last second, Elder Shashan finally sent a message, "Elder Chun Chang. We got them. Halt."
Elder Chen Xing's pupils contracted sharply. Glancing at the execution ground, he saw the 3 Central State soldiers' fingers poised to pull the triggers. He quickly changed his command: "Halt! Suspend the execution." When the large clock struck 12, Zyro and his 2 companions had already collapsed, both physically and mentally drained. They had no strength left, even their sobs were mere exhalations without inhalations. They closed their eyes, waiting for death to come. But 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The death they had anticipated was slow in coming. Zyro tremblingly lifted his eyelids and glanced back. The 3 Central State soldiers had already holstered their assault rifles, and Elder Chengqing stood there, staring at him with utter indifference. "You 3, go back to prison for now," Elder Chengqing said coldly. "The execution is postponed." The Central State soldiers walked over silently and unlocked the 3 men's handcuffs. Upon hearing this, Zyro froze for a few seconds, then suddenly burst into tears, sobbing so hard he could barely catch his breath, collapsing to the ground like a heap of mud. "Shihan, your daughter has been temporarily returned to prison. 50 million tons of steel. I want to see every last one of them at Central State's seaport docks within 3 days." Chapter 66. The first 50 million tons of steel arrive. Shihan hung up the phone, slumped onto the sofa with a vacant stare, and let out a heavy sigh. "Get ready. 50 million tons of steel this time. We'll have to pull out all the stops and use every connection and bit of power we have." Fass rubbed his temples, his head pounding. The entire Western Alliance's annual steel production is only 50 or 60 million tons. All at once like this, sigh. The 2 fell silent for a moment. Shihan suddenly pulled out his personal cell phone and began making frantic calls. "Hello? This is Shihan. I need 50 million tons of steel. Notify every steel manufacturer in the Western Alliance 50 million tons. I'll pay any price for this." Half an hour later, Shihan hung up the phone, drenched in sweat. He felt weak in the limbs, his fingers trembling, his whole body looking as if he'd lost his soul. "What's wrong?" Fass asked anxiously. "We can't get it," Shihan muttered, his eyes vacant, "because the Western Alliance is heavily investing in infrastructure this year, and steel reserves across the nations are low. With our current authority, we can't scrape together 50 million tons. Then how much can we get?" "At most, 10 million tons. Fass fell silent instantly. The gap between the ideal of 50 million tons and the reality of 10 million tons brought a profound sense of helplessness. Reality was always so despairing and helpless. Shihan suddenly grabbed Fass's sleeve, shaking him frantically, and shouted hoarsely, "Fass! You're the Air Force governor, your international standing is higher than mine. Help me contact other countries and see if they can help me secure the remaining 40 million tons of steel." Fass sighed. "All right." Fass booked a ticket on the next available flight. Without even taking the time to put on his socks, he was driven to the airport by Shihan himself. At the boarding gate, Shihan waved goodbye with tears in his eyes. "Fass, my dearest brother, I beg you must bring me good news. My daughter's life is in your hands." Fass nodded helplessly and turned to board the plane. He had to personally seek out several bigwigs in the international resources industry. Perhaps only they had the capability to gather 40 million tons of steel in such a short time. Meanwhile, the Western Alliance had already shipped its own 10 million tons of steel to the southern port of Central State via cargo ship. The journey took 8 hours and 30 minutes, already breaking the record for fastest transport, all thanks to Shihan's relentless urging behind the scenes. Shihan personally rushed to the southern seaport, took a photo of the unloading dock where the steel was piled high like mountains, and sent it to Elder Shashan, saying, "Respected Elder Shashan, the first batch of steel has arrived at the Central State seaport, totaling 10 million tons. We will definitely deliver the remaining 40 million tons on time. Please honor our agreement." Upon seeing the message, Elder Shashan smiled with narrowed eyes and immediately forwarded it to the head of the construction bureau. It was a godsend. The materials for building the 100-meter-high wall were finally secured. Jiangnan City Central Park. Dormitory building, first floor. This floor housed the leaders of major provincial capitals from across the country. Though each was revered by the citizens of their respective cities in their daily lives, At this moment they were haggling like shoppers at a vegetable market.
No way.
Those 10 million tons of steel must go to our extreme south provincial capital.
We fought hard to secure this.
Bullshit. It has to go to southern province first. We're right next to New Tiandu's Jiangnan region. If we finish the 100-meter wall first, it'll naturally benefit New Tiandu more.
Are you out of your mind? You want all 10 million tons of steel? Are you some kind of glutton?
Even if southern province completes the entire megacity project, we won't need more than 5 million tons. Give it to us, the far north provincial capital, first.
It should go to the East Sea provincial capital first.
The Grand Architect stood before the group of provincial capital leaders, looking utterly exasperated as they argued until their faces turned red over this first batch of steel. Finally, his ears were itching from the noise, and he couldn't help but slam his fist on the table and shout, "Enough! Since none of you can convince the others, let us go ask Tongtian Jianmu. Surely the Willow deity knows which provincial capital should be built first."
The crowd fell silent instantly, exchanging glances. Then, as if on cue, they all headed toward Bai Liang's seat, still bickering as they walked.
The Willow deity knows heaven and earth. Surely he'll allocate the steel to us in the southern provinces.
Bullshit, he'll give it to the East Sea provinces. It's clearly our far north province, okay? 5 minutes later. Bai Liang looked at the teeming crowd before him with equal helplessness.
Each side had its own valid point, and as usual, no one could be persuaded. The elder of the construction nation brought out a topographic map of Central State, placed it respectfully before Bai Liang, then turned and barked angrily, "Don't you even look at where we are?
Stop arguing." Everyone instantly fell silent, as obedient as elementary school students.
The elder of the construction nation turned to Bai Liang and said earnestly, "Willow deity, we'd be grateful if you could advise us this time.
If we're to prepare for an ancient beast invasion, which provincial capital should we prioritize building first?"
Bai Liang gazed at the topographic map of Central State, deep in thought, his dozens of emerald green willow branches suspended motionless.
Everyone held their breath in anticipation.
At that moment, a massive typewriter sat before Bai Liang. Ever since the state leaders discovered that the heaven-reaching construction tree could communicate, they had commissioned a custom machine with oversized, clearly spaced keys. After a long pause, Bai Liang raised his willow branches and began tapping the keys with an air of nonchalance.
"Ancient beasts will burst forth from beneath the earth's crust.
There is no fixed location, but based on my observations, they are most numerous in the southeastern coastal regions and the northwestern desert regions.
Recommendation: if building materials are sufficient, reinforce the megacity project in Donghai Provincial City and Jishi Provincial City.
If necessary, raise the walls to a height of 200 meters. Bai Liang's words carried the weight of a divine decree. The arguments ceased immediately. The elder of the construction nation nodded respectfully, then turned and declared with authority, "The first batch of 10 million tons of steel shall be divided equally, 5 million tons each for the provincial capitals of East Sea and Far West."
After dismissing the heads of the major provincial capitals, the elder of construction respectfully turned back and asked with concern, "May I ask, Willow deity, have you now entered the third stage of metamorphosis?"
Bai Liang casually drained a sheep of its mana and typed on the keyboard, "Almost."
"I estimate I'll officially enter the metamorphosis phase tonight."
Just then, the state leader arrived with a large group of elders.
They were talking as they walked, seemingly arguing about something. "State leader." The elder in charge of military affairs stepped in front of the state leader and said solemnly, "Are you certain we should deploy troops to the Chaos Continent right now? The situation there is far too unstable, and we don't have a valid justification for military action." The state leader glanced at Bai Liang and said to the elder with displeasure, "What justification do we need? Can't we just say we're going to maintain international peace? Isn't that the excuse the Freedom Empire always uses to deploy troops indiscriminately?"
"No, state leader, this time we absolutely must have a justification."
The elder refused to back down.
The state leader had no choice but to halt his advance. After a moment's pause, he said, "We must enter the Chaos Continent. The megacity project and the 10,000-meter high barrier project must be completed as soon as possible.
That way. Chapter 67, A Craze for Visiting the Mega City Project. Due to this espionage incident involving the Western Alliance and the Central State, the Mega City Project was thrust from behind the scenes into the public eye, becoming known to the entire world. And with the Central State's announcement, the Western Alliance is willing to take full responsibility for this incident and compensate the Central State with 50 million tons of steel to make up for its losses. This finally sparked everyone's curiosity. This time, whether they were from the East or the Freedom Empire, everyone was filled with a strong desire to explore the Megacity project at the center of the incident. In fact, the East's leadership even held a special meeting to discuss it. Bastard! What exactly is the Megacity project? The Western Alliance, which has always been so powerful, actually backed down. This Megacity project must be hiding some big secret. Suddenly, a sleazy-looking member of the leadership rushed in with a thick stack of intelligence, waving his hands excitedly. "We got it. We got it. Mr. Toyota, is your wife expecting? Congratulations. Damn it. I've got the intel on the Megacity project." Instantly, all the leadership members swarmed around him. The thick stack of intelligence was flipped through as if it were snowflakes swirling in a winter storm. Wow! Mr. Toyota, you really are Japan's finest intelligence officer. Let me see what this Megacity project is all about. What is this? 100-meter-high wall. Everyone stared at the intelligence in their hands, dumbfounded. The satellite maps in the intelligence were crystal clear, showing construction sites in full swing across Central State's major provincial capitals, especially in Jiangnan, New Tiandu, where military patrols were visible both in the sky and on the ground. And the foundation of that wall, stretching for countless miles, already gave a preliminary glimpse of the Megacity project's immense scale and grandeur, deeply striking everyone's eyes. What on earth is this? A wall this long and this high, what is Central State trying to do? Just as everyone was reeling from the shock, a member of the leadership in charge of tourism suddenly received a phone call. As he listened to the voice on the other end, his expression grew increasingly grave. He hung up the phone and turned to face the room. Everyone, just a moment ago. Approximately 8,000 Japanese citizens have applied online for flights to Central State, with the majority of them heading to New Tiandu, Jiangnan. The room fell silent. Anger gradually began to show on everyone's faces. What? How dare they go to Central State at a time like this, and nearly 8,000 of them? These 8,000 people have blatantly disregarded the national ban. Don't they know that we in Japan have already drawn a clear line with Central State and severed all ties? Someone notify all major airports and ports to immediately suspend all flights and ferry services to Central State. No one is permitted to travel to Central State during this period. The Japanese leadership issued an official notice prohibiting all travel to Central State. Meanwhile, Japanese citizens who had already purchased plane or ferry tickets received refund notices at that very moment. Even if they were already in the departure lounge with their luggage, and no matter how desperately they wanted to see the Central State Megacity project that was causing such a stir online, it was all for naught. Boarding gates were sealed off, ferry terminals were closed, all transportation routes to Central State were declared suspended indefinitely. Why are they banning ordinary people from traveling when this is clearly a diplomatic issue between Japan and Central State? This is effectively a lockdown. I want to see the Megacity project. It's definitely more spectacular than the snow-capped peaks of Mount Fuji. Protest. Protest. Reopen the passage. I really want to see the Central State Megacity project with my own eyes. Just then, at an airport gate, amidst the dense crowd of people who wanted to go to Central State to see the Megacity project but had been turned away, someone suddenly grabbed their phone and cried out in despair, "Ah! Look at those people from India and Korea, they're already on planes heading to Central State, while we're still stuck at the airport." Instantly, the situation spiraled out of control. The crowd grew frenzied, clamoring to go to Central State. Some even tried to scale the boarding gate to board the planes directly, but reality was cruel. All the troublemakers were forcibly removed by airport security. Someone posted footage of the security guards clearing the area on the international internet. Indian, haha, who would VE thought that after Japan announced its break with Central State, the first ones to lose their cool would be their own citizens? What a massive plot twist. Korean netizen, even though I don't like Central State, I still want to see that magnificent megacity project they've been showing in the online news.
We're heading out first. We'll take photos of the megacity project to show our poor Japanese friends.
In fact, many people from the Freedom Empire, unable to contain their curiosity, set off for Central State.
They posted on Twitter, if Central State is really building the megacity project, then their motives are truly chilling.
Who exactly are they building the megacity project to defend against? Inside Central State.
The Western Alliance's first shipment of 10 million tons of steel has already been escorted by the military to the provincial capitals of Donghai and Jishi. The procession was massive and quite a sight to behold. Standing at the southern port, Shihan watched as his 10 million tons of steel were completely divided up. He stared blankly, numb with emotion, his fingers trembling as he dialed Fast's number.
Unfortunately, Fast didn't answer.
He called 5 or 6 times in a row.
Fast still didn't answer. Shihan, you have only 3 days.
If you cannot produce the full amount of steel within 3 days, according to the law, we will have no choice but to keep those 3 men in prison.
But let me give you a friendly warning, if this drags on too long, we will commute their sentences to life imprisonment.
Elder Xiaoshan's words still stung Shihan.
Why isn't Fast answering the phone?
Shihan could only shiver as a chill ran down his spine, silently praying to himself, Fast must be busy handling my situation.
He is a good brother, I have to trust him.
At that very moment, in a 5-star hotel in the Western Alliance, Fast was dining and drinking with a group of international steel suppliers. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, he tentatively broached the subject. Instantly, the eyes of all the international suppliers lit up. Fast felt as if he were being stared at by a pack of jackals.
Governor,
I can provide 1 million tons of steel, but what about the construction materials for the high-tech zone the Western Alliance has planned for this year?
Fast sighed, I'll leave it all to you. Governor, I can do it too.
1 million tons of steel, and that Western Alliance infrastructure project in the Inland Sea region.
Fast sighed, I'll leave it all to you. Governor, I want. You've got it. I want. You've got it.
By the end, the price of the steel had been clearly set. Fast had grown numb, repeating only one word. Here you go. The suppliers grew more and more excited as they talked. Matters that had been so difficult to handle in previous years were settled tonight as easily as cutting through butter. The feeling was incredibly satisfying. But while they were thrilled, Fast was stunned when he finally tallied the total amount of steel. Staring at the 25 million figure on the calculator, he felt a deep sense of helplessness.
Chapter 68, Smuggling Steel? Intercepted on the spot.
When Shihan received Fast's message, he was sitting on the moat in Southern City with a worried look on his face, gazing at the rushing river. He glanced down at the message, stumbled, and nearly fell headfirst into the water.
5 million. Fuck, where am I supposed to get 5 million?
Shihan roared in anguish, his face turned toward the sky. Just then, a Southern City resident who understood the Western Alliance language happened to be passing by. He stopped to watch the furious Shihan for a moment, thought for a second, then decisively stepped forward and handed him a small card.
Hello, if you need money urgently, you can contact the number on this card. Shihan instinctively looked up at the card, but the next moment, he snatched it out of the man's hand and slammed it onto the ground, roaring, I don't borrow from loan sharks. Pfft, good intentions go to waste.
The man muttered under his breath as he walked away.
Shihan stood there blankly, staring at the card in a daze. Suddenly snapping out of it, he hurried after the man and asked, panting, do you have any under-the-table sources for steel? What? You want to smuggle steel? Awesome, you actually do. No, foreigner. Smuggling steel is illegal. We're all law-abiding citizens, we don't do anything illegal. Shihan brandished the little card and roared, then isn't this thing illegal too?
The man was at a loss for words.
Shihan looked at him with sincere eyes. Seriously, I'm in a rush. Do you have a way to get smuggled steel or not? The man eyed Shihan suspiciously. Do you really need it? I need it. Shihan's heart leapt with joy. It seems there really is a way. That stuff is expensive, and it's all in the hands of foremen at various construction sites. They're asking for an exorbitant price. Money isn't an issue. I just need the steel. Alright, then follow me.
Shihan immediately followed the man out, his eyes wide with anticipation. In a dim, smoke-filled basement.
How much steel do you want?
At a table where mahjong tiles clattered, a burly man smoked a cigarette while casting a casual glance at Shihan at the door.
Shihan held up 5 fingers. The man, 5 tons is doable. Not 5 tons, 500. Ha!
The man immediately turned his full attention to Shihan, his expression serious.
500 tons. This is my first big deal of the year. Not 500 tons, 5 million tons. Shihan shook his head, his tone just as serious. Thud.
The man stumbled backward and fell off the mahjong table.
His eyes widened, and he blurted out, Bro, you've got to be kidding me, 5 million tons? Are you trying to build the Great Wall or something? Shihan shook his head and fell silent.
The man stared wide-eyed and fell silent.
The sound of mahjong tiles ceased, and everyone fell silent. After a long while, Shihan suddenly began rummaging through his briefcase.
Moments later, he pulled out a small, gleaming gold bar.
In that instant, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Thud.
Shihan slammed the gold bar down on the table and said sternly, I've got at least 10,000 gold bars just like this.
I'll ask you one thing, if the price is high enough, can you get me those 5 million tons of steel? The man swallowed hard.
At dusk, in the unseen underbelly of Central State,
vast convoys of private vehicles began appearing at major ports.
When night fell and port security let their guard down, numerous smuggling boats appeared on the distant horizon. These boats quietly bypassed port security and successfully reached the shore. The private convoys, which had been waiting for a long time, immediately surrounded them.
The cargo is all here.
A smuggling captain patted the towering cargo hold and said, These chunks of iron are really heavy. The ship's draft is 3 times what it used to be. The private convoy members, busy unloading the cargo, instructed, This shipment is massive, a full 5 million tons. Tell the steel mills on Chaos Continent to work quickly. Don't let them drag their feet and get us caught by Central State Customs.
Don't worry, I've been in this business for over a decade.
In the dead of night, tens of thousands of tons of steel were smuggled into Central State, all through underground channels that bypassed security checks and spot inspections, successfully reaching the area near the port of Nanfang City.
Nanfang City is 1 tier below the provincial capital. The provincial capital has strict checkpoints. This place does not.
Otherwise, all the smuggled goods would have been intercepted long ago. Under a star-studded night sky, Shihan stood near the southern city port, watching the ever-growing piles of steel with wild delight.
We actually pulled it off. Ha ha ha, the sheep pays for the wool.
Central State forced me to hand over all this steel, but they never dreamed that 5 million tons of it was actually procured through their own people.
Ha, this is too good to be true. It's just a shame about the little nest egg I've been saving for decades, sigh. But as long as I can save my daughter, none of this matters.
Meanwhile, the 25 million tons of steel FAS had arranged were also on their way to Central State aboard an international freighter and would arrive at the southern port in just a few days. Now, all that remained was to ensure the final 5 million tons could be successfully secured.
Shihan watched the steel piling up into ever higher mountains, feeling elated. On the 3rd day, the steel hadn't all arrived yet.
Zyro and his 2 companions were thrown back into prison. But Shihan wasn't worried anymore. That night, the international cargo ship arrived at the southern port, and the unloading of the 25 million tons of steel began immediately. On the 4th day, the final 5 million tons of steel were unloaded without a hitch, leaving only 700,000 tons yet to arrive. Only 700,000 tons left. Shihan began to feel anxious, praying that everything would go smoothly. But on the night of the 4th day, security at the southern port caught on to something.
That night, the sound of police sirens pierced the air like thunder, waking all the nearby residents throughout the night.
Terrified by the sirens, Shihan fled in panic and hid in a nearby abandoned factory. He waited until he felt the area had calmed down, not until 5 in the morning before returning to the port, his spirit broken.
And then, buzz! Shihan watched the scene at the port.
His pupils contracted sharply, his scalp prickled, and his limbs trembled uncontrollably. At the port, large numbers of customs officers surrounded the docks, while on the docks themselves were more than a dozen massive smuggling vessels. Near the vessels, mountains of confiscated illegal steel were piled high, at least 100,000 tons.
It's over. Those two words filled Shihan's mind.
Looking at the confiscated steel, a chill ran through Shihan's body.
The customs officers spread out and quickly spotted the dazed and disoriented Shihan. Oh! Western Alliance S. Shihan.
The head of port customs looked at Shihan, who was standing in the weeds not far away, and asked with a smile, "Have you come again today to follow up on that 50 million ton steel shipment?"
Shihan nodded numbly. All right, then please continue your follow-up.
The chief gave a meaningful smile, then turned away to deal with the smuggling incident. In truth, anyone with a modicum of common sense could easily connect last night's steel smuggling incident with Shihan.
Just then, Shihan's phone rang.
It was the man who had helped him secure 5 million tons of steel.
Sorry, brother. Customs seized it. If you're not in a rush, I'll contact Chaos Continent to arrange another shipment. Shihan replied numbly. He looked up at the port, where security measures were escalating rapidly, and a doubt crept into his mind: could they still get it shipped over? Chapter 69, Expelling the Western Alliance. Shihan.
10 a.m., Central Park, Jiangnan City. Elder Xiaoshan had just gotten out of bed when a frantic knock sounded at the door.
Elder, we've seized a shipment of smuggled steel.
A diplomat stood at the door, his expression grave.
What's going on?
Elder Xiaoshan asked casually.
That SA customs matter, has it somehow become the Ministry of Foreign Affairs concern?
Yes, Elder.
Upon inspection, the buyer of this smuggled steel is Shihan.
Whoosh! Instantly, Elder Xiaoshan's expression turned grave.
He set down his washcloth, turned, and asked with narrowed eyes, was any of the steel Shihan supplied previously smuggled?
Yes. Approximately 4.3 million tons of steel came from smuggling. We will contact the local Public Security Bureau to conduct a thorough crackdown on everyone involved in this. Elder Xiaoshan took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with anger, and said coldly, "We in Central State do everything above board.
Moreover, the mega-city project concerns the safety of Central State's 1.4 billion people.
How dare Shihan try to fool us with smuggled steel?
And who doesn't know that smuggled steel is bound to be mixed with substandard products?"
The more Elder Xiaoshan thought about it, the more anxious he became. He picked up the phone on the desk and dialed the state elder in charge of the construction industry. "Hello, Elder Han. You need to investigate that steel Shihan supplied immediately."
"What? Some of it has already been delivered to construction sites in the provincial capital?"
"Halt all construction work, inspect every single pound of steel. That bastard Shihan is trying to pull the wool over our eyes with smuggled steel. If there is a problem with the quality and something goes wrong with the mega city project, we'll all be held accountable by Central State."
10 a.m.
Elder Han called back, his voice brimming with uncontrollable rage. "Elder Xiaoshan, your warning couldn't have come at a better time. We just conducted emergency quality inspections at construction sites across the provincial capitals and discovered at least 1 million tons of substandard steel." Elder Xiaoshan narrowed his eyes. After hanging up, he called Elder Chen Chang.
"What's going on? We have enough steel. Do you want me to release the workers?"
"No," Elder Xiaoshan replied coldly.
"This time, we won't show Shihan any mercy. He has deeply crossed Central State's red line." Noon.
The Central State Department of Construction issued a notice. This notice was directed at the entire world. Shihan exploited smuggling channels to transport large quantities of substandard steel into Central State, causing severe disruption to the Central State Megacity project. At the same time, the Central State Department of Justice issued a notice. Central State Department of Justice, based on Shihan's actions, we will detain 3 spies indefinitely. Subsequently, major departments across Central State issued notices one after another. The entire nation of Central State was like a furious tiger. Central State Ministry of Foreign Affairs, all steel will be returned by the same route. Shihan will be placed on the list of diplomatic defaulters, and relations with him will be permanently severed. Central State Security Department, this incident is a dereliction of duty by the Customs Department. The Central State Security Department will rigorously investigate anyone involved in illegal activities. Central State Intelligence Department, we will employ all available means and technologies to conduct a comprehensive investigation into the smuggling and illegal entry incident. Central State Information Department, it has been determined that this incident is linked to an illegal steel mill on the Chaos Continent. Central State will not tolerate such activities and will introduce targeted policies in the near future. The international community, which had been gradually returning to calm, was suddenly thrown into turmoil by Central State's series of global announcements, like a boulder dropped into still water. In the blink of an eye, nearly everyone in the world knew about this incident, especially the key figure, Shihan. Shihan instantly found himself in dire straits. Meanwhile, the Western Alliance, which stood behind him, was immediately subjected to a storm of public criticism. Countless Western Alliance citizens flooded the Alliance's official website with complaints against Shihan. Public opinion can destroy anything. Even if the target of the verbal and written attacks is a high-ranking governor. The Western Alliance leadership immediately sent Shihan a stern written notice, ordering him to return home immediately. But my daughter hasn't been rescued yet. Shihan, having fallen just short of success, shouted in anger. But the Western Alliance leadership, furious and humiliated, replied, "Who cares about your daughter? Look at the severe damage this has caused to the entire Western Alliance. Return home immediately, or you'll be suspended from duty remotely." Shihan refused to return. He frantically tried to contact Elder Shaoshan, like a drowning man or a cornered tiger, so much so that as he stood on the street, every passerby around him scrambled to avoid him. Simply because Shihan looked too terrifying. "Answer the phone. Answer it. Answer it." Shihan kept dialing the number, his eyes slowly turning bloodshot. Finally, the call was answered. It was Elder Shaoshan's voice. "Shihan, I've given you many chances, but you've already touched the raw nerve of Central State." Elder Shaoshan said coldly. "That batch of steel is vital to the safety of Central State's 1.4 billion people, yet you've committed fraud in this matter. No amount of excuses will help now. I have no authority to forgive your outrageous crimes on behalf of Central State." The call ended. Shihan frantically redialed, but from morning till night, he never got through again. Meanwhile, elite soldiers with cold, stern expressions had appeared in the alleys and corners around him at some point. Expulsion order. An elite soldier pulled out a cold, impersonal expulsion order and declared, "The Central State Core Council has personally ordered the expulsion of Shihan and prohibits him from ever entering Central State or engaging in any related activities." With that, over a dozen elite soldiers advanced coldly. Shihan, dazed and disoriented, struggled frantically and roared, "I am Shihan. If you want to expel me, have your army commander come here personally. You have no right. We have every right to expel a criminal who has committed crimes against Central State." The elite soldier waved his hand coldly. "Forcibly expel him by force." Thud. Shihan was struck with a heavy, blunt punch. His head spun instantly, his vision went dark, and he passed out. In the final moment before his consciousness faded, Shihan stared in disbelief at the elite soldier who had punched him. He, the mighty Shihan, had actually been knocked unconscious by a single, ordinary punch from a soldier. This was fucking ridiculous. Breaking news. Western Alliance's Shihan has been kicked out of Central State. Is that true? It's true. They even threw him onto a dilapidated cruise ship and sent him packing.
The Western Alliance has completely ruined its own reputation. But didn't they bring it on themselves? Exactly.
First, they stole our central state's secrets, which, by law, should have gotten them shot on the spot. But the Western Alliance said they de-apologize, and we in Central State accepted that. Then, damn it, they tried to fob us off with smuggled junk.
Central State is in an uproar.
All of Central State's recent tough actions have deeply heightened the national honor and ethnic pride of its people. We may be benevolent, but we are no pushovers. Cross us, and we'll cut off your hands and feet.
Chapter 70, Prepare the Aircraft Carrier Fleet Deploys.
Upon returning home, Shihan was immediately ambushed at a Western Alliance port city by a group of men in black suits who seized everything related to his governorship. They even stripped him down to his underwear, leaving him in nothing but his military uniform. Standing there in just his underwear, Shihan shivered in the chilly sea breeze. His face pale, he stammered, why? Without a word, one of the men in black suits dragged Shihan toward a military vehicle parked by the roadside and said expressionlessly, "As of today, you are officially suspended from your duties as governor.
This is the decision of the Western Alliance leadership." Shihan was stunned. As he was dragged along, he roared in defiance, "On what grounds?
I am Shihan, a governor who has earned countless merits for the Western Alliance."
Thud.
The man in the black suit landed a punch squarely on Shihan's head.
Shihan lost consciousness on the spot.
In his daze, he vaguely remembered being dragged into the military vehicle, the engine starting, and the car driving along a bumpy, unpaved road.
Where are they taking me?
When Shihan woke up again, he found himself at the entrance of the Capitol building in the Western Alliance's capital city, where the leadership resided. He was led into the building in a daze, up to the top floor, and into the office hailed by the outside world as the pinnacle of global power. Inside the office, every member of the Western Alliance leadership was present. Everyone stared at him coldly, and then many began to accuse him, speaking all at once in a barrage of criticism. Shihan gave a dazed, wry smile and muttered, somewhat deliriously, "If my daughter dies in Central State, I'll turn the world upside down to be buried with her."
The entire leadership was instantly filled with shock and fury.
The accusations against Shihan in the office grew louder and more intense with each passing moment. Finally, Ivan, the head of the Western Alliance leadership, an elderly man with perfectly combed white hair, delivered his verdict with icy detachment, effective immediately. Shihan is suspended from all gubernatorial duties. The biting cold wind sent a chill through Shihan's body at those words. Avoiding the chief's pronouncement, he turned his dazed gaze toward the window. Outside, snow swirled wildly. Though the winter's cold and snow were kept at bay by the office heater, they were silently freezing his heart to shards.
Finally, Shihan left the Capitol building.
Standing on the street amidst the teeming crowd, his expression gradually twisted into a frenzied, ferocious grimace. He pulled out a phone he had never used before and dialed a specially encrypted number.
"I want everyone to pay with their blood," Shihan muttered to himself.
His heart was pounding wildly. His mind had already gone mad.
"Hello?"
A cold, hoarse voice came from the other end of the line.
"It's Shihan, your master."
Shihan's eyes were bloodshot, and he was completely unhinged as he said, "Contact everyone in the Western Alliance's Blood Eagle faction. I want a lot of people dead." There was a 2-second silence on the other end, then a reply, "Understood." On this day, throughout the Western Alliance, whether in the snow-covered north, the inland sea where spring lasts all year round, or the underground boxing rings of some city, people with red eagle tattoos on their arms were on the move. These people eventually converged on the Capitol. They were the Western Alliance's most terrifying underground organization.
The Blood Eagle faction.
No one knew their origins. All that was known was that they were the strongest assassins, fighters, or snipers. Whenever they were on a mission, as long as the price was right, no one could escape assassination.
Only Shihan knew their origins.
Many years ago, after Shihan ascended to power, he not only openly controlled all the Western Alliance's ground forces but also began building his own shadow organization behind the scenes.
Every single member of the Blood Eagle faction is a world-class assassin.
Each one was trained by Shihan himself from childhood. Locked away on a remote overseas island, they practiced assassination, marksmanship, and hand-to-hand combat day after day every month. Countless failures were thrown into the sea. At dusk, Shihan stood on the rooftop of the capital's tallest building, gazing down at the ground hundreds of meters below, and issued a maddening order to the Blood Eagle faction.
Everyone, capture the targets on the list. Then bring all targets to the rooftop of this building. The list Shihan sent was nothing short of the most valuable list in the world. This capital of the Western Alliance was one of the most developed cities in the world. Central State had many students, highly skilled technicians, senior professors, researchers, businesspeople, diplomats, philanthropists, and more, all residing in the capital. And on this list, every single one of them was listed. Hundreds of names, all from Central State. Shihan intended to round up every high-ranking Central State citizen in the Western Alliance. The Blood Eagle faction accepted the order and set out. In countless dark, shadowy alleys, shadows flickered and moved. That night, in every corner of the Western Alliance capital, whether in private residences or luxury hotels, whether in world-class universities or research institutions, Central State members were vanishing without a trace. One after another, the missing persons piled up, and emergency calls poured into the Western Alliance Capital Security Bureau. Even late into the night, the calls kept coming. Finally, the Western Alliance Capital Security Bureau realized this was an organized, targeted kidnapping operation. Every security officer was mobilized. They turned the capital upside down all night long, yet they couldn't find a single missing person. Shihan stood on the rooftop of the tallest building, flanked by a group of shadow-like assassins and a pile of unconscious Central State members. He gazed out at the storm raging over the city and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Destroy it all. Destroy everything. Central State killed my daughter, so I will kill every single Central State member in this capital. Late at night, Central State knew Tiandu. The state leader had just adjourned a meeting and was resting, his shoes and socks still on. A frantic knock sounded at the door. State leader! The Minister of Security for Central State entered with a grave expression and said in a deep voice, "We've just received intelligence that the several hundred elite members we dispatched to the Western Alliance have all mysteriously vanished." The state leader's expression changed instantly. With a grim expression, the old man put his shoes and socks back on and followed the Minister of Security out of the dormitory building. He was heading to the command center to personally investigate the matter. On the way, the state leader, lost in thought, failed to notice what was ahead of him and bumped into a willow branch in the darkness. "I'm sorry." The state leader snapped back to reality and immediately apologized to Bai Liang standing before him. "I was a bit distracted." Bai Liang watched the state leader silently. Why did this old man look so deeply troubled? After offering his apology, the state leader hurried off to the command center. Less than 5 minutes later, the state leader and old Wangboy emerged in a rush. "This time, we must rescue our compatriots no matter what." The state leader's voice was laced with seething fury as he spoke to old Wangbo while walking, that Shihan actually dares to take out his anger on hundreds of our compatriots. This time, old Wang's gaze was equally icy, and he suddenly made a startling statement. "State leader, I suggest we adopt a military stance this time. I have already notified the Southern Navy 3 full aircraft carrier fleets are making emergency preparations and can set sail for the Western Alliance capital overnight in 2 hours. Aircraft carrier fleets." The state leader stopped in his tracks and turned to stare intently at old Wang. "Are you serious about deploying an aircraft carrier task force?" Uncharacteristically resolute, old Wang replied firmly, "Since we, the Central State, are determined to be firm, we must be so firm in this regard that all nations of the world fear us. Only when they fear us will they stop constantly interfering with our plans." Chapter 71, The Central State Will Never Abandon Its Compatriots. The two stood before Bai Liang. The willow tree stood serene, its branches and leaves a tender green. Watching this scene, the two elders, shouldering immense responsibility, seemed to find a sense of peace. The state leader took a deep breath, sat down before Bai Liang, looked up, and said earnestly, "Willow deity, if it were up to you, should we respond militarily to this foreign act of kidnapping hundreds of our Central State citizens as an act of vengeance?" The willow tree, serene yet extraordinary, slowly extended a branch.
Instead of tapping a keyboard, it carved several words deeply into the ground. Preserve the will of the people of Central State, and we can withstand the crisis of the end times.
The state leader's eyes lit up.
Without further hesitation, he decisively told the elder of the kingdom, agreed.
I accept your suggestion. That evening, Central State's official media erupted in fury.
For the first time, they issued a global news release in an extremely stern tone. Central State has always believed in peace and friendship among nations, but at this very moment, the 1.4 billion people of Central State are filled with immense anger. Hundreds of our compatriots have been collectively kidnapped in the capital of the Western Alliance. The global news report was released, instantly causing a massive uproar.
Within Central State, hundreds of millions of people were enraged. Kidnapping? A collective kidnapping?
I just checked the official news. All those abducted are elite talents Central State sent to the Western Alliance, including many international students.
Damn it, how can we tolerate this?
This is clearly targeting Central State.
All I want to know right now is, what will our national core do? Central State was in an uproar everywhere. Nations around the world were also left restless by this news. What on earth is going on in the Western Alliance? A mass kidnapping of Central State elites? Could this be a conspiracy? Is the Western Alliance leadership aware of this?
If they are, this is going to be a huge problem. Public opinion is in an uproar, and the Western Alliance has once again become the focus of global attention. Excluding those hostile to Central State, most are accusing the Western Alliance authorities of inaction. Immediately following this, the Western Alliance's official media released a statement. The Western Alliance is unaware of this incident. This is a shocking and outrageous kidnapping case. We are currently investigating and reiterate, the Western Alliance is unaware of this matter and has not been involved in any of its details. Upon seeing this statement, the chief editor of Central State's state media was so enraged that he smashed his teacup on the spot, shoved aside the staff writer, and stormed into the newsroom to start pounding away at the keyboard.
Damn it, the Western Alliance claims they don't know?
The Central State chief editor roared furiously while drafting the official statement.
Hundreds of Central State citizens have met with misfortune in their capital, and they dare to say they don't know? We haven't even finished investigating the matter, yet they're so quick to shirk responsibility they even curse their own mothers? Moments later, Central State's official media published another article, brimming with anger.
Central State will never abandon a single compatriot who holds their homeland dear, and therefore will not let any of the individuals involved in this matter off the hook. We hope the Western Alliance will face this matter squarely and not rush to clear itself of blame. The Western Alliance's state media refused to be outdone and quickly issued a response of their own. The Western Alliance absolutely rejects these false accusations. The Western Alliance is a bastion of freedom and justice, a fertile ground for civilization and equality.
We reject any and all attempts to slander the Western Alliance.
Seeing that the Western Alliance's official media refused to acknowledge its responsibility, Central State's official media ceased its relentless questioning and remained silent for several dozen minutes. Just as everyone thought Central State's official media had called it quits, it suddenly and calmly released a new article.
The Central State military has taken action. 3 reorganized aircraft carrier task forces are now ready,
loaded with Central State's elite troops,
heading to the Western Alliance capital to rescue our compatriots.
Central State will never abandon a single Central State citizen who holds their homeland dear.
Every word of the headline in the new article struck a chord. The body of the article contained only a single aerial photograph.
The photo depicted the azure southern waters of Central State. Amidst the vast expanse of the ocean, glistening with sunlight, 3 carrier strike groups flying the Central State Navy ensigns were racing forward, leaving behind a dozen long trails of white foam. Their destination was none other than the capital of the Western Alliance. Just looking at the photo, one could sense the indomitable spirit of steel and blood. These 3 fully deployed carrier strike groups represent not only Central State's firm stance on this matter, but more importantly, a genuine shift in Central State's approach to international affairs. In the past, Central State was far too lenient. Especially in military matters, so lenient that even when enemies were at its doorstep, it still sought to reason with them. But now, the sleeping lion has awakened. baring its formidable claws and fangs to the predators in all directions. If our compatriots face danger, even if separated by a vast ocean, we will strike the enemy with our strongest fist. At this moment, a wave of warmth surged through the hearts of countless people in Central State. Public support is earned by resolutely standing up for our own people. Holy crap! Deploying aircraft carriers? I'm fired up. If I ever find myself in danger within the country, I hope Central State will come to my rescue too. They will. Didn't the state media say that Central State won't abandon a single compatriot who holds the motherland in their heart? Central State is mighty. Even within Central State, the atmosphere was already this electric. Internationally, countless people were left speechless. International public opinion instantly exploded. Holy shit! What is that? An aircraft carrier task force? Damn it! Central State is trying to start a war. Oh my god! Sending an aircraft carrier into the Western Alliance's capital? What will the Western Alliance say? Their face is going to be torn to shreds by Central State's carrier. Not only were people around the world buzzing with speculation, but major organizations, factions, and leadership were frantically reaching out to Central State. The Western Alliance, in particular, contacted Central State with fury boiling over. Inside the Central State Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Elder Shaoshan and all the diplomats remained calm amidst the chaos, calmly handling the calls, emails, and messages pouring in from nations across the globe. Rest assured, Central State has no intention of flexing its military might. We simply want to rescue our compatriots. No, we have no intention of going to war. Central State is acting solely for the sake of our compatriots. As they were handling these communications, a message suddenly arrived from the Western Alliance. It was a message of condemnation from the Western Alliance's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The message was filled with angry rhetoric. Elder Shaoshan remained expressionless, replying casually, "We hope your alliance will face up to its own mistakes and responsibilities. Deploying an aircraft carrier is to ensure the safety of our citizens." Inside the Western Alliance Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The spacious hall, originally hundreds of square meters in size, was now packed with the Western Alliance's top leadership. The Western Alliance Foreign Minister received Elder Shaoshan's reply after just a glance. He was so enraged he could barely catch his breath. What did Central State say? Hurry up and tell us. What are you spacing out for? The Western Alliance leadership urged impatiently. Forget it, forget it. It's no use arguing here. Has this matter been thoroughly investigated yet? Asked a high-ranking official, visibly agitated, still clad in his pajamas. He had been soaking in a milk bath, planning to spend the night with a beauty, when news brought by his subordinates that the Central State had deployed an aircraft carrier sent him rushing to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the middle of the night. Now, the Central State's attitude only made him even more furious. Chapter 72, The Western Alliance Will Not Tolerate a Stain. Inside the Western Alliance Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the atmosphere fell instantly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Gradually, cold sweat began to bead on the foreheads of several top leaders. Staring at the satellite imagery showing 3 fully manned aircraft carrier task forces sailing across the Azure Ocean toward the Western Alliance capital, they all fell into a prolonged silence. What do? We absolutely cannot let Central State know that Shihan is behind this. He is just a former Shihan. Then, we'll strike first and take out Shihan. Agreed. I agree too. The glory of the Western Alliance must not be destroyed by Shihan. Poor Shihan could never have imagined that the Western Alliance leadership to whom he had sworn allegiance for decades would be even more eager to eliminate him than Central State. Under the gloomy sky above the Western Alliance capital, a dense swarm of Western Alliance armed helicopters suddenly appeared. The deafening roar of the helicopters jolted the entire city's residents awake. Countless people, who had been asleep, were roused by the noise and rushed to their windows in panic. What is going on? Why are there so many helicopters? And they're military attack helicopters. The Western Alliance citizens stared at the swarm of helicopters outside their windows, first in shock, then reaching for their cameras to film the scene. But just as they were about to upload the footage online, everyone simultaneously realized there was absolutely no signal. All communication devices were offline.
Tonight, the entire capital of the Western Alliance was cut off from the internet. Everyone was stunned.
At that very moment, the aircraft carrier task force in the southern waters was crossing the final strait. If they succeeded, they would be just 1 hour's voyage by sea from the Western Alliance capital.
And this final strait belonged to the Western Alliance.
This is Western Alliance territory, the Will Smith Strait. Without an official Western Alliance passage permit, all vessels are prohibited from passing.
The Will Smith Strait, its entrance sealed off, lay desolate and bleak.
In the command center of the Central State aircraft carrier, Captain Chen Ken's face was ashen. He picked up the communicator and said emotionlessly, "This is Captain Chen Ken of the Central State aircraft carrier. By order of the Central State Corps Council, we are heading to the Western Alliance capital to retrieve our compatriots.
Access denied."
No matter what Chen Ken said afterward, the Western Alliance refused to grant passage through the Will Smith Strait, even raising the steel barriers at the strait's entrance. In a small town along the strait, residents were recording the scene with their phones, and many had even started live streaming it internationally.
The standoff between the aircraft carrier fleet and the strait's entrance.
This scene was witnessed by countless people around the world.
The Western Alliance has made its move. The Western Alliance is standing its ground.
They're directly intercepting Central State's forces.
Both sides are locked in a standoff at sea. I wonder what's happening inside the Western Alliance's capital right now.
Breaking news! The Western Alliance has cut off all communications in the capital.
The entire Western Alliance capital is as quiet as the grave.
Wow, the Western Alliance is cutting off communications in the capital while intercepting Central State forces at the strait.
What on earth are they up to? Could it be something major has happened in the Western Alliance capital again? No. I think there is something in the Western Alliance capital they don't want Central State to see.
The whole world is abuzz with speculation. A whirlwind of public opinion is raging everywhere. And at the very center of that whirlwind in the Western Alliance capital, on the rooftop of a skyscraper piercing the clouds, wave after wave of Western Alliance armed helicopters has already surrounded the area in tight formation. Shihan stood on the rooftop of the skyscraper, staring at the Western Alliance attack helicopters closing in from all directions. He trembled with rage. He never imagined that the first enemy he'd drawn would be his own people.
Shihan.
On one of the attack helicopters, a high-ranking official stood at the cabin door, his voice bellowing against the high-altitude gales. "Do you want to destroy the Western Alliance's reputation, dignity, and glory? I'm giving you one last chance. Release all the Central State hostages."
Shihan glanced at the hundreds of trembling Central State hostages behind him.
His heart filled with grief and indignation, his eyes filled with despair. He turned around, looking dazed and dejected, and said, "I thought by doing this, I could force Central State to release my daughter. But I never imagined that the first to turn their blades against me would be you, the very people I've been loyal to for decades.
I truly disappointed."
The senior leaders grew even angrier, pointing their fingers at the east.
"Shihan, do you realize that Central State has already deployed a fleet of aircraft carriers to the very doorstep of the Western Alliance? The Western Alliance will never tolerate a stain on its honor. You, Shihan, are that stain on the Western Alliance."
The senior leader roared one last time, "To preserve the Western Alliance's unblemished glory, you, Shihan, must die." At that very moment, all the snipers lying in wait near the skyscraper received a single order: shoot Shihan.
Bang! 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 A dozen or so sniper shots rang out in rapid succession.
Shihan swayed violently, like wheat stalks in the wind. With every gunshot, he trembled. When the wind had blown the leaves away and the dust had settled, Shihan, riddled with massive bullet holes, collapsed to the ground with a thud. The former Shihan had died by the hands of his own people. On the rooftop of the high rise, the members of the Blood Eagle faction were visibly shaken.
A high-ranking leader coldly ordered, "Shoot them all." Bang, bang, bang. In the next instant, a merciless slaughter began. One by one, the Blood Eagle faction's assassins fell to the ground. Some assassins attempted to take Central State personnel hostage, but without exception, they were all precisely shot down by snipers lying in ambush. 10 minutes later, the rooftop was a river of blood. The high-ranking leader coldly scanned the bloody scene, turned expressionlessly back into the cabin, and said indifferently to his deputy, "Let the damned Central State carrier fleet come in. At the same time, find me a batch of death row inmates from the prison and pin the kidnapping of the Central State people on them." The deputy glanced at the hundreds of Central State hostages on the rooftop and asked in confusion, "Minister, but those Central State people saw everything." Shihan and the Blood Eagle faction are dead. With no witnesses left, what difference does it make if they saw it? I've looked into it, none of those Central State people recognized Shihan. Let us put this matter to rest. The fleet of armed helicopters scattered and flew away. On the rooftop, a Central State elite crouched with his hands covering his head. A faint glint shone from his lapel. It was clearly a miniature pinhole camera. You want to cover up your crimes? The Central State elite silently raised his head, watching the helicopters depart, and muttered under his breath, "The others may not have recognized Shihan, but I did." At that very moment, the Central State aircraft carrier fleet remained deadlocked at the Strait S entrance. Yet the Western Alliance suddenly released an official media statement. The article featured footage of the helicopter squadron annihilating the Blood Eagle faction. To protect the safety of our international allies, the Western Alliance has deployed military forces to eliminate all criminals. Only a few hostages sustained minor injuries. Upon investigation, it was found that all the criminals were death row inmates who had escaped from a prison. This incident has no connection to the Western Alliance government, and the Western Alliance's glory remains undimmed in the slightest. Another twist in this sensational spectacle. Countless people around the world stared in disbelief. It really does seem like this has nothing to do with the Western Alliance. And the Western Alliance even sent troops to eliminate the criminals. It paints a purely positive image. Chapter 73, The Western Alliance's glory is shattered. Southern Seas, the Will Smith Strait checkpoint. After a standoff lasting nearly 2 hours, one that had captured the world's attention, the Strait S gates finally rose slowly, clearing a path for the Central State Aircraft Carrier Task Force. Please proceed, esteemed Central State Aircraft Carrier Task Force. The Strait S guardian deliberately clenched his teeth as he emphasized the final words. 3 fully deployed carrier task forces swiftly passed through the strait. They officially entered Western Alliance waters. Yes, they VE granted passage. I know. Rest assured, Elder Wang. Captain Chen Ken of the Central State Carrier spoke to Elder Wang over the radio, his gaze icy as he declared, "Once I enter the Western Alliance capital, I will rescue every single one of our compatriots." 2 hours later, as the first light of dawn touched the earth, at the port of the Western Alliance capital, against the azure horizon where sea and sky met, first the Central State ensign appeared, followed by the entire carrier strike group, densely packed in a triangular formation. The Central State Carrier Strike Group has arrived at the Western Alliance capital. The capital of the Western Alliance, an ancient city hailed as the City of Romance, saw the morning sun bathe the flower boxes of countless homes, drawing people to their windows to witness the breathtaking scene unfolding at the nearby port. Oh my God, are those aircraft carriers? It's actually true. Central State has really sent an aircraft carrier fleet to the capital. Look, the Central State aircraft carrier has docked, and a whole bunch of Central State soldiers are coming down. At the capital's port, a large contingent of fully armed Central State soldiers poured off the carrier's deck. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they swiftly formed ranks, standing in orderly and solemn formation. A middle-aged man with a General's star on his shoulder stepped down from the deck. He was Chen Ken, captain of the Central State Aircraft Carrier and a Central State Major General. The harbor's waterfront was crowded with Western Alliance officials and military personnel. They had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing the carrier enter the harbor and the soldiers assemble, they hurried toward Chen Ken. But Chen Ken's expression was stern. He cut straight to the point, demanding to see the kidnapped compatriots. Let us go, then. The Western Alliance officials gave an awkward smile and led the way.
Soon, on the rooftop of the capital's tallest building, hundreds of Central State elites who had been held captive for a night finally saw their own people.
Wah, that was terrifying. They're finally here. We're finally here, Central State.
It's the first time I've ever felt my compatriots' faces were so comforting. The Central State elites rushed to gather behind the soldiers. In front of the Western Alliance officials, Chen Ken insisted on personally taking a headcount of the Central State elites.
Take a headcount yourself? That's unnecessary. We in the Western Alliance always keep our promises. We said we'd save everyone from Central State, and we've saved everyone. Don't think we're so underhanded.
Exactly, go ahead and count them if you must. After all, we in the Western Alliance haven't done anything wrong. The Western Alliance officials were indignant. Chen Ken paid them no mind, focusing entirely on counting the heads.
Everyone survived. Chen Ken said calmly. Of course they did.
The Western Alliance officials remained indignant.
Don't tarnish the integrity of our Western Alliance.
Chen Ken smiled faintly, then changed the subject, holding out his hand.
Then hand over the investigation report on this incident.
I heard that the entire Western Alliance capital was cut off from the internet yesterday, blocking all external signals.
I suppose you've already prepared your official statement, haven't you?
The Western Alliance officials' expression shifted slightly, showing some displeasure, but they still handed over an investigation report. Chen Ken casually took the report and flipped through a couple of pages.
All death row inmates, is that right? They're quite something, daring to pull this off in the Western Alliance capital with its heavy security.
Of course, the Western Alliance officials retorted defiantly.
Every word in this investigation report is true. Really? Chen Ken's gaze was skeptical. Bang!
Just then, a flushed Central State elite officer rushed out, waving a pinhole camera and shouting, "General!
Don't believe them! I have proof I filmed it all. The one orchestrating this kidnapping is Shihan, that's Shihan."
Whoosh! The expressions of all the Western Alliance officials changed drastically. Instinctively, they lunged toward the Central State elite.
Chen Ken, leading two soldiers, immediately blocked their path.
His eyes flickered slightly, but he remained calm as he said, "Since there are new developments, we should take a look." The Western Alliance officials turned ashen.
Moments later, the footage captured by the pinhole camera appeared before Chen Ken.
"Quickly report this to the leadership." The Western Alliance officials huddled together, whispering among themselves. Everyone looked anxious, stealing glances at Chen Ken from time to time. They all knew this was a major crisis.
Chen Ken watched the entire sequence of events with a calm gaze.
By the end, his eyes were as cold as ice, carrying the silent fury of a volcano on the verge of eruption, as he turned to face the Western Alliance officials.
"Is this the death row inmate you were talking about?"
Chen Ken advanced step by step toward the Western Alliance officials. As the captain of an aircraft carrier and a major general of the Central State, his aura of combat power was so overwhelming that none of the officials could meet his gaze.
Shihan, the very Shihan of the Western Alliance, is actually the mastermind behind the international assassin organization, the Blood Eagle faction?
Chen Ken's words cut like knives, his gaze cut like knives, his stride cut like knives, commanding an assassin organization to kidnap hundreds of my fellow Central State citizens?
And you, the Western Alliance, dared to openly cut off the entire capital's internet signal and dispatch a fleet of helicopters to wipe out the Blood Eagle faction? All for the glory of your Western Alliance killing your own Shihan?
Chen Ken suddenly threw his head back and laughed wildly, his gaze filled with contempt. Is this the so-called glory of the Western Alliance?
Is this what you call a verified investigation report? Western Alliance Capital Leadership Office Building. What? The operation was exposed?
All the leadership members' eyes widened in shock.
Had Chen Ken discovered everything they'd done?
Yes, a Central State hostage used a pinhole camera to record the entire process.
Fuck!
A high-ranking official slammed his fist on the table in rage.
We should have searched everyone right then.
No, we should have drugged them all with psychotropic substances and brainwashed them on the spot. Just then, the communicator on the desk rang. The group of high-ranking officials exchanged glances.
Hello. Hello, this is the Central State Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Elder Shaoshan's icy voice rang out over the communicator. We have received the video revealing the truth behind this incident and have already released it to the global media. The Western Alliance, what a Western Alliance indeed. Wait, no. Beep beep beep. The communicator was hung up. They listened to the merciless, icy dial tone. The top brass exchanged glances. Quick, check the international network.
Suddenly, one of them shouted in shock and anger.
Everyone immediately logged onto the international network. At that moment, the international network was in a complete uproar. The video of Shihan being shot was going viral on the international network.
Keep in mind, the international network is Blue Star's largest network, with tens of millions of people from countries around the world online at any given moment.
OMG, the biggest twist in history.
No, this is the biggest joke ever. Just a moment ago, the Western Alliance was swearing up and down they had nothing to do with it.
Who would VE thought the mastermind behind it all was Shihan?
TSK, TSK.
No wonder the entire Western Alliance capital went offline last night. They were covering their tracks, TSK. Traffic on the international network exploded by the second. The faces of the top brass instantly darkened. Glory? Fuck that.
They already made a complete fool of themselves in front of the whole world. Chapter 74, Aircraft Carrier Fleet advances into the Chaos Continent.
The Central State Aircraft Carrier Fleet began its return journey. Western Alliance officials stood on the docks, smiling and waving, but gritting their teeth. Those damn Central State monkeys are finally gone. Fuck, they VE dragged the Western Alliance's reputation through the mud. Have a safe trip.
I'd love to kick that aircraft carrier.
The Central State Aircraft Carrier Task Force left Western Alliance waters and gradually disappeared from sight. Everyone assumed the task force would return to Central State.
However, as the task force reached international waters, it suddenly changed course and sped toward the Chaos Continent in the southeast.
The Central State Aircraft Carrier has veered off course. Where are they going? That direction looks like the Chaos Continent?
The nations of the world, closely monitoring the carrier group, were instantly thrown into turmoil.
What did the carrier group signify?
It was a symbol of maritime supremacy and the most powerful weapon systems.
An asset regarded by nations worldwide as a cornerstone of national defense. Any unusual movement was bound to capture the world's attention.
Everyone was trying to figure out why the Central State Carrier was heading toward the Chaos Continent. Wherever it went, that place would inevitably become the center of the storm.
Suddenly, a post about the Chaos Continent appeared on the international internet. Bang, bang, bang. Deep within the dense rainforest, thousands of militants weaved through the undergrowth.
Off-road vehicles armed with heavy firepower raced forward wildly. The militants aboard each vehicle, each clutching an AK-47, roared and fired frantically. Opposite them stood a cluster of defensive bunkers belonging to the Western Alliance. The Western Alliance has stolen nearly 5 million tons of our steel.
Hand it over now, or we'll wipe out everything here that belongs to the Western Alliance, including the people. A thug, his body strapped with ammunition belts, roared. He pulled the trigger, firing wildly at the Western Alliance bunker complex.
Inside the Western Alliance bunker complex, a large contingent of Western Alliance peacekeeping troops had just realized what was happening and, refusing to back down, returned fire with intense, concentrated firepower against the mob. This mob belonged to a large private steel mill. And the man behind that steel mill was one of the most powerful figures on the Chaos Continent.
The post contained this very video. The real-life hail of bullets in the footage left everyone utterly stunned. Another riot on the Chaos Continent?
Apparently, Shihan used their steel to fulfill an order for Central State, but Central State Customs confiscated the entire shipment.
Now they're furious and want to take on the Western Alliance.
Holy crap, the Chaos Continent really is ruthless. They're directly attacking the Western Alliance's peacekeeping forces with private militias.
They're trying to force the Western Alliance to compensate them for the steal. And that Central State Aircraft Carrier Task Force suddenly turned toward the Chaos Continent. Could they be taking advantage of the situation to attack the Western Alliance's peacekeeping forces too? It's possible.
That's just too underhanded of Central State. On the international internet, netizens from all over the world were buzzing with discussion. In the Western Alliance Leadership Office, all the top brass were both shocked and furious upon receiving the intelligence from the Chaos Continent. They were furious that private militias on the Chaos Continent had openly attacked their peacekeeping forces. They were shocked that the Central State Carrier Group had obtained the intelligence before them and had already set course for the Chaos Continent. Fuck! Those yellow devils on the Chaos Continent have really lost their minds. Send an urgent order to the Western Alliance military headquarters. Tell them to deploy additional troops to the Chaos Continent.
What about the Central State Carrier Task Force? They aren't going to head to the Chaos Continent to attack us too, are they?
They probably won't attack. That would be too brazen, but they'll certainly use it as a deterrent to let the rioters successfully overrun our bunker complexes.
I get it.
In Central State terms, this move is called sitting back and watching the tigers fight, and using someone else's knife to kill.
Just as the Western Alliance leadership was seething with anger,
the Central State's state media suddenly went live on the international web. Instantly, countless people flooded the comments section of the Central State's state media. But at that very moment, the faces of Elder Shaoshan and Old Wang appeared on the Central State's state media feed.
Both elders wore solemn expressions, their eyes radiating an air of immense authority. Under the gaze of hundreds of millions of people worldwide,
Elder Shaoshan spoke solemnly. 20 minutes ago, we received the latest intelligence from the Chaos Continent.
A new, massive uprising has broken out there. As a responsible major power, Central State will not stand idly by. Elder Shaoshan took a half step back. Old Master Wang stood alone before the world's online audience.
The Central State military has already ordered an aircraft carrier task force to head to the Chaos Continent. Old Master Wang's expression was calm, but his piercing eyes were filled with a fierce, unyielding resolve as he spoke slowly. The Central State Aircraft Carrier Task Force will assist the Western Alliance peacekeeping forces in striking down the rioters.
Whoosh!
In that instant, countless people felt a chill run down their spines. They all stared at Elder Wang in disbelief. The Western Alliance had just offended Central State.
And now Central State was coming to the Western Alliance's aid? Whoa, I'm totally hyping Central State for this move.
That's what you call the magnanimity of a great power. This is what it looks like. Central State is letting bygones be bygones and repaying hatred with kindness.
Shouldn't the Western Alliance's state media come out and thank them? In the comments section, countless people frantically tagged the Western Alliance's official media accounts. Even inside the Western Alliance leadership building at that very moment, all the top brass fell silent as they stared at Old Wangwei on the screen. Chaos Continent, the coastline.
The narrow stretch of coastline was deserted. The Central State Aircraft Carrier Task Force arrived safely at the shore, and large numbers of fully armed Central State soldiers began to disembark. In the blink of an eye, the entire coastline was filled with fluttering Central State military flags. The vivid red spread like a crimson tide, and amidst the tide stood Central State soldiers, each with a resolute gaze. Central State has landed on the Chaos Continent. The few power brokers behind the scenes on the Chaos Continent, upon hearing this news, immediately contacted the tycoon who owned the private steel mill. They all wanted to put an end to the violence. After all, Central State was far too formidable when it came to suppressing riots.
Impossible.
5 million tons of steel. The Western Alliance must compensate me, the power broker replied coldly.
If Central State insists on meddling, don't blame me for being ruthless. The Chaos Continent is a rainforest, and the rainforest is our territory.
Besides, I've got more than just armed forces at my disposal.
The terrain of the Chaos Continent consists primarily of tropical rainforest.
Having lived here for years, the insurgents know the location of every tree in the jungle like the back of their hands. If the tropical rainforest is the most dangerous place on Earth, then they are the most dangerous hunters.
Jungle warfare?
World class. Deep within a basin in the heart of the rainforest, inside a heavily guarded complex of wooden huts, a man adorned in gold jewelry and bearing 3 knife scars on his face held a sandalwood scepter with a diamond-encrusted dragon head. His gaze was icy as he stared toward the coast. "Boss, all our special forces are here." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him. The scarred man turned his head coldly. Standing behind him were dozens of strange-looking people. They were called people, yet they were not human. One of them was covered in black scales, with 2 massive horns resembling rhino horns protruding from his head. His gaze was as fierce as a tigress merely standing there. He caused the wooden floor to sink deeply. Chapter 75: The Arrival of 2 Generals on the Chaos Continent.
Excellent. How is their combat strength now?
The scarred man flashed a satisfied smile. In his view, these monsters he had stumbled upon were most likely the legendary psychics. How else could one explain the scales, horns, and tiger-like claws on their bodies? To gather these monsters together, the scarred man is one of the Chaos Continent's behind-the-scenes power brokers had expended considerable manpower and resources. Of course, for such a special objective, he had even deployed his most precious collection, beautiful women. Each of these beauties possessed a figure to die for, and with their stunning faces, whether innocent or alluring, they managed to lure this entire group of unruly monsters into their fold. Now, the time had come for them to prove their worth.
"Master!"
The burly man from Rhino Ridge knelt on one knee, his eyes brimming with arrogance.
"Our combat prowess is virtually invulnerable. As for speed, some of us can even outrun a cheetah.
I believe that in today's world, aside from the top martial artists of various nations, we are the strongest." The man with the scar nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly pointed toward the coast and said coldly, "In that case, I need all of you to enter the rainforest. Block every Central State soldier passing through it.
No one is to be allowed into the interior of the Chaos Continent."
The burly man from Rhino Ridge's horns lit up, a savage grin spreading across his face. He waved his hand and shouted, "Brothers, follow me into the rainforest."
"Humph, the rainforest is our paradise.
If any Central State soldiers dare to come in, I alone can wipe them all out."
All the monsters entered the rainforest. Some leaped into the air, scaling the jungle's towering trees.
Their powerful fingers carved deep gouges into the trunks, and they eventually crouched on branches dozens of meters high, like mantises with scythe-like claws spread wide, silently awaiting their prey. Others lay in ambush in the streams, blending in with the water.
Still others hid in piles of fallen leaves, completely silent.
Meanwhile, the Central State Army was currently making its way through the rainforest. "If we're to quell the violence, the shortest direct route is through the rainforest," Chen Ken's deputy reported as they walked.
Chen Ken nodded. The rainforest was silent, not even the chirping of insects could be heard.
His expression shifted slightly, and he quietly held up 3 fingers. The next moment, every Central State soldier simultaneously unlocked the safety on their rifles and advanced in a cross-step formation, on combat alert. "What's wrong?" the deputy asked in a low voice.
"Shoo!"
Chen Ken bent down and touched the soil. It was damp. Instantly, his eyes grew as sharp as knives as he surveyed the silent, still rainforest before him and said, "Although I'm in the Navy, I know that a rainforest after a rain should be teeming with the clamor of insects, but right now, there is not a single sound."
"Humph, looks like someone else already come out to greet us." Chen Ken gave a cold chuckle, then raised his entire palm, fingers pointing skyward.
In an instant, all the Central State soldiers crouched in a defensive stance, not moving a muscle. This was the halt signal.
"It seems they decided to oppose us, Central State, after all. Fighting in the rainforest pretty sneaky, isn't it?"
Chen Ken turned and ordered, "Deputy, contact White Owl and Red Crane in the far South Sea and find out how long it will take them to reach the Chaos Continent."
The deputy's eyes widened in shock. "The 2 admirals are coming too? All right, I'll contact them right away." The deputy immediately contacted the far South Sea.
But when the communication was established, the far South Sea Command Center replied, "Sorry, White Owl and Red Crane set out half an hour ago. At this point, they're probably almost here." The deputy was even more stunned.
When had the 2 admirals set out?
A bolt of lightning struck his mind, and he suddenly realized Could it be that his own central state and the two admirals from the far South Sea had long been preparing to march on the Chaos Continent? How else could such a rapid deployment be explained? At this very moment, along the coast of the far South Sea, a large number of Central State warships appeared on the horizon. This time, they weren't aircraft carriers, but heavy troop transport ships. On the deck of the ship, two imposing figures stood silently. The cloaks behind them fluttered in the sea breeze. White Owl narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the Chaos Continent and grinned. Red Crane, I never would have thought that after preparing to march on the Chaos Continent for so long, it would ultimately be the Chaos Continent itself that gives us the opportunity to set out. Red Crane, a middle-aged man with a man bun and an ally tang sword in hand, smiled faintly. Let us go. State Leader and the others have been waiting for this day for a long time. Half an hour ago, just as the riots had erupted on the Chaos Continent, the far South Sea immediately received orders from the National Core Council. The Slashing Blade Legion and Red Crane's Legion were to set out for the Chaos Continent at once. Ring ring. The sound of a radio transmission rang out. White Owl took the communicator handed to him by his deputy. After listening for a few moments, his expression first darkened, then gave way to the arrogant smirk of a true powerhouse. Hanging up the communicator, White Owl turned around. Behind him stood the elite warriors of the Slashing Blade Legion, every single one of them imbued with mana from the heaven-reaching sacred tree. Ha! Well then, let us see who is stronger, you rabble, or our elite warriors, enhanced by the willow deity. White Owl leaped off the deck and strode purposefully toward the rainforest. Elite warriors of the Slashing Blade Legion, follow me into battle. Red Crane also drew his ally broadsword, holding it in one hand as he followed White Owl. Red Crane Legion, follow me. Both White Owl and Red Crane were generals of the Central State. In terms of strategic planning, they possessed the wisdom to command vast armies. In terms of personal combat prowess, they were both regulars on the world's martial arts rankings. When they led their two elite legions through the rainforest to join the officers and crew of the aircraft carrier fleet, each of them was like the sharpest sword, their fighting spirit and sharpness commanding attention. Generals, Chen Ken said respectfully, it is currently the rainy season on the Chaos Continent. A torrential downpour fell last night, yet today the rainforest is completely silent, not a single insect chirps. Therefore, I conclude that there must be bandits lurking deep within the forest ahead. Upon hearing this, White Owl and Red Crane exchanged a glance. Immediately, the two generals grinned. Combat in the rainforest? So what? Have our blades, our spears, or our very bodies ever feared the savages of the rainforest? The battle erupted in an instant. As the two elite legions advanced deep into the rainforest and savage monsters burst out from every corner, the battle officially began. Ha ha ha, is that all you've got? White Owl, gripping an ornate tang sword in one hand, unleashed a terrifying burst of muscular force, slashing viciously at the rhino-horned hunk. After the blow was dodged, the sword swung with momentum, striking a massive rainforest tree nearby. Crack! The half-meter-thick rainforest tree was severed cleanly. At the same time, steam billowed from White Owl's body. His entire form was shrouded in frenzied steam. What is this? The rhino-horned brute turned pale with shock, his eyes wide as he shouted, how did you turn into a monster too? White Owl, enveloped in white steam, tilted his head slightly, revealing a row of white teeth. A monster? You ignorant fool. Now, it's time for you to pay the price for your atrocities. Chapter 76, Exterminate the Rioters. Sword Legion, exterminate the rioters. White Owl's killing intent had been unleashed. He was like a defiant war god. The Sword Legion warriors in the rainforest fought the rioters while roaring in unison, exterminate them all. We will not fail our mission. The roar was deafening, causing all the rioter monsters to turn pale. In the mere minutes since the battle began, the disparity between the two sides had already become starkly apparent. A thug, clad in black scales and with sharp tiger claws on his fists, slammed his fist into the chest of a Central State soldier. In an instant, the soldier's uniform was torn to shreds, but his pupils suddenly contracted as he witnessed an unbelievable sight. The Central State soldier's chest was also covered in scales. And it was pitch black,
looking even harder than his own. "Hey, what are you staring at?" The Central State soldier spun around and smacked him with his baton, grinning widely. "Did you really think you were the only special ones? You're so narrow-minded." The battle in the rainforest came to an end in 13 minutes. 13 minutes from the outbreak of battle to the subjugation of the last rogue monster, it took only 13 minutes. White Owl stood on a rogue's chest, expressionless as he raised his pistol and fired a shot straight at the creature's forehead. Bang! The last rogue was slain. Press on. Head for the Western Alliance bunker complex. Help those idiots in the Western Alliance suppress the rioters. White Owl shouted. Meanwhile, the officers and crew of the aircraft carrier task force led by Chin Ken had already returned to the coast. Their primary combat strength lay in naval warfare, so once the two generals arrived on the battlefield, their role was simply to station themselves along the coastline and stand by to provide support at any moment. What? My entire Special Forces unit has been wiped out? Deep within the rainforest, inside a cluster of wooden huts, the scarred man stared in disbelief at the mercenary reporting the battle situation. Pointing toward the jungle, he roared, "My Special Forces, every single one of them was a human weapon and they're all dead." "Yes," the mercenary replied in a panic. "I was hiding in the shadows the whole time and saw everything. The ones who killed them are people we can't afford to offend." Who? Who in this world can I not afford to offend? The scarred man slammed his diamond-tipped scepter onto the ground, narrowed his eyes, and demanded with authority, "Who can I not afford to offend?" "General Red Crane of Central State, General White Owl of Central State." The mercenary blurted out the two names without warning. In that instant, the scarred man stumbled, nearly falling. He steadied himself, his voice trembling with shock. "White Owl? Red Crane?" The images of White Owl and Red Crane flashed through the scarred man's mind. He couldn't help but tremble, both physically and mentally, as fear surged through him. "It's those two killing gods," the scarred man muttered, his forehead covered in sweat. "What do I do? What do I do? If those two killing gods come to the Chaos Continent, they won't leave until they've killed their fill. No, I can't just sit here and wait to die." Suppressing his fear, the scarred man shouted, "Someone! Notify every member of our Black Triangle faction on the Chaos Continent. Mobilize everyone. Set up every trap and defensive line. No matter what it takes, whoever kills either White Owl or Red Crane will receive a reward of 100 caddies of gold. Where there's a high reward, there will be fools." As the order spread, in the blink of an eye, countless thugs appeared across the Chaos Continent, eyeing White Owl and Red Crane with murderous intent. After issuing the order, the scarred man commanded the destruction of the log cabin complex, then quietly withdrew from the area. The Central State Army marched straight through the rainforest. With no obstacles in their path, they quickly approached the area where the Western Alliance's bunker complex was holding off the surging tide of thugs. Many of the Western Alliance's bunkers had already been overrun and captured by the thugs. The bunker complex boasted high-density firepower, and at first, the Western Alliance soldiers believed they could repel the thugs' invasion by relying on the bunkers. But they never expected that those deranged militants would bring along numerous Western Alliance tourists they had captured in previous years, forcing them to serve as human shields at the very front of their ranks. "Save me! Please, save me!" A dozen or so Western Alliance citizens were used as human shields, forced to the very front of the militants' ranks. They wept bitterly, begging the Western Alliance soldiers in the bunkers across the way not to kill them. The Western Alliance soldiers felt a pang of compassion. But their commander roared, "Open fire! We can't do that, sir. They're our own people." The soldiers' eyes were filled with reluctance. How could they possibly aim their guns at their own countrymen? Bang! The Western Alliance officer drew his service pistol and roared furiously, "Anyone who dares disobey orders will be shot on the spot. If the rioters breach the bunkers, the entire defensive line will be lost." The soldiers understood this logic. Many of them, their faces twisted with anguish, muttered "I'm sorry" under their breath as they pulled the triggers, firing at both the rioters and the Western Alliance tourists being used as human shields. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of gunfire erupted. Bullets pierced through all the Western tourists, being used as human shields.
Their bodies shook violently, their pupils dilated, their eyes filled with the deepest hatred.
Why must you kill us? We haven't done anything wrong. We are your fellow countrymen, yet you are killing us.
Facing those pairs of hate-filled eyes, many Western Alliance soldiers lost their mental resolve. They dropped the weapons they'd been using to slaughter their own people, crouched on the ground, and wept uncontrollably. They didn't want to kill their own people either. But on the battlefield, sentimentality leads to defeat. This sense of guilt and self-reproach tormented every single one of them. Come on. Come at me. A Western Alliance soldier suddenly raised his machine gun, firing wildly in a frenzy, and roared in grief and rage, fuck you.
Come on, all of you. Bang, bang, bang.
Firepower from the Western Alliance bunker complex surged. The rioters exchanged cold, mocking glances, then abandoned the riddled bodies of the Western Alliance tourists and began their retreat.
You guys over there, you're ruthless.
The rioters laughed mockingly as they retreated, glancing back. If you can be this cruel to your own people, just wait, we'll come back for you next time.
Facing the enraged Western Alliance soldiers, the rioters chose to avoid the brunt of their fury.
But as they retreated, on the horizon not far away, the glow of the sunset spread across the sky. Warm sunlight, accompanied by rows of military flags as vivid as blood, slowly came into view.
The
Western Alliance soldiers' pupils contracted sharply. The rioters, however, were struck with terror. Many froze in shock where they stood.
The Central States banners.
The Central States soldiers have come to help us.
Brothers, let us wipe out these beasts. Everyone, charge.
Inside the bunker complex, the Western Alliance soldiers were filled with a surge of fighting spirit. Driven by the intense rage born of guilt, countless men grabbed their weapons and burst out, charging madly toward the retreating mob.
On the horizon, White Owl and Red Crane each raised their blades high. The twilight glow of the Chaos Continent's setting sun bathed the blades in crimson, lending their battle cries an exceptionally resonant depth. All forces, advance. Exterminate the rioters completely. Boom. Boom. Boom.
The soldiers of the Slashing Blade Legion and the Red Crane Legion roared in unison, their voices thunderous and overwhelming, like a surging tidal wave.
Chapter 77, Suppressing the Uprising with Lightning Speed.
Under the setting sun of the Chaos Continent, Zhao Yue and his troops witnessed a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives, one that shook their very souls and left them trembling with excitement. One by one, the elite warriors of the Central State moved with astonishing speed, crouching low as they sprinted across the ground with the incredible speed of cheetahs.
In the blink of an eye, they sliced through the rioters' convoy like bayonets.
Their fists were as hard as iron. A single heavy punch was often enough to punch deep, gaping holes in the steel hulls of the rioters' heavy vehicles.
Those massive dents deeply shocked every Western Alliance soldier. Oh my God! Is that even human strength? They're practically a bunch of monsters. Are Central States soldiers really this physically formidable?
Crashing through vehicle hulls with a single punch, moving as fast as cheetahs, they're practically superhuman.
When did Central States soldiers become this powerful? Why are they so terrifying?
The Western Alliance peacekeeping forces in the bunker complex, having recovered from their initial shock, snapped back to their senses. They grabbed their weapons and rushed out of the trenches to join the battle against the rioters. Meanwhile, the rioters' convoys, which had once covered the mountains and fields, had already been cut to pieces by the Central State elite legions led by White Owl and Red Crane.
White Owl charged into battle like an invincible war god.
Laughing wildly, he wielded a pair of carved tang swords, cutting through the mob convoy as if no one stood in his way.
Ha 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 ha! You dare to start a riot? Then pay the price for your cruelty. Slash. Another slash. Yet another slash.
White Owl was brimming with fighting spirit, his form invincible, causing both Western Alliance and Central States soldiers to look on in awe.
I have been baptized by the Willow deity.
You were no match for me before, how can you possibly stand against me now?
Die. White Owl continued the battle.
Those two intricately carved tang swords had already slain at least 30 rioters and destroyed at least 8 armored vehicles, a record so dazzling it stunned everyone. At the very least, his performance completely outshone that of Red Crane, another general. He became the focal point for both friend and foe alike.
Is this the true power of a Central State general?
The Western Alliance soldiers cried out in their hearts. Even Red Crane muttered in utter astonishment, "White Owl used to be about my equal in strength.
How did he become so absurdly powerful after receiving a mana infusion from the Willow deity? No way.
Once we get back, I'm going to the state leader. I'll beg the Willow deity to give me a mana infusion too."
White Owl was fighting. Red Crane was fighting.
Every soldier of the Central State was fighting with all their might. The soldiers of the Western Alliance peacekeeping force were deeply moved, tears welling in their eyes. "We're so sorry. We stole your state secrets. We're so sorry for what we did to you, yet you've turned around and helped us like this.
We're so sorry."
A Central State warrior brushed past him. "Don't say a word.
Keep fighting." The Western Alliance soldiers nodded firmly, tears streaming down their faces. "Fight."
As the sun set in the west, the basin lay in utter ruin. Blood, corpses, burning vehicles, and a dense crowd of rioters kneeling on the ground, trembling.
"Don't kill me. I surrender. Spare me, please spare me. We surrender. We surrender unconditionally."
The rioters were utterly terrified.
It wasn't that these beasts couldn't take a beating.
It was the sheer might of the Central State soldiers that filled them with despair. They screamed inwardly, "Damn it, I've been mowing them down with my machine gun for ages, only for White Owl to block every bullet with his 2 blades. How the hell are we supposed to fight like this?" All the surviving thugs knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. White Owl casually picked up a scrap of cloth, wiped the blood from his 2 carved tang swords, and walked nonchalantly toward the thugs, his gaze cold.
"Begging for mercy now? Isn't it a little too late?" White Owl asked softly.
Fear etched across the thugs' faces as they frantically stammered, No, we had no choice. We were just following orders. We were forced into this. Please, have mercy."
The Western Alliance soldiers, enraged by the sight, surged forward.
Fuming with indignation, they shouted with red faces and bulging veins, "Bullshit!
How was it not under duress when you used innocent tourists as human shields? How is it not innocent when you burn, kill, and plunder on the high seas every year?
You are filthy, despicable, and utterly inhuman. Your hands are stained with the blood of the innocent, and our comrades have died at the hands of you beasts." The thugs trembled, unable to utter a single word of rebuttal. The Western Alliance soldiers turned to look at White Owl, their eyes pleading as they said, "Esteemed General of Central State, we beg you please do not spare these beasts.
They are not human, they are beasts."
White Owl raised his palm coldly. Click, click, click. All the Central State soldiers and officers around them raised their rifles. The next moment, White Owl lowered his hand.
Bang, bang, bang.
A barrage of gunfire erupted. 5 minutes later, every last one of the rioters was dead. At that moment, the night sky was studded with stars, and the moonlight shone softly. All soldiers of the Western Alliance peacekeeping force stood before the Central State troops, and in the next moment, they bowed in unison. Almost every Western Alliance soldier spoke with tears in their eyes. This scene was captured by war correspondents from both sides. When the photos and videos circulated on the internet, views skyrocketed, and countless people revised their stereotypical prejudices against Central State.
Central State is firm yet courteous, resolute yet righteous.
Their decision to come to the aid of the Western Alliance marks what I would call the biggest turnaround of the year. I used to think Central State was a self-righteous, arrogant nation that turned a blind eye to world affairs, but now it's clear that Central State is truly a responsible major power.
Huge praise for Central State.
I also hope the Western Alliance will always remember Central State's kindness. Across the international internet, major mainstream media outlets and daily newspapers from countries around the world were lavishing praise on Central State. People flocked to the Western Alliance's official media accounts, only to discover that the articles in which the Western Alliance had previously criticized Central State had quietly vanished. Ha! The Western Alliance's official media deleted their own articles. It seems Central State has done the Western Alliance a tremendous favor this time. Japanese media suddenly jumped in to publish an article. Central State is a permanent member of the Global United Organization. It has an inherent obligation to maintain world peace. Suppressing the riots on the Chaos Continent is also within Central State's duties. Does fulfilling one's obligations now require praise? Originally, netizens from countries around the world were happily praising Central State. But after the Japanese state media published this sarcastic article, countless people instantly flooded into Japanese online spaces. That night, the Japanese internet was thrown into chaos. Whenever a Japanese person turned on their computer and logged into any webpage, they were bombarded by countless foreign netizens. Ha! What is going on? The Japanese were completely baffled. Chaos Continent, night. Esteemed General, are you really not staying the night? At the edge of the basin, an officer from the Western Alliance peacekeeping forces gazed longingly at the Central State Legion and pleaded, "We have fine food and wine at the base. Please let us treat you properly." Chapter 78, Prepare for a head-on clash with the world's mightiest power. No, thank you. White Owl waved his hand firmly, put on his cap, sheathed his sword, and extended his hand. We still have official business to attend to. The root cause of the uprising hasn't been resolved yet. Please understand. Under the starry night sky, the Central State soldiers slipped away silently. Their soft-soled military boots touched the basin soil without a sound, making them seem like ghosts. Watching the Central State soldiers depart, the Western Alliance soldiers waved enthusiastically in farewell. After this battle, their perception of Central State had undergone a complete and profound transformation. Along the way, White Owl received a satellite image report. He opened it, pointed directly toward the southeast of the Chaos Continent, and smiled faintly, "Let us go there." As it happens, that guy has a B energy mine. As you command. 3,000 Central State Tiger Leopard cavalry charged straight toward the southeast. B energy is the most precious resource on the Chaos Continent. It is held only by a handful of powerful figures behind the scenes on this continent. But anyone with eyes can see that in the Chaos Continent, a region of extreme chaos where every nation in the world maintains a military presence, how could those few behind-the-scenes figures have safely held onto the coveted beta energy for decades without the backing of an even more powerful force lurking in the shadows? As for that even more powerful force lurking in the shadows, well, the Freedom Empire, which reigns supreme at the pinnacle of the world as the most powerful nation that ought to uphold world peace, would rather engage in peacekeeping missions across the globe than actively suppress uprisings. Freedom Empire, White Owl murmured under his breath as he led a night raid on the southeast, his eyes as cold and sharp as steel. Willow Deity and the state leader have entrusted me with the fate of Central State. Even if your shadow looms over the Type B energy, I, White Owl, will dare to snatch it from the jaws of the tiger. Central State, New Tiandu, Jiangnan City. The atmosphere in the city center park was tense. In the vast command hall adjacent to Bai Liang, the state leader, the council of elders, and the military generals all stared intently at the large screen before them. The screen displayed the movements of White Owl and his forces. State leader, we confirmed it. The elder of intelligence strode forward, holding a thick stack of documents, and whispered, "All the steel Shihan smuggled comes from a rogue faction called the Black Triangle." The Black Triangle, the state leader narrowed his eyes. The Black Triangle owns a Class B energy mine. Do they have any connections? Yes, the intelligence chief replied solemnly. According to our investigation, the Black Triangle hasn't mined that shaft in the past decade. And 10 years ago was when the Freedom Empire deployed heavy forces to the Chaos Continent. Continue. We discovered that 10 years ago, the Black Triangle had already been covertly co-opted by the Freedom Empire. Hearing this, the state leader raised his eyes slightly. So it was just as he had suspected? The chaos on the Chaos Continent was all due to the existence of beta energy. Unfortunately, by the time beta energy was discovered, it already belonged to the powerful figures pulling the strings behind the scenes on the Chaos Continent. Nations across the world coveted it, and many major powers sent troops to the Chaos Continent under the guise of peacekeeping, but their true aim was to vie for control of beta energy. The initial struggle was indeed fierce. Every day, they would launch covert attacks against one another, fighting until they were red-faced with rage, yet still nodding and smiling politely whenever they met in public. Later, 10 years ago, with beta energy at the center of the conflict, the Chaos Continent erupted into the largest-scale international war in history. The fighting was so intense that the sky grew dark and the earth turned barren for miles around. Subsequently, the Freedom Empire deployed a massive military force to the Chaos Continent and even stationed 8 fully mobilized aircraft carrier fleets in the surrounding waters, effectively intimidating the nations of the world. Since then, the Chaos Continent has calmed down somewhat. Annual quotas have also been set for the extraction of Type B energy. State leader, claiming the beta energy from the Black Triangle means snatching food from the Freedom Empire's mouth, the elder of the kingdom said softly. Are you prepared to confront the world's most powerful nation head-on? The state leader glanced at the sky-reaching sacred tree outside the window, smiled faintly, then his expression turned grave. The 10-kilometer-high barrier was built not only for the sky-reaching sacred tree, but for the future of the central state. Beta energy rightfully belongs to the world. The Freedom Empire has appropriated the mines for themselves. If this means we must sever ties with the central state, so be it. If they want war, let there be war. I would rather be reviled by the world as a warmonger than see the future of our 1.4 billion central state people perish in the apocalypse. The state leader's expression was resolute. Old Wang, filled with reverence, raised his hand in a salute. The Central State Military Command always puts the people of Central State first. This time, the 3 million soldiers of Central State swear to fight to the death to secure a future for our motherland. The state leader managed a faint smile. He looked up again at Bai Liang outside the window. The old man's eyes held both emotion and concern. The hopes of the entire nation rested on a single willow tree. This was a high-stakes gamble involving 1.4 billion people, a battle they could not afford to lose. That same day, the Central State Corps Council convened with the Central State Military Headquarters. Together, they issued an order to all major military districts across the nation. Order! To all officers and soldiers of Central State origin, except for the legions on the Chaos Continent. All military units and personnel are to return to their respective military districts immediately. A top-level military order swept across the nation. On this day, countless Central State troops stationed overseas began returning home en masse. In Korea, India, Pakistan, and even the Japanese archipelago, there were spectacular scenes of Central State officers and soldiers returning in vast processions. However, the liberal faction, led by the Freedom Empire, began voicing sarcastic and suspicious questions. Global news: at 10 p.m. today, the Central State suddenly ordered all troops stationed abroad to return home. Indian state media: the Central State is pulling all its troops back. What are they up to? Could they be planning to start a world war? We demand an official response from the Central State. Japanese state media: even all of Central State's peacekeeping forces have returned. Does Central State no longer wish to participate in international peacekeeping? If not, then please vacate your seat on the UN Security Council. On the international internet, one controversy has barely died down before another erupts. State-run media outlets from countries around the world have chosen to sit back and watch the spectacle unfold. The Freedom Empire has made statements targeting Central State. Speaking out at this point would be no different from taking sides. It's better to remain silent and offend no one. However, the Western Alliance has stepped forward, using all its official media accounts to issue a collective statement. The Western Alliance supports Central State's decision and wishes for lasting friendship between the two sides. The onlooker nations were taken aback. Is the Western Alliance openly siding with Central State? But soon, the Western Alliance released a second statement. This has nothing to do with taking sides. We are simply grateful to Central State for its assistance to the Western Alliance. As a token of our appreciation, we have no objection to Central State's troop withdrawal. The onlooker nations breathed a collective sigh of relief. Phew! I thought the Western Alliance had sided with Central State. Turns out they were just returning a favor.
Still, the Western Alliance is pretty sly.
Central State helped them suppress the riots.
And they're in such a hurry to repay the favor so easily? Not only did they repay the favor, but they also managed to avoid offending the Freedom Empire?
I'd call the Western Alliance's move here having a face thicker than a city wall's corner.
The international internet was filled with boos. Chapter 79, I don't believe those Central State monkeys dare to hurt me. At this very moment, on a mountain peak somewhere on the Chaos Continent. On the surface, the mountain appeared lush and green, but in reality, its interior had been hollowed out.
Numerous mining machines were set up inside, and deeper still lay an underground base. Inside an office within the base, a white officer in Freedom Empire uniform sat on a plush sofa, gazing down condescendingly at the scarred man across from him.
Sir, the reason for your visit today is...
The scarred man forced a smile. The white officer took a casual sip of red wine, casually tossed a top-secret document onto the desk, and said, Heisen, this is this year's Type B energy plan.
There can be no mistakes.
The scarred man opened the document. Before he had even finished reading it, his face lit up with joy.
He looked up and asked,
the Type B energy mine that's been sealed for 10 years, they're restarting mining next month.
Yes, that's right. Fantastic.
The scarred man was overjoyed inside.
Mining beta energy meant massive profits.
The mine had been dormant for a decade, and his Black Triangle faction had long been operating at a loss.
Now that mining was resuming, the Black Triangle would surely be revitalized, and money would be pouring into his pockets. The white officer looked at him with disdain.
Black Forest, let me warn you, after a decade of rest and recuperation, the amount of beta energy in that mine has reached terrifying levels. Your cut remains the same, still 30%.
That's more than enough money.
If you dare to pocket any of it for yourself, we might just find another gang of thugs to take over the mine. The scarred man instantly regained his composure. Only then did he remember that he was still bound by a treaty with the Freedom Empire. This treaty stipulated that 70% of all profits from extracted beta energy would go to the Freedom Empire, while the remaining 30% was his.
Damn it, all the profits were supposed to be mine.
The scarred man felt an intense loathing for the white officer standing before him. 10 years ago, under the guise of peacekeeping, the Freedom Empire had forcibly absorbed his Black Triangle faction and, like a gang of bandits, imposed a treaty regarding the profits from beta energy. They had also sealed off the beta energy mine. Over the past decade, the amount of beta energy in the mine had surely skyrocketed. Now this gang of bandits had finally come to reap the rewards.
Heisen, don't look at me like that. The white officer's gaze grew even more contemptuous.
He surveyed the base's surroundings and remarked casually, over the past 10 years, if it weren't for our covert support, would you have such a massive base now? Ha, I'm afraid you would have been wiped out long ago by other militant factions and the peacekeeping forces of the world's nations.
Without us, where would you have gotten all that heavy weaponry?
Heisen, one must be grateful. The scarred man suppressed his inner revulsion and forced a smile.
Yes. Suddenly. Boom. Boom. Boom.
The ground began to tremble slightly. And the tremors grew increasingly intense. Soon, the entire office felt as if it were caught in a raging storm. The paintings on the walls, the phone on the desk, everything clattered to the floor.
What is going on? The scarred man roared. The white officer's face betrayed panic as he instinctively gripped his pistol tighter.
A thug burst in clutching a machine gun, shouting frantically, "Boss!
It's bad.
There are tons of troops outside the base. From their insignia, they look like Central State forces." The scarred man's face instantly turned pale.
After the Monster Legion had been decisively wiped out by Central State forces, he'd hurriedly hidden in this underground base and now they tracked him down here?
"Sir, we need to get out of here fast," the scarred man said, grabbing the white officer in fear. The white officer shook off the scarred man, pulled out his pistol, and strode toward the exit, his face a mask of anger and contempt.
Run? Do I look like the type to run?
"Sir, the Central State troops are here to kill me."
Bullets don't discriminate if you get hit, it'll be bad. You should come with me and get out of here. Humph. I don't believe it. If I stand right in front of them, do you really think those Central State monkeys would dare harm a full-fledged Freedom Empire colonel like me? The white officer stormed out in a rage.
Seeing this, the scarred man also made a quick getaway. Outside the base, in the jungle not far from the mountain peak, several heavy artillery pieces stood at the ready, being reloaded.
Is this the place?
Yes, White Owl. After a thorough investigation, we confirmed the Black Triangle's hideout is inside this mountain. They hollowed it out to use as their base. Upon hearing this, White Owl looked at the mountain shaking violently, billowing with smoke, yet still deserted and the corners of his mouth turned up. Oh. So these thug bastards actually have some nerve, do they? Keep firing. Blow this mountain to smithereens. I refuse to believe these bastards can hide forever. Boom. 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 Several heavy artillery pieces continued their barrage. The roar of the artillery was deafening. On the mountain peak, boulders rolled and the rock cracked, while smoke billowed everywhere. A large number of militants hiding inside the mountain were buried by the collapsing rock face, never uttering a sound before they died. Just then, a white officer stumbled out of the mountain base's exit, covered in dust. He pulled out his pistol and fired wildly into the air. Bang, bang, bang. Fuck! Everyone, stop right now. The white officer roared at the sky, so enraged he felt dizzy. On his way out, he had nearly been buried alive by the collapsing mountain. White Owl narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his hand to order his troops to cease fire. The gunfire ceased instantly, leaving the mountain in utter chaos. Amid the swirling dust, the white officer held his gun in one hand while frantically waving the other to clear the dust from his face. Are you an officer of the Freedom Empire? White Owl strolled over, tilting his head slightly as he gradually made out the rank insignia and national emblem on the white officer's shoulder. Fuck! You nearly killed me! The white officer roared without looking up. But the next moment, his whole body trembled. Amid the swirling dust before him, White Owl's blurred figure was drawing closer. Though he couldn't make out White Owl's face, the overwhelming, arrogant aura as fierce as a wild beast filled him with an involuntary sense of dread. Who was that? Are you an officer of the Freedom Empire? White Owl's casual voice drifted over. The white officer snapped back to his senses, silently cursing himself for being a coward. His voice was harsh but trembling as he shouted, "Fuck you! How dare you! Stay right where you are! If you dare come any closer, I'll shoot you dead." White Owl seemed not to hear him and continued to advance. The white officer hesitated, but raised his pistol nonetheless. Yet in the next instant, amidst the swirling dust, an ornately carved tang sword shot out like lightning, fast, precise, and ruthless, knocking the pistol right out of the white officer's hand. It all happened so fast he didn't even have time to react. The next second, White Owl stepped out of the dust cloud. You're going to kill me? The towering White Owl looked down on the white officer with a cold, disdainful gaze. Only then did the white officer get a clear look at White Owl's face, and he turned deathly pale on the spot. It was him. It was that god of death. White Owl, the general of the Central State. A colonel trying to shoot a general? White Owl glanced indifferently at the white officer's rank insignia. Are all Freedom Empire colonels this arrogant? Get lost. I don't have time for you. White Owl walked past the white officer and headed toward the entrance of the mountain peak. In fact, just a moment ago, White Owl had already concluded that the Black Triangle was connected to the Freedom Empire, but his primary mission right now was to capture the Black Triangle's leader, Blackson. He couldn't be bothered with scum like this. Chapter 80, Activation: the 10,000-meter high-altitude barrier plan. Seeing that White Owl was treating him as if he were invisible, the white officer's inner rage flared up instantly. You stop right there. Even if you're a general, you owe me an explanation. The white officer drew his pistol and aimed it at White Owl's back, roaring in humiliation, You nearly killed me and you think you can just walk away like that?
White Owl kept moving forward, not pausing for a moment.
The white officer's face twisted with anguish, his finger trembling.
Consumed by the rage of being humiliated and disrespected, he still pulled the trigger. Bang!
The bullet tore from the barrel, heading straight for White Owl's back. The moment he pulled the trigger, the white officer began to regret it. Although he was a distinguished officer of the Indian Empire, the sheer disparity of a colonel shooting a general still filled him with dread.
What if the Central State held this against him? What if the Freedom Empire couldn't protect him?
However, just as his mind was racing with these thoughts, a carved tang sword slashed upward at an angle.
Clang!
The sword blocked the bullet like a flash of lightning. The golden bullet was deflected by the resilient blade and plunged deep into the ground, leaving the white officer utterly stunned.
This.
The white officer's eyes widened in disbelief as he cried out in shock, blocking a bullet.
A Central State man actually blocks a bullet with a sword? Is he even human? A monster.
White Owl stood motionless, glancing back calmly.
You want to kill me?
White Owl turned, his gaze suddenly turning icy cold. That icy stare was as if he were looking at a dead man.
What do you want?
The white officer was instantly thrown into a panic, yet he did the opposite of what he felt, lifting his head and puffing out his chest to save face. I am a noble officer of the Imperial Army.
I was merely teaching you a lesson just now. I'll be on my way.
Just be careful in the future not to. The white officer spoke these words, but his feet were quietly retreating. However, at that moment, a lean, towering figure appeared behind him, gripping a tang broadsword.
With lightning speed, it came crashing down in a furious strike.
Whoosh!
The white officer felt an excruciating pain at the top of his head.
The next moment, his field of vision split in two.
What is happening?
Thud! A corpse fell to the ground. Long Shao stood behind the body, coldly sheathing his tang broadsword, attempting to assassinate our military headquarters. You deserve no mercy. The white officer had been cut in two by Long Shao. White Owl silently watched it all unfold, then turned and continued toward the entrance of the mountain base. Behind him, all the Central State soldiers stepped over the white officer's corpse and followed closely behind. Red Crane walked beside White Owl, glanced at Long Shao who was radiating a murderous aura and whispered, "Could your subordinate have violated?" White Owl replied with absolute certainty, "No." Long Shao also quickened his pace to catch up, his expression calm and his gaze unwavering. Red Crane, Long Shao has not violated any military discipline. That Indian officer had already fired at White Owl. It was an attempted murder. For a colonel to attempt to shoot a general, I cut him down. That was actually going easy on him.
Red Crane nodded and chuckled, "It's fine."
Inside the mountain peak base, structures had collapsed everywhere. The bodies of the rioters lay buried throughout the shattered ruins. 70 to 80% of the heavy mining machinery had been destroyed. "General, we didn't find Black Forest, but we captured 2 survivors." 2 militants, their bodies covered in scrapes and bruises, were thrown before White Owl. When they looked up and saw the dense ranks of Central State soldiers surrounding them, they were so terrified they immediately dropped to their knees, begging for mercy.
"Where is Heisen?"
White Owl asked coldly.
"And where is the mine shaft?"
"Tell us everything clearly, and we'll spare your lives." Soon, the 2 terrified thugs confessed everything. After obtaining the location of Heisen's second hideout and the mine shaft, White Owl turned and led all the Central State soldiers away.
"General, what about us?"
Click. Click. The sound of steel handcuffs clanked. The 2 thugs were taken into custody on the spot. Later, in another rainforest on the Chaos Continent, the Central State soldiers moved like wolves and tigers, heading straight for the swampy area deep within the jungle. Working together, several of them successfully crossed the swamps, and Heisen's second hideout came into view. It was a massive domed villa carved from white marble, surrounded by armed thugs on patrol. From more concealed vantage points, several heavy machine guns were mounted.
10 minutes. End this. White Owl ordered calmly. All Central State soldiers held their breath in anticipation. At the signal, the entire force charged forward. In an instant, the roars of the thugs, the rattling of heavy machine guns, and the frantic footsteps of those fleeing, all erupted simultaneously. 10 minutes later, every single thug had been killed. Heisen, who had just escaped from the domed villa, was also captured by Long Shao and 2 Central State elite soldiers, who personally escorted him before the 2 generals. "Please, spare me." Heisen knelt in a pool of blood, pleading desperately. Soon after, under the combined pressure of White Owl and Red Crane, Heisen completely lost his composure and confessed everything about the Black Triangle organization, including the location of the Type B energy mine. Under international law, those who organize riots are to be shot on the spot. Long Shao raised a jet-black sniper rifle and aimed it at Heisen's forehead. Heisen wet himself on the spot, immediately dropping to his knees and crying out in desperation, "Please, don't kill me. I'll accept life imprisonment, anything. I beg you." White Owl crouched down, his tone calm and detached. "Life imprisonment? Yes, yes, yes. Please, just sentence me to life in prison. I don't want to die. Then hand over all the documentation for the Beta energy mine, especially the title deed." White Owl's eyes crinkled into a smile as sinister as a demoness. "That way, you can atone for your sins." Heisen's eyes widened in fury. So these people had their sights set on the B energy mine. "Fuck, that's my mine. Unwilling? Guards, proceed with the execution." No, General, I'll do it." When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. No matter how reluctant he was, Heisen had no choice but to sacrifice the pawn to save the king. Under the supervision of Central State soldiers, Heisen then entered the Dome Villa and retrieved the mine's title deed and other documents. As he handed over the mine documents, Heisen clutched one corner tightly, his eyes filled with reluctance. "Fine, I won. Take them. Keep your certificates and face the firing squad." No, General, I beg you, please take these certificates. I don't want them. I really don't want them anymore." As the sun set, the mine certificates were sealed and sent back to the homeland. White Owl also kept his promise, dispatching 2 soldiers to escort Heisen back to Central State to serve his life sentence. With all matters settled, White Owl and Red Crane immediately set off without delay for the location of the Eth energy mine, simultaneously sending a message to the homeland that the elders had been anxiously awaiting. "We've secured the property rights to the Eth energy mine. We can dispatch the mining crews now." Within Central State, upon receiving the news, the state leader finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly brought the message to Bai Liang. "Willow deity, we can begin the 10,000-meter high barrier project," the state leader said, his joy evident. Centered on the park, the new barrier will envelop the entire Jiangnan city. At that time, you can test the barrier's strength to see if it needs reinforcement. Chapter 81, Proclaiming to the World, the End of Days is Nearing. At this stage, the 2 most important projects, the Mega City Project and the 10,000-meter high barrier project, have already been launched. It can be said that Central State now has the confidence to confront the resurgence of mana. The sky cleared, and Bai Liang's willow branches danced gently in the breeze. Surrounding him were not only the elders of the major nations but also thousands of geniuses unearthed from within Central State. The crowd packed the city center park, all gazing at Bai Liang with awestruck eyes. Without exception, these geniuses were humans who had entered the mutation process prematurely. Before being conscripted by the state, some had been going to work or school, while others had been toiling on construction sites. But now, they all possessed another top-secret identity. Central State mutants. Selected by Central State through rigorous screening from among all mutants, these individuals were chosen for their excellence. More importantly, they possessed good character and resilience. While they might not love their country and people, they were at the very least loyal. Therefore, Central State has planned to cultivate a legion of mutated plants and animals, had enrolled these thousands as its first members. And the reason everyone has been gathered here today is that the Central State Military Academy intends to test their mutation trajectories, so as to better assign them roles and enable them to play a greater role after the mana awakening arrives. Chenin, male, suspected mutation trajectory, tropical rainforest giant rat. A colonel from the military held up the test sheet. The young man whose name was called pointed to the bridge of his nose and asked in disbelief, "What? An African giant rat? What do I have to do with that? I've never even been to the tropics in my life, let alone a rainforest."
As the young man spoke, the tiny rat tail on his backside wiggled slightly, causing the surrounding mutated individuals to burst into laughter, lightening the mood considerably. Previously, most of the mutated individuals had felt panic and inferiority due to the increasingly severe mutations manifesting in their bodies. When the national military found them, most were hiding in their homes, never stepping outside, living in constant fear. But once they arrived here, the military told them, "You are not special cases, you are pioneers. In the not too distant future, everyone will mutate, so the nation and its people need you." Zhang San, female, suspected mutation type, tropical fish. Yang Sufan, male, suspected mutation type, cow. Boom! An even louder burst of laughter erupted. Everyone turned to look at the man named Yang Sufan. Yang Sufan was a burly man with broad shoulders and a sturdy build, but his face was now flushed red as he glared resentfully at the military colonel. "Even though my dick mysteriously vanished, there is no need to publicly execute me." The military colonel remained impassive as he continued to announce the test results. Not far away, the state leader had just approved the mining documents for the Chaos Continent S-Type B energy mine. He turned to glance at the rowdy crowd of mutants, then walked over to Bai Liang and asked in confusion, "Willow deity, their mutation directions seem all over the place. Is it really just random when mana modifies the human body? Is there really no connection whatsoever?" Bai Liang remained silent for a moment before writing, "As far as we know, the mutations are random." In truth, Bai Liang was just as puzzled. In his previous life, he had also struggled to uncover the reason behind Mana-S transformation of humans, but the cause seemed shrouded in an endless fog. No matter how hard he tried to lift a single layer, an even thicker fog lay beneath. Why does Mana transform humans into animals and plants? Is the direction of these mutations truly random? Bai Liang gazed up at the sky. It was cloudless, with the sun shining brightly, a long-awaited warm autumn sun. Yet his heart trembled with a chill. In that fleeting moment, he had sensed, deep down, that this world harbored inexplicable mysteries. Then this world needs everyone to protect it together. By the way, Willow deity. The state leader suddenly turned to Bai Liang with a serious, solemn expression. "There's one more thing I'd like to discuss with you. Most of Central State's preparatory plans are already underway. Shouldn't we stop being overly cautious toward other nations now? Perhaps it's time to reveal the news of the global catastrophe to them?" After speaking, the state leader fixed his gaze intently on Bai Liang. Lately, this elderly man, who bore the weight of Central State's very survival on his shoulders, had been tossing and turning at night, tormented by a single thought. That thought was this: to this day, Central State had not revealed a single word to the nations of the world regarding the revival of mana. The entire international community remained as calm as still water on this matter. Yet the calmer the world appeared, the more restless the state leader's heart grew. A world without defenses would inevitably be mercilessly trampled by the ancient beasts, filling the land with wails of agony and staining the mountains and seas with blood. The state leader knew all too well that not only would billions of humans perish, but also that nations share a common fate one cannot survive alone. Thus, today, the old man could no longer hold back his question. The state leader looked at Bai Liang with a touch of anxiety. He feared Bai Liang would refuse to extend his protection to the other nations. Suddenly, Bai Liang gently waved his willow branch, etching a phrase before the state leader: "In the face of a global catastrophe, while the Central State ensures its own survival, it must not forget the other human nations. We share the same roots and origins. When the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold." The state leader's eyes narrowed slightly the moment he saw the words. He looked deeply at Bai Liang, remaining silent. After a moment, he nodded slightly, took out his communicator, and dialed Elder Shaoshan. "Hello? State leader? Elder Shaoshan, make preparations. We're holding a global press conference." "Huh? But state leader, we've already used up our only slot for a global press conference this year. If we hold another one, the Global International Union might not approve it." "Wait.
State leader, do you mean, what are we going to announce?
The state leader was silent for 2 seconds, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward as he said softly, "With the apocalypse upon us, all of Central State's preparations have proceeded smoothly, and we are now capable of defending ourselves.
But we of Central State are steadfast and loyal.
We are not so selfish as to stand by and watch billions of innocent people around the world be slaughtered by the ancient beasts.
Therefore, by any means necessary, we will forcibly convene a second global press conference.
It will be Central State's largest scale event to date, with all members of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in attendance, to announce the end of the world, the revival of mana, the transformation of all humanity into beasts, and the invasion of the ancient beasts."
On the other end of the line, Elder Xiaoshan's eyes widened.
The state leader and the others intend to take the rest of the nations into account as well. Elder Xiaoshan took a deep breath, his face betraying a sense of respect, and muttered to himself, "Indeed, Central State would not be so selfish as to stand idly by while billions of innocent people around the world perish." Elder Xiaoshan sprang to his feet, striding toward the door with martial precision as he shouted urgently, "Get ready!
Prepare a plane for me to the Global United Organization headquarters to convene a second global press conference."
To date, only the Freedom Empire has been qualified to do so.
If Central State wishes to hold a second one, it must first obtain approval from the Global United Organization. Only after consent is granted will the state-run media of nations worldwide dispatch representatives to Central State in unison.
However, this is extremely difficult. Because the Freedom Empire, the world's most powerful entity, has already deeply influenced the entire globe, including the Global United Organization. I hope that you bastards, cowed by the Freedom Empire's tyranny, can see things a little more clearly. Elder Xiaoshan grabbed his coat and rushed toward the entrance of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, muttering to himself.
Chapter 82, We have come to declare the end of the world. At this moment, the arrival of the Mana Awakening era is just 30 days away. It is 11 p.m. in Central State.
In the world's most powerful nation, the Freedom Empire, dawn has just broken.
Yet, within the Imperial Palace, a furious shout rang out. What? The Black Triangle has been annihilated by Central State?
Central State has seized our energy mines. The leader of the Freedom Empire, Silverian, had just been about to eat breakfast with his knife and fork when he leaped to his feet, yanking off his pure white scarf, and glared in shock and rage at Elson, the national-level official who had come to report.
Yes, leader. The intelligence is accurate. Silverian had no appetite left for breakfast.
His face darkened as he said, "Central State has been restless lately. Those trash from the Black Triangle are dead and gone, but I never expected them to dare stick their claws into the Freedom Empire's pocket this time.
Notify the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the Imperial Palace. Contact Central State. If they do not hand over the Beta energy mine, the Freedom Empire will reclaim it by force."
Elson nodded, then immediately sought further instructions. "Leader, half an hour ago, our intelligence department sent a message stating that Elder Xiaoshan, the head of Central State's foreign ministry, has taken all members of the foreign ministry to the headquarters of the Global United Organization."
Do you think this might be related to the Beta energy mine?
Silverian's eyes widened, his snow-white beard trembling slightly. "Do I even need to think about that? Central State just stole our mine, and now they're heading straight to the Global Union headquarters.
They're clearly trying to play the victim.
At the very least, they're definitely going to rush to claim the mine as their own."
Elson nodded in agreement. "Then we send a secret telegram to the upper echelons of the Global Union headquarters. Tell them that if they dare to receive Elder Xiaoshan and that bunch of scoundrels at this moment, we, the Freedom Empire, guarantee that he will never make it to the next term."
"Yes, sir."
Elson immediately acknowledged the order and withdrew.
Moments later, the entire Imperial Palace of Een was abuzz with activity. A thick, dark cloud hung over the heads of everyone in the palace. Everyone gazed toward the east, their eyes filled with intense loathing and a sense of condescending contempt.
"Dare to seize our Type B energy mines? You people of the Central State, have you lost your minds?"
At that very moment, Elder Xiaoshan had already led all members of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs aboard a state-owned aircraft, arriving at the Global United Organization's headquarters overnight. Here, low hills surrounded the area, lush and gentle. A deep blue lake, like the eye of nature, was set into the soft, pine-scented soil, serene and beautiful, with white doves everywhere and flowers planted throughout. In the spot where the doves and flowers were most abundant stood a magnificent, pure white square building. At its entrance, rows of national flags from countries around the world fluttered quietly. This place is located within the Western Alliance, an international estate by the shores of an inland sea. The headquarters of the Global United Organization. The epicenter of global power. We're finally here. Elder Xiaoshan and a group of diplomats, weary from their journey, stepped off the plane. Gazing at the magnificent building, he let out a sigh of admiration before striding toward the main entrance. All along the way, Elder Xiaoshan maintained a faint smile, greeting everyone he passed. Those present here were, at the very least, foreign ministers of their respective nations, and the crowd included international tycoons, prominent families, military generals, and leaders of charitable organizations. "Hello, may I ask if the top leader is available?" Upon entering the lobby, Elder Xiaoshan headed straight for the secretariat. "I'm afraid the leader is in a meeting right now. I'm here on behalf of Central State with an urgent matter." Elder Xiaoshan explained hurriedly. "It's a matter of great urgency concerning the future of the entire world. Could you please contact the leader immediately?" "Certainly, I'll put you through right away." 10 minutes passed, but the top leader did not appear. 30 minutes, still no sign of him. An hour later, Elder Xiaoshan had already drunk 5 cups of tea. The more he drank, the more anxious he became, though he maintained a calm exterior. Unable to contain himself, he stood up and urged the secretariat again, "Could you please?" "I'm sorry, the top leader is still in a meeting." The secretariat's reply was unusually cold. Elder Xiaoshan had no choice but to suppress his anxiety and continue drinking tea while waiting. And so, Elder Xiaoshan waited from early morning until evening. For an entire day, he and all the members of the Central State Ministry of Foreign Affairs hadn't eaten a single grain of rice, yet they stubbornly sat in the reception room drinking tea. As dusk fell, someone couldn't help but complain, "Elder, we've been sitting here for over 8 hours now. More than a dozen groups of visitors have come and gone. I just don't believe he could be in a meeting this long." Elder Xiaoshan was helpless, but could only offer reassurance, "Perhaps he really is in a meeting. Don't worry, let us wait a little longer." In reality, however, the top leader's meeting had ended long before noon. The tall, slender elderly man had already finished his dinner. As he passed by the reception room, he stood silently on a higher vantage point and observed Elder Xiaoshan for several minutes. Finally, he left just as quietly. He never showed his face. That night, the stomachs of all the Central State members growled so loudly they shook the heavens. One member glanced at Elder Xiaoshan, who remained as steady as a mountain, and couldn't help but suggest, "Elder, why don't we leave first?" "No, this is a matter of great importance, we cannot delay." Elder Xiaoshan took a sip of tea and spoke calmly. But upon closer inspection, the hollows beneath Elder Xiaoshan's eyes had grown deep. His stamina was also rapidly dwindling. "But Elder Xiaoshan, our entire Ministry of Foreign Affairs is here. If the top leader wanted to see us, he would have done so long ago. I think he is deliberately refusing to see us." "You're right, Elder. Let us go. We shouldn't waste any more time here today." Almost everyone was urging Elder Xiaoshan to leave. Yet Elder Xiaoshan refused to budge. He stubbornly waited until night fell and the stars shone brightly, then until the first light of dawn appeared the next morning, but still, the top leader never showed up. In an office on a high floor, the old man stood at the window, gazing intently at the exhausted Central State members, especially Elder Xiaoshan. Though he hadn't eaten for a day and a night, his eyes were sunken and dark, and his lips were chapped, he still sat there resolutely. "Ah, someone." The old man sighed helplessly. "Please bring them all up here. If they're so determined to wait here, perhaps they really do have urgent matters to discuss with me." "What on earth are you trying to say?" Inside the office, the top leader held a thick stack of documents in his hand and looked up at Elder Xiaoshan in disbelief. "Don't joke around.
I don't have time to deal with this. No. This is true. Elder Shashan spoke without hesitation, his tone unwavering. This is no joke.
We at Central State have no time to spread rumors.
Really? Really? The end of the world? Mana's revival?
Yes, this is a global-scale catastrophe.
This is nothing less than a genuine, real-life apocalypse.
The old man remained silent for a long time, staring intently at Elder Shashan. Elder Shashan's expression did not waver as he met his gaze with unwavering resolve. Finally, the old man picked up the red seal, stamped it firmly onto the document, and handed it to Elder Shashan with solemn gravity, saying, "I hope everything you've said is true."
Chapter 83, Global Press Conference Announcing the End of the World.
The red seal was raised high and then brought down with force onto the document. From this moment on, the B energy mine would legally belong to Central State.
Central State also had the right to hold a second global press conference. Do you plan to announce this news at the press conference?
Yes. Humanity shares a common destiny, and Central State will never stand idly by while a situation arises where when the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold.
Excellent.
The Supreme Chief couldn't help but give a thumbs up. In the office, the Supreme Leader and Elder Shashan held a long, candlelit conversation that lasted all night.
Throughout the night, Elder Shashan spoke at length about the revival of mana.
The Supreme Leader listened with a grave expression. Connecting this to the recent upheavals in Central State, he couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. No wonder Central State has undergone such a drastic change, so that's how it is.
The two talked until dawn. By the way, how did you know about the mana revival and the ancient beast invasion? The Supreme Chief asked curiously.
Elder Shashan remained composed and smiled faintly. We at the Central State Academy of Scholars detected signs of this a year ago. After a year of dedicated research, we finally reached this conclusion. As for Central State's true trump card, Elder Shashan would naturally never reveal it to outsiders. So that's how it is. The Supreme Chief sighed. It's a pity I hold no real power and cannot demand anything of the nations of the world. But if there is any way I can be of assistance, the Global Alliance will do everything in its power to support you. The sun had just begun to rise in the sky. A guard arrived at the door, knocked gently, and said, "Chief, it's time for the meeting." With a packed schedule, the Supreme Chief hurriedly took his leave. "My friend Elder Shashan, I must attend to my duties. You may leave whenever you wish, the local hotel will take good care of you." At that very moment, the Freedom Empire received the news. The Global United Organization had approved Central State's application for ownership of the Type B energy mine.
Fuck. What's going on?
Get me through to the Supreme Chief. I'm going to confront that old bastard myself. Inside the Imperial Palace of the Indian Empire, Silverian angrily flung down his breakfast cutlery once again. A guard standing nearby, trembling with fear, hurriedly brought over the communicator. Elson stood nearby, his face full of confusion.
Isn't the Supreme Chief one of us? How could he suddenly turn against us?
10 minutes later, Silverian tossed the communicator aside, his face contorted with rage. Damn it, that old fool of a Supreme Chief is in a meeting and won't answer the phone. The fury emanating from the leader of the Een Empire cast a dark cloud over the entire Imperial Palace. Elson secretly tried to contact the Supreme Chief himself, but the result was the same. The line remained dead. The secretary on the other end could only reply nervously, over and over, "The Supreme Chief is still in a meeting."
Ugh, what on earth is going on?
Elson muttered to himself. Without the support of beta energy, the development of the lithography machine will be delayed indefinitely again.
Do we really need to come up with a new plan to secure a new mine shaft? The leader of the Indian Empire roared. Elson,
what are you standing there for? Get in touch with our Navy.
We spent 10 years developing that mine. Are we just going to hand it over to Central State for nothing?
If Type B energy falls into Central State's hands, it'll be a complete waste.
Only in our hands can it be put to good use. Our lithography machine RD needs Type B energy.
If Central State doesn't hand over the Type B energy, let them get a taste of our Freedom Navy's firepower first. Elson shuddered, hesitated, and could only bow his head to the enraged leader. I'll handle it immediately.
10 a.m. The Freedom Empire's official media formally released an international statement. Official media of the Freedom Empire, we demand that a certain shameless, greedy, and self-serving Eastern nation hand over the beta energy mine without compensation. Such a strategically vital resource, precious to the world, should be owned and utilized by the world's most powerful nation. Only then can we better elevate the standard of living for all humanity. In an instant, this statement captured the world's attention. Another major scandal. Another scandal involving Central State?
Nations around the world were slightly taken aback, but soon grinned as they pulled up their little stools to watch the show. Over the past month, the scandals from Central State have been coming one after another.
Why are they picking a fight with the Freedom Empire again?
Everyone knows the Freedom Empire is considered the world's most powerful nation. Picking a fight with them usually doesn't end well for anyone. However, Central State did not respond. Instead, it issued an international notice that left all nations baffled. Central State Media, with the approval of the Global Alliance, we are officially launching Central State's second global press conference of the year, the largest in Central State's history. Central State Media, approved by the Central State Core Council, this global press conference will be live-streamed tonight at 8 p.m.
We urge all nations to promptly adjust their streaming platforms to ensure compatibility. Afterward, Central State went silent once more.
Nations around the world exchanged bewildered glances, while the world's top leaders cast meaningful looks toward the free continent.
Central State is holding a second global press conference? In previous years, only the Freedom Empire had that privilege, didn't it? How interesting.
Sure enough, inside the imperial palace of the Freedom Empire, hundreds of high-ranking officials gathered, none daring to meet the furious gaze of the leaders seated at the far end.
Crunch.
Silverian crumpled the document in his hand into a ball and said through gritted teeth, Central State, you've successfully angered the world's most powerful nation. Not only did you fail to respond directly to our notice, but you also announced to the world that you're holding a second global press conference.
Is this a deliberate provocation against the Freedom Empire's dignity and status?
Today, dark clouds hung over the imperial palace of the Freedom Empire. But what enraged Silverian even more was that, beneath the notice released by Central State Media, the Global Alliance had openly expressed its support.
Isn't this like slapping me in the face?
While nations across the globe were filled with doubt, the Global United Organization publicly declared, we support Central State's convening of a second global press conference. At 8 p.m. tonight, we ask all nations to proactively prepare for the live broadcast of the press conference and ensure that nearly 10 billion people worldwide can view it. The nations of the world were left with no choice. Since the Global United Organization had spoken out in this manner, they no longer needed to worry about the Freedom Empire's stance. Soon, countries around the world began feverishly preparing their own online platforms. With so much work to be done, they could only do their utmost to ensure as many communication devices as possible could participate in this global-scale press conference. Only Japan, Italy, and the Freedom Empire remained unmoved. On the surface, these three nations appeared independent, but in reality, they had long been in cahoots behind the scenes. Even the lithography machine incident had been orchestrated by the three of them in collusion.
Public opinion in Japan, launch event? We're not going.
We don't care about anything related to Central State.
Time ticked by.
Within Central State, the mega-city project was progressing rapidly. Outside Central State, the B energy mine had also been opened. For a time, Central State saw progress on both fronts. During this time, more and more countries connected to the international network, synchronizing Central State's network with their own. At the same time, they issued notices to their citizens, urging everyone to tune in to the press conference that evening if they had nothing else to do.
Chapter 84, The End of the World, Mana's Revival.
Hey! The neighborhood office just came to our place and personally installed a network cable for us.
They said something about everyone having to watch the global press conference?
I heard it's being hosted by Central State.
No idea what they're going to announce this time. Let us just eat and drink, who cares what they announce? There'll be tons of hot girls at the singles party tonight. Everyone come on over. Across the globe, people were buzzing with speculation.
Apart from Central State and the Supreme Chief of the United Organization, who knew the inside story, not even the national leadership of the world's nations had any idea what kind of uproar the upcoming press conference would cause. The time quickly approached 8 p.m. Central State Time. The Eastern Hemisphere was slowly entering twilight. The Western Hemisphere was basking in the bright midday sun. Countries around the world had successively resolved their international network issues. On TVs, computers, city billboards, and local cable networks, countless people worldwide waited silently for the press conference to begin.
8 p.m. Central State Time. Central State State Media officially went online and began the live broadcast. Greetings, people of the world. I am the host of this global press conference, Central State's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Central State's Elder Xiaoshan. Under the gaze of countless people worldwide, Elder Xiaoshan and all members of the Central State Ministry of Foreign Affairs appeared on screen in formal attire. It's starting. It's finally starting. My butt has gone numb from sitting so long. The event was also being simulcast on the international internet.
Tens of millions of Central State netizens instantly flooded the livestream, proudly declaring to netizens from other nations, that's our national elder.
But what's the big deal? Exactly.
Dozens of countries hold global press conferences every year, and it's always the same: who lost a few mining claims, who snatched a few coal deposits from whom.
Boring. This is pointless. I'm out.
The international network's livestream was flooded with comments and laughter, with viewers completely oblivious to the unusually grave expressions on Elder Xiaoshan and all the diplomatic representatives' faces. The international network was merely the largest live streaming platform. On the Central State's official online platform, foreign ministers from nations around the world had largely taken their seats, and even the supreme leader had made a personal appearance, causing widespread astonishment.
Pakistan has joined as an observer. The Kingdom of Tianjin has joined as an observer.
The Western Alliance has joined as an observer.
The Kingdom of Goryeo has joined as an observer.
Nations from across the globe were entering the livestream.